Welcome. In this course, you will learn how to design beautiful and functional websites. And not only that, I will teach you how to make good money working from home. And this course is very comprehensive and very extensive, but you will start with the basics, and as you gain confidence, you will move into more advanced topics. This course is organized into modules, lessons, and sub-lessons to make it easy for you to follow along. And you don't need any previous experience in web design, and you don't need to be considered a creative person, because I will make sure to teach you everything you need in order to become a successful web designer. The story about how I started this course is very, very organic, and it's because my younger brother wanted to become a software engineer, but then he wanted to switch and he wanted to become a web designer. And then he came to me and asked me which course or which training should he take in order for him to become a web designer, right? And I was like, I don't know, because when I started back in 2004, there weren't a lot of courses and a lot of resources. So I had to learn by myself and asking people and just trying different stuff. And I didn't have any money anyways. I was in high school, you know what I mean? And my brother was in the same position when he started. And I started giving him some advice, and then he started to see some success. And I was like, wait a second, probably there are more people like him with no money, a lot of potential, and they just need some guidance. So that's why I decided to offer this course totally for free. And this is not a crash course. This is a complete course. And I could be selling it for thousands, but I'm not going to do that because I know that a lot of beginners are broke, just like I was when I started. And I believe in free, high quality education. I hope you are ready to start learning, and yeah, let's dive in. So these are the only tools you need to get started: a computer, internet connection, and then Figma. Figma is the software that we are going to use to design our websites. So let's start with some industry facts. The web design market is a $40.8 billion industry. It's huge. There is a lot of opportunities for web designers, and the market is continuing to grow. I just wanted to show you this so you can have some perspective on how big this market is. And here is what I'm offering you: a complete high quality course for free, the opportunity to become a member of a collective of web designers for free, and access to mentorship for free. And you might be asking, okay, so how is this course free? What's the catch, right? The truth is that there is no catch, and I will explain you why right now. So this is me. It doesn't look like me, but you get the point. I started freelancing, and then I started making money. And then I started making more money. More projects came in, and I was making a lot of money. But there is a problem. We only have 24 hours a day. And it gets overwhelming when you have more than one project going on. So I was thinking, like, what if I had a network of hundreds of high-level web designers to whom I could pass projects when I'm busy, and they could pass projects to me when I have like a slow month? And that's a win-win situation. And then I thought, what if this network expands to thousands, and some of these individuals become my students and then go on to lead agencies or secure top design positions at companies like Nike or Apple? They will likely remember who helped them get started. And this insight led me to a decision. Teaching for free would be the best and most effective way to build this vast network. And it's also very fulfilling for me because it ensures that anyone around the world, regardless of their location or financial situation, can access high quality education as long as they have a computer and an internet connection. Before we begin with the course, I would like to address something. As many of you know, the design industry is constantly evolving with new apps, updates, user interfaces, and best practices. To make sure this course stays future-proof, I will be continuously updating and adding new content. I created a dedicated page for these updates, which I recommend you to bookmark. All new tools, interface changes, and best practices will be there. This page will be a continuous work in progress, and I would love to hear your feedback to keep it as useful as possible. You can access the updates by going to freewebdesigncourse.com/updates. There is also a form to request an update in case it's not already there. Now let's move to the module breakdown. So here are the modules, and we have a total of 15. 12 that are main modules, and then we have 3 bonus modules. And I will walk you through them right now. So the first module is the foundation of success, cultivating the right mindset. And this is the most important module of the entire course. And this module, as I said, is the foundation of everything that you have to learn in this course. and also for life, because at the end of the day, if you don't have the right mindset, it's going to be very difficult for you to be successful. So please make sure to take this seriously and take your time with it. Then we have module number 2, Introduction to Figma and Design Fundamentals. Then we have number 3, Planning and Designing Your First Website. Number 4, Exploring Career Paths in Web Design. Number 5, Getting Clients as a Freelancer. Number 6, Everything You Need to Get Paid. Then we have module number 7, How to Leverage AI to Become a Super Designer. Number 8, Setting Up Your Digital Workstation. Number 9, Registering as a Business, When and How. Number 10, Building and Publishing Your Portfolio. This one is extremely important. Module number 11, Advanced Figma Techniques and Tools. And number 12, Advice on How to Have Successful Meetings. And of course, you also have 3 bonus modules. Number 13, Introduction to Sustainable Web Design. Number 14, Optimizing for Web Accessibility and Inclusion. Number 15, Exploring the Power of UX Psychology. And without losing any time, let's start with module number 1, the foundation of success, cultivating the right mindset. I know that right now you are probably very excited and you want to start designing websites and you want to start making money. But first, you have to understand that your foundation has to be strong, because if not, it's going to be very difficult for you to be successful. If you are building a house and it doesn't have a strong base, it doesn't matter how nice it looks, it's not going to stand on. That's why having the right attitude and the right mindset is the first step in your career as a designer. And in this module, I will teach you how to develop the right mindset. I will also teach you some important things about creativity, daily routines, and the importance of being part of a collective of like-minded people. This module has 12 lessons, and as you can see here, we will cover a lot of interesting topics. Before we continue, I'd like to personally invite you to the Web Designers Collective. It's a private community of designers where we share valuable resources, work opportunities, and host group mentorship conference calls. To maintain the highest quality, we only grant access to a select group of people. If you're a good fit, you will be accepted within 24 hours and become an official member of this amazing collective. We want to make sure that this group is very high quality, so we often close and reopen applications based on demand. So don't hesitate. Apply now before we close access to new members. Once the group is closed, we don't know when it's going to be open again. Don't miss out on this opportunity. Join us today. It's 100% free. To apply, go to webdesignerscollective.com or click the link in the description. So let's talk about lesson number 1, the lie of creativity. And this one is very important because at the end of the day, there is a lot of people that think that they are not creative, right? You talk with people and they be like, hey, I just cannot design websites because I'm not a creative person. I don't know how to paint because I'm not a creative person. And I think there is a misconception, because I really believe that all human beings are creative, right? And if you ever solved a problem in your life, you have been a creative person, because there is no way you can solve a problem unless you use your brain in new and unique ways. In order to solve it, that's what you have to do, right? And that's creativity, ladies and gentlemen. And that's what designing is all about: solving problems, helping the user achieve a desired outcome. And you should try to be like a sponge. You should try to absorb all different types of information, visual and non-visual, in order to stay creative, right? And in module number 3, when we start designing our first website, I will list all the sources and all the websites I use to find inspiration. There is a very nice quote by Pablo Picasso, and it says, "All people are born with the same potential to be creative, but many people waste their creativity on too many different things. I use all my creativity for just one thing, my art." And that's a beautiful quote by one of the most creative persons in history. And he was an artist, right? So he could have said something like, man, I'm just special and I'm, not everybody's creative, you know what I mean? And this and that. But no, he said everybody has the same creative potential. You know what I mean? So that's a very nice thing to think about, because that's true. Even though our potential is infinite, the way we express our creativity is different. Now I will talk about the different creativity myths, because there are some misconceptions about what creativity is. The myth number 1 is this one: creativity is an inborn talent exclusive to some people only. And the reality is that while some people might be naturally inclined towards creative thinking, creativity is more a skill than an inborn talent. And it can be developed and enhanced through practice, exposure, and education. You know what I mean? Like, education is very important because at the end of the day, you have to learn new ways to find inspiration and all that stuff that you are going to learn in this course. And then everyone has the potential to be creative in the unique ways. As I said before, everybody's different and people follow different paths of creativity. And now we have myth number 2. Creativity only belongs to the arts. And that's not true. You know what I mean? Because creativity can be found everywhere, you know, in sports, science, business, and in daily life. Like, as I said before, when you solve a problem, you are a creative person. So we should just end that misconception of, you know, like the creative is the artist that is making a masterpiece and, you know, painting and doing sculpture. That's not true. You know, the everyday person is a creative person. So let's talk about myth number 3. And this one is very funny. Creativity thrives on chaos. And we have the, you know, the image of the creative person living in a very messy apartment and, you know, being a little bit crazy and all that stuff. And that's not true. You know what I mean? There is a lot of successful creatives that have a structured life, you know, with routines and habits and all that stuff. And, you know, for example, for web designers, I like to keep my desk very clean and everything very organized, because if not, I cannot work. And, you know, as I say, I'm a creative person and you are a creative person. So, you know, you don't have to be like living in a messy apartment. So look around, and if your apartment or your desk is a mess, go and, you know, clean it up. You know what I mean? Because you will be able to focus. You know what I'm saying? When we are in a clean environment, we are able to focus. So just do that. Make sure to clean up everything. Myth number 4, creativity comes from inspiration alone. And, you know, some people just wait for inspiration. They be like, man, I'm not inspired, so therefore I'm not going to work. And that's a big mistake. You know what I'm saying? Inspiration comes from action too. So while you are working, you might find inspiration. So don't just wait for inspiration to come, because that's going to make you lose a lot of time and you are not going to be productive. So just let it flow and keep working. Myth number 5, creativity is spontaneous and unpredictable. A lot of people think that creativity is something magic and very spontaneous that just pops up. And that's not true, because creativity can be cultivated through meditation, research, and work. So there are many different ways to cultivate creativity. So this is the last one, myth number 6. More ideas mean better creativity. And there are a lot of people that think that having a lot of ideas means that they are more creative. And that's not true, because having a lot of ideas doesn't mean that those ideas are good enough, right? So it's better to have only one idea that is a big and a useful idea than having like 10,000 useless ideas. There is a very famous quote by Bruce Lee, and he said, "I fear not the man who has practiced 10,000 kicks once, but I fear the man who has practiced one kick 10,000 times." And that's a very nice metaphor, because more doesn't necessarily mean better. The goal of this module is for you to understand that creativity is not something that unique, right? Because everybody's creative. And I want you to have that mindset and that idea deep in your head, because I don't want you to be limited, right? I want you to understand that you can accomplish amazing results, and then you can be an amazing web designer. In this lesson, you've learned about the concept of why everybody's creative, and also the main myths about creativity. Now let's move to the next lesson, the growth mindset. So what is mindset? We hear this word every day, right? Mindset this, mindset that. A mindset is a set of attitudes or beliefs that someone has. There is a psychologist called Carol Dweck who introduced the idea of 2 main mindsets, fixed and growth. And this concept of fixed and growth mindset is something we see every day. Some people think they cannot accomplish something because they put limiting beliefs into themselves, and they keep making excuses on why they are not successful. They be like, oh, probably I'm not successful because I'm not creative, or I don't have the resources. You know, they just keep making excuses. On the other hand, there are people who believe in themselves and believe they can make it in life no matter what. Those are the people who have the growth mindset. And I want to make sure that you belong to the second group. So a person that has a fixed mindset is somebody who avoids challenges, somebody who gives up very easily, somebody who sees effort as something pointless if there is not immediate success, somebody who ignores or rejects feedback, and somebody who is intimidated by other success. On the other hand, a person with a growth mindset is somebody who embraces challenges, persists in the face of setbacks, sees effort as a path to mastery, learns from criticism, and is inspired by other success. When you see all these successful designers and all these people making money, you have to think that they are only human beings. And if they were able to accomplish all that, you can do it too. So stop thinking about, all these different quick strategies and shortcuts and all that stuff, because it's going to take a lot of work and a lot of dedication, but you can make it too. There is a very nice quote by Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius, and he said, "Do not assume that something is impossible just because it's difficult for you. If any person can do it, you can do it too." Now, I want you to sit and think. Which type of mindset do you have right now? Are you gravitating more towards a fixed mindset, or are you gravitating towards a growth mindset? If you find yourself with a fixed mindset, now it's time to change. Apply the concepts that you learn from this course, and you will soon notice the difference. Additionally, go to our private group and share your thoughts. Our beautiful community will be there for you. You are not alone in this journey. And today is the best day to make a change. So in this lesson, you've learned about what is mindset and the differences between fixed mindset and a growth mindset. Now it's time to move to the next lesson. In this lesson, I will talk about two concepts that are present in everybody's life: fear and resistance. Fear is an emotional reaction we experience in the face of perceived threats or dangers. It can often hold us back from taking action that leads to growth. Resistance, on the other hand, is our tendency to avoid change or challenge, even when part of us desires that change or knows it could be beneficial. Like how many times you didn't do something you knew it was beneficial for you. That's resistance. Let's say that you want to learn a new language, right? And you know that learning that language is very important for you and for your career and for you as a human being, but then you never do it, right? That's resistance. On the other hand, let's say that you are scared of spiders, right? And then you are in a hotel in Australia, and then you see a spider and then you freeze. That's fear. Both fear and resistance can be subtle yet powerful forces that impact how we make decisions, respond to opportunities, and pursue our goals. They often work together to keep us in our comfort zones and preventing us from reaching our full potential. So they are like a match made in hell, if you will. They are the enemy. We will explore why these responses occur and how they can be both a natural protective mechanism and a barrier to success. I will provide you with strategies to recognize when you are being controlled by fear and resistance, and practical tools to help you overcome these blocks. By understanding and addressing fear and resistance, you will be better equipped to tackle challenges head on, make proactive choices, and move towards a more empowered and fulfilling life. Let's break down these barriers together and open up a world of possibilities where fear and resistance no longer hold us back. This diagram is called the illusion of fear. It shows three elements: you, your fears, and your potential. So let's break it down. The circle that you see in the middle, that's you, okay? That's you represented as an individual. Then around you is a dashed square that says your fears. This square is not very big, but it's directly around you. This shows that your fears are close to you and can affect you directly. But that's an illusion. That's why it's dashed, right? It's something that in reality is weak and you are stronger. Then the largest area is your potential. This represents everything you can achieve or become. So it's huge, right? If you compare this with your fears, your potential is huge. And that's why I call this diagram the illusion of fear, because in reality, fear is just like an illusion. In reality, fear is something small that you can, destroy if you have the willpower and the discipline, and then use the courage to face your fears. So go and do something that you are scared about. You know what I mean? Obviously something safe. So let's say that you are scared of rejection. Okay, so go to a cafe and ask for a free coffee. Probably they will reject you, right? But then you will be stronger because you will be, okay, they rejected me, but I'm stronger now because I face my fear. You know what I mean? So fear is just something small and I'm bigger. That's it. Here is a powerful quote by the Roman Stoic philosopher Seneca. We are more often frightened than hurt, and we suffer more from imagination than from reality. So in this slide, we are going to discover the limiting force of resistance. And here, as you can see here, this circle is you again. And then we see two arrows, the blue one and the orange one. The blue one goes to your goals, and this is a long distance, right? And then we see one that is closer, which points to your bad habits, your doubts, and your fears, right? And this one is short. And that's because the closer you are to these things, the further you are going to be from your goals, right? And the more resistance you will create. And that's why it's very important to have good habits, you know what I mean? And then get rid of doubt and then fear, you know? All those things are distractions and you don't want them. And you have to make an effort to get rid of resistance and fear, right? And these things are not just going to disappear, right? You have to take action every day, little by little. And I'm not telling you to, get rid of your doubts and your fears and your bad habits today, right? But today you have to start to think about making progress and about changing, because this is going to be very important if you want to become successful. In this lesson, you've learned about the illusion of fear and why fear is something you can overcome and become stronger. And also about the limiting force of resistance and why it's important to take action to move forward. So think about these concepts and let's move to the next lesson. In this next lesson, we are going to talk about the importance of failure. And failure is a very wise teacher, right? Because without failure, it's very difficult to become successful. But the thing is, like, there is some people that can achieve success without having any failures, and that happens. That's that's something that can happen. But then that success is going to be weaker, and then the other one we see that is stronger. Why? Because it has many failures, and the experience that this type of success has is way more valuable than the success that doesn't have any failures. By failing and coming back every time, you build resilience. So don't be scared of failure. And I want to clarify, when I say success without failures, I'm talking about big failures, right? I'm not talking about like little failures that happen in daily life. I'm talking about like a huge setback. So embrace failure and let it be your teacher. In this lesson, you've learned why failure is a great teacher and why you shouldn't be scared of failing. Life has so many ups and downs, but we can always learn from our failures and mistakes and, get back on track. So think about this and let's move to the next lesson. In this lesson, we will explore a very important topic. Setting goals is something we can do to get that sense of direction. It turns our big ideas into small steps that we can follow. Without goals, we might lose our way, but with goals, we have a clear plan that keeps us moving forward, even when it's tough. So there is this concept called SMART goals. So SMART is an acronym that means goals that are specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. For example, instead of saying, I want to be a better web designer, a SMART goal would be, I will complete a web design course by the end of this month. This is a SMART goal because it clearly states what you will do, how you will measure it, make sure it can be done, relates to your career, and it has a deadline. So what I like to do is to write 3 tasks for a single day. Because if you have a lot of tasks in a single day, you will get overwhelmed and you will give up because we have limited willpower. And you get tired, and it's normal for you to be like, man, I'm just tired, I don't want to do this task. So just have 3, and then one of these 3 tasks has to be an important one, a non-negotiable one, right? That you have to complete no matter what. And then the other 2, you complete them once you finish the first one. And then if you finish the 3 tasks and you have more time available and you have the energy, you can maybe write a 4th task or a 5th task, but don't try to put a lot of tasks in a single day, because as I said, you will get overwhelmed. And try to plan those tasks the day before, ideally before you go to sleep. And you can use a software like Trello or Asana, but at the beginning you can just use pen and paper. Every big achievement starts with a small step. Set your goals, make your plans, and start taking steps towards them. And let us know in the private group what your goals are. Maybe someone can help you get there faster. In this lesson, you've learned why setting goals is important, what SMART goals are, and how to stay organized. So I hope you start writing down your goals from now on. Let's move to the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to talk about discipline. Discipline is the ability to control your emotions, behaviors, and desires in the face of external demands. It's about making the right decisions even when it's hard. Discipline is the foundation that allows us to stay focused in our goals, pushing through challenges and temptations. It's like when you do something that you don't feel like doing, but you do it regardless because you know it's going to be beneficial for you in the long run. For example, let's say that you feel lazy today and you don't want to go to the gym, and you push through and you go to the gym regardless, right? So that's discipline. It's almost impossible to become successful in life if you are not disciplined, right? You have to make sacrifices and push through even when you don't feel like it. Being lazy is normal. It's a human thing. We all feel lazy sometimes, right? Some more than others, but the key is to understand that success requires pushing beyond that laziness. So every time you feel lazy, remember this and go and do the work. And remember to rest as well, because burnout is a real thing, right? And you have to make sure that you are pacing. This is a marathon. It's not a sprint. So you have to really be consistent, but sometimes you have to rest. Remember, success isn't a one-time event. It's a cumulative result of disciplined, consistent actions over time. So stay focused. Now, discipline is nothing without consistency, right? It doesn't matter if you are disciplined for only one day. Success lies at the intersection of discipline and consistency. When you combine disciplined actions with consistent effort, you create a powerful force. In this intersection, as you can see here in this diagram, is where true sustainable success is born. In this lesson, you've learned about the power of discipline and consistency. Being disciplined is not easy, right? And the beginning of the process can be bitter. However, the reward over time is very sweet. So with that, let's move to the next lesson. This lesson is called Emotions and the Happiness Threshold. When I was a teenager, I noticed something very interesting. Sometimes we get a material item that is highly valued by society, like a nice bike or a nice car or another expensive possession or experience, right? At first, we feel very thrilled and excited, but after a few days, when the novelty wears off, it becomes just another part of our daily routine. Then we might get something else like a Lego set or have an experience like a walk on the beach. And surprisingly, this Lego set or simple walk on the beach can bring us the same level of excitement and happiness that we felt when we first got the bike or the car, sometimes even more. This made me realize that there is a happiness threshold and that happiness has a limit. No matter the cost or perceived value of an item, the initial excitement eventually fades, and we return to our baseline level of happiness. Understanding this taught me that true lasting happiness doesn't come from material possessions, but from even simple experiences, relationships, and personal growth. By focusing on what truly matters, we can find more sustainable sources of joy in life. When you start making money as a web designer, you will probably get some nice things, not necessarily useless material stuff, but maybe a nice computer to help you with work or a nice vacation with your family. Just be aware that these things can bring you joy and happiness, but simple things like a nice walk with a friend or ordering in and enjoying a simple dinner with your loved one can bring the same level of excitement and happiness. It doesn't have to be something expensive. Money alone will not increase happiness to high levels sustainably. It always fades, and we end up chasing new things. Make sure that you understand that chasing these new experiences or objects will not make you happier in the long run. Now let's talk about emotions. Throughout your journey as a web designer, you will feel a lot of different emotions. Sometimes you will be sad, sometimes you will be very happy, and sometimes you will just feel tired and burnt out. These feelings are normal. We all feel that way sometimes. But if you really want to enjoy life and your profession, you have to build a strong mentality and be very disciplined. You should always try to maintain the same level of stillness even when things are tough. This journey will feel like a roller coaster sometimes, but the rewards of having a successful career as a web designer and impacting many lives through your designs are well worth it. In this graph, you can see your emotions and your focus. You should always try to maintain your focus at the same level. Never get distracted by your emotions. Listen to your emotions, but never act while being emotional, because it can backfire. Always maintain your focus. In this lesson, you will learn why buying expensive things is not the best way to be happy, and also why it's important to control your emotions in this roller coaster called life. Let's move to the next lesson. In this lesson, we will talk about imposter syndrome. So, what is imposter syndrome? Imposter syndrome is when people doubt their skills and they think they are not good enough. They often feel like a fraud and fear being exposed. And some signs of imposter syndrome are thinking success is just luck, fear of failure, working too hard due to insecurities, not believing compliments, and a self-doubt that is constant. And this can cause emotional problems like anxiety, stress, and low self-esteem. It can also cause professional issues like not growing in your career, avoiding new opportunities, and these feelings are extremely annoying, especially when you have so much potential. And you will probably feel like that sometimes because imagine that you finish this course, right? And then you get a job offer or, like a project or something. And you will feel like, man, I'm just like somebody new in this, you know what I mean? And I don't have experience, so you will feel insecure. So here are some practical ways to overcome this, right? First, acknowledge your feelings. It's normal. Talk about it with others. Second, challenge negative thoughts and keep a record of achievements. Third, celebrate success. Accept compliments and reward yourself because you deserve it. You know what I mean? You work hard and you accomplish a lot of things, so you deserve it. And lastly, look for support. Go to our community and talk to other people because there is a lot of people that have the same challenges, So it's very important for you to stay in touch with them and just talk and brainstorm, because that's the way you will find solutions, talking to other people. Now let's talk about this image. The orange circle represents you, and the blue circle are the different feelings experienced when you have imposter syndrome, such as self-doubt and putting too much importance on what other people think about your failures and accomplishments. When you look outwards all the time, you will always be under the illusion of the imposter syndrome. Just like fear, it's only real if you let it be. As shown in this image, when you let it control your perceptions of reality, it surrounds you and controls you. In this lesson, you've learned what imposter syndrome is and how to overcome it. Don't let it hold you back. You are great. You are awesome. All right, so let's move to the next lesson. Overcoming the shiny object syndrome. Okay, let's take a look at this diagram which compares shiny objects to dull objects. Understanding this is crucial for staying focused and achieving our goals. First, let's talk about shiny objects. These are new exciting ideas or projects that grab our attention quickly. They are very attractive, but can easily distract us from our main goals. Shiny objects often come with market hype, meaning they are popular or trending and everybody's talking about them. So let's say that today you want to be a web designer, right? And then tomorrow you see, on Twitter that there is a trend that everybody's talking about real estate and everybody's talking about, being a real estate agent and all that stuff. And then you decide that you don't want to be a web designer anymore. Now you want to dedicate all your effort into real estate. That's a shiny object, right? Now everybody's talking about real estate. And then, you see a lot of people posting screenshots, making a lot of money. So you'll be like, man, that's probably where I can make a lot of money. So I'm just going to gravitate towards that. And I'm just going to leave all this web design stuff behind me. That's the wrong approach. And you have to be very careful with that, because to become successful, one of the best ways is to focus on one thing only. Especially at the beginning, you have to make sure that you focus on one thing. And then in the future, when you are successful, if you want, you can diversify a little, right? But at the beginning, you have to focus on one thing only. And even when you start diversifying, you have to make sure that your effort is not invested in 1,000 projects that are going nowhere. Shiny objects are very tempting because they give us this false illusion of instant gratification when in reality it's not something worthwhile. And usually shiny objects are those objects that attract us very emotionally. You know what I mean? Like when you see a screenshot, for example, of a real estate agent that says, I made $1 million this year, very quickly and this and that, you are emotionally attracted to that outcome, right? And you are, man, I just want to be a millionaire. So maybe real estate is the way to go, And then you try real estate and you fail. And then you'll be like, man, this is not for me. And you switch and you go and chase another shiny object. And that's a process that is endless. And it happens to a lot of people. So you have to break that loop and just focus on one thing. So now let's talk about the other side of the diagram. Let's talk about the dull objects. These are ideas or projects that may seem boring at first, but are very important for a long-term success. And these quote-unquote objects don't seem very exciting initially. However, they provide long-lasting benefits that continue over time, even if they aren't immediately satisfying. So in conclusion, try not to be someone who is always chasing new projects that seem exciting and easy. This approach can lead you nowhere. Instead, focus on your current projects and be patient. By dedicating your time and effort to what really matters, you can achieve long-term success. In this lesson, you've learned about the pitfalls of shiny object syndrome and why chasing every new opportunity can hinder your progress. Remember, true success comes from sustained focus and dedication to your current projects. Resist the urge to switch paths just because something new appears more enticing or because others seem to be succeeding. Stay committed, stay focused, and watch your efforts pay off. Alright, so in this next lesson, we will talk about the dangers of arrogance. And arrogance is a very interesting thing, and it's very easy for people that make money online to be arrogant. Like, I've seen it many times. People start making money and then they start thinking they are superior and they look down on others and all that stuff. And as we are going to see in this diagram, it's very dangerous to be like that. On the left side, we have the scenario when things are going well. You can see that you are the largest circle. This represents how in moments of success, arrogance can make us feel like we are the most important. Right? You feel like the king, but in reality, you are the slave of your own success. And as we can see here on the right side, when things don't go so well, you will feel small because you depend on your success to feel important. And then other people will seem larger and more important than you. You know, that's why when you are successful, you have to treat others well because you never know. You might need the help of the people you once looked down upon. And that's probably like the worst feeling ever because you would feel miserable. And this is a fact. We have seen this story many times, right? And I will give you an example. Napoleon. He was a brilliant military leader and emperor of France who rose to power during the French Revolution. He established a vast empire across Europe and was on top of the world due to his military success and strategic acumen. However, Napoleon's success led into increasing arrogance. And you know how that goes. He believed he was invincible and he didn't listen to anyone. He was like, I'm Napoleon, bruh. Who are you? So he often dismissed the advice of his generals and advisors. And then he thought he was so cool that he decided to invade Russia in, I think it was 1812 or something. And that's a clear example of his arrogance. He was living this illusion of grandiosity. And everybody advised him against that decision due to the Russian winter and logistical challenges. But he decided to proceed with the campaign anyways. Obviously, the attempt to invade Russia turned into a disaster. The French army was decimated by the cold, starvation, and Russian attacks. This massive defeat marked the beginning of Napoleon's downfall. He faced more defeat and was eventually forced to abdicate. And then after his final defeat, the grandiose Napoleon was exiled to a remote island. And obviously, his arrogance had alienated many of his former allies and generals. The people he had once looked down upon were unwilling to help him. So he lived the rest of his life in isolation, very far from the power and glory he once enjoyed. Napoleon's story is a powerful example of how arrogance can lead to a fall from greatness. Despite his remarkable talents and achievements, his overconfidence and disregard for others' advice led to his eventual downfall. This historical example shows us the importance of humility and respect for others, even when you are very successful. So let's look at this slide, right? We see two armies. One that's arrogant, you and your army, and then we see your enemy's army. And your enemy is super prepared, right? And you are not prepared, but you are under the impression that you are prepared because you see an army of 4 and you see your army and you are 4. But then the problem is your enemy has prepared very well this battle and you didn't. And the thing is that they have a hidden support army, right? Behind this wall. And you cannot see them. This could be a wall or it could be mountains. And you don't see them. The problem is that if this support army comes into the battle, you are lost. They will destroy you because they are very prepared and there are a lot of people. And something very interesting happens. Since you are very confident, you start winning the battle because you defeat the first 4 soldiers. And then you start boasting and thinking that you are invincible, just like Napoleon. Then all of a sudden, something very interesting happens again. And now the hidden army comes into the battle. And then you are just destroyed. Like, you are surrounded without any escape. And obviously the arrogance fades. Now you might be asking, why is this guy talking about war and battles and all that stuff? So here is why. Imagine you are a freelance web designer right now who has successfully completed several projects. And then you start believing that you can handle any projects with ease, no matter the complexity. This overconfidence leads you to take on a complex project without adequate preparation. You accept the challenging project because of your past successes. Then you skim through the client's requirements thinking you've handled similar tasks before. You don't pay attention, you rush the process, you don't do research, and then you start working and you encounter unexpected technical challenges and client requests that you didn't anticipate. So your initial confidence starts to fade as these hidden challenges emerge. And obviously the outcome of all this is that the project falls behind schedule due to unforeseen problems. And then the quality of your work suffers because you didn't prepare adequately. Then what happened next is that the client becomes dissatisfied because of the delays and subpar quality. You struggle to meet the client's expectations, and obviously this can make your relationship with the client worse, and you might not get more work from them in the future. So in conclusion, be humble and know that every project can have different challenges. Keep learning new skills and stay updated. You should also plan carefully and think about possible problems. Anticipating them is key to deliver amazing work. Make sure to meditate on this. In this lesson, you've learned why arrogance is double-faced and why being overprepared is better than being overconfident. We've also explored the story of the rise and fall of Napoleon. Let's move to the next lesson. Welcome to the 11th lesson of this module, Past, Present, and Future. In this lesson, we will explore the importance of learning from past experiences without dwelling on them. I will talk about the importance of living in the present to maximize opportunities and also how to set meaningful goals for the future. We will discuss strategies to balance these perspectives for a proactive and well-rounded approach to life. The past is an interesting thing. It no longer exists and still is a powerful teacher. Reflecting on the past is okay and even necessary, but problems arise when we dwell on the past. Making mistakes is part of being human, and everyone makes foolish mistakes sometimes. And while mistakes are part of life, some people get too caught up in them, like dwelling on the past and never truly living in the present moment. I emphasize this because learning to be present is crucial for success. I chose to use footage of historical ruins to illustrate the concept of not dwelling on the past. These ruins symbolize what once existed but no longer serves a functional purpose today. The ruins remind us that while the past is an important teacher, our focus must remain on the present and the future to achieve growth and success. This visual analogy helps reinforce the idea that holding on to the past can hinder our progress, much like staying among ruins instead of building new structures. The past is gone, but we should use the wisdom gained from it to live today and prepare for a better tomorrow. There is absolutely no point in suffering over something that no longer exists. And remember this, you are who you are today, and you should never let your past define who you are or who you will become in the future. Accept your mistakes and shortcomings as part of human life. Recognize them, but never dwell on them. And don't get stuck in a loop of pessimistic thoughts due to actions you regret. Regret is part of being human, indicating that you seek detachment from your mistakes, which is why you feel that way. You feel regret. This feeling is a clear sign that you are not defined by your past mistakes. Make today the day that you start being more present and future-minded. Let's work hard today to live a great life tomorrow while enjoying the journey. Your past will look at you proudly for who you have become. So let's look at this diagram. We have the past, the present, and the future. And then we have the obstacles that separate our present self from our future self. If you notice, there is no obstacles between the present and the past. And that's because since the past in reality doesn't exist, like we cannot go back to the past, there is, it doesn't make sense for obstacles to be between the two. However, if we look from the present to the future, we can see the obstacles. And obviously, when we try to go to the future, there is going to be different obstacles and challenges and setbacks. And that's why we have these walls. And then what happens is if we are dwelling on the past and we keep our focus there, we will hit those obstacles very badly because we are not looking to the front, right? It's the same thing if you are driving, right? And you are focused on your rear view mirror, you will hit an obstacle like a tree or something, or maybe go off track. You would miss what's ahead and you could crash. So it's the same thing. If we dwell on the past, we might miss out on present opportunities and create unnecessary obstacles for ourselves. So stay focused on the present. That will ensure that you are actively working towards a better future, avoiding the obstacles that come from being stuck in the past. Learn from your mistakes, forgive yourself, become a better person, and move on. In this lesson, you've learned 3 important points: understanding the importance of learning from the past, recognizing why dwelling on the past is a waste of time, and understanding that your past doesn't define who you are. Learning from past experiences helps us make better decisions in the future. However, focusing too much on past mistakes or regrets prevents us from moving forward. So remember, you can always change and grow. Welcome to the last lesson of Module 1. In this lesson, we will explore the importance of forming a good habit structure. I will show you a list of habits that you should incorporate in your routine. We will redefine them and then learn how to refine them over time so you can reach your full potential. Trust me, you don't want to miss this lesson. So, what are habits? Habits are behaviors or routines that are repeated regularly and tend to occur subconsciously. And they can be as simple as brushing your teeth every morning or as complex as your daily workout routine. Habits are formed through a process known as the habit loop. The cue, the routine, and the reward. The cue, also known as trigger, is the signal that starts the behavior. For instance, waking up in the morning could be the trigger or cue for brushing your teeth. The routine is the actual behavior that is performed, such as brushing your teeth. The reward is the benefit you get from the behavior, like the feeling of cleanliness in your mouth, which makes you want to repeat it. For example, when you start networking, that's the cue. Then you start landing some nice projects, that's a routine. And then you get paid, that's a reward. So why forming good habits is important? Good habits allow you to perform tasks more efficiently because they become automatic. This saves time and mental energy that can be redirected towards more complex tasks. Habits also help in maintaining a structured daily routine, which increases productivity. For example, developing a habit of setting daily goals can lead to better time management and more accomplishments. Additionally, positive habits like regular exercise, healthy eating, and sufficient sleep are essential for maintaining physical and mental health. And forming good habits is also very important for long-term goals because there is a thing that's called compound effect. And a compound effect is basically when small actions lead to significant results. Here are some habits that are essential if you want to become successful and stay successful. I have divided these habits into two groups, which you can recognize by looking at the orange circles. The first group includes two habits that are a must and non-negotiable for achieving success. The first habit inside of the group is enough sleep, which means getting like 8 hours of rest, right? Without enough sleep, it's very, very, very difficult to perform well and maintain your health. And obviously, you will not be able to sleep 8 hours every day because, life is not like that. Sometimes you will sleep less, sometimes more, but you have to make sure that you have enough rest because if not, it's going to be very difficult to be consistent. And the second habit inside of this group is work. And I'm talking about deep work. I'm not talking about, working for 10 minutes and going to, social media and scrolling there for another 10 minutes and going back to work for 15 minutes. I'm talking about at least 4 hours of deep work. Obviously, you can rest and you can pause a little bit, but you have to make sure that you are consistent with work, undistracted work. And now let's talk about the second group of habits. And I didn't want to call this group optional because if you want to be like the very best, you have to do the things that the very best do, right? And that means meditating, exercising, thinking, eating healthy, and reading. These are things that a lot of average people don't do. So if you want to be above average and be extraordinary, what you have to do? Extraordinary things. And adapting these habits is extraordinary. And I'm not asking you to do this for hours, right? I'm talking about 10 minutes of meditation, 20 minutes of exercise, and then, thinking for 20 minutes, just sitting and thinking about life and about everything, you know what I mean, for 20 minutes only. And then when I say 24 hours of eating healthy, that means that you should always try to eat healthy. It doesn't mean that you have to have 24-hour meals. I'm talking about being consistent in eating healthy throughout the day. And obviously, it doesn't matter if once in a while you go and eat a burger, right? But don't be eating junk food every day because that's going to be detrimental for your health. And you don't have to start, for example, with 10 minutes of meditation. You can start with 5 or even 2. And then you can try 10 minutes of exercise daily and then 5 minutes of thinking and, try to incorporate healthier food into your diet and, read for 10 minutes. You know what I mean? Just do it, today, start today. Do not procrastinate, do not postpone anything. Just start right now, today, and you will see amazing results over time. So to end this lesson, here are some books I've read that helped me tremendously. And I've also made an organized list with all the books I recommend. These are books I've actually read from start to finish. You can find this list in the resource page, and you can access the resource page by clicking the link in the description. In this lesson, you've learned about the nature of habits, the concept of the habit loop, and some essential habits for success. Understanding what habits are helps us recognize our daily routines. The habit loop explains how habits form through a cycle of cues, routines, and rewards. Knowing some essential habits for success can guide us in developing positive routines that contribute to our goals. Hey, congratulations on finishing the first module. I hope you've learned a new way of thinking and that you start applying everything you learned today. Now it's time for you to complete these modules exercises. To access the exercises, just click on the link in the description where it says Module 1 Exercises. Thank you very much for your attention, and I will see you in Module 2. Welcome to Module 2. In this module, you will learn about the basics and fundamentals of web design, and we will also dive into web development. But don't worry, because we are not going to develop a website right now, but you have to understand how web development works, because throughout your career, you will work with a lot of developers, and it's important for you to understand what they're talking about. If you want to be a top web designer, you have to know these concepts. The same way a good architect has to know how construction works, we have to know how web development works. Let's begin. In this module, we have 8 lessons, and here they are. In this lesson, we will dive into the various professional disciplines that play crucial roles in the design and development of websites. Understanding these roles is essential for anyone involved in the creation of user-centric websites and applications. We will explore the unique contributions of UX designers, UI designers, and web developers, and see how their skills and responsibilities intersect to create seamless and engaging digital experiences. By the end of this lesson, you will have a clear understanding of these professional roles and how they collaborate to produce high-quality digital products. This knowledge will enable you to better communicate and work with different experts in the field, ensuring that your projects are both visually stunning and highly functional. So, what is the difference between UX designer, UI designer, and web developer? A UX or user experience designer focuses on the overall feel of the app or website, ensuring that it's easy and satisfying to use. They think about how users will navigate and interact with the system, aiming to make the user's journey as smooth as possible. UX design is not exclusive to digital products. To give you a real-life example, today I was walking at the park with my son and saw a very convenient ramp for strollers next to the stairs. That's good UX because I, as the user, had a very good experience. A UI or user interface designer is someone who focuses on how apps and websites look. They design the visual elements like buttons, text, and images, ensuring that everything is visually appealing and styled consistently. Just like UX, UI design is also not limited to digital interfaces. For example, consider the layout and signage of a large conference or event. A UI designer working on an event will focus on creating clear, visually appealing signage and informational displays. They would design wayfinding signs, schedules, and interactive kiosks that help attendees navigate the event space, find sessions, and access information easily. This involves choosing appropriate colors, fonts, and symbols to ensure that information is quickly understood, enhancing the overall experience for event participants. So every time you go to an event or a conference, just look around, and everything you see and experience that was designed by UX and UI designers, not web designers, obviously, but I'm talking about people that are dedicated to make sure that the experience for the attendees in this case is amazing. And digital UX and UI designers do the same thing, but instead of doing it in the physical world, they do it digitally. A web developer is someone who builds websites. They turn the design ideas into a website that works. They make sure that everything that you do, on the website, like clicking buttons or entering information, works properly. So, what is a web designer? A web designer often integrates elements from all 3 disciplines. We need to have a good grasp of UX principles, UI design skills, and basic understanding of web development. This combination allows us to create comprehensive and functional websites that look great and provide an excellent user experience. And to be clear, you don't have to be an expert web developer. but you'll have an edge over other designers if you understand the fundamentals of web development. If you notice, I added this small circle here because I want you to see and understand that most of your focus should go to UX and UI. Development is a small part of what you should focus on, but it's still important. In this course, you will learn the basics of web development. And by joining our private community, you will gain access to more advanced techniques. So join us today if you haven't already. You will also discover the power of combining your design skills and understanding of development with other amazing disciplines like branding and copywriting. This well-rounded knowledge will enable you to create more effective, functional, and visually appealing websites, making you a more versatile and competitive professional in the field. In this lesson, you learned about the key differences between UX, user experience, UI, user interface, and web development. UX focuses on the overall feel and ease of use of a product. UI deals with the design and interactive elements users engage with, and web development involves the coding and technical implementation of websites. Hey, what's up? In this lesson, I will explain you what Figma is, we will install it, and I will walk you through the application so you can understand the basics. If you already know how to use Figma and you have Figma installed, you can skip this lesson and go to lesson 2.4. That lesson is called Understanding the Web Design Principles. So let's go. So what is Figma and why it's used for web design? Figma is a cloud-based design tool that is primarily used for interface design, including web and mobile applications. It provides a collaborative environment where multiple users can work on a design simultaneously, making it very popular among teams for real-time collaboration. Figma uses vector graphics, which allows you to create designs that can scale infinitely without losing quality. This is crucial for creating crisp and professional-looking designs. Figma's component system lets you create reusable design elements. You can create a component once and use it across multiple designs, ensuring consistency and saving time. With Figma, you can create interactive prototypes. This means you can simulate how your design will work in real life, allowing for better user testing and feedback before development begins. As I mentioned before, Figma supports real-time collaboration, which allows multiple team members to work on the same design simultaneously. And this is very powerful. Figma supports a variety of plugins that can extend its functionality. These plugins can automate repetitive tasks, add new features, and integrate with other tools, making your workflow more efficient. Figma also includes features that help you design accessible products. You can check contrast ratios and ensure your designs are usable by people with disabilities, making your designs more inclusive. It has a built-in version control, allowing you to track changes and revert back to previous versions of your design. Auto layout in Figma helps you create responsive designs that adjust automatically based on the content. This is very useful for designing interfaces that need to adapt to different screen sizes and orientations. Now it's time to install Figma and set up your account. The first thing you have to do is go to figma.com and then click this button here where it says Get Started. When you click, this will pop up. And here you can continue with Google if you have a Gmail account, or you can add your email here and your desired password and click Create Account. After you click Create Account, you will receive a verification email that you can find in your inbox, and you just have to click the button where it says Verify. After clicking the button that verifies your email, you will be taken to this screen. This is the browser version of Figma. However, we will not be working here because it has some performance limitations. Therefore, we will install the desktop version to ensure a smoother and more efficient experience. The next step is to download and install Figma, and to do that you have to go to figma.com/downloads and you will see this page. Now choose the version of Figma that's right for your operation system. Click the link to download the installation file. If you are on Windows, find the installer file in your downloads folder. It will be named something like Figma Setup. Double-click this file and start the installation. If you are on a Mac, it's the same thing. Go to the downloads folder and you will see a file named figma.dmg or something like that. Double-click to open it. After finishing the installation process, click to open the application. Log in if you are asked to with the same email and password you used when creating the account. Now we will navigate the Figma interface so you can see how everything is structured. Before we continue, please pay attention. As Figma evolves, you might notice some features have moved since this recording. But don't worry, because Figma provides a detailed guide tracking all changes with each update. The core principles stay the same. Features are just reorganized, updated, or occasionally replaced. You can find any relocated features in Figma's official guide, which I recommend bookmarking for reference. Here is the URL, and I will also leave a link in the description. You will adapt to user interface changes very quickly. And currently, if you prefer, you can also switch back to the old interface by clicking here, though this option may not be permanent. So if you don't see this option, refer to the official guide. So this is the first thing you will see. This is the Figma home dashboard, and we will start by creating a new design file. So to do that, you just have to navigate here to the top left and then click this plus sign. You will be taken to this page and you have to click on new design file. And this is your first design file. And the first thing we will do is change the name of the file. We can just navigate here and then click here, and you can name it whatever you want. I would just say, inside your Figma design file, you will see that the interface is divided into 4 main areas. The main toolbar on the top left, the properties panel on the right, the canvas in the center, and the layers and pages panel on the left. Let's briefly go through these to help you understand how to navigate and use Figma efficiently. The main toolbar, located on the top left, contains essential tools that you'll use frequently while designing. This includes tools for moving objects, creating frames, drawing shapes, adding text, and more. The toolbar also houses the Resources tool, which allows you to access plugins, components, and theme libraries, making it easy to incorporate various assets into your designs. In the center of the interface is the canvas, where all your design work happens. This is your main workspace where you place and manipulate elements like shapes, text, and images. You can zoom in and out to focus on details or get an overview of your entire design, making it a flexible and dynamic area for creativity. On the left side, you will see the Layers panel. This panel displays all the elements in your design in a structured way, allowing you to manage and organize your layers, groups, and frames efficiently. And don't worry too much about the names and the concepts and all this stuff, because in the next module, when we start designing our website, you will discover what each of these do. Above the Layers panel is the Pages panel, and you have to click here in order to expand the panel. This panel helps you manage different pages within your design. You can create new pages, rename them, reorder them, duplicate them, or delete pages. This feature is especially useful for organizing your work into separate sections or projects. On the right side of the interface is the Properties panel, which changes dynamically based on the selected object. This panel provides detailed controls for customizing your design elements. You can adjust positions, sizes, colors, text styles, and more. It also includes options for adding effects and setting up interactions for prototyping. In this lesson, you will learn what Figma is and why it's used for web design, as well as how to install Figma and navigate its interface. In this lesson, we will go through the essential tools available in Figma and explain how each one can be used effectively in your design process, along with practical examples. Let's start with the shape tools. These tools include various geometric shapes such as rectangles, ellipses, polygons, and stars. These tools are useful for drawing basic shapes that serve as building blocks for more complex designs. You can combine, customize, and manipulate these shapes to create intricate patterns. You can also create icons and other design elements. Let's create a simple shape using the Rectangle tool. Begin by selecting the Rectangle tool from the main toolbar on the top left of the Figma interface. Now click and drag on the canvas to draw a rectangle. Aim for a medium-sized rectangle in the center of your canvas. Next, we will change the fill color of the rectangle. And to do that, click on the rectangle you just created to select it. In the Properties panel on the right, you will see the Fill property right here. Click the color box below Fill to open the color picker. And then choose a new color for your rectangle. Now you can see the new color applied to the rectangle. Now let's add and customize the stroke or border of the rectangle. In the Properties panel, find the Stroke section and click the plus icon to add a stroke to the rectangle. Click on the color box below Stroke to open the color picker and choose a contrasting color like orange, for example. Then adjust the stroke width by entering a value in the width field right here. Set the width to 6 pixels to make it more visible. Now you can see the border right here. And we can make the border, thicker, just adding a higher value here, for example, 40. and we can see how thick it is now. You can also customize it. Let's say that you want only the bottom, right? So you click here and you can see it. Or let's say you want the top, you can see it. Or the left side, you see it. You can also customize the width of each side independently by clicking here and then custom. And let's say that you want the bottom to be 90, right? And the top to be 10. And then the right side to be 20. So, you can play with it. Let's change the border because this looks very ugly. So let's go here and then click all. And then let's change it to 60. Like all sides to 60. And here we have it. Now I will show you some cool stuff you can do with the border. To access the advanced options, click the rectangle on your canvas and go to the stroke section in the properties panel. Click the three dots to open the little panel that contains the advanced stroke settings right here. With this option, you can change the stroke style from solid to dashed or custom patterns. For example, selecting dash allows you to create dashed lines by specifying the length of the dashes and gaps, just like this. For more complex patterns, choose Custom from the Stroke Style dropdown. In the Dashes field, enter a series of numbers separated by commas to create a custom dash pattern. Each number represents a length of dash or gap. For instance, we have the default here, 120, 240, 360, and 480, and this creates varying dash lengths. And if you want to change the numbers, just click here, and you can add any numbers you want. In the dash caps option, you will see none, square, and round. The none option keeps the ends of each dash as straight cuts, like this. Square extends the ends of each dash to form square edges, like this. And then round rounds off the ends of each dash, like this. Now let's talk about the join option. This setting controls how corners are rendered where two lines meet. The options are miter, sharp corners, bevel, flattened corners, and rounded corners. Adjusting this affects the appearance of the corners in your shape. And this is how this looks. This is miter, this is bevel, and this is round. If you select the miter option, you can specify the miter angle, which determines how sharp the corner should be before it bevels off. This is useful for controlling the sharpness of angles in your design. The miter angle option is very confusing, but don't worry, I will explain you how it works. The miter angle and bevel options in Figma both address how corners are rendered, but they serve slightly different purposes and offer different levels of control. The miter angle setting allows for more granular control over when a corner should switch from miter join, a sharp corner, to a bevel join, flattened corner. For example, if you set the miter angle to 90 degrees, any corner with an angle of 90 degrees or less will be beveled, while any angle greater than 90 degrees will remain a sharp point. And this is useful for designs with varying angles where you want to maintain sharp corners above a certain degree while beveling sharper angles to prevent overly pointy edges. The bevel option, on the other hand, uniformly applies a bevel corner to all angles in the shape. This is a, simpler and quicker solution if you want all corners to be beveled without considering their individual angles. It ensures consistency across all corners and is easier to apply when you don't need the conditional control offered by the miter angle. The miter angle, though, gives you the flexibility to control which corners are beveled based on how sharp they are. This is particularly useful in complex designs where maintaining sharp corners for some angles and beveling others is desirable, like in this custom shape I'm showing you right now. So in a nutshell, the miter angle is best for detailed control over specific corner angles, like this, while the bevel option is ideal for quickly applying a uniform bevel effect across all corners, ensuring a simple and consistent look without additional adjustments. By understanding and utilizing these settings, you can enhance the precision and aesthetics of your designs in Figma. Feel free to experiment with these settings to see how they affect the look and feel of your designs. If you have any questions about this or anything else, you can send me a DM in the private group, or you can ask in the comments if you are watching this on YouTube. Before I forget, let's quickly explore the strokes position. You can choose whether you want the stroke inside, center, or outside, and it offers practical benefits in design. For instance, if you are creating a button, placing the stroke inside ensures the button size remains unchanged, fitting perfectly within a layout, just as you can see right now. Centering the stroke places half of the stroke inside and half outside the boundary, which slightly increases the button's overall dimensions. And then positioning the stroke outside enlarges the button's total size and clickable area, just like this. This flexibility helps achieve precise and functional design outcomes. Finally, we will add some effects to the rectangle to enhance its appearance. In the Properties panel, find the Effects section and click the plus icon to add an effect. The first effect added by default is a drop shadow. Adjust the setting for the drop shadow by setting the opacity to 50%, blur to 10, and both X and Y offsets to 5, just like this. These settings will give the rectangle a subtle shadow effect, making it look more three-dimensional. There are other cool and simple features like adding a gradient color, an image, or even a video. Feel free to explore these options at your own pace. Now let's talk about the Move tool. This tool is the default tool in Figma, represented by a cursor icon. It allows you to select, move, and resize objects easily. To select objects, click on the Move tool or press V on your keyboard. Click on any object to select it. If you want to select multiple objects, hold the Shift key and click on each object. Moving objects is very simple. Click and hold on a selected object, then drag it to a new position on the canvas, just like this. This makes rearranging elements quick and intuitive. Resizing objects is just as straightforward. Click on an object to select it, then drag the small handles that appear around the object to adjust its size, just like this. You can also group objects, and that helps to keep your design organized. Select multiple objects by holding Shift and clicking on them. Then right-click on the selection and choose Group Selection, or you can also press Ctrl-G or Command-G if you are on a Mac. You can also align objects, and to do that, select the objects you want to align and use the alignment options in the Properties panel to adjust their positions. Understanding and using the Move tool effectively is essential for arranging elements in your design. Mastering this tool will improve your efficiency, making it easier to quickly adjust layers and align objects. Okay, cool. So you've learned how to create a shape, change its color, and add effects in Figma. These basic skills are essential for creating visually appealing designs. Practice these techniques to become more comfortable with Figma and enhance your design projects. Alright, so now let's talk about frames. Frames in Figma are fundamental elements used to create layouts and organize your design. They act as containers for objects like shapes, text, and images. Understanding and using frames efficiently is crucial for designing in Figma. And basically, every time you design a website in Figma, you will be using frames as containers instead of shapes. And that's because with frames, you can apply different features like auto layout, nested frames, layout grids, and more. But don't worry about this right now. I will explain them more in detail later in the course. For now, let's create a frame. To create a frame, start by selecting the Frame tool in the toolbar on the top left, right here. Next, click and drag on the canvas to create a frame of the desired size. You can also use the predefined device screen sizes also here in the Properties panel. Okay, so now I will show you how to resize and adjust frames. To resize, click on the frame to select it. Then drag any of the handles on the corners. Holding the Shift key while dragging will maintain the aspect ratio. To adjust the position, click and drag the frame to move it to a different location on the canvas. You can also use the arrow key on your keyboard for precise adjustments. Now let's add some content inside of the frame. Frames can hold various types of content, such as shapes, text, and images. To add shapes, select the Shape tool from the toolbar, choose a shape like a circle, for example, and draw it inside the frame, just like this. To add text, select the Text tool from the toolbar or press T, then click inside the frame and start typing. To add images, drag and drop an image file from your computer directly into the frame, or use the Place Image option from the menu. You can also copy and paste inside the frame. Just make sure that the frame is selected, because if not, the element will be placed outside of the frame and that can cause a lot of confusion when you start editing and organizing the content. Now let's talk about nested frames, and pay special attention to this because you will be using this a lot. Okay, so frames can be nested within each other to create complex layouts. To create a parent frame, we will press F and drag, and this will be the parent frame. I will change its color so you can better visualize the hierarchy. To add child frames, create additional frames inside the parent frame by drawing new frames within its boundaries. These child frames can hold their own content and child frames inside of them and be independently adjusted. I hope this is not too confusing because, as I said before, you will be using this a lot. And if you have any questions and you are watching this on YouTube, you can leave a comment and I will do my best to answer. And if you want, you can also send me a DM in the private group. Now let's talk about aligning and distributing elements. To align an object, you select the object within the frame and use the alignment buttons in the properties panel right here. And with these, you can position the selected object. You can also manually align objects by dragging them to the desired location. However, manually aligning multiple objects can be time-consuming and be prone to errors, leading to misaligned elements and potential overlap. There are other ways to align multiple objects as well, and you can do it by using the alignment buttons in the properties panel, right here. This aligns the objects relative to each other or the frame. While this method is quicker than manual alignment, it can still result in overlapping objects if they are not initially grouped. To distribute objects, you select multiple objects and use the distribution buttons in the properties panel found right here to evenly space them horizontally or vertically within the frame. This ensures that the spaces between the objects are equal. A better way to align and distribute objects is with auto layout. Auto layout in Figma automatically adjusts the position of elements within a frame based on predefined rules. It ensures that objects are properly aligned and spaced, preventing overlap and maintaining a consistent layout. And don't worry too much about auto layout right now because I want to make sure that you understand it well, since it's a very powerful tool. It can be a little bit confusing to understand in the beginning, but once you grasp how it works, you will love it and use it very often. We will go more in detail later in the course. For now, I just want you to get familiar with the name. Frames are a versatile and essential part of Figma that help you organize your design. By mastering frames, you can create clean and organized layouts. Practice these steps and you will become more proficient in using frames in no time. And always feel free to experiment and explore more advanced features as you become more comfortable with the basics. And to solidify your understanding, you will have some exercises at the end of this module. This will help you practice and really master the use of frames and shapes in Figma. Keep experimenting and soon you will be creating sophisticated designs with these. Let's move to the next topic. Now we will explore how to add and format text and images in Figma. Let's break down the process into simple steps for both text and images. To add text, select the text tool from the toolbar on the top left or press the T key on your keyboard. Click anywhere on the canvas and start typing to create a text layer. For formatting text, you can choose your desired font from the text section in the properties panel on the right here. Here you can change the font, the size, the style, the space between lines, letters, and you can also set the alignment. There are also some extra settings you can access by clicking on the three dots right here. Now let's talk a little bit about images. To add an image, you can drag and drop an image from your computer directly onto the Figma canvas. You could also use the Place Image option from the File menu right here. Then select the image file you want to insert. Now let's say you want to resize the image, right? To do that, click on the image and drag the corners while holding the Shift key to resize it while maintaining its aspect ratio, just like I'm doing right now. You can also further customize the image by selecting the image and then going to the Fill section in the Properties panel here on the right side. And then you can click here and you will see this panel pop up, right? And here you can crop the image. You can also change the exposure, the contrast, the saturation. You can rotate the image. So there is a lot of things you can do. Feel free to explore and try different settings. You can also use shapes to mask your images. This is a very cool feature actually, and it's very easy to do. First, draw the shape you want to use as mask. Then place the image you want to mask on top of it, like this. Next, drag the cursor to select both the shape and the image. And now right click and choose use as mask from the menu. Or you can also click the mask icon in the top toolbar right here. And you have to pay attention because if the image is behind the shape, it won't work. This is what would happen. To fix this, select the image and then right click and then bring to front. And now let's do it again and it works. Let's say that you want to resize this image inside. What you have to do is click anywhere inside of the mask, double click, and then go to any corner and then press shift, maintain shift, and then drag. And that way you can resize the image inside. And if you want to resize the mask, you should go to the layers panel right here and then click the shape, in this case the polygon, and then go to the shape and to any corner and press shift, maintain shift as well, and then drag. And if you want to resize the entire shape, you can do it by clicking once, going to a corner, and then pressing shift, maintaining shift, and that's it. You can resize. If you don't maintain shift pressed, this is what can happen, right? It doesn't respect the ratio of the image. So these are the basics on using image mask in Figma. And you can do this with any shape. Like, let's say you want to do it with a star, right? Just like this. Or maybe a circle like this. So it's very nice. And here are some other things you can do with images. You can also add a stroke to images here in the properties panel. And you can also add different effects like a drop shadow. And you can also change the corner radius here in the properties panel as well. You can also change the size right here. Now that you know the basics about text and images, let's move to the next topic. All right, so let's dive into Figma plugins. Plugins extend the functionality of Figma, helping you automate tasks, integrate with other tools, and enhance your design workflow. Let's break down the essentials of using plugins in Figma. Figma plugins are third-party tools that you can install to add new features or streamline your workflow. They are developed by both Figma and the Figma design community, covering a wide range of functionalities from design automation to content generation. To access the plugin library, you can do so by clicking the resources icon on the top left toolbar, or simply by right-clicking on the canvas and then going to plugins and then manage plugins. Installing plugins is very easy. You just click here and then search the plugin, like Unsplash, for example, and then click Run. That's it. The Unsplash plugin is very useful, and it's a plugin that allows you to insert high-quality royalty-free images into your designs directly from Unsplash, just like this. And if you want to run the plugin again later, you can do it by right-clicking on the canvas, go to Plugins, and then click on the plugin you want to run. I've made a list of some essential plugins on the resource page. You can access the resource page by clicking the link in the description. And always experiment with different plugins to find the ones that best suit your workflow and project needs. In this lesson, you will learn how to use Figma and its tools, create frames and shapes, add and format text and images, and the usefulness of Figma plugins. By understanding how to use Figma's features, you can effectively design and organize your projects. In this lesson, we will go through a quick overview of the main web design principles. Throughout the course, you will learn each principle in more detail, but right now I want to make sure that you understand the fundamental concepts of how a website should be designed. This lesson will give you a solid foundation and context for the lessons to come, helping you to see the big picture of what makes a website not only attractive, but also functional and user-friendly. So let's get started and explore the key principles that will guide your web design journey. There are 14 main principles, and we will start with balance. Balance means arranging elements on a page so that no one part is too heavy. And we have two types of symmetry, symmetrical and asymmetrical. Symmetrical balance is like a mirror image, with elements equally spread on both sides. A symmetrical balance uses different elements on each side but arranges them in a way that still feels balanced and visually pleasing. So let me give you an example of each, right? So for symmetrical balance, imagine a web page with two columns. On the left, there is an image of a product, and on the right, there is an equal size image of another product. Below these images, there are two blocks of text with descriptions of the products, aligned perfectly under the image. This creates a mirror-like effect, making the design look formal and balanced. And for asymmetrical balance, imagine a seesaw with a large child on one end and two smaller children on the other, right? Even though the children are different sizes, the seesaw can still balance. On a web page, you might have a large image on one side and several smaller images or blocks of text on the other side. The different elements balance each other out visually. The second principle is variety, and variety involves using different shapes, colors, and sizes to create interest in a design. It prevents the design from being too monotonous and keeps the viewer engaged. For example, a website for a children's toy store uses a mix of bright colors, different fonts, and various playful shapes to keep the design lively and engaging. This variety keeps the user interested and entertained while browsing the site. Number 3 is contrast. Contrast is about making elements stand out by using differences in color, size, and shape. High contrast makes text easier to read and important information more noticeable, helping to draw the viewer's attention to key parts of the design. For example, on a news website, headlines are often in a bold black text on a white background. And this high contrast makes the headline stand out and easy to read, drawing attention to the most important information first. Number 4 is alignment. Alignment means lining up elements to keep the design neat and orderly. This can be along the edges or in the center, ensuring that everything looks well organized and professional. For example, a professional portfolio site might align all text to the left and ensure all images are also aligned along a common edge. This alignment creates a clean and organized look, making the content easier to follow. The fifth principle is movement. Movement guides the viewer's eye through the design. It helps direct attention to important areas by creating a visual flow, making the design feel dynamic and engaging. For example, on a fashion blog, movement can be created by arranging elements to guide the reader's eye from a large eye-catching image at the top down through the content with smaller images and text, leading to the call to action at the bottom. The next one is scale. Scale refers to the size of elements in relation to each other. Using different sizes can show which elements are most important and create a sense of hierarchy in the design. For example, an architecture studio's website might feature large images of their most important projects on the homepage with smaller images of other projects below. This use of scale highlights the key achievements first while still showcasing additional work. Number 7 is proportion. Proportion refers to the relationship between the sizes of different elements. It ensures that all elements look balanced and the design feels cohesive. For example, on a coffee website, a large photo of a steaming cup of coffee is the main focus, with smaller photos showing the steps of the brewing process. This proportion ensures that the most appealing part of the content, which is the finished cup of coffee, stands out. Number 8 is emphasis. Emphasis means making a particular element stand out so that it catches the viewer's eye first. This can be done by using a different color, size, or shape, helping to highlight important information. For example, an e-commerce store can have a product that is on sale, and when you go to the collections page, you would see a lot of different products, but that product that is on sale would have a badge, maybe that says on sale or something like that, right? And that's emphasis, because they want to make sure that you notice that that specific product is on sale. Number 9 is hierarchy. Hierarchy involves arranging elements to show their order of importance. This helps guide the viewer's eye from the most important to the least important information, making the design easy to understand. For example, on a blog post page, the title is usually the largest and most prominent element, followed by the subheadings and then the body text. This hierarchy guides the reader's attention from the most important to the least important information. And obviously the body text is very important, right? But if you don't read the title, right? And if the title is not interesting, you will not proceed to read the body text. And that's why this is a very good example of hierarchy. The 10th is rhythm. Rhythm creates a sense of movement through repetition and pattern. It helps to create a cohesive look by repeating elements like colors, shapes, or lines, making the design feel more organized and engaging. For example, an online magazine might use a repeating pattern of article previews with images and headlines. This repetition creates a rhythm that makes the design feel cohesive and helps users easily scan through the content. Number 11 is unity. Unity ensures that all parts of the design work together harmoniously. This makes the design feel consistent and complete, with each element complementing each other. For example, a brand's website uses the same color scheme, fonts, and design elements across all its pages. This unity ensures that all parts of the site feel like they belong together, creating a harmonious and professional look. Now we have number 12, space. Space, or white space, is the empty area around elements in a design. It helps to reduce clutter, making the design easier to read and understand and giving elements room to breathe. For example, a minimalist design block uses plenty of white space around images and text. This space makes the content more readable and allows each element to stand out without feeling cluttered. Number 13, repetition. Repetition involves using the same elements throughout the design to create consistency. This makes the website look cohesive and helps users recognize patterns, improving navigation and user experience. For example, an e-commerce site might use the same button style for all add to cart actions, throughout the site, and this repetition helps users recognize the action they need to take, creating a consistent and user-friendly experience. And now the last one, number 14, proximity. Proximity means placing related items close to each other. This helps to organize information and makes it easier for users to understand that these items are connected. And an example would be on a contact page, the form fields for name, email, and message are grouped together closely. This proximity indicates that these fields are related and should be filled out together, making the form easier to understand and use. So that's it. Now you've discovered the main web design principles and know how to use them. These principles help create visually appealing and user-friendly websites. By understanding and using these principles, you can improve the layout, usability, and overall design of your web projects, making them more effective and engaging for the user. In this lesson, you will learn about the main ideas and tools used in web development. This will help you talk to developers, understand what is possible with your designs, and design functional websites. So why do web designers need to understand how web development works, right? Because we are designers, right? We don't need to write code or anything. So why do we need to understand how this works? I will explain you why right now. Here are 5 key ways this knowledge will benefit you. Number 1, you will communicate better. As a web designer, understanding the basics of web development is crucial. When you grasp web development concepts, you can communicate more effectively with developers. This means you can clearly explain your design ideas and understanding their feedback, and that leads to better communication. Number 2, you will create more realistic designs. Knowing how websites are built helps you create designs that are feasible to develop. You can avoid making designs that are too difficult or too impossible to turn into real websites. And this makes your designs more practical and achievable. Number 3, you will solve problems more effectively. And that's because if you understand how development works, you can think of solutions that work both for design and development, which is essential for creating a successful website. Number 4, you will collaborate better with your team. Working with developers becomes smoother and more efficient when you know the basics of web development. You can collaborate better, ensuring that the website looks good and functions well. This teamwork is crucial for a successful project. And lastly, number 5, you will improve user experience. Understanding web development also helps you design websites that load quickly and are easy to use on different devices. You can comprehend what affects the website's performance and user experience, leading to a better design overall. And with that, the end of this lesson. In this lesson, you learn why web designers need to understand how web development works. Knowing the basics of web development helps designers create designs that are practical and feasible to build. This understanding leads to better collaboration with developers, more efficient workflows, and ultimately, more successful web design projects. So now that we've discussed the benefits of understanding web development, it's time to dive into the core technologies that make web development possible. To build and design effective websites, you need to be familiar with 3 fundamental languages: HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Together, these 3 technologies are essential for front-end development. And what is front-end development? Front-end web development is the practice of creating visual and interactive parts of a website that users interact with directly. It focuses on the design, layout, and user experience. We will go through the main languages used for front-end development. Let's start with HTML, the skeleton. HTML is like the skeleton of a body. Just as a skeleton provides the basic structure for a body, HTML provides the basic structure for a web page. It defines the elements and how they are organized, like the bones define the shape and form of a body. HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language, and it consists of a series of elements, also known as tags, which define different parts of the content. For example, H1 is a tag used for the main heading, while P is used for paragraphs. HTML provides the basic structure of a website, allowing you to add text, images, links, and other multimedia elements. And HTML looks like this. This is the code, and the first thing we see is the doctype HTML tag, and this line is called the doctype declaration. It tells the web browser that the document is written in HTML5, which is the latest version of HTML. The next tag we see is this one, HTML, and this tag starts the HTML document. Everything inside this tag is part of the web page. The next one is the head section, and this section contains meta information about the web page, like the title, character set, and links to CSS or JavaScript files. This information is not displayed on the web page itself. It's internal. So when you visit a web page, you don't see this information anywhere. Now the title tag. This tag defines the title of the web page, right? So this appears on the browser tab and helps users understand what the page is about. And when you see a slash in the name of a previous tag, it means that the tag is being closed. In this case, we are closing the head tag, and this means that any content below this tag is not going to appear on the website, right? So I hope this makes sense. As I said before, you don't have to, memorize all these or anything. Just become familiar with it. Now we see the body tag. The body section contains all the content that will be displayed on the web page, such as text, images, links, and other elements. As I mentioned before, the H1 tag is used for the main heading of the page, and this heading is usually the largest and most important piece of text on the page. And the P tag is used for paragraphs. It defines a block of text that is separated from other content by some space. And this right here is the image tag. The image tag is used to insert images into the web page. The src attribute specifies the path to the image file, and the alt attribute provides alternative text to describe the image. This alt text is important for accessibility and is displayed if the image cannot be loaded. So if the website breaks for some reason, or the user has images blocked, the alt text will be shown instead of the image. The HTML code we just saw looks like this in the browser. And this is obviously something very basic just to show you, but with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, you can create amazing websites. Now let's talk about CSS. CSS is like the flesh and skin of a body. Just as flesh and skin provide color, texture, and form to a body, CSS adds style and appearance to a web page. It controls the colors, fonts, layout, and overall visual presentation of a page. CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets. It consists of a series of rules that define how HTML elements should be displayed. For example, you can use CSS to change the color of text, set the background color of a page, or control the spacing between elements. Here is an example that includes CSS styles for the body, H1, and P elements. The body selector applies styles to the entire body of the web page. It sets the background color to a light blue, giving the entire page a soft blue background. The H1 selector applies styles to all H1 elements on the page. It sets the font to Arial, the font size to 24 pixels, and the color to blue. This means that all H1 elements will use the Arial font, be size at 24 pixels, and have blue text. If Arial is not available, it will use the default sans serif font. Sometimes specific fonts might not be available due to browser limitations or other factors. In such cases, we can instruct the browser through CSS to use a different sans serif font. This same approach can be used for serif fonts as well. If you are not familiar with the terms serif and sans serif, don't worry, because you will learn these concepts in the next module when you start designing your first website. The P selector applies styles to P elements on the page. It sets the font to Arial, the font size to 14 pixels, and the color to black. This means that all P elements will use the Arial font, be sized at 14 pixels, and have a black text. And remember that P stands for paragraph. So CSS enhances the HTML structure by providing visual styles, making the web page not only functional but also visually appealing. And this is what happens when we link the CSS style to the HTML. And now let's move to JavaScript. JavaScript is like the nervous system of a body. Just as the nervous system controls the actions and responses of a body, JavaScript adds interactivity and dynamic behavior to a web page. It enables web pages to respond to user actions, update content dynamically, and perform tasks without reloading the entire page. It's basically a programming language that runs in the browser. It allows developers to create interactive features such as form validation, animations, and real-time updates. And JavaScript looks like this. Working alongside the HTML and CSS, JavaScript enhances the functionality and user experience of a website. So here is an example to illustrate how JavaScript works, right? Imagine you have an HTML file with a heading element, h1, that you want to make interactive. To link to an external JavaScript file, you use the script tag placed just before the closing body tag. This ensures that the HTML content is fully loaded before the JavaScript runs, just like I'm showing you right now. When you open a web page, the browser loads the HTML and builds a structure of the page called the document object model, also called the DOM. The DOM represents the elements of the page like the headings, paragraphs, and images in a tree-like structure that JavaScript can interact with. To make sure that our JavaScript runs only after the whole page is loaded, we use this code. This tells the browser to wait until the HTML is fully loaded and ready before running the code inside this function. Think of it as waiting until all the pieces of a puzzle are in place before starting working on it. Inside this function, we use this code right here. And this is to find the first h1 element on the page. The query selector method is like asking the browser to select a specific part of the page. In this case, it's selecting the main header. Next, we add an event listener to this heading using this code. And an event listener is a way to make the browser listen for certain actions like clicks and respond to them. Here, we are telling the browser to do something when the heading is clicked. When we click the heading, the function inside the event listener runs, which displays this alert box that says you click the heading. An alert box is a simple way to show a message to the user, and it pauses the interaction until the user clicks OK. Here we can see a file structure of a website, which is a folder that includes HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And remember, first we create the structure, which is the HTML, then we style it with CSS, and then we finally add interactivity with JavaScript. Oh, and we have the image that shows in the website here as well. So now you just learned how JavaScript works alongside HTML and CSS. And once again, do not worry too much about all these words and concepts. I just want you to have a basic understanding of how the anatomy of a web page looks like. You don't have to memorize all these terms, and you don't have to write any code. Just become familiar with these terms, and if you feel really brave, you can complete the optional exercise about building a basic HTML page at the end of this module. And if you have any questions, you can just let me know by leaving a comment if you are watching this on YouTube, or better yet, send me a DM if you are a member of our private group. Now let's talk about backend development. Backend development is like the brain of a website. Just as the brain controls the body's functions and processes information, backend development handles the server-side logic, database interactions, and the functionalities that users don't see. It ensures that everything works behind the scenes to deliver the correct information and services to the front end. And here are the main technologies and languages. Python processes data and handles server logic. It is often used with frameworks like Django and Flask to build web applications. And you might be asking, what on earth is a framework, right? So a framework is a set of tools and libraries designed to help developers build applications more efficiently. It provides a structured way to organize and write code so you don't have to start from scratch for every project. Think of it like a blueprint or a foundation that includes pre-written code and guidelines to help you create software faster and more easily. The next technology is Node.js. Node.js allows JavaScript to run on the server side. While JavaScript is typically a front-end language, Node.js enables it to be used for back-end development as well, handling server requests and interacting with databases. PHP is a server-side scripting language for dynamic web pages and is commonly used with content management systems like WordPress. Ruby is another server-side programming language often used with the Ruby on Rails framework to build web applications. And finally, we have SQL. SQL manages and interacts with databases. It is used to store, retrieve, and manipulate data in relational databases like MySQL. And that's it for this lesson. In this lesson, you learn what the core web development technologies are and what they look like. These technologies include HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. You've also learned the difference between front-end and back-end web development. All right, so in this lesson, we will explore the concept of no-code development. No-code web development is a way to create websites without writing any code. It uses special tools that let you build websites by dragging and dropping elements like text, images, and buttons. It's like using building blocks to make something without needing to know how to code. This makes it easier for anyone to create websites without needing to learn complicated computer languages. Now we are going to explore the best no-code web development tools. These are the ones I use and the ones I always recommend. The first one is Framer. Framer is a powerful tool that lets you design and build interactive websites quickly. You can use simple drag and drop features to add text, images, buttons, and more. It's great for beginners and also offers advanced features for more experienced users. And then the second one is Webflow. Webflow is a bit more advanced but still doesn't require coding. It allows you to design and develop responsive websites with ease. You can create complex designs and animations, making it ideal for more detailed projects. And the one I will teach you how to use is Framer, because Framer is easier to understand for people that are just starting out. And also, in my opinion, it is better for designing websites that are simple but visually appealing and interactive. Framer's intuitive interface and versatile design options make it perfect for creating stunning websites quickly and easily. And if you learn how to design and then build your designs with Framer, you will possess two very powerful skills. This will enable you to bring your creative ideas to life and create professional quality websites on your own. And you are probably asking, when will we start building with Framer, right? You will learn how to use it and build your first website in Module 10, but don't rush, right? If you are a beginner, go through all the modules one by one and don't skip any module or lesson. If you are more advanced and want to reinforce your knowledge, also go through the entire course without skipping anything. No matter how experienced you are, you will always learn something new. In this lesson, you learned what no-code web development is and what the best no-code web development tools are. No-code web development allows you to create websites without writing any code, using visual tools and drag-and-drop interfaces. You also explore some of the best tools available for no-code web development, which makes it easier to build and customize websites even if you don't have programming skills. Congratulations, this is the end of Module 2. Now it's time to practice what you've learned. I've added some exercises for you to practice, and you can find them on the exercises page. To access the exercises page, click the link in the descriptions where it says Module 2 Exercises. So very well done, and I will see you in Module 3. Welcome to Module 3. In this module, we will design this beautiful website for an architecture studio. And you will also learn all the functionalities and technicalities and everything that you have to know in order to design a beautiful and also functional website, because we will focus a lot on functionality and all the details that are important. So after completing this module, you will be able to start building your portfolio and then applying for jobs or, getting clients as a freelancer. So pay a lot of attention to what I have to say. Building and recording this course is a lot of work. So thank you very much for being here. Let's go. Here you can see all the lessons we will go through in this module. Before we start, I have some advice for you. It's never too early to start working on real projects if you get the chance. But always make sure to keep practicing. This way, when you get the chance to work on a real project, you will be more confident. Also, if you haven't joined our private community yet, I invite you to do so. I'm always there replying to questions and engaging with fellow web designers. So go to webdesignerscollective.com and apply to join. It takes less than 1 minute and the value shared there is priceless. I'll see you there. It's totally free to join. Alright, so in this lesson we will explore how to understand the client's brief, where to find inspiration, and how to organize your Figma file. Understanding the brief is crucial for aligning your work with the client's vision. By the end of this lesson, you will be equipped with the skills to transform a brief into a clear, actionable plan that ensures your web design projects are both creative and well organized. So let's get started. Let's start by learning how to understand the client's brief, because this is essential for the success of any web design project. We will do a detailed analysis of the brief to ensure clarity and alignment with the client's vision. So the first thing is the project description or overview, this right here. The project overview indicates that the client is an architecture studio specializing in minimal and utilitarian design. They need a new website that reflects their design philosophy, which is clean, functional, and elegant. The website should showcase their portfolio, describe their services, and make it easy for potential clients to contact them. So we already know that they prefer simplicity and functionality over fancy stuff, and they have a clear goal, which is to make it easy for potential clients to reach out to them. Here, they are pointing out who their ideal prospects are, and in the next lesson, we will go more in detail by creating persona profiles to be super specific about who we are designing for. Because we are not designing for the client, right? In reality, we are designing for the client's potential clients and their existing client base as well. Here we have the project goals, and the project goals include several key objectives. First, the website should showcase the portfolio by creating a section for displaying images and descriptions of their projects. Second, it should detail the services offered by including a page that outlines the architectural services. Third, the website should include the studio through an About Us page with background information on the studio, design philosophy, and team members. Fourth, it should facilitate contact by designing a contact page with a form, location map, and contact details such as phone number, email, and address. Fifth, the website must ensure usability by being easy to navigate and providing a seamless user experience. Sixth, it should be optimized for all devices, ensuring that the website functions well on desktop, tablet, and mobile devices. Lastly, the website should improve visibility by incorporating basic SEO to help potential clients find it more easily through search engines. Now let's talk about the design preferences. The design preferences include a neutral color palette featuring white, gray, and black to emphasize simplicity and elegance. They would also love to see some shades of blue. The typography should use clean, modern fonts that are easy to read and contribute to a minimalistic aesthetic. They didn't specify if they prefer sans serif or serif fonts, so we will ask them later. The layout should be grid-based for a structured and orderly appearance. The imagery should use high-resolution images of projects with minimal editing to focus on architectural details. And finally, interactivity. In terms of interactivity, they want something very simple and minimal because they don't want to overwhelm the user with a lot of fancy stuff, right? So we should keep it minimal. And the budget, they have a $14,000 budget, and okay, it has to include the initial consultations, the wireframes, mockups, design revisions, and the delivery of final design files. All right. And you want to be very specific with the design revisions, right? Because you don't want to be, caught up in a loop of infinite revisions. But you will learn about that in module number 5. In that module, I will teach you how to navigate a contract so you can always get deals that are beneficial to both you and your clients. By following these guidelines, the website will effectively communicate the studio's expertise and attract clients who appreciate their design principles. Understanding these detailed aspects of the brief will help in creating a website that meets the client's needs and exceeds their expectations. Let's dive into the project with this clear roadmap in mind. Now let's create the persona profiles. And first, I will explain what persona profiles are and why they are very important. Creating persona profiles is a crucial step in web design. It involves understanding who your client's audience is. Personas are fictional characters that represent the different user types who might use a website. These profiles help you tailor the design and content to meet the needs of the target audience. Let's define the key characteristics. Think about their age, gender, occupation, interest, and goals. For example, if you are designing a website for an architecture studio, one person might be a 45-year-old business owner looking to develop a new office building, for example. Another persona might be a young couple interested in building a modern minimalistic home. To create accurate personas, research is essential. You can gather information through surveys, interviews, or analyzing data from existing users. This helps you understand their behaviors, preferences, and challenges. For instance, if most users access the site on mobile devices, the design should be mobile friendly and you should put a lot of focus into that. Once you have gathered enough information, it's time to develop detailed profiles for each persona. It's also cool to give them realistic names and include a photo to make them more relatable. It should also include a short biography that includes their background, needs, and how they might use the website. This makes it easier to visualize the user and design a website that meets their needs. And here is an example of some persona profiles we'll use to design the Architecture Studio's website. Make sure to use these personas throughout the design process. Refer to them when making decisions about layout, content, and functionality. Ask yourself how each persona will interact with the website. This helps you ensure that the design is user-centered and caters to the actual needs of the client's audience. Remember, personas can evolve over time. As you gather more data and insights, update your personas to reflect any changes. This continuous improvement helps keep the website relevant and effective for its users. So when we start designing our website, we will use these persona profiles as a reference point. Now let's create the mood board using Figma. So what is a mood board? A mood board is a visual tool that helps you convey the style, tone, and overall feeling of a project. It's a collection of images, colors, typography, and all the design elements that represent the desired aesthetic of a website. Mood boards are used in the early stages of a design project to establish a cohesive vision and ensure everyone involved is on the same page. And why should we create a mood board? Creating a mood board is essential for several reasons. First, it helps clarify your ideas and give you a clearer direction for your design. By compiling various visual elements, you can see how they work together and make adjustments before starting the actual design. Second, it serves as a communication tool between you and your client. It allows you to represent your vision in a tangible way and get feedback early in the process. Lastly, it helps maintain consistency throughout the project. By referring back to the mood board, you can ensure that all design elements align with the established aesthetic. And when is the best time to create a mood board? The best time to create a mood board is at the beginning of the design process, after you have understood the client's brief and created the persona profiles. This ensures that the mood board reflects the needs and preferences of the target audience while aligning with the client's vision. So creating the mood board early on helps set the tone for the entire project. So here are the steps to create a mood board. Number 1, gather inspiration. Start by collecting images, color palettes, typography examples, and other visual elements that resonate with the desired style. You can also use design websites, magazines, and even photos you take yourself as source of inspiration. This step is crucial as it helps you understand the visual direction you want to take and provides a foundation for your mood board. Additionally, it's always good to ask the client to send you the links to 3 to 10 websites they like, and then request that they explain why they like these sites, pointing out what they like the most and what they like the least. This input can provide valuable insights and ensure that your mood board aligns with their vision. Number 2, organize your elements. Once you have gathered your visual elements, the next step is to organize them in a way that makes sense to you. You can create digital mood boards using tools like Canva, or make a physical one by cutting and pasting elements onto a board. I like to create all my mood boards in Figma. Organizing your elements helps you see how different visuals work together and ensures a cohesive look. Number 3, define the mood. Ensure that your mood board clearly conveys the overall mood and style of the project. It should evoke the right emotions and give a sense of what the final design will look like. This step is about refining your choices and making sure that the mood board aligns with the desired aesthetic of the project. And lastly, use it as a reference. Once your mood board is finalized, use it as a reference throughout the design process. It will help you stay consistent and ensure that all design elements work harmoniously together. By regularly referring back to your mood board, you can maintain the established aesthetic and ensure that your final design aligns with the initial vision. Let's create the mood board for this Architecture Studios website. And the first thing we have to do is to copy and paste the brief here so we can see it at all times. To access the brief, go to the resource page by clicking on the link in the description. And then once you are in the resource page, you will see a section titled Designing Your First Website. In that section, you will see the link that takes you to the Google document that contains the brief. And then the next thing is to create a frame. And to do it, you can just come here and click frame or press F on your keyboard. And then we can create the frame. It can be any size. Something like this is fine. The next step is to rename the frame. We can add here mood board. All right, so now we can start adding some images, but first let's go to the brief. Let's go here where it says design preferences and let's take a look again. Okay, they prefer a neutral color palette including white, gray, and black to emphasize simplicity and elegance. Okay, you could also add some shades of blue or other cold colors. All right. Typography. They like clean, modern fonts that are easy to read and contribute to a minimalistic aesthetic. All right. The layout, a grid-based layout. Okay. And imagery, high-resolution images. Okay, we have that. And then interactivity. All right, that's for prototyping. So let's start. Let's add some images, and we will add the images through the Unsplash plugin. So let's right-click and then go to Plugins and Unsplash. And here you can search any images that you think would fit the design aesthetic. Like for example, and you go to all licenses and click free because we want to see free images only. And then you can just like search and, add different images. So here is the mood board I created, and I didn't only use Unsplash, right? I also use other sources of inspiration, and I will show them to you. But first, I will walk you through the mood board, and so you can better understand my thought process. As you can see, I incorporated many architectural structures as reference. Different tones of color have been used to represent the client's aesthetic request. And as you can see here, Greek architecture, both ancient and modern, is featured because it embodies the concept of simplicity very well. The clean lines and minimalist design of Greek buildings align perfectly with the client's vision. I also ensure that the mood board showcases different shades of blue, which we can use extensively throughout the project. As you can see here, And additionally, I included some images with subtle orange tones in various elements. Although orange was not specified in the brief, I believe that combining white, black, and blue, and then add a touch of orange creates a beautiful contrast. The orange will be used sparingly, so just a little bit, focusing primarily on the neutral tones and shades of blue. This approach allows us to maintain a clean, elegant aesthetic while adding a subtle, vibrant touch to enhance the overall visual appeal. I've also added some images featuring text so I can use them as inspiration when selecting the typography for the website. I might not use these exact fonts, but I'll probably choose one that is similar. So here are some of the sources I use for inspiration. Number one, Search System. Search System is an ever-growing collection of references and tools for designers. This resource is designed to inspire and support designers by providing a diverse pool of visual materials, including images, graphics, typography, and more. The platform includes curated collections from various categories such as digital, drawings, exhibitions, furniture, graphics, photography, typography, and websites. making it a very valuable source for creative inspiration and design elements. Additionally, it features profiles of notable designers and studios, offering insights into their work and creative processes. Everything is very well organized, and I really appreciate that. Number 2 is Landbook. Landbook is an ever-growing collection of handpicked websites, and it also offers a lot of different visual materials to inspire and support creative projects. The platform features a variety of website types and graphic styles, so check it out. Number 3 is Made in Webflow. Made in Webflow is a curated showcase of websites built using Webflow. The portfolio includes a diverse range of popular projects featuring everything from sleek portfolios and interactive websites to e-commerce solutions. These websites are some of the sources I use for inspiration, but I also use books. I have added a more extensive list of sources on the inspiration page. Go to the inspiration page by clicking the link in the description right below where it says resources. Before we dive into designing wireframes, it's crucial to set up our file efficiently. Since we are using the free version of Figma, we'll have some limitations, such as the number of pages we can create. But no worries, we'll work within these constraints effectively. Before creating the pages, create a new design file. If you can't create a new design file due to the free plan limitations, go to the home dashboard and then remove these two design files. These are default pages that come with Figma, and we don't need them for our project. So right click and then click on delete. The first step is to create the pages we'll use throughout the project, and here is how to structure them. Page number 1 will be dedicated to organizing our wireframes and components, and also some other stuff like the persona profiles, the project brief, and the mood board. Keeping these elements together helps us manage the limitations of Figma's free plan while maintaining a clean and efficient workspace. As you begin working on projects and collaborating with clients, it's advisable to upgrade to a premium Figma plan. This will remove the limitations of the free plan and allow for more advanced organization of your design file. I will also be creating in-depth and advanced organization guides, which I will share in our private community. And then create another page for the main design. This will help you make sure that your final designs are easy to find and not mixed with other elements. The third page will be the bin, and this is where you will put elements you decide not to use but want to keep just in case. It's like a storage space for your design ideas and drafts. Another thing I like to do is to create local styles, and we will create local styles in lesson 3.8 when we create our style guide. And this helps keep colors consistent throughout the entire design. We will also use a simple but clear naming convention to make sure that every frame and component is easy to find, especially when working with a team. For example, instead of vague names, we will use specific ones like header-logo for the logo in the header, or contact form-submit button for the submit button in the contact form. Use the layers panel and sections to manage different elements within a page effectively. When you are working with a team, you can use the comments for feedback and the version history to track changes. To add a comment in Figma, select the comment tool from the toolbar right here, or press C on your keyboard. Click on the area of the design where you want to leave a comment and type your feedback or note. Comments are visible to all collaborators and team members can reply to them, making it very easy to have discussions directly within the design file. You can easily hide or show comments as needed. Here is how. Right-click anywhere in the canvas and select Show or Hide Comments. You can also use the keyboard shortcut Shift+C to quickly toggle comments on and off. This is a convenient way to manage comment visibility while working on your design. By following this structure, you will keep your Figma file organized and efficient, even with the limits of the free plan. To access the version history, go here, and then File, and then Show Version History. And it appears here. Then you can click on any version you want to recover. Before we proceed, let's change the name of the file to Architecture Studio. In this lesson, you learn how to understand the project brief, what persona profiles are, how to create a mood board and where to find inspiration, and how to organize your Figma file. Now it's finally time to start designing the wireframe for the Architecture Studios website. But first, I want to explain what a wireframe is so you can clearly understand the concept. A wireframe is a simple visual guide that shows the layout of a web page. It outlines where different elements like headers, images, buttons, and text will go. Wireframes are like blueprints for the website, helping you plan the structure before adding details like colors and images. This way, we can focus on the layout and functionality of the website without getting distracted by design elements. Understanding wireframes is important because they are the first step in creating a well-organized and user-friendly website. You don't have to use wireframes on every project and every time you do a website, right? Sometimes I design websites without creating wireframes, especially when it's a simple landing page or a quick project. However, when you are working with a team, especially with big companies, they will probably require you to work on wireframes. Usually, large companies also have someone especially, responsible for designing the wireframe UX, while someone else is in charge of designing the UI. That's why it's important for you to know how to design them. Wireframes help ensure that everyone is on the same page and understands the structure and functionality of the website before adding detailed design elements. So without further ado, let's start designing the wireframes for the Architecture Studios website. We will design a low-fi wireframe. Low-fi stands for low fidelity, meaning we will not, overcomplicate anything. We will create a rough and basic wireframe to get a better idea of where things will be placed in the final design. Before we continue, please pay attention. As Figma evolves, you might notice some features have moved since this recording. But don't worry, because Figma provides a detailed guide tracking all changes with each update. The core principles stay the same. Features are just reorganized, updated, or occasionally replaced. You can find any relocated features in Figma's official guide, which I recommend bookmarking for reference. Here is the URL, and I will also leave a link in the description. You will adapt to user interface changes very quickly. And currently, if you prefer, you can also switch back to the old interface by clicking here, though this option may not be permanent. So if you don't see this option, refer to the official guide. Alright, so let's start by creating a desktop size frame by pressing F on our keyboard. Then here on the Properties panel, we'll click on Desktop. Here we have it. Now let's resize the height of the frame. Something like this for now. We will resize it later as we add the content. Now let's change the name of the frame to Desktop-Homepage. And now it's time to start adding some elements inside of the frame. Since this is a lo-fi wireframe, we will not add any text, so we will do everything with shapes. Alright, so let's create the header. To do so, we'll create a rectangle. So let's click on the rectangle tool right here. And then let's go back to the frame and let's create something like this. You don't have to use the exact sizes of the shapes I'm creating. Approximate sizes are fine since we will adjust them during the final design phase. Alright, now let's select the shape we just created and then press and hold Alt and drag the rectangle to create a copy. We can place the copy here for now. Next, let's resize the shape to make it smaller, as this shape will represent the logo. Now let's align the logo with the, with the menu by dragging it right here. Approximately here is fine. Now we will create the heading text, which will be an introduction and main value proposition of the Architecture Studio. The main value proposition is a clear statement that explains how a product or a service solves a problem or improves a situation for their clients. It highlights the key benefits and why someone should choose your client's offering over others. So, in simple terms, it's what makes a product or a service attractive and valuable to a target audience. Usually, a copywriter is in charge of writing a compelling main value proposition, but I always say that web designers should learn copywriting. It's a very nice complementary skill to have because even though as you advance in your career, you will less likely be in charge of writing the copy, it's always good to be able to give some, valuable suggestions and feedback. It makes you a more valuable designer. A lot of great designers are also very good at copywriting. So, and I want you to be above average. That's why I'm telling you all this. So to create the representation of the text in the wireframe, we will also use shapes. We could use dummy text like lorem ipsum, but we are not going to do that. We will keep it simple. Let's create a rectangle and then stretch it like this. Let's make it a little thinner. All right, like this is fine. And then we will center it. Now let's do the same as we did to create the logo. So let's select the rectangle and then press and hold Alt and drag to make a copy. All right, so let's do it again and again. Now we have 4 lines of quote unquote text. This will be our heading text in the homepage, which will contain the main value proposition. Now we'll create a heading title, and this will be a large title that says something like work or projects, because we will display the latest or most important projects of the architecture studio below this title. Since it's just one word, we can actually write it. As a placeholder, we will write the title and set it to 200 pixels for now, then center it. Something like this is fine. Now we'll create the homepage work or project sections. Let's say that they have 6 projects they want to show in the homepage. To showcase these projects, we will create 6 project cards in rows of 2. Each card will be formed by one image and then a text below the image. The image will be a preview of the project. The text will be the project's name and the location. Let's start creating one card with a rectangle like this. We'll multiply it later by copying and pasting or pressing and holding Alt and dragging it. Now let's create a small rectangle and stretch it to simulate what would be the project's name and the location. Now let's align these to the left, right here, and then let's select both and press Ctrl G or Command G if you are on a Mac to create a group. Grouping these together will make it easier for us to move it around if we need to. We can also group this and this. So let's align this to the left so it's perfectly aligned with the logo. And then let's select it and then press Alt and then drag while maintaining, Alt pressed to create a copy. Let's move this one a little closer to the other and then let's select both, maintain Shift, and then resize them. Something like this. We don't have to worry too much about the margins right now. We will make sure that everything is perfectly aligned later when we do the final design. All right, so let's select the frame and then resize it so we can add, the other cards. So something like this. We will fix it later. We will resize it later. So it's not too, like the height is not too much. And now we will select these both. And then we will press Ctrl or Command G to create another group. And then we will select this group. And then we will press, Alt. And then we will make a copy by dragging. And then we will make another copy. And now we have the 6 projects right here. And yes, now this is starting to look like an organized website. Let's create a CTA. A CTA, or call to action, is an element that encourages users to take a specific action. It can be a button or a link or any other interactive element designed to prompt immediate response or engagement from the user. Our CTA will be a text that will help users discover more projects. For now, as a placeholder, we will name it CTA. And we will place it here, centered below the homepage project section. And let's resize the CTA to 100 pixels. The next section we will add is the footer section, and we will do so by creating another rectangle like this. Looking at the wireframe, I think there is something missing, which is giving emphasis to a project. The client requested 6 projects on the homepage, but we'll make a new version which, that includes 7 projects instead. One of these projects will be highlighted as the most important one and will be placed in a prominent position. Let's make a copy by selecting this frame and drag it while holding Alt. Now let's resize the copied frame and make some space here, and then we can copy one of these cards to resize them to something like this. For this one, don't press and hold Shift because we want to modify the aspect ratio of the rectangle. And do not press and hold Alt and drag, because if we do that, it will remain part of the group with the other 2 cards, and we want it to be independent. So just copy and paste by pressing Ctrl or Command C and then Ctrl or Command V. And then drag the card to move it up, just like I did. And when pasting the card, make sure you click inside of the parent frame, because if not, it still will be part of the group. Now let's resize the project's name a little bit, like this. As designers, it's our responsibility to always provide suggestions and advice to our clients if we have ideas that can improve the design. Therefore, we have created a second option. These iterations don't take too much time to make, so don't shy away from speaking your mind. It's essential to communicate our creative insights to ensure that we deliver the best possible outcome. By emphasizing this key project, we can draw more attention to it and enhance the overall impact of the homepage. Let's reduce the spacing here by selecting and dragging all these elements up. Now we can resize the frame a little bit. And since we created the wireframe only using shapes, it's always good practice to add different color shades to the different sections and items. We can also change the images to a darker shade of gray and the text and the representations of text to black. We can keep these sections, such as the footer, in the current color. To select multiple elements individually in Figma, hold down Shift and click on each element. Since these shapes representing the images are inside a group, select them individually by pressing Ctrl on Windows or Command on Mac plus Shift. There is a better way to select multiple elements to change their color using a Figma plugin called Select Similar. I will show you how to do it right now. First, right-click anywhere on the canvas and go to Plugins. Then click on Manage Plugins and type Select Similar here in the search bar. And then install and run the plugin. Next, select one of the shapes by pressing and holding Ctrl or Command on Mac and Shift, and then clicking on the shape. In the plugin, choose the width and height option, then click on Select Layer Sample. Finally, click on Select Similar to select all the shapes with similar properties. And now you have all the similar shapes selected and you can easily change their colors. Now let's change the color of this individual image as well. So let's select. And then we will do the same with the text. This is going to be in color black. And this as well. And then this we can just select and change. That's it. All right, so we have these 2 options now. And we are going to change the names. Just add, for example, for this one, option 2, because this is the second option. And then for this one, option 1. All right. Now we are going to create the tablet version and the mobile version. But first, let's drag this one here and then this one. So we know that this version is the first version that we are not going to work with this version yet, but we'll keep it here for now. So to create the tablet version, let's create a new frame right here. And then we'll select the tablet, the iPad Pro 11. All right, here it is. And then we place it here. And then we stretch this. And we change the name as well. We are going to call it Tablet Homepage. All right, and this is very simple because there is only a few things that will change. So for now, we'll copy this, and then we'll paste it here, and then we will resize it. Something like this is fine. For the tablet version, I like to create a clickable menu that expands after clicking. Some people call it hamburger menu, but instead of an icon, I like to write the actual word menu. You might be a little bit confused right now, but I will show you what I'm talking about. So let me zoom here, and then I will make a copy. And then I will delete this. And then I will add some text here. I will resize. And then this will be the menu, right? And then when people click, it will expand and we will see all the menu options. So this is what I mean. All right, so let's delete this. And then let's resize this. Something like this is fine. So this represents the menu icon or link in the wireframe. We will copy and paste the title here, and then we will center it. We'll copy and paste this as well. And then we will resize. Something like this is fine. And when you resize this, remember to not press and hold Shift because we want to modify the aspect ratio. All right. And now we will select all these. And then we will paste it here as well. And then we will do the same. We will resize. And then something more like this, maybe. All right. And we will do the same with this. Okay. Here is fine for now. We will resize this to something like 70 pixels maybe. Yeah. We'll center it as well. And then we'll copy and paste this here. Somewhere here is fine. All right. And then let's resize the frame. And that's it. Now we have the tablet version, and it will have also 2 columns. And as we are going to see now, the mobile version will not have 2 columns. It's going to be all in 1 column. And now I will explain why. So let's move this a little bit up. Let's select everything and then move it. And we'll do the same here. All right, just fixing the footer a little bit. And then let's resize the frame now. Like this and like this. All right, and now we'll create the mobile version. To do so, let's create a frame. And then let's select the iPhone 8. Here we have it. Let's move it here. And then let's resize. All right. And then now we'll copy everything basically. So let's copy and paste here. Something like this. Let's resize this as well. Let's center it. Like this. All right. Let's copy and paste the title as well. Let's center it. and then we'll resize it to 100 pixels. All right. Then we'll copy this image as well, and the project title, something like this is fine. And we'll duplicate all these cards until we have 7. Let's resize this more. All right. All right. Now it's CTA. We'll paste it here. And then the footer. Here is fine. All right. Let's change the name of this frame to mobile homepage. Actually, let's move this version to the bin right now because we are not going to work on it. And this is a version we will show obviously in real life. We would show it to the client, but right now we don't need it, right? Because we know this version is better and we will work on this. So let's select the frame and then press Ctrl or Command X, and then let's go to the bin right here, and then Ctrl V to paste. All right. Now let's create the expanded menus for this version, the tablet and the mobile versions. So to do so, let's delete everything minus this icon, right? Or the link, which is going to be where people will click to open or close the menu. And to do that, we'll make a copy of this frame and then another copy of this frame. And then we will delete everything minus this. All right, and we will do the same thing here. All right. Now we'll create the menu items. On mobile devices, we need more space between menu items than on tablet because mobile screens are smaller. This helps prevent accidental taps. People often use phones with one hand, making it harder to tap small, closely spaced items. You can modify the space between items here on the Properties panel. Also, mobile phones are used while moving, so quick and easy interactions are important. Tablets have larger screens and are used in a more stable way, so they can have less space between items while still being easy to use. We have now completed the design of the structure for our homepage wireframes across the 3 main breakpoints: desktop, tablet, and mobile. Next, we'll design the wireframes for the remaining pages, referring back to the brief to determine which pages to create. Let's check the brief. Here, we can see that we need to create 4 main pages: a portfolio or a projects page, a services page, an about us page, and a contact page. We'll also create a blog page since they want us to focus on SEO as well. After creating these pages, we'll create all the boring pages, the terms and conditions page, the legal note page, and all that jazz. Since you already know the basics on how to structure a wireframe, I created the wireframes of all the pages beforehand, as you can see here. This will help you understand the end goal more clearly. Your task will be to complete the wireframes as an exercise. This way you can see how everything comes together and ask questions if needed. It will make the learning process more efficient and ensure you can confidently create the wireframes on your own. And again, don't worry if your wireframe doesn't look pixel perfect or exactly like mine. As long as it has the same structure and number of elements, it's fine. We'll get everything right in the next design phase. So I've created some sections and placed all the wireframes inside of them for better organization. Sections in Figma are organizational tools that allow you to group and manage related frames or elements within a design project. To create a section, create a frame first, then right-click inside the frame and click on Convert to Section. You can turn any frame into a section. I use different subtle shades of blue to distinguish between the desktop, tablet, and mobile versions of the pages. The use of these shades helps to visually separate the sections slightly, maintaining a more subtle and elegant appearance. Feel free to use any color shades you prefer when designing and presenting your wireframes. I would use a, shade of blue or maybe a gray, or maybe a neutral tone or, something like that. I've also added comments to explain some elements and sections. You can access the Figma file containing the wireframes by visiting this page, freewebdesigncourse.com/wireframes. Use this Figma file as reference and try to replicate the design. Remember that it doesn't have to be 100% accurate. Just make sure it includes a similar number of elements and that it follows the same structure, since it's the structure we'll use for the final design. If you have any questions about how to complete this or if you get stuck, make a post in the private community and we'll help you out. In this lesson, you've learned what wireframes are and how to design them. In this lesson, we will talk about colors and why they have a significant impact on design. Colors play a vital role in how we perceive and interact with the world around us, and they are a powerful tool in the hands of a skilled designer. So let's start with the color theory. The color theory is a very important aspect of design that involves the study of how colors interact and the visual effects they create when combined. Understanding color theory is essential for web designers as it helps in creating visually appealing and effective designs. This lesson will guide you through the basics of color theory, including the color wheel, color harmonies, and the psychological impact of colors. So, the color wheel. The color wheel is a fundamental tool in color theory. It's a circular diagram of colors arranged by chromatic relationship. The primary colors, red, blue, and yellow, are the foundation of the color wheel. Mixing these primary colors creates secondary colors like green, orange, and purple. Further mixing of the primary colors and secondary colors produce tertiary colors. The color wheel helps designers understand the relationship between colors and how they can be combined to create harmonious designs. So, what are color harmonies? Color harmonies refer to the pleasing combination of colors based on their position on the color wheel. Common color harmonies include complementary, analogous, and triadic schemes. Complementary colors are opposite each other on the color wheel, such as red and green, and create a vibrant contrast. Analogous colors are close to each other in the color wheel, such as green, blue, and turquoise, providing a harmonious and soothing effect. Triadic colors are evenly spaced around the wheel, such as red, yellow, and blue. So now let's talk about the psychological impact of colors. Colors can evoke emotions and influence perceptions, making their psychological impact an essential consideration in design. For example, red often signifies passion, energy, or urgency, while blue conveys calmness, trust, and professionalism. Yellow can evoke happiness and optimism, but it can also cause eye strain if overused. Understanding the psychological effects of colors helps designers create websites that resonate with their target audience and effectively communicate the desired message. Depending on the culture, the perception and meaning of colors can vary significantly. For instance, while red is associated with good luck and celebration in Chinese culture, it can symbolize danger and warning in Western cultures. Similarly, white signifies purity and peace in many Western cultures, but is often associated with mourning and death in some Asian cultures. Being aware of these cultural differences is crucial for designers working on global or multicultural projects. So, how we should use color in web design? When applying color theory in web design, it's important to consider the overall user experience. Consistent and thoughtful use of color can guide users' attention, enhance readability, and create a cohesive brand identity. For example, using a color scheme that aligns with the brand's logo and overall aesthetic can strengthen brand recognition. Additionally, we should be mindful of accessibility, ensuring that color choices do not hinder the usability of the website for individuals with color blindness or other visual impairments. So, in conclusion, a solid understanding of color theory is essential for creating effective and visually appealing web designs. By mastering the color wheel, exploring various color harmonies, and considering the psychological impact of colors, we can craft websites that not only look good, but also, communicate the desired message to the audience. Remember, the strategic use of colors can make a significant difference in the success of your web design projects. In this part of the lesson, we will learn how to use Figma's color tools to create and apply color schemes in your designs. Figma offers a variety of tools to help you choose and manage colors in your design projects. These tools include the color picker, color styles, and the color palette. The color picker allows you to select colors for any elements in your design. You can pick colors from the color wheel, enter specific color codes, or even sample colors from other parts of your design, even from images like you are seeing right now. Color styles help you keep your colors consistent across your design. Once you create a color style, you can apply it to multiple elements. And if you need to change the color later, you can just, update the color style and all linked elements will change automatically, just like this. This is very powerful and saves a lot of time. A color palette is a collection of colors that you use in your design. Figma lets you create and save palettes, making it easy to reuse colors and maintain a cohesive look throughout your project. I've listed some resources, books, and tools to help you better understand the importance of colors and how to use them properly when designing. You can access this list by going to freewebdesigncourse.com/colors. Images play a vital role in web design, enhancing visual appeal and helping to communicate messages more effectively. Here are some tips to ensure that you use images effectively in your designs. Tip number 1, choose high-quality images. Always use high-quality images in your designs. Blurry or pixelated images can make your website look unprofessional. Opt for images that are clear, sharp, and well composed. High-quality images can significantly enhance the overall look and feel of your design. Tip number 2, ensure relevance. The images you choose should be relevant to your content and purpose. They should support the message you are trying to convey. For example, if you are designing for a website for an architectural studio, use images of buildings, blueprints, and architectural details. Relevant images make your content more engaging and meaningful to your audience. Most of the times, the client is going to send you the images, but oftentimes you will also have to search, through stock photos and, maybe even do a little bit of creative directing and collaborating with photographers. So you have to make sure that the images are nice and very relevant to the, to the main purpose of the website. And this is very obvious, but I wanted to tell you about this because I think it's very important. Tip number 3, optimize image sizes. Large images can slow down your website, leading to a poor user experience. Optimize your images to reduce their file size without compromising on quality. This can be done using various tools and techniques such as compression, resizing, and using appropriate formats like JPEG or PNG. I will share with you some nice tools to optimize your images at the end of this lesson. Tip number 4, use a consistent style. Maintain a consistent style for all images across the website. These could include the use of similar filters, color schemes, or compositions. Consistency helps create a cohesive and professional look, enhancing the overall visual harmony of the website. Tip number 5, pay attention to the placement. Carefully consider where you place images within your design. Images should complement your layout and not overwhelm the text or other elements. Use images to guide the viewer's eye and support the flow of information. Tip number 6, use images to evoke emotions. Images have the power to evoke emotions and create a connection with the audience. Choose images that elicit the desired emotional response, whether it's excitement, trust, or tranquility. Emotional engagement can make your content more memorable and impactful. In this lesson, you learned what the color theory is and how it impacts design. And you also learned about the psychological effects of colors. Let's move to the next lesson. Typography is a crucial component of design that goes beyond aesthetics. It involves the strategic arrangement of text to ensure clarity, readability, and visual appeal. Understanding typography's importance is essential for creating designs that effectively communicate your message and engage the audience. In this lesson, we will dive into the basics of typography, helping you appreciate its role and learn how to use it to enhance your web designs. So let's talk about typefaces and fonts. A typeface is a family of related fonts, and a font is a specific style and weight within that family. For example, Arial is a typeface, while Arial Bold and Arial Italic are fonts within that typeface. Choosing the right typeface for your design is essential as it affects the overall aesthetic and readability of your text. Now let's explore the differences between serif and sans serif typefaces. Typefaces are generally categorized into two main groups, serif and sans serif. Serif typefaces have small decorative lines or extensions at the end of their letters, such as the Times New Roman typeface. They are often considered more traditional and are typically used in print media. Sans serif typefaces like Arial do not have these lines and are seen as more modern and clean, making them popular for digital screens. Now let's talk about hierarchy and emphasis. Typography helps create a visual hierarchy in your design, guiding users through the content in a structured way. Headings, subheadings, body text, and captions should all have distinct styles to indicate their level of importance. Using different font sizes, weights, and styles helps establish this hierarchy and ensure that your content is easy to navigate. Now, readability and legibility. Readability refers to how easily the text can be read and understood, while legibility is about how easily individual characters can be distinguished. Factors affecting readability and legibility include font choice, text size, line height, and contrast between text and background. Ensure that your text is large enough to read comfortably and that there is enough space between lines to prevent them from running together. Now let's talk about line length and alignment. The optimal line length for body text is typically between 50 to 75 characters per line. Lines that are too long or too short can make reading difficult. Additionally, text alignment impacts readability and aesthetics. Left-aligned text is generally easiest to read, and while centered or right-aligned text can be used for shorter lines or specific design purposes. Now, color and contrast. The color of your text and its contrast with the background are crucial for readability. High contrast between text and background enhances readability, while low contrast can strain the eye. For example, black text on a white background is highly readable, whereas light gray text on a white background is not. However, it's generally recommended to avoid using pure black for text. Pure black can create too harsh a contrast, making it difficult to read for extended periods. Instead, consider using a very dark gray, such as this one, or even this one. This slight adjustment can reduce eye strain and make the text more comfortable to read. For very large text, you can use lower contrast since the size itself enhances readability. Large text is already more legible, so slightly reducing the contrast can still maintain readability while providing a more pleasant visual experience. But you have to be careful and make sure that the contrast is not too low. Be mindful of color choices to ensure that your text is accessible to all users, including those with visual impairments. This consideration is essential for creating an inclusive and user-friendly design. I've also made a list of tools I use to make sure that the contrast is always optimal. You can access the list by going to freewebdesigncourse.com/contrast. Alright, so now let's talk about choosing typefaces. When selecting typefaces for the web, consider web-safe typefaces and web fonts. I've made a list of beautiful typefaces you can use for your designs. These fonts are free and you can access the list by going to freewebdesigncourse.com/free-fonts. You can also browse some premium fonts I like by going to freewebdesigncourse.com/premium-fonts. Some of these fonts might seem very expensive, but that's relative because if the budget allows it, your client wants them and they elevate the design, they are worth the price. And how many typefaces should you use? When designing a website, the number of typefaces you use is crucial for maintaining a clean and cohesive look. Using too many typefaces can create visual clutter and make your design look unprofessional. So here is the general rule. What I recommend is to use one typeface in most cases, employing a maximum of 2 font styles within the typeface. For more complex designs, you can use a maximum of 2 typefaces, each with up to 2 different font styles. This approach helps ensure consistency and harmony throughout your design. And this is very important when using text styles. When using text styles, always keep one text style for better contrast and readability. For example, if you are using light, the other style should be medium and not regular. If you are using regular, the other style should be bold and not medium. This practice helps to create a clear hierarchy and avoids confusion. Sometimes you might consider using the same style or the next style with an added underline for emphasis. However, it's generally better to stick to skipping one style. This technique maintains a clean and professional look while providing the necessary visual distinction within your design. Now let's talk about where to use these typefaces in case you choose to use more than one. For the majority of your design, choose a single primary typeface. This typeface will be used for the bulk of your text, including body copy, headings, and subheadings. Select a typeface that is highly readable and versatile, suitable for various sizes and weights. Within this typeface, you can use different styles such as regular, bold, and sometimes italic to create visual hierarchy and emphasis. If your design requires more variety, you can introduce a secondary typeface. Use this typeface sparingly for emphasis and to create contrast with the primary typeface. The secondary typeface can be used for specific elements like headings, subheadings, or highlights. Ensure that the secondary typeface complements the primary typeface and aligns with the overall design aesthetic, but feel free to break the rules and get creative. Within the secondary typeface, you can also use up to 2 different styles to maintain consistency. So as a conclusion, understanding the basics of typography is essential for creating effective and engaging web designs. By carefully selecting typefaces, establishing a clear hierarchy, and ensuring readability and legibility, you can enhance the user experience and communicate your message more effectively. Typography is a powerful tool that, when used correctly, can significantly impact the overall success of your design project. In this lesson, you've learned about the basics of typography, readability and accessibility best practices, and also where to find the best typefaces. Now it's time to move to the next lesson. In this lesson, you will learn how to use auto layout and how to create and use components in Figma. Before you start designing the website for the architecture studio in the next lesson, it's crucial for you to understand these tools. Skipping this lesson can lead to developing bad design habits, making you less efficient. Mastering these tools will save you a lot of time when editing and updating websites, especially for large projects. This knowledge is essential to become a proficient and effective designer. So what is auto layout? Auto layout is a feature in Figma that helps you create designs that are flexible and responsive. It adjusts the position and size of elements automatically based on the rules you set. This means you don't have to manually adjust everything when the design changes. It's like magic. With auto layout, you can create designs that look good on any screen size. Whether you are designing for a phone, tablet, or computer, auto layout makes sure that your elements stay in the right place. This is especially helpful when designing websites or apps that need to work on different devices. Another benefit of auto layout is that it keeps your spacing consistent. You can set the exact space between elements, and Figma will maintain that spacing for you. Auto layout makes it easy to rearrange elements. If you need to move an item up or down in the list, you can simply drag it and the other elements will adjust automatically. This saves time and keeps your design clean. So overall, auto layout in Figma helps you work faster and more efficiently. It ensures that your designs are flexible, consistent, and easy to update, making it an essential tool for any designer. I will now make a quick step-by-step demonstration on how auto layout works. Step number 1, creating a frame. First, let's create a frame by clicking on the frame tool from the toolbar on the top left, or by pressing the F key. Now I will click and drag to create a frame on the canvas, something like this. Step number 2, adding elements to the frame. Now let's add some elements to our frame. I will start by, adding a few rectangles that represent buttons. I will add a unique color shade to each so we can better identify them. I will also add a background color to the parent frame. Step number 3, applying auto layout. To apply auto layout, simply right-click inside the frame, then select Add Auto Layout. You can also press Shift plus A. As you can see, the frame resizes automatically after activating auto layout. But don't worry about that because I will explain it to you in a moment when we talk about resizing options. Step number 4, configuring auto layout properties. With auto layout applied, we can explore the auto layout panel to manage our layout options. These arrows allow us to place items vertically, one on top of each other, horizontally, side by side, or enable wrapping so that when the frame is resized, like I'm doing right now, the items inside wrap to the next line. The next option is the space between items, which is useful for setting uniform spacing between each item. Next, let's explore the alignment panel, which helps us align the items inside the frame. For example, to place all items at the top of the frame, click the top alignment option and all items will move to the top. You can also do the same for the other directions. If you want the space between items to be flexible based on the width of the frame, double-click on the input field and write auto. Or you can simply double-click here. Now all items will be evenly spaced based on the frame's width. This also works for vertical layouts, spacing items vertically based on the frame's height. Below that, we see the padding option. This one allows us to set padding on each side of the frame. We can also add padding on the top or bottom of our frame. You can click the small icon and drag left or right to increase or decrease the padding. You can also directly input a number or click on the lines in the frame and drag in the direction you want. This is useful when you don't know the exact padding you want to add. If you know the exact padding, you can input the number directly. Let's say we want to add a 200 pixel padding on each side. We can come here and then add 200. And now we have a 200 pixel padding on each side. We can do the same thing vertically with this option. And if we want to add, a uniform padding on top, bottom, left, and right, we can do it here by pressing Control and then clicking, and then we can add whatever padding we want, like let's say 300. And now we have a 300 pixel padding on each side. Step number 5, adding new elements. One of the great features of auto layout is how it handles new elements. Let's add another rectangle to our group. Simply draw a new rectangle inside the frame and it will automatically adjust to the spacing and padding you set. Step number 6, rearrange elements. Auto layout makes it easy to rearrange elements. If you want to change the order of the buttons, just click and drag a rectangle to its new position. The other elements will adjust automatically to maintain the spacing. You can also use the keyboard keys to move the position of the elements like I'm doing right now. Step number 7, resizing. Finally, let's see how auto layout responds to resizing. Auto layout provides 3 key resizing options for elements within a frame: fill container, fixed, and hug. When an element is set to fill container, it expands to fill the available space within the parent frame, making it useful for creating flexible layouts where elements need to stretch to accommodate different screen sizes. And we can set the resizing vertically or horizontally, and this is how it behaves. As you can see, the item inside of the frame stretches or shrinks as we resize the frame. The fixed option keeps the elements at a specific size regardless of the parent's frame size, which is ideal for elements that need to maintain consistent dimensions, like icons or logos. The hug option adjusts the element size to fit its content. For example, a button with text will resize to fit the length of the text, making it useful for dynamic content where the size of the element should adapt to the amount of content it contains. To set these resizing options, select an element within the auto layout frame. In the right sidebar, right here, you will see the resizing settings where you can choose between fill container, fixed, and hug. Feel free to practice by creating some frames and adding shapes inside of them. You will be using auto layout a lot, so get familiar with it. Now, I will talk about the similarities between auto layout and CSS Flexbox. Auto layout in Figma is very similar to CSS Flexbox. Both allow you to create flexible and responsive layouts by defining rules for how elements should be arranged and spaced. Just like Flexbox, auto layout lets you set the direction, alignment, and spacing between elements, making it easier to design for different screen sizes. When working with developers, understanding these similarities can be incredibly beneficial as it allows for smoother communication and implementation of design concepts. Auto layout's properties in Figma have similar counterparts in CSS Flexbox. For instance, fill container in auto layout is like flex grow in Flexbox. In both Figma auto layout and CSS Flexbox, setting a fixed width ensures that the element maintains a specific width regardless of its content or container size. And hug is similar to flex basis set to auto. This alignment ensures that designers and developers are on the same page, reducing the likelihood of discrepancies between design and development. When you start applying auto layout, you might wonder how to place an element freely in front of the auto layout frame. For instance, if you have a product card and want to add a small circle on top of the right corner that says new, how can you do that, right? Don't worry, I will show you how to do that in a moment. In CSS, this can be done using absolute positioning, and you can do something very similar in Figma. When you use this feature, an object is removed from the normal flow of auto layout, but stays inside the auto layout frame. This means that the object won't affect or be affected by close by elements, even when they resize or move. Just like in CSS, absolute positioning in Figma lets you place an object exactly where you want it inside its parent frame. These objects act like they are in a regular frame, so you can set constraints to control how they behave when the parent frame resizes. However, keep in mind that other auto layout features like resizing and advanced layout options don't apply to these objects. To use absolute positioning, select an element inside an auto layout frame and click the absolute positioning icon in the properties panel right here. I know all this might be a little bit confusing, especially when you are a beginner, right? But as always, feel free to ask any questions you have by leaving a comment if you are watching this on YouTube or by posting your questions in our private community. Now it's time for you to learn about components. Components are reusable elements in Figma that help maintain consistency and efficiency across your designs. They can be anything, basically, from buttons, icons, and form fields to entire sections of a user interface. By creating a component, you define a main version that can be reused multiple times throughout your design project. When you use a component, any changes made to the main component automatically update all instances of that component. This is particularly useful for making global updates across your design, saving you a ton of time. All right, so let me give you an example. We have this product card and we will turn it into a component. So to do that, let's select the frame and then right click and then go here. And where it says create component, we click. We can also create the component through this shortcut. Now we see this purple outline that is telling us that this is a component now. So now that we have our main component, we'll create some instances. And to do that, we select the component and then we press Alt. We maintain Alt pressed and then we drag. And we have one instance and then we'll create another one right here. All right, so now we have one main component and two instances. So let's see what happens if we change the background color of the main component. Let's change the background color. You see, the background color changes on all the instances, right? Let's change the background color back to white. And now let's say that we want to change the color of the buttons, right? But then we want each button to be a different color. You might be thinking that's not possible because if we change the color of this main component, it changes the color on all instances, right? However, we can edit and change the colors of each, of the elements that are inside of the instances without affecting the main component and without affecting the other instances. So let's change the color of these two instances so you can see what I'm talking about. Let's change this to orange. And then let's change these to green. And now you might be thinking, okay, so now the instances are detached from the main component. And that's not what happens, because the instances are still linked to the main component. The only thing, we made an exception and we changed the color of an element inside of an instance. But let's change the background color of this main component right now. Let's change it. And as you can see, they are still linked. But the buttons of these instances are detached from the main component. So if we change the background color of the button of the main component, you can see that it doesn't change the color of these two buttons. And that's because these buttons are detached from this component. This way you maintain the flexibility to customize specific instances while keeping the benefits of using components for consistency and efficiency across your design. Components can also have variants, which are different states or versions of the same component. For example, a button component can have variants for its default, hover, and active states. This allows you to manage different appearances and interactions within a single component framework. You'll learn about this in Module 11 when we dive into variants in Figma. So don't worry about variants right now. To create a component, select the elements you want to include, then right-click and choose Create Component. Once created, the component will appear in your Assets panel right here. Now you can reuse this component whenever you want. Here are some nice tricks you can use. If you ever need to reset an edited instance back to its original state, select the instance, right-click, and then choose Reset Instance. This will revert any changes made to that instance, restoring it to match the main component. Another helpful trick is to swap instances. And there are different ways to do that. And I will show you right now. So here we have a group of components. So this is a frame. And then we have two components, right? Two main components. And here we have two components in the canvas. Now I will create an instance of this component so I can show you how it works, right? So let's say that we want to change the version of this instance. We want the dark mode. To do it, we can just select this instance, then go here where it says swap instance, right? And then select the dark mode. And now we have this version. And this is very helpful because when you start, designing with a bigger team, and when they have the components in a separate page, you can manipulate the page that you are working on and then swap different instances, right? And I will show you how it works. Let's copy this, right? And then paste it here, for example. Now I am in a different page, right? So let's say that we want to swap this instance to the light version. We right-click and then do the same thing. And now we have this version, right? So it's very, very useful. Let's delete this and go back to the page one. Now let's try to do the same thing with this, right? I will make a version of the, an instance of this component. And then when I try to do it, I don't see the option. Why is that? That's because these are not related, right? They are in the canvas and they are not inside a frame, right? And you might think, okay, so I can group these together, right? And create a group. But it doesn't work when they are inside of a group, right? They have to be inside of a frame. Now, if I create an auto layout frame, I press and hold Shift A. Now this is a frame. And now if I want to swap this instance, I can. All right. And now you might be thinking, wow, so that's not ideal, because now I will always have to create a frame in order to swap instances. And not necessarily, because there is a way to do it. Let me show you. I will ungroup this, right? So they are back in the canvas. And I will show you again that it's not going to appear right here, the swap option. But then in the properties panel, we have this option, and we can use this now to swap the instances, right? So they don't have to be inside of a frame. You can do it in a different way. But if you want to use the right click and then swap instance, right? They have to be related. So, and that means that they have to be inside of a frame, right? Now you might be thinking, why when I have this instance selected, I cannot see this other instance here, right? In this swap instance, panel, right? I cannot see it, and I cannot search for it or anything because it doesn't exist right here. And that happens because, as I said before, this instance is related to these components, right? And this instance is related to the components that are inside of this frame. I will show you an example so you can see how this works. All right, so let me create a frame. Here's a frame. I will change the color so you can see it better. Now I will turn this frame into a component. And now this frame, this component, right, belongs to this, right? It is related to these two components, and therefore it's also, in the same quote unquote family as this instance. So now if we select this instance and we go here, we can see this frame, all right? Because they are related. Let's try to swap this into that rectangle, and it works, right? Let me change it back to this. And now if we try to do the same thing with this instance, it doesn't work, right? You cannot see this rectangle here because, as I said before, they are not related. And what happens if we drag this here so it's part of this frame, right? What happens is you can see it here now, because this is related to everything that is inside of this frame. All right. And I know that all this might be a little bit confusing, right? But I'm trying to explain it as best as I can. And as always, if you have any questions, you can let me know in the comments and I will do my best to answer. Now, let's see what would happen if we create an instance of this component right here. So this is the instance, right? Let me move this a little bit so it doesn't overlap with this. All right, so, and I will change the color of this instance, right? So this is the instance of this component, okay? And you might be thinking, okay, so how I know that this is the instance? Because maybe you create it and you just forget, right? You can see it here. You know, it has a different icon. This is the component and this is the instance, okay? And you can see how when I hover, you know, it's highlighted on the screen. All right. So what happens if I try to swap this into this instance? Okay, because the logic says that if this is related to everything that is inside, I could be able to switch this into this instance, right? So no, you can't. And I will explain you why right now. As I said before, This is related to all the components that are inside of this frame, but not the instances of the components that are inside of this frame. If I create an instance of this component, and then I change the background color so you can see it better, and then let me move this instance here, and then I try to swap this instance, right? I cannot see this, right? I cannot see this instance here. I cannot see it here. I cannot see it here. I only see these three because this is an instance and this is an instance. So they are not related directly to this instance right here. All right. Let's now turn this into a component and we will see that it appears here. All right. And now we can swap this instance with this component. And now this is an instance of this component. And we can do the same with this rectangle. We can turn it into a component. And now we can swap this instance so it becomes an instance of this component. Now that you know how this works, create your own Figma file and then create your own components and instances and then try these different features to see how they work, because if you want to really master these options, you have to practice. In this lesson, you've learned what auto layout is and how it works, and also what Figma components and instances are and how they work as well. Now let's move to the next lesson. In this lesson, we will talk about responsive design and breakpoints. Responsive design is crucial for creating websites that provide a seamless user experience across various devices. By understanding and applying the principles of responsive design, you can ensure that your websites are accessible, readable, and functional, whether viewed on a desktop, tablet, or smartphone. So let's do a brief introduction to breakpoints. What are breakpoints? Breakpoints are specific screen widths where the layout of a website changes to provide a better user experience. These changes ensure that a website is usable and looks good on all devices, from small mobile screens to large desktop monitors. For example, on a desktop, you might see a multi-column layout, while on a mobile device, this might change to a single column layout for better readability. So here are the most common breakpoints in web design. The first one is mobile, and these widths cover most smartphones. For example, 375 pixels is the width of an iPhone X. And next we have the tablet, and these widths cover devices like the iPad, for example. And these are the widths that cover most standard desktops and large screens. And a lot of people like to design for the 1440 pixels width, but I like also to design for larger screens. So a 1920 is a very common one that I use because it's a fact that people are getting larger screens. So it makes sense to also think about designing websites that cover more space of the screen. So everything is not so centered, right, with too much space on the sides. Sometimes you design a website and it looks better when it covers a larger area of the screen. So 1920 is one that I use very often. So I like to design one for larger screens, so 1920, one for regular screens, that is 1440 pixels, and then I like to design for tablet and then for mobile. Now let's talk about the main principles of responsive design. I will also talk about some strategies. Number one, fluid and flexible layouts. Fluid and flexible layouts use percentage-based width, ensuring that elements adjust to the screen size. Unlike fixed layouts that use specific pixel widths, fluid layouts allow content to resize proportionally to the user's screen. And here is an example. This frame is 50% relative to the width of the screen. So if we resize the screen, we can see that the frame adapts and remains 50%. Number two, responsive typography. Responsive typography ensures text readability on all devices. Instead of fixed font sizes, relative units like M or rem are used, which scale proportionally with the screen size. This means that headings, body text, and other typographical elements will adjust to different screen sizes, improving readability and user experience. And here is an example. As I resize the screen, we can see that the size of the font changes and adapts to the screen size. Number three, media queries. Media queries are CSS rules that apply styles based on device characteristics like width. They enable you to create different layouts for different screen sizes. For instance, you can use a media query to apply one set of styles for screens wider than 768 pixels and another for smaller screens, ensuring that your website looks good on all devices. And media queries are something that you would use a lot in CSS, but us as designers, when we design a website that will be built using Webflow or Framer, for example, or any other no-code platform, we don't have to write the media queries because the software has options to set the media queries. You know, you can set the minimum width and maximum width within the app, and you don't have to actually write the code. But I wanted to mention it because this is something that maybe like a developer will mention, and you should know what he's talking about. That's why knowing these terms is important. Number four, responsive versus adaptive. Responsive design uses flexible layouts that adapt to the screen size by adjusting elements dynamically. Adaptive design, on the other hand, uses fixed layouts designed for specific screen sizes, switching between them based on the detected device. A combination of both approaches ensures optimal user experience across all devices, with responsive design providing fluidity and adaptive design offering tailored experiences. This is an example, and here we have a two-column grid, right? And then as we resize the screen, we can see that it turns into a one-column stack. And this is adaptive design. And the container of this grid is set to fix. So that's why it doesn't move, right? We have a fixed width. So even though it's adaptive and it changes, it's not flexible in terms of fluidity, right? And I will show you how it behaves right now when we turn it into relative instead of fixed. Now you can see that it's both adaptive and responsive. And here is an example so you can see how beautiful this navigation menu looks when we resize the screen. The flow is absolutely amazing. It adapts to the screen size, and as you can see here, the menu changes. So it's a combination of responsive design and adaptive design. Number five, the flow. On small screens, vertical content flow is crucial as it allows users to scroll down smoothly, ensuring that all content is accessible without horizontal scrolling. This linear flow makes reading and navigation easier, particularly on mobile devices where screen width is limited. And this doesn't mean that you should never use horizontal scrolling on mobile devices, right? You can, especially, for example, when you are designing for an e-commerce site, right? You can use horizontal scrolling in the product page so they can see more photos of the product. But the flow has to be consistent, and you have to make sure that it's not a sudden change, right? For example, if you are on the homepage of a website, when you are scrolling down, you know, the user expects to continue scrolling down, but if all of a sudden there is like in the middle of it a horizontal scrolling pattern, it just interrupts the user behavior. And that's the same thing for desktop. Sometimes you go to a website and you see that there is a slideshow, and you scroll down and you read the text, and all of a sudden it doesn't scroll anymore. Why? Because all the information is scrolling horizontally now, and then goes back to vertical scrolling, and that's just very confusing. Number six, maximum and minimum values. Setting maximum and minimum width values ensures that the content does not become too stretched on large screens or too cramped on small screens. These constraints maintain readability and visual appeal, ensuring that the elements stay within an optimal width range for any device. Number 7, nested objects. Using containers to nest objects provides better control over the layout and design of web pages. This practice allows designers to group related elements together, making it easier to manage and style them consistently. Nested objects ensure a more organized and maintainable web structure. Number 8, mobile or desktop first. Designing mobile first means starting with the smallest screen size and scaling up, ensuring that the essential content and functionality are accessible on mobile devices. Desktop first involves designing for larger screens and then adapting to smaller screens later on. So which one is better? And the answer is that it depends, right? For me personally, I prefer to start designing the desktop version, and then I design the tablet version, and then I move to the mobile version, right? But a lot of designers prefer to start with mobile first, and that's totally acceptable. It just depends on your style and what you are more comfortable with. But at the end of the day, as long as you know the basics of web design and you know how to design beautiful and functional website, it doesn't matter which approach you choose. And finally, number 9, bitmap images versus vectors. Bitmap images are pixel-based and can lose quality when resized. And these are suitable for detailed photographs, for example. Vectors, on the other hand, are composed of mathematical paths and scale perfectly without losing quality. These are ideal for logos and illustrations. Using vectors for scalable graphics and bitmaps for detailed photos ensures optimal visual quality across all devices. And this is important because seeing a website with, pixelated icons, and we see these a lot, very often. And also for, illustrations, when you go to a website and you see a very pixelated illustration, is aesthetically very painful. So that's it. By applying these principles and strategies, you will be able to create responsive designs that provide an excellent user experience regardless of the device being used. In this lesson, you've learned about breakpoints, which are the most common breakpoints, and also the main principles and strategies of responsive design. In this lesson, we talk about grid systems. Grid systems are important because they help us maintain consistency throughout the entire design. By using a grid system, we can ensure that elements are aligned properly, which enhances the visual structure and balance of our designs. All right, so let's start with the 8-point grid system. An 8-point grid system is a design framework where spacing, margins, and dimensions are based on multiples of 8 pixels. This helps maintain consistency and alignment across the user interface, making it visually harmonious and easier to scale designs across different screen sizes. For example, padding and margins will be set to 8 pixels, 16 pixels, 24 pixels, and so on. And what is a 4-point grid system? So this grid system is basically the same thing as the 8-point. The difference is that this is based on multiples of 4. That means that distances and dimensions increase in steps of 4 pixels, such as 4 pixels, 8 pixels, 12 pixels, 16 pixels, and so on. So here is an example. In this design, we are using the 8-point grid system for some elements, and then for some other elements, we are using the 4-point grid system, all right? And I will show you right now. So between this container and this container, we have 80 pixels, okay? A distance of 80 pixels. And then between this container and this container, we have a distance of 120 pixels. And this is also a multiple of 8. And if we look at the menu items, we can see that there is a distance of 32 pixels as well. So this is a multiple of 8. Now, if we scroll down and we go here, we can see that the distance between each icon is 64 pixels. This is a multiple of 8 as well. So we can see the consistency. Here, 80 pixels as well, all right? At the bottom, 80 pixels as well. And here we can start to see the 4-point grid system, right? This is 24 pixels, which is a multiple of 4. And then here we can see as well how this is 12 pixels, multiple of 4, all right? So as you can see, there is, there is consistency. That's why when we zoom out, we can see how everything is perfectly spaced. The spacing is not the same for every element, right? But we are using a consistent system. That's why when we look at the big picture, when we look at everything zooming out, we can see that everything is very well balanced. All right. And in a moment, I will show you when to use the 8-point grid system and when to use the 4-point grid system. So here's when to use them. When we are trying to set a very tight spacing, like in this case, we use a 4-point grid system. As you can see here, I use 4 pixels, right? And then here as well, between these items, I use a 4-point grid system because I want these to be close to each other, right? Same thing here, between this and this, we see that it's 12 pixels. This is a 4-point grid system as well. All right. And then here, we are using a 8-point grid system, and that's because we are separating into containers. So we want the spacing to be, larger, right? So we are using a 8-point grid system. The 4-point grid system and the 8-point grid system overlap because any size that fits into the 8-point grid system also fits into the 4-point grid system. This is due to to 8 being a multiple of 4. For example, 80 pixels is a multiple of both 4 and 8. So it works in both systems. However, numbers like 4 and 12 are multiples of 4, but not 8, fitting only the 4-point grid system. This allows for more precise spacing adjustments. The 4-point grid offers finer control, while the 8-point grid provides larger, more consistent spacing, making the design simpler and easier to maintain. So in a nutshell, we use the 8-point grid system for simplicity and scalability, while the 4-point grid system is useful when detailed precision is needed. If you are wondering which grid system I prefer, I like to use a mix of both. Sometimes I prefer tighter spacing between some elements, which the 4-point grid system provides. However, I mainly use the 8-point grid throughout the entire design, with some exceptions where I use the 4-point grid system. When working with a team that already has a preferred system, like a 4-point grid, for example, I adjust and work within that system. At the end of the day, there is no right or wrong way when it comes to grid systems. It depends on the context of the design we are working on. Here we have icons with sizes of 80 pixels, 64 pixels, 48 pixels, and 32 pixels. These sizes work well with both the 4-point grid system and the 8-point grid system. The icon sizes here are multiples of both 4 and 8. This makes the icons easy to use in designs because they fit perfectly into both grid systems, ensuring the design looks clean and consistent. So always size the icons, keeping in mind the grid system you are working with. When working with typography in web design, using a 4-point grid system can help create a visually cohesive and consistent layout. To apply this system to text, you can choose any font size you want, but you need to make sure that the line height is a multiple of 4. For example, if you decide on a paragraph font size of 20 pixels, the line height could be 24 pixels, 28 pixels, 32 pixels, and so on. However, it's important to avoid making the line height too large because an overly spaced line height can make the text look disconnected and harder to read. To find the right line height, you could use percentages. A good range is between 120% and 150% of the font size. This means that if your font size is 20 pixels, you could calculate 140% of 20 pixels, which gives you a line height of 28 pixels. If the line height you calculate using percentages isn't a multiple of 4, you could adjust it. For instance, if you calculate a line height of 27 pixels, which isn't a multiple of 4, you can round it up to 28 pixels to fit the 4-point grid system. This way, your text remains visually consistent and aligned with other design elements. So, what's the difference between using a fixed line height and a percentage? Using a fixed multiple of 4 for line height in a 4-point grid system ensures that all elements in your design align perfectly, creating a clean and organized look. This consistency makes it easier to align text with other design elements like images and buttons, and keeps your layout predictable and scalable across different devices. On the other hand, using percentages for line height makes sure that the spacing is always proportional to the font size, which can enhance readability. For instance, a line height that's 140% of the font size scales naturally as the font size changes. If instead of using a percentage, we use a fixed number as line height, this is what happens when we increase the size of the font. As you can see, the line height remains the same. While using fixed multiples of 4 is generally better for maintaining a strict grid alignment, slight adjustments for readability are often fine and won't significantly impact the overall design harmony. So in conclusion, the 4-point grid system in typography involves setting line heights and spacing to be multiples of 4. By using percentages to find a suitable line height and adjusting the nearest multiple of 4, you can maintain both readability and visual harmony in your designs. And if you want to use the 8-point grid system instead, it's exactly the same approach, but using multiples of 8. In this lesson, you've learned what grid systems are and when to use them. We've also explored the most popular grid systems, such as the 4-point grid system and the 8-point grid system. All right, it's about time. Now that you have a basic understanding of the main principles of web design, we can start designing a website for an architect studio. This project will allow us to apply those principles in a practical setting, focusing on creating a visually appealing and functional site that showcases the studio's portfolio, attracts potential clients, and communicates the brand's unique identity. So let's dive into the initial steps and set the foundation for a successful web design project. So the first thing we will do is to create 3 pages. One for the wireframes and components, one for the main design, and one for the bin. In the wireframes and components page is where we will place our wireframes and components. In the main design page is where we will design our website. And then in the bin page is where we will place any elements that we are not using anymore. And to create the pages, you just have to come here and then click to add new pages. Since we are using the free plan, we only can create 3 pages, so we have to work with what we have. Here we have the copy that we are going to use for the home page, and then here we have the brief. And you can download these documents by going to freewebdesigncourse.com/course-files. And you will find all the files that you will need to design the entire site. And if you prefer to have these inside of Figma, I also added a link to to the Figma file. All right, so let's start. The first thing we will do is to copy and paste here the wireframe of the homepage. And to do so, go to the Figma file that contains the wireframes. And if you don't have access yet, go to freewebdesigncourse.com/course-files, and then you will find a link to the Figma file that contains the wireframes. And once you are in the Figma file, you can hide the comments by pressing Shift+C on your keyboard. Once you have access to this file, go here to the homepage desktop section, and then copy this wireframe, which is the homepage wireframe. All right, so copy it and then go to the main design page and then paste it here, right here. Now you can make a copy of this frame. Select the frame and then press Alt on your keyboard and then drag right here. And then select everything that is inside of this frame and delete it. Now the next thing we will do is to change the name of this frame to desktop-homepage. We can write here wireframe. So in the layers panel, we'll be able to separate this frame to this frame. The next thing we will do is to create the grid. And for this design, we are going to use the 8-point grid system. And to do so, we have to select this frame and then go to Layout Grid and then click here. And now you will see that there is a grid that appears, but this is not what we want. So we go back to layout grid, and then we select the columns grid, and then we write 12 because we want a 12 column grid, and this is how it looks. Now that we have the 12 column grid activated, we will tweak these options. And I like to change the color of the grid. You can change it to any color you want. And then we will also set the margin. Since we are using an 8-point grid system, we will set the margin to 40 pixels. And then the gutter to 32 pixels. And this is how it looks now. All right, we can see the margin, and then we can see the gutter. And now we will create the grid style. And to do so, we select this frame, and then we go here. And then we click these 4 dots, right? And then we click the plus sign, create style. And then, 1 second. Here we click show more options, and then we can see that the 12 column grid is selected. So the name, we can name it desktop grid, since this is the grid we are going to use for the desktop version. And then we click create style. And now we have the style created, and we can reuse it throughout our design. Here is a nice shortcut to turn on and off the grid. You can do so by pressing Shift G. All right, sometimes we need to see the grid so we can see where are we placing the elements. And sometimes we want to turn it off, so to better visualize the design, right? And as I said, Shift G, and you can turn it on and off. The next thing we will do is to create the header. And to do so, we will select this frame, and then inside of it, we will press F, and then we will begin creating the frame, which is going to be the header. And then what I like to do is to add a stroke so I can better visualize where the frame is, because if not, as you can see, if I don't select it, I don't know where it is located, right? And then if I select it right now and then I add a stroke, I can better visualize where is it. So this stroke, we'll remove it later on, but for now we'll keep it like this. And to make sure that we stay organized, we have to name everything, right? So this frame is going to be named header. So we have to go here in the layers panel, and then we double click, and then we name it header. And now that we have our header created, we will start adding the elements inside of it. And the first thing we will add is the logo. Since we don't have a logo, we will just write architecture, and that's going to be our logo for this website. So let's select the frame, and then press T on your keyboard, and then write architecture. Now we can resize the font, something like 24 pixels maybe. And then we place it right here. For now, we will keep the logo here. Obviously, we will move it later on, so it's very aligned. But for now, we can keep it here. And the next thing we will do is to go to the brief real quick, so we can see which menu items we have to create. So they want a section where they can display images of their past projects. So that's the work page. And then the services page, and then the about us page, and then a contact page. All right, so we know which menu items we have to create. We will now make a copy of this text. So we press Alt, and then we drag. And then this will be the menu item. So we change the name to menu items for now. And then we make a copy. This is going to be for work, then services, then about us, and then contact. And now that we have the menu items, we will be changing the name of each one by one. So we select this one, and this is going to be work. And then this one is going to be services. And then this one is going to be about us. And then this one is going to be contact. And now that we have the menu items, we will group them into a frame so we can better align them. So we press Control and Shift and press this one, and then this one, and then this one, and this one, and then we press Shift A to create the auto layout frame. All right, so now it's an auto layout frame, and as you can see, we can move them since they are grouped now. Now we will move these to the right. I will zoom out so you can see. To do so, we will select this, so this is already selected, and then we go to the Properties panel, right here, and then we click this option, Align Right. And then we can see how this now is, aligned to the right. And now we will do the same thing for the logo, but instead of clicking Align Right, we will click Align Left, this option. And now, as you can see, the logo is aligned to the left. Now let's hide the grid for a moment, and to do so, remember, we press Shift G. And we will name this frame, all right? And this is going to be called Navigation Menu. So we go here, and then we call it Navigation Menu. And then we select the logos frame, and then we change the name to logo. Now we will set the spacing for the menu items. So let's zoom a little bit so you can see it. Now it's set at 87 pixels. So this does not respect the 8-point grid system, right? So we will change this to something like 32 pixels and see how it looks. Now it's set to 32 pixels and the spacing looks nice for now. So we will keep it at 32 pixels. Now we will frame every single menu item. So we select it and then right click and then frame selection. And then we do the same thing for this one. And then the same thing for this one and the same thing for this one. Now you might be wondering why we place each of these menu items inside of a frame. And we do that because this way we will have more control over the individual parameters of the menu items in case we want to edit them in the future. So I always prefer to frame them individually. Now we will give a name to all the individual frames. And to do so, we go to the Layers panel, and then we press Shift, and then select this one, and then maintain Shift, and select the last one. And now we have all of them selected. And now that we have all of them selected, we right-click, and then we click here where it says Rename, and then we will see this screen appear, this window, right? And then we will give them this name, Menu Item. And then we will write the $, and then 2 N's. So as you can see, it gives us a number in order, right? The number 1, 2, 3, and 4. And this is a very nice way to organize them. So after we set this, we click Rename. And that's it. Perfectly named. Now we will start adding the other elements of this page. And don't worry too much about the margin right here because we will fix it obviously by setting auto layout on this frame. All right. We will do that later. So let's go back to the wireframe and see what we have to add now. The next thing is the hero text. So let's go to the homepage copy and then let's take it from here. We copy this and then we paste it into this frame right here. Now let's toggle on the grid, Shift+G on your keyboard. Now let's frame this text, and to do so you can select the text and then right click and then go here where it says frame selection and click, or you can use a shortcut, which is Control, press Control on your keyboard, then Alt, then G. And now we can see that it's framed. And now that we have this frame created, what do we have to do next? Yes, sir, you guessed it. We have to add a name. And there is a shortcut to do that, right? If you are on a Windows, you can create, you can rename the frame by pressing Control on your keyboard and then pressing R, right? And then you will see that you can directly rename the frame. And if you are on a Mac, obviously, you have to press Command and then R. And for this frame, we will name it Hero Text. And I know that you might be thinking, wow, like naming all the layers, this is like very time consuming, but you will get used to it. And I want to make sure that you develop good design habits, because at the end of the day, this is going to help you stay organized, especially when you are working with a team or you are working on a big project. When you have enough experience, if you are designing something for yourself, or you are doing like a quick project or like a quick landing page or whatever, you don't have to name everything, right? But it's better for you to get used to it, because as I said, if you want to systemize your designs for a big project, you have to make sure that everything is named. Now let's convert this frame into an auto layout frame. So while we have this frame selected, we press Shift A on our keyboard. And now this frame is an auto layout frame. And you can know that this is an auto layout frame by looking at this icon right here. Now we will change the font size because we want this to be bigger, all right? And to do so, we will select the text that is inside of the frame. And I will show you a trick. When we have elements inside of a frame, or we have nested frames inside of a parent frame, to select them, we can, instead of double clicking like this, we can just press Control on our keyboard and directly select the item inside of the frame, which is faster, especially when we have a lot of layers. Let me give you an example. If we want to reach this text that's inside of this nested frame, we would have to, click multiple times like I'm doing right now. And this is the most intuitive way to do it. But there is a better way to do it, and it's by moving the cursor until we reach the element we want to select, in this case, this text. And then while we have the cursor here, we can press and maintain Control or Command on our keyboard, and then we click the element. And now, as you can see, we selected the element, and in this way is way more efficient than just like clicking multiple times, especially when we have a lot of nested frames. Now you might be thinking, what if I want to select this blue frame? It's the same thing. We press and maintain Control or Command on our keyboard, and then we click. And as you can see, we selected this frame. And if we want to select another frame, we do the same thing. We press and maintain Control, and then we click, as I did with this orange one. Now, to select frames this way, you have to make sure that they have a background color, because if they don't have a background color, you cannot select the frames, nested frames, by pressing Control or Command and then clicking. Let me show you. If we select this blue frame and then we remove the background color, as we can see, if we try to select it this way by pressing and maintaining Control or Command and then clicking, it doesn't work, right? We have to click multiple times to reach this frame because it doesn't have a background color. When I discovered this, I tried an experiment. So I selected the frame and then I went to, to add a background color, and then I added the background color, and then I set the opacity to 0, right? I tried to be slick, but then it doesn't work. For it to work, you have to set the opacity to at least 0.1%. And now, as we can see, it works, all right? Here are the different ways to select a frame. Now let's get back to designing the website. Let's increase the font size of this hero text. So let's select the text And then here on the properties panel, we change the font size to 40 pixels. And let's see how it looks. Let's add a space here. Now let's click outside once and then click again. So we select the parent frame and then we will resize the frame. Something like this. And then we select the text by pressing Ctrl and clicking. And then we will set it to fill container. All right. Now let's set the line height of this text to 120%, which is going to be exactly the same, but in case we decide to resize it later on, it's going to be consistent, right? It's going to be 120% relative to the font size. Now we will add the next element, which is going to be this title that says work. Let's do it by clicking inside of the frame and then pressing T on our keyboard and then clicking and then writing work. And now we will resize it. Probably something like 200 pixels for now. And then let's place it right here. Let's center it a little right here. Let's frame it by selecting it and then pressing Ctrl Alt and G. And now let's change the name. So let's change it to title. We can remove this stroke already. So we select it and then here in the properties panel where it says stroke, we click right here. Now let's add the next section, which is going to be this section right here. This is going to be our featured project. So let's create a frame here. Now we can name this frame image container. Now let's add an image inside of this frame. To do so, let's select the frame and then add a rectangle inside. So let's press R on our keyboard and then let's draw a rectangle, something like this. Let's toggle off the grid so we can see it better. Now let's select the frame and then we should convert this frame into an auto layout frame. So while we have it selected, let's press Shift A. Now let's select the rectangle that's inside and then let's go to the properties panel and then set this to fill container. Now let's go back to the frame and select the frame and then let's remove any padding that we have here. So let's set it to 0. Now as we can see, the rectangle fits perfectly the frame. Now let's add our desired image. So to do that, we have to select the rectangle and then go here in the properties panel and then click here where it says fill and then select the image option. And then we click here where it says choose image. Now we will see this window pop up and then we choose our image. In this case, is this one. We double click and then here we have our image perfectly placed. Now let's activate the grid to make sure that this is centered. So we will resize this frame. And to do so, we have the frame selected and then we go here to one of the corners. And then while we press and maintain Shift, we resize it. Let's zoom to make sure that this is perfectly aligned with the grid. If not, we can just resize it a little bit more. And then go to the other corner. Okay, this is perfect. We can toggle off the grid for now. Now let's resize the frame. So instead of the size, we can set it to 800. So it's more even. That was for the height. The width is perfect already. Now let's say that we want to move the image a little bit to the right or to the left. We can do it by selecting the image and then going here in the properties panel where it says image and then clicking here. And now we see that it's set to fill. We can change it to crop. Now using the keyboard, we can move it to the right or to the left. We can also use the mouse, but with the keyboard, it's more precise. Now let's change the name of the image. To do so, let's press Ctrl and then click to select the image. And then now we press Ctrl again and R, and then we change the name. Let's write something like featured project image. Now we will add the project name and location here. So let's toggle on the grid again. Now we will add here a placeholder for the project name and location. So let's press T on our keyboard and then let's write something like this. Project name and then location. This is a M dash, but you can use a comma if you want. Now let's resize these text to 24 pixels. Now let's select this and then this, right? So this text and this frame, and we will create an auto layout frame. So let's press Shift A. And now while we have this frame selected, let's change the name. So let's press Ctrl or Command plus R on our keyboard. And then let's rename it to something like Featured Project Card. Now let's change the spacing here. So we click here and then we can set it to 40 pixels. Remember, a multiple of 8. And it looks good now. Let's toggle off the grid so we can see how the site is looking. All right. And now let's modify this text because I don't really like it how it looks so centered. I prefer it if it's full width, and it's aligned with this image and this navigation menu, this header. So let's do it. Let's reactivate the grid and then let's resize this so it's aligned with the header and all the content that's below. Let's toggle off the grid so we can better see it. And now it looks so much better. Now the spacing looks a little bit off. Very off, I would say. But we will fix it because we will activate auto layout to this frame. And then we will set the spacing so it's aligned with the 8-point grid system and everything will look very well balanced. Now let's create these project cards and then we will do the same we did to create this one. So let's reactivate the grid. And then we click here inside of this frame and then we will create another frame here. Now let's press F on our keyboard and then let's create a frame, something like this for now. Now while we have this frame selected, let's add a stroke. Now let's click inside of the frame and then press the R key and let's draw a rectangle. Like this. Let's deactivate the grid. And now we will do the same thing we did here. So we select the frame, then press Shift A to convert it to an auto layout frame. Now while we have the frame selected, we go to the properties panel and then remove any padding we have here. So we set this to 0 and then this to 0. Now let's rename the frame to image container. Now let's select the image and then let's go here to the properties panel and we will do the same thing we did before. We click and then we select image, and then we choose our image, which in this case it's going to be this one, project 2. So we double click and we have our image here. Now let's select the frame, and then let's make sure that it's aligned with the grid. So let me zoom, and then let's move it here. Now let's resize the image. So let's select the image. So remember, Control or Command and click once, then go to the Properties panel, and then make sure that this is activated, to make sure that the aspect ratio still is the same. And here we add a height of 800 pixels, and then let's go back to the image. Now let's select the image. So remember, Control or Command plus click, and then you will select the image that it's inside of the frame. And then let's resize it. We can do that manually. So let me zoom, and let's resize it so it's aligned with the grid. Right here. Let me zoom out. Now let's add here the project name and location. So let's press T on our keyboard and then write name and location. And then let's resize these to 24 pixels. And then while we have this selected, we press and maintain Shift, then click this frame, and then we activate auto layout, Shift A. Now let's change the spacing here to 40 pixels. Remember that you can also change the spacing by going to the Properties panel right here. I just prefer to, sometimes change it directly in the here, right here. And now let's change the name of this frame and then the image. So this time we can just go here and then change the name to project card. And then we will change the name of the image to project image. Now let's toggle off the grid to see how it's looking. Nice. Now we'll reactivate the grid, and then we will make a copy of this. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have to make 5 copies. And then on each copy, we will change the image. So what we will do is to create a component. So we will transform this to a component, and then we will make 6 copies. And we will move this to a different page. So we will move it here, our page for the wireframes and components. And then here we will have all the instances. So let's move this frame and then turn it into a component. Let's select the frame and then press Ctrl or Command X on our keyboard to cut it. And then let's go to this page. And then we can paste it somewhere. Here is fine for now. Now let's select the frame and then let's turn it into a component. Let's right click. And then here where it says create component, we click. And now, as we can see, this frame is a component. Now let's go back to the main design page. And then here, where it says assets, it's where we will see all our components, right? So this is the component that we need. We click, and then here, where it says insert instance, click again. And now we have the instance here. So what we have to do is to move it inside of the frame, right? And then let's reactivate the grid. And then let's place it where it's supposed to be. Right here. And now we will make 5 copies of this instance. So we select the instance, and then we press and maintain Alt on our keyboard, and then we make a copy. We place it here for now. And then we make another copy. And then another one. And then another one. And then another one. And now we can change the images on each of these instances without affecting the parent component, right? So let's do that. Let's select the image that's inside of this instance. So Control and then click, and then go here in the Properties panel. And then we do the same process we did before. Here in this folder, we have all the images we need. In this case, it's project 3, right here. And let's do the same with all these other instances. Now we have all the images we need. Let's toggle off the grid so we can better see the website. And now this is starting to look like a real website. The beauty of using components and instances is that, for example, let's go to this page, and then let's add a background color and then change the text color as well. Let's see. Maybe a black background, and then let's change the text to white. If we go back to the main design page, we can see that it changes on all the instances. So imagine that we have like hundreds of instances, right, in a project, and then the client says, hey, I want to change the background color to a different color, right? If we have to do it manually on every page, it's very, very time consuming. But if we have components and then instances, it's very effective and efficient. Let's go back to the components page. And then let's remove the background color. And then let's change the text to black again. And then let's remove the stroke that we added when we created this frame. So let's select this frame, and then let's remove the stroke. And now this stroke is going to be removed from all the instances of this component. As we can see, there is no stroke anywhere. What I like to do is to modify the parent component as well, so I can better identify it. So let's select the image, Control or Command click, and then let's go here, and then select solid. Now let's go back to the main design page. As we can see here, when we change the image to a solid color on the main component, it also changed on this particular instance. And that's because since the main component already had the image we needed on this instance, we kept it and didn't override it like we did on the other instances. To fix this, we can select the image, go to the Properties panel right here, click on Image and choose our desired image. In this case, it's going to be this one. Now, if we go to this page, we can see how everything is set correctly now. Now it's time to add the next section or element, and it's going to be the CTA. And the CTA, it's going to be a link. It could be a button, but I prefer to add a link for this CTA particularly. And it's going to be a link that will take us to the projects page. Basically a page where we will feature every single project that this studio has done. To add the CTA, let's create a text and then let's write more projects. Now let's resize this to 80 pixels because I want it to be large, right? Then let's set the line height to 120%. Now let's select it and then move it to the center. Right here. Now let's add this arrow, and you can find this icon inside of the icons folder, and here's the URL, so you can access this folder and then import the arrow. Let's drag the arrow here, and then now we will resize it. So while we have the icon selected, let's go to the Properties panel, and then let's activate this to maintain the aspect ratio. And then let's resize it to 96 pixels. Now let's move it here. Now we'll select the arrow and then we will press and maintain shift and select the text as well. Now we'll add these two elements to an auto layout frame by pressing shift plus A. Now let's move it to the center. Now let's change the spacing here to 48 pixels, a multiple of 8. Now let's zoom out and see how it looks. It looks good. Now let's rename this auto layout frame. We can name it CTA link. Like this, it's fine. The next section we have to create is the footer. So let's extend a little bit this frame so we have more space. And then let's add a frame here. Let's activate the grid so we can better see it. And then let's add a stroke to this frame. Let's rename the footer. Now let's add the elements inside of the footer. So it's going to be very minimal. I like to keep a copyright notice here on the left side, and then the legal note and privacy policy here. Let's do it. Now let's resize it to 20 pixels. And let's place it here for now. Now let's make a copy. And then we write legal note. Then we make another copy and we write privacy policy. Let's zoom this a little bit. All right, so now let's make another copy, and this is going to be contact. Now let's select this and this, and then let's move it to the right. And then let's create an auto layout frame while we have these two selected. Now let's frame this, and then let's frame this as well. So this is an auto layout frame, and then this one and this one are just regular frames. And I will explain why I did this right now. I converted this into an auto layout frame because these are related and they are going to be positioned here on the right side. And then this is going to be positioned in the center of the frame. And then this one is going to be positioned here on the left side. Now let's resize this frame so it's aligned with the grid, like this. Now while we have this frame selected, let's convert it into an auto layout frame, Shift plus A. And now let's resize it, and then let's move it. Now let's go to the properties panel while we have this frame selected. And then let's remove the padding on the sides. Let's set it to 0. And then this padding, we will set it to 40 pixels, multiple of 8. And then here, we will select Align Center, and then we will double click. So the spacing between items is set to auto. Now let's go back to the grid. Let's select this frame. And then let's set the spacing. And we will use the same spacing we use here. So 32 pixels. Let's go back to the bottom. And then let's select this frame. And then let's change it to 32 pixels. 32. Now, as we can see, everything is perfectly aligned. Now let's rename these frames. This one is going to be the copyright. So we write copyright here. And then this one is going to be contact. And then this one is going to be boring pages. I like to call them boring pages because they are very boring, only text. So you can name them like whatever you want. Now let's toggle off the grid, and then let's select this frame, and then let's remove this stroke. And now our page is almost completed. I just noticed an oversight, and it's that all these components are not inside of this frame. All right, as we can see, let's select them. As we can see here, they are not inside of this frame, but it's fine. We can just select all of them and then drag them inside of the frame. That's it. Things like this can happen all the time because we are human, right? That's why it's very important to always double check everything and make sure that every little oversight or mistake is corrected. Now we'll create different sections with auto layout before activating the auto layout on this main frame. And we will do that because we want to make sure that we can set different spacing between sections. With auto layout, we can't add individual spacing between the items inside. To achieve this, we have to create nested frames, and that's exactly what we are doing. Let me show you what I mean. Let's activate auto layout on this frame. As we can see, the spacing between all the sections is the same, right? So we cannot set individual spacing between all these elements and sections. Let me go back. Now let's organize these. So let's select all these instances, and then let's create an auto layout frame. So now this is an auto layout frame, and then we will change the name to nested projects container. Now we will select this frame and then press and maintain shift and select this frame and then create an auto layout frame. Now let's rename this frame and we can call it also nested projects container. Now let's select this frame and then press and maintain shift and select this frame. And then let's create an auto layout frame. Now let's change the name of this frame to parent projects container. Now let's set the spacing for each of these sections. And this, and also here. Always respecting the 8-point grid system. Here we will add a padding of 72, multiple of 8 as well. And then here 64. And then here as well 64. Now we have a very nice spacing, so just a recap. Here is 72, then 64, then 64, all right? Now let's set the space between these cards, all right, to auto. So let's go to the properties panel and then double click here. Now let's select this frame and then press shift and then select this frame and let's create an auto layout frame. Now let's rename this frame to projects section, like this. And now let's resize this space to 160 pixels, multiple of 8. Now this section is perfectly spaced. Now let's set the spacing between these frames and then these frames. To do so, let's select this frame and then this frame, and let's convert them into an auto layout frame. Now let's set the spacing, this, to 144 pixels. And now let's select this frame that we just created, and then this one, and convert them into an auto layout frame. And now let's set the spacing to 144 pixels as well. Now let's go to the footer, then select this frame and convert them into an auto layout frame. And then we will set this to 200 pixels. Now let's rename the auto layout frames we created. So this one, we can name it container, and then the other one, we will name it container as well. Now let's select our main frame and let's convert it into an auto layout frame as well. And now let's set the padding on all sides to 40 pixels. To do so, we go to the properties panel, and then we, right here, we press Control or Command, and then we click, and then we write 40 pixels. And now we have a 40 pixels padding on all sides. Now we have the homepage completed, but we have to tweak some stuff to make the UX better and also to make it look better. And one of the things I like to work on is the navigation menu. There are a lot of different types of navigation menus. For example, a popular one is a fixed navigation bar that stays visible at the top of the screen while you scroll down the page. This design is commonly used for a website's main navigation menu, ensuring that it's always visible. However, in my opinion, it takes too much screen space, especially on small devices. So I prefer to hide the menu when users scroll down and show it again when they scroll up. This keeps the screen clean and uncluttered while still providing easy access to the navigation menu. You can see this approach in action on the course's website, freewebdesigncourse.com. As you can see here, the navigation disappears when I scroll down and it appears when I scroll up. This wows the user because they think they have to scroll all the way up to get back to the navigation menu, but they don't. So it's awesome. Now let's go back to the design file. Okay, so I'm adding a background color to the navigation menu to ensure that when it appears as the user scrolls up, all the menu items are clearly visible. This prevents overlap with the content behind it, avoiding a messy design and making the menu easier to read. I believe this is an elegant solution for maintaining a clear and functional design. Let's do it. Let's select this frame and then go to the properties panel. And then we can add a placeholder color, like something like this for now. And then right now I will go to the mood board, and then I will pick a blue shade from here, because remember that in the brief we have here, 1 second, you see here it says you could also add some shades of blue or other cold colors. So we will, since we have in the mood board some nice shades of blue, we will leverage that. So let's create a rectangle right here, something like this. And then while we select the rectangle, we go to the properties panel, and then here we select the color picker, and then we see here in the mood board if we can find a nice shade of blue, something like this is fine. Now we have this shade of blue, but then this is too dark, so we will make it a little bit lighter. So we go back to the properties panel, and then we slide this to make it very light.
Let me see. Let's try this shade of blue and see. Let's move this right here next to the home page. Now let's select this frame, right? And then let's go to the properties panel and click here. And then let's select the color picker. And then while we have this selected, we click here inside of the rectangle. And now we have the color applied here. Now let's apply some styling. Let's go to the properties panel. And then here on the auto layout panel, we'll add a padding of, on the sides of 30 pixels and see how it looks. Okay, now let's go back to the properties panel and then top and bottom of 20 pixels. Let's see how it looks. All right, now let's apply auto layout to this frame. All right, to the header, Shift A. And then let's go back to the properties panel and then let's align these to the center. Now that I'm looking, probably let's select the navigation menu and let's change the height, because I believe that giving it a padding of 30 pixels as well would make it look nicer. So let's go to the properties panel and then let's do 30 pixels here as well. All right. Now let's change the border radius, because like this, it looks sharp. For some designs, it works, but I prefer to add some corner radius when I do this type of navigation menus. So let's select the frame and then go to the properties panel right here. And then here where it says corner radius, we can give it a 10 as border radius. And let's see, it looks nice. As you probably noticed, the design of this navigation menu is exactly the same I used to design the free web design course.com's website. And that's because it works very well. All right, so before completing the page, I was looking at the navigation menu and I think that adding a different spacing would be better. So now it's set to 32 pixels. Let's change it to 48, which is also a multiple of 8. Let's see. Yeah, now it looks better. Now we can remove this rectangle and then let's set some color styles, because this color blue, for example, we can add it as a style. So let's go here in the properties panel. Let's click here and then this plus sign, click here, and then let's select style. And now we can add a name, probably light blue, and then click here where it says create style. And now, as you can see here, when the color is applied, we can see the color name. Now let's do the same thing with the color black. So let's select this frame. And then let's go to the properties panel here. And we can see that we have two shades of black. We have this, which is a very dark gray, and then this, which is pure black. And we want to make sure that everything, like all the text, is set to this very dark black. So we are not using the, the pure black. And to do that, we simply click here and then we write 10, 10, 10. And now all the text in this page is using this color. And now we'll create a style, the same thing we did with the light blue. So we click here and then we click here and then style. And then we can call this black and then create. As you can see, now we have the light blue and the black, and then we can do the same thing with the white as well. And then style, white, and then create the style. And now these are the three colors we are using for this design. Now the desktop version of our homepage is done. The next step is to create the next breakpoint. And the next breakpoint is the tablet version. So we will create the tablet version, and then we'll create the mobile version. So let's start. Let's press F on our keyboard, and then let's draw a frame, something like this. We'll set the width right now. So while we have the frame selected, we go to the properties panel, and then on the width, we change it to 810. And this is going to be the breakpoint for tablet. Now let's rename this frame to tablet homepage. And then now we can stretch it like this for now. Now let's create the grid for the tablet. So let's select the frame and then go to layout grid here, and then click, and then we click here, and then we set it to columns. And then this one is going to be an 8-column grid. Then I will change the color to blue, and then the margin, we can still use a 40 pixel margin, and then the gutter 32 pixels. Now we'll copy some elements from here and we will add them here. And the first thing we will copy and paste is the header. So we select the header, and then we press Ctrl or Command C, and then we select this frame, and then Ctrl or Command V. And now, as we can see, we have the header here. Now let's resize it so it fits the grid. And let's deactivate the grid for now. And as we can see, the menu is just like a little bit too close to the logo, so we have to fix this. And what I often do to fix this is basically to change the navigation menu. And instead of having the entire menu displayed, I prefer to add a quote-unquote hamburger menu. And I say quote-unquote because it's not your typical hamburger menu. And I will show you exactly what I do. So I will select these menu items and I will delete all of them. And then here I will write menu. Now let's select the text of the inside of this frame. So this is the menu item frame. So we select the actual text, and then we go to the properties panel right here, and then we center the text. Now we have it perfectly centered. Now let's reactivate the grid, and then let's zoom out. All right. Now we will add some more elements, and then remember that the padding at the top and then the bottom is going to be applied later. Let's select this frame that contains the hero text, and then we copy it, select the tablet frame, and then paste it. And then let's move it here, around here. And then let's activate the grid, and then let's resize it. Let me zoom in so we can better see it. Now let's deactivate the grid for a moment. Let's change the text size. So let's select the text and then go to the properties panel. And then let's set it to 36 pixels. Now that the text is set to 36 pixels, I see a design problem, and it's this is called the rag, and it's basically this curve that we are seeing here. This is like, so just think as an like imaginary curve right here. This is not good. It doesn't look good, right? So we might change the text to maybe, let me see, 32 pixels. And now this looks way better. Now that we are copying everything to the tablet version, we can see that all the layers are named. So that's the beauty of this, right? That we don't have to name everything again. Okay, let's continue copying this. Now we will select this frame and then we'll copy it here. We'll move it here. Here for now is fine. And then we'll change the size as well. Let's select the text. And then here we can change it to 160. And then let's enter it. We didn't have the auto layout activated on this frame, but let's do it now. So while we have the frame selected, let's press Shift A. And then let's do it on this frame as well. Now let's go to this frame and let's remove the padding. So whatever padding you have here, set it to 0. And now let's center it. Now let's select and copy this frame. And then we select this frame and then paste it here. Now you will see and appreciate the beauty of auto layout. So let's go to this frame and then we select this frame, which is this one, the image container. And then we go to the properties panel. And then here, instead of fixed, we select fill container and we click. And then now we click outside and then we select this frame, which is the feature project card. And then we resize it here in this corner. And then we press and maintain Shift. And then let's resize. And as you can see, it resizes perfectly. Now let's reactivate the grid. And then let's see. We select the frame, we press and maintain Shift. And then we align it with the grid. And then here is already aligned. So perfect. Now let's resize this text to 18 pixels. No, actually 20. Let's set it to 20. Now let's change the font size of this menu item because this, the project name and the location is 24 pixels, 20 pixels. So this has to be also 20 pixels. Because here we are, we set these menu items to 24 pixels. And then the project name and location here is 24 pixels as well. So we want to keep the consistency. And before we change the size of this text, we will activate auto layout on this frame. And I will show you why right now. If we don't have auto layout activated on this frame, when we select the text and we change the size, as we can see, it's not aligned to the center. And then we'll have to go here and then, align it and, all that stuff, right? Let me go back. So the best approach is to activate auto layout on this frame, right? Which is this frame, okay? And then change the size, select the text and then change the size to 20 pixels. And as we can see, the text is perfectly aligned. Now, before I forget, I will also add auto layout on each of these frames. All right, each of these. So this one, this one, this one, and this one. It's important to activate auto layout on elements early in the design because imagine if we had like tens or hundreds of pages, right? If we didn't have auto layout activated and we didn't set, create components, we would have to go to every page one by one and then set the auto layout elements or do whatever changes we want to do. And that would be very time consuming. So make sure that you activate auto layout before you finish designing the first pages, ideally the first page. Now we'll add these project cards to the tablet breakpoint. And to do that, we have to just go to any of these instances. This one, for example, and then we copy it. We select the tablet homepage frame, and then we paste it here. As we can see, this is already an instance attached to a component. So we have to detach it. And to do that, we can just right click. And then here where it says detach instance, we click here. And now as we can see, it's already detached because we are seeing this blue outline. Now let's toggle on the grid. And then we have to resize this card, right? If we try to do it, it's not going to work. Let me show you, right? Because this image inside is set to fixed. As we can see, if we select it here in the properties panel, it's set to fixed. So we have to change it to fill container, and this fill container as well. And now we have to also select this frame, the image container, and then change the property to fill container as well. And now if we try to resize this frame, it's going to work. Then we'll copy this and then paste it to the components page, and then create a component and then create instances. But that's very time consuming, right? And we are all about efficiency. So I will show you a better way to do it. Let's delete this one. Now let's go to the components page. And then here, where we have our component, we will select the image, which is this frame. This layer, right? We will go to the properties panel, and then we'll set it to fill container and then fill container. And now we will select this frame, the image container, and then we will do the same thing. We will go here in the properties panel, and we can see this one is set to fixed. We will change it to fill container. And now if we go to the main design page, and then we copy this instance, let's copy it, and then we paste it here. And then we try to resize it, we can see how it resizes perfectly. Now let's make sure that the size of the frame aligns with the grid. Let's resize it by pressing and maintaining Shift and then resize it like this. Now it's time to copy and paste the other instances. So we select this instance, and then we go to the tablet, and then we paste it here. And it's basically the same process. We resize it by maintaining Shift. And now this is perfectly aligned with the grid. Before we continue, I will add a project name and a location to all these instances. I will just make it up so it looks more realistic. All right, so I have added the project names and the locations here as well. You can use the same ones I used, or you can just, choose any project names and locations you want. Now copy the rest of the instances, right? These 4 here, and do exactly what I did here. And make sure that the font size is set to 20 pixels. Now we have all the project cards here. Let's toggle off the grid so we can better see everything. And as we can see, there are some misalignments here. For example, you see this image, and that's because this text has 2 lines. And there are different ways to fix it. And we will fix it by adding, instead of writing here Norway, for example, we will do the same thing we did here, right? And then we will write nor in this case. And then here, like this. And then Australia, this, and then here the same thing. Okay, so here we can like this. And now everything is perfectly aligned. Now let's add the next element, which is this CTA. So let's copy the entire frame and then select this frame and then paste it. Let's move it up a little bit. And then now it's time to resize it. Let's resize it to 60 pixels and see. Maybe 50 pixels. Let's see. 60 pixels I think is better. Yes, let's keep it at 60 pixels. And now we have to resize this, and we can resize it to 80 pixels, but we have to make sure that this is activated, you know, to keep the same aspect ratio. So now we can set it at 80 pixels. And now it looks good. Now let's add the footer, this section. And before adding it, we'll create a component, and we'll create a component for the header as well. And we'll do that because the footer and the navigation menu will be repeated multiple times throughout the website. So let's select the header, and then let's copy it and go to the components page. And then let's paste it somewhere here. Let's move it up a little, right here. And now let's create the component. So we select the frame, and then we right click, and then here where it says create component, we click. And now we have our component. And we'll do the same thing with the footer. So we go to the main design page, and then we select, copy and paste the footer. Let's go back to the components page, and then let's paste it here. Let's move it up, and then let's convert it into a component. Now we'll do the same thing with the tablet and mobile header. So let's go to the main design page again. And then we go to the tablet version. Then we copy this, then go to the components page, and then we paste it here. Let's move it down a little. And now let's convert this into a component. The next step is to copy each one of these to the main design page. So let's start with the header for the desktop version. And then we copy it, we go to the main design page. And then here, we double click right here. So we are inside of the frame, and then we paste it. Now it's going to be pasted here at the bottom. But what we can do is to basically just drag it, right? We drag it here. You can also use the keyboard to change the position of the header. Now we select this one, and then we remove it. And now we have the instance of the component right here. In Figma, when you copy and paste a component, the pasted element will be an instance of the original component instead of a direct copy. This approach makes sense because having multiple copies of the exact same component is redundant, right? If you want to copy a component and then edit it to create a different version, you can detach the instance of that component and then convert it into a new component. I hope this makes sense to you. Now let's go to the components page, and then let's do the same thing with the other components. So I will copy the footer, and then I will go to the main design page, and then I will scroll down and then click here and then paste it. And now I will move it up and then remove this one. Now let's go back to the components page. Let's copy this one. Let's go back to the main design page. And then while we select the tablet version, we paste it here. And then we move it up. We remove this one. And then that's it. Now let's go to the footer here. And then we select it, we copy it, and then we paste it here in the tablet version. And now we activate the grid, and then we resize it like this. Let's resize this side as well. And then let's move it up. Let's toggle off the grid. Now looking at the desktop version and the tablet version, there is one thing that doesn't convince me too much. And it's basically the spacing between these cards. The proportion doesn't seem right if you look at this one and then this one. So let's change the spacing on the tablet version. So let's select the tablet version. Let's toggle on the grid. And then let's go here in the properties panel. And then let's change the gutter to 24 pixels. Now let's resize each of these cards so they fit the grid perfectly. And there are different ways to do this, and a very efficient way to do it is with variants. And you will learn how to use variants later in the course, but for now we'll just resize them manually, like one by one. So let's resize this one first and make sure that it aligns perfectly with the grid. Remember to maintain shift. Now this one is perfectly aligned. To make sure that the sizing of all these instances is accurate, we have to go to the properties panel while we have this one selected that we already resized. And then we have to see these values, and we have to apply these values to all these other instances. So one by one. The values are 353 width, and then the height is 462. To save time, we will select all these instances by maintaining shift, and then we'll go to the properties panel, and we see that it says mixed. We'll change this, the width to 353, and then the height to 462. And now it's going to change the sizing on all of them. And don't worry about aligning them right now, because we will do so with auto layout in a few moments. The next thing we will do before we forget is to save this grid into a style. So let's select this frame, then go to the properties panel. And then here, these 4 dots, we click, and then we click this plus sign. And now we'll have the option to, here when we click show options, to select this grid and then create this style. So the name is going to be tablet grid. And then we click create style. And now if we click here on the canvas, we can see that we have the desktop grid and the tablet grid. Now let's toggle off the grid. And then let's start applying auto layout. Let's select all these frames and then apply auto layout. Let's toggle on the grid, and then now let's rename this frame, and we will go and look what name we gave to this frame, which is nested projects container. We will copy this, and then we will name this frame exactly that. Next, we will change the spacing. So instead of 44 pixels, as we can see here, we will change it to 40 pixels. Now, while we have the frame selected, we will go to the properties panel again, and then we will align it to the center, and then double click to set the gap between items to auto. And now we will resize the frame so it aligns with the grid. Now, as we can see, everything is perfectly aligned. Now here, since we are going to use the same spacing here and then here, we can just, cut by pressing Ctrl or Command and X, and then select this frame and then paste it here. And now we have it here at the bottom. So with the arrow on the keyboard, we can move it up. Now let's toggle off the grid for a second, and then let's see which other auto layout frame we have to create. So let's go to this frame, and then let's see. All right, we have to create an auto layout frame connecting this frame with this frame. And then we have to give it a spacing here. All right, so let's select this frame and then this frame, and then let's create an auto layout frame. Now let's set the spacing here to 48 pixels. Let's see how it looks. Maybe let's try 56. Yeah, it looks better. Now let's see which name we gave to this frame. Projects section. So let's copy it. And then let's select this one. And then paste it here. All right, let's see which other frame we have to create. So I think it's this one. Yes, this one that connects all this content with the CTA. So let's do that. Let's select this and then this frame, and then let's activate auto layout. Now we'll set the spacing here to 128 pixels. Let's see how it looks. Yeah, it looks good. There is something that doesn't convince me here in the footer menus. And it's probably because since the contact menu item is centered here inside of this frame, but it's not really centered when we look at the entire, page, right? It's not centered because we have two menu items here. So I will just move these to the right side. So we have three menu items here, and then the copyright text here. So let's do that before we advance to the next stage of the design. Since this is a component, we have to go to the components page and then find the component, which is this, the footer menu, and then we select it. And I will take this frame and then I will cut it, Control or Command and X, and then I will select this frame, right? And then I will paste it. And now I will move it with the keyboard arrows to the left side. Now when I go to the main design page, I can see the change. It also changed here because we are using the same component. And this is the beauty of using components, that we are very time efficient. Now let's see which is the next auto layout frame you have to create. So let me click here. And as we can see, is this one, right? The connection or grouping, if you will, of this frame and this frame. And now that I have this frame connected, I can see that I forgot to add the name. And that's okay because we can rename it right now. Sometimes this will happen, right? You will be working on a file and then you will forget to name some stuff, but that's fine as long as you name everything before, doing a developer handoff or before sharing the file with other designers and stakeholders. You have to make sure that all the frames are named. with the advancements of AI technology, we'll probably be able to create very solid and strong naming conventions automatically. But at the moment, you have to get used to naming everything manually. I'm aware that there are some plugins that help you name the layers automatically, but I wanted to show you and let you know that you have to, develop the habit of naming everything, because the naming conventions will change depending on the project you are working on. All right, so let's rename this frame, and we can call it content container. Now let's create this auto layout frame here in the tablet breakpoint. So we select this and then this, right? These two. And then we press and maintain Shift A and we create the auto layout frame. Now let's set the spacing here to 96 pixels. It looks good. Now let's create the next auto layout frame, which is going to be, let me see. All right, so this frame and this frame. So we select this, and then we create an auto layout frame. And now we set the spacing here to 96 pixels as well. And we set the same spacing here and here, because here in the desktop version, as we can see, we have the same spacing here and here. So when designing the different breakpoints, we always take into consideration and as a reference the spacing, and layout of the desktop version. Now, as we saw before in this course, when we talked about the adaptive design and responsive design, we know that the layout, even though this is going to be the reference, right? The layout is going to change, especially on mobile. It's going to be different because it doesn't make sense to replicate the exact same layout on all the different breakpoints, right? So we will see that when we design the mobile version, the layout is going to be different. And that design method, it's called 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, adaptive design. Now let's rename the layers that we just created. So we go here and we see this one is already named, if I'm not mistaken. No, it's not named. So this is called content container. So we copy the name and then we select it here in the tablet breakpoint, and then we paste it here. And then we do the same thing with the others. So this one, it's called project section. We paste it here. And then the last one, it's called container. So let's just change the name to container, and that's it. Now let's group this frame and then this frame with an auto layout frame. So let's select both and then Shift A. And this frame is going to be called container as well. And now let's set the spacing here, which is going to be 160 pixels. And then finally, let's convert this main frame into an auto layout frame. And now let's set the padding on the entire frame to 40 pixels. We can already delete the wireframe. And then let's select these two frames, these two main frames. And then let's go to the auto layout panel here. And then let's align everything to center. I aligned everything to the center because let's say that we want to see how this page would look on a wider screen. So we can create a copy like I did right now. And then we stretch the frame And as we can see, everything is centered. And then now here we could, tweak the layout. If we want like more columns here, or we want the content to cover more space, we could do it. All right, so let's delete this. And then now it's time to create the tablet expanded menu. To do so, we'll make a copy of this frame. And then we'll delete everything minus the menu. So you can just start deleting all the layers, even the footer, and then we'll deactivate auto layout now, right here. Then we'll stretch this. Now we will change the background color to this blue. So while we have the frame selected, we go to the properties panel, and then we go to libraries, and then we select this color, the light blue. This way we integrate more of this shade of blue into the design. Now let's change the background color of this frame, because if not, we cannot see it, since the background of the main frame is the same color. So let's go to the properties panel, and then let's change it to white for now and see how it looks. It looks good. Now we can remove the logo, because we don't need it here. Now let's add the menu items here. So we have work, services, about us, and contact. So work, then we make a copy, services, another copy, then about us, another copy, and then contact. And we have to add the blog as well. So let's add it now. Let's make another copy here. And this is going to be the blog. And then I will reorder it in a minute. So here we don't have the blog. So we have to go to the main component. And we can do so by going to the components page, or we can just select the instance here, and then right click and go to main component. And now this is going to take us to the component directly. And this is a good way to save a little bit of time. Now that we are in the main component, we are going to make a copy of the services. And then we will write blog. And now we have the blog menu item in the header component. Now let's go back to the main design page. And then let's go to the expanded tablet menu. Let's rename this main frame to expanded tablet menu. Now let's change the font size of the menu items, because I want them to be large. So let's select all of them. Then go to the properties panel, and then let's add 72 and see how it looks. Looks good. So now we have to select them and then activate auto layout. Now we have auto layout activated, but it's set to wrap. That's why this looks a little bit messy. So let's go to the auto layout panel, and then let's select vertical layout. Now let's move this here, and then let's select all the menu items, and then let's set the line height to 120%. Now let's select the auto layout frame, and then let's change the spacing between menu items to 34 pixels. Remember, always respecting the 8-point grid system, right? So a multiple of 8. Now let's frame each of these menu items with auto layout. So we select this one and then activate auto layout, and then here auto layout as well, and then this one auto layout, and auto layout. Now let's rename the frames. So this, we can call it menu items container. Now we select all the menu items and then we right click, and now we navigate to rename, and now we'll see this pop up, and then here we'll name it menu item, and then we'll add this $, and then 2 ends, so we have them perfectly numbered. Now we click rename, and that's it. Now let's change this, because here it should say close. This way we can close the expanded menu by clicking this button. I just noticed that the logo we had here is not removed. The frame that contained the logo is not removed. And that's because when I removed the logo, I selected the text instead of the frame. So let's select the header, and then here in the layers panel, we can see how the text is hidden, but the frame is not. So we can just select this frame where it says logo and then delete it. And as you can see, it's not completely deleted. That's because this is an instance, right? So we are not really deleting this logo, because if we deleted this, right, if this was completely deleted, it would be deleted in the main instance, and that's not what we want. Now let's navigate back to the menu. So here we can see that the this menu item, if you will, this close button, is now moved to the left, and that's because we just removed the logo from this instance. So let's align it to the right. Let's go to the layers panel, and then we select this, and then we go to the auto layout panel. We deactivate the automatic gap between items by double clicking here. And now we can see that the close button is set to the center, right? So we go back to the auto layout panel, and then we align it to the right. Now let's go back to the layers panel. And then here we can see how these these menu items are not placed inside of this auto layout frame, and it should be here, right? So let's select this frame, and then we drag it inside of this container. And now we'll see how it's placed right here. And now by pressing the down arrow key on our keyboard, we move it down. Now let's select this frame, then go to the auto layout panel, and then align it to the top left. And now we have the menu correctly placed. Now let's resize this spacing to 80 pixels. Now let's select this frame and then activate auto layout. Now in this case, we will go to the properties panel, and then we'll set the the height to fixed. And then we will go here, and then we will stretch the frame to cover the entire vertical viewport. Now let's reorder the menu items so they follow the same order as here. Done. And that's it. We just created the expanded tablet menu. Now the next step is to create the mobile breakpoint. So let's create a frame, something like this. Then we'll resize it now. While we have it selected, we go to the properties panel, and then the width should be 375 pixels. Now we will rename this main frame to mobile homepage. Now let's go to the wireframes and components page. Then let's look for the mobile version, this one. And then let's copy and paste this to this page. Right here. And now this is going to be like an exercise for you. So you will, complete the mobile version. You have the wireframe here, and then you have everything you need here. So just complete it, and then we'll be done with this first page. Go to freewebdesigncourse.com/course files, and you will find there all the Figma files and everything you need to complete this exercise. If you need help with any of the exercises or tasks in this course, feel free to join our private community at webdesignerscollective.com. I'm very active there, and you will find also other designers willing to help. It's totally free to join. All right, so here is the completed design of the homepage. And as I was completing this, like the mobile version, I just noticed that here in this icon, I didn't activate auto layout. So let's activate it right now. It was like a little bit off, and then I noticed. So, just select it and then activate auto layout. And do the same thing here in the mobile version and also in the desktop version. This happened because when I imported this icon into the desktop version, I didn't activate auto layout because at that moment I didn't need auto layout, right? And this happens all the time. So the best thing to do is to always double or triple check everything. All right, so here is the entire design. And then I want you to complete the final exercise. And the final exercise is basically designing all these pages, right? All these pages I want you to replicate. And you will have access to this Figma file. Go to the freewebdesigncourse.com/course files, and you will find this Figma file, so you can take this as reference. This design is simple, functional, and looks good. If I had an architecture studio right now, I'd like my website to look like this. You can see my style reflected in this design. However, as designers, it's important not to get too attached to a particular style. Bruce Lee once said something like this in an interview: "I do not believe in styles. You should express yourself totally and completely. That way you won't create a style, because style is crystallization." Even though I have a preferred style for my own projects, I can adapt to any style proposed to me because I have learned the art of adaptation and growth. This is crucial for you as a web designer as well, because you have to embrace flexibility and continuous improvement in your work, and always be open to new ideas and styles. All right, cool. So as you can see here, we are using some different shades of blue, and all this is intentional. All right. I use this light blue here because when there is a lot of text in a page, I prefer to use a very light color instead of pure white. It makes the text easier to read. In this Figma file, you will have all the color styles, grid styles, and font styles. Use them to complete the design. And as always, if you have any questions, just let me know. And make sure that you join us, in the group, in the private group, because there you will find other fellow designers. You will be able to ask questions, participate, and don't be the typical person that is, member of a community and never participate, never ask questions. It's very important for you to do that if you want to grow. So I will see you there. Now I will explain what a style guide is and why it's important to have one. You will learn how a style guide helps ensure consistency, efficiency, and a strong brand identity in web design. By the end of this lesson, you will understand the key elements of a style guide and the benefits it brings to your projects. So, what is a style guide? A style guide is a detailed document that explains the design standards and the guidelines for a website or application. It serves as a reference tool for designers, developers, and content creators, making sure that everything looks and works consistently. A style guide usually includes information about the brand's identity,
such as how to use the logo, the color palette, the typography, and icons. It also outlines design principles like layout, grids, spacing, and alignment rules. Additionally, it includes guidelines for user interface components such as buttons, forms, and navigation bars, as well as content guidelines for tone of voice, grammar, and formatting standards. Lastly, it provides instructions on how to use media like images and videos. So why it's important to have a style guide? Having a style guide is crucial for several reasons. First, it ensures consistency across all elements of the website or application, making everything look and feel more cohesive. This consistency builds trust with users and enhances their experience. Second, a style guide helps teams work more efficiently. With clear guidelines, designers and developers don't have to make decisions on the fly, reducing the time spent on revisions and speeding up the project completion. Third, a style guide helps maintain a strong and recognizable brand identity. By following the predefined standards, every piece of content reinforces the brand's image and message. Fourth, it promotes better collaboration among team members. It acts as a common reference point, making it easier for new team members to understand and follow the established design practices. Fifth, a style guide helps maintain high-quality output. By adhering to the guidelines, the final product is more likely to be polished and professional. Sixth, it ensures scalability. As the website or application grows, a style guide helps new features and pages align with the existing design, which is crucial for long-term maintenance and expansion. And finally, a consistent design makes it easier for users to navigate and interact with the website. A familiar look and feel enhances usability and overall satisfaction. You can find the style guide for this website here in this page. Feel free to replicate it. You can also add some stuff that is missing, like the text styles, for example. These text styles, all right? You can add them here. You can also add some other stuff that you think it's missing. You can do some research, because the style guide can be way more comprehensive than this, but I just wanted to show you how it looks. In conclusion, a style guide is an essential tool for any web design project. It promotes consistency, efficiency, and strong brand identity while enhancing user experience. By investing time in creating a detailed style guide, teams can ensure their projects are cohesive, scalable, and also high quality. In this lesson, you've learned how to design a website using Figma, and also what a style guide is and when to create one. Here are a couple of things to keep in mind. Every designer has a unique way of designing. I'll show you how I do it, but it doesn't mean that you have to do it exactly like me. Feel free to experiment and build your own process, but always keep in mind the main design fundamentals. Study and understand the rules before trying to break them. Your designs and processes will most likely never be 100% perfect, but you should always strive for excellence. Mistakes are normal and part of building something exciting. Just make sure to be diligent when working on projects for real clients by double or even triple checking everything. It's very easy to overlook things when there are so many moving pieces. Congratulations on finishing Module 3. Now you know how to design websites, and that's awesome. This is an incredible milestone, and I'm very proud of you. Make sure to share what you've learned in the community and try to help others as you become an expert. It's our responsibility as designers to teach and help others. So thanks for taking action, and I will see you in Module 4. Alright, welcome to Module 4. If you are new here, this is the fourth module of the free web design course that is very comprehensive and detailed that I'm sharing here for free on YouTube. In this module, I will talk about the different web design career paths in detail, and I will also help you choose the right one for you. And before we begin, I want to let you know that we have a web design community that is very high quality and it's totally free to join. So check it out by clicking the link in the description. All right, let's go. In this lesson, we'll talk about the different specific career paths in web design. As you already know, a career as a web designer involves creating the visual elements of a website, such as the layout, color schemes, typography, and so on. A good web designer must have a very good eye for design and also be skilled in using design software like Figma, for example. As we also discussed in previous modules, good web designers also need a basic understanding of HTML and CSS to communicate effectively with developers. So, in terms of freelancing, it's easier to get freelance jobs with businesses directly as a web designer, but it can be more challenging to find a good fit. If you are looking for a career that is aligned with your values and interests, then than it would be as a UX UI designer or as a product designer, for example. But more on this a little later. If you are more interested in being more specialized in how users interact with websites and you are, leaning more towards trying to work in a company, a career as a UX UI designer might be the right choice for you. As a refresh, UX designers focus more on ensuring that websites are user-friendly and meet the needs of the people using them. UI designers, on the other hand, concentrate on the look and layout of the website's interactive elements. If you want to specialize in both and you want to become a UX UI designer, you will need to develop skills in interface design, user research, wireframing, and prototyping. UX UI designers are essential for creating websites that are both functional and visually appealing. And remember, the key difference between a web designer and a UX UI designer is that a web designer typically has a wider range of skills. Web designers are usually generalists, able to handle multiple aspects of web creation, from design to basic coding. However, it's important to understand that not all web designers are the same. Some may also specialize in particular areas, making them generalist specialists. And no worries if this sounds a little bit too confusing, because I will explain it to you right now. Because being a generalist specialist is extremely powerful. There is a concept called T-shape that explains this very well. It describes how someone can be a generalist with a wide knowledge base or a specialist with deep expertise in a specific area. Some individuals fall in between as generalist specialists, combining broad skills with deep expertise in one particular field. Many people have ventured into UX UI design and chosen to specialize because they believe that being a specialist leads to higher salaries or earnings. While it's understandable to think this way, in my opinion, it can be more beneficial to become a web designer who is exceptionally strong in UX UI design, but also proficient in other areas. This approach can open up many more opportunities for you, as having a broader skill set allows you to tackle a wider range of projects and adapt to different roles as needed. And here's a pro tip. To avoid being perceived as a quote-unquote jack of all trades, master of none, while still benefiting from a broad skill set, you can strategically present yourself as a specialist. And then once you get the job, you can little by little start showcasing your versatility, demonstrating your wider range of skills. And here's how you can approach this. Number one, position yourself as a specialist. In your resume, portfolio, and during interviews, emphasize your deep expertise in a specific area. For example, if you are strong in UX UI design, position yourself as a UX UI specialist. This approach will help you meet the expectations of employers or clients who are looking for a specialist in the field. Number two, demonstrate versatility subtly. While focusing on your specialization, you can also drop hints about your wider skill set without weakening your specialist brand. For example, you could mention how your UX UI expertise is complemented by your knowledge of front-end development or graphic design. Phrases like deep expertise in UX UI with strong complementary skills in web design and coding can subtly communicate your versatility. Or maybe something like UX UI designer with strong branding expertise. Number three, show don't tell. After you are hired, obviously. Once you secure the job, this is where you can truly demonstrate your value. Begin by excelling in the area you were hired for. As you build trust and prove your expertise, you can gradually showcase your other skills. For example, if a project requires design elements outside of UX UI, offer help, By constantly delivering high quality work across various tasks, you will position yourself as a valuable asset who can handle multiple responsibilities. Number four, become a problem solver. Use your wider skill set to solve problems that others might not be equipped to handle. If you see a gap in the project, whether it's related to design, content, or coding, or whatever, propose solutions that draw on your other skills. This proactive approach will make you stand out as someone who brings more to the table than just your specialist knowledge. Number five, build relationships. Whether you are an employee or a freelancer, Building strong relationships with colleagues, clients, and stakeholders is key. As you gain their trust in your specialized role, they will be more open to you taking on additional responsibilities. Once people see that you can contribute beyond your primary role, they will likely view you as a super valuable resource rather than just another specialist. This will make you a very special player. Don't try to impress them by showcasing all your skills in different areas at once. You might overwhelm them with all these, unnecessary information. Instead, wait for the right moment when there is a gap in the project. That's when you can shine. Be patient and think strategically. To define who can be considered T-shape or a specialist is relative, right? It depends on the context. For example, a UX designer is often seen as a specialist, but can also be considered a T-shape, generalist specialist because they may be proficient in other areas related to UX design, like UX research and prototyping, or even areas in areas not directly related to UX, such as 3D rendering. When we take a closer look, we often find that most people have skills beyond their main specialization. The T-shaped model, though, helps us better understand and communicate the range of capabilities each person has. A web designer often fits into the T-shaped model as a generalist or a generalist specialist. This means that they have a broad range of skills across many areas of web design. The horizontal line of the T. But they can also be highly skilled in one specific area, the vertical line of the T. For example, a web designer might understand coding, branding, and storytelling, but they might be particularly strong in UX UI design. This combination of broad and deep skills makes them versatile and valuable in various types of projects. However, it's important to recognize that skills and experiences outside of web design can be just as powerful. For example, a dentist who transitions into web design and starts freelancing may have a unique advantage when working with dental clinics. Their deep understanding of how dental clinics operate, the industry-specific needs, and patient expectations can make them far more effective than a designer who lacks this background. This unique combination of niche expertise and design skills can become an unfair advantage, setting them apart from other designers in the field. In fact, any skills or experiences you have outside of web design can become assets that enhance your work. By leveraging your broader experiences, you can deepen the vertical line of your T-shape, positioning yourself as not just a web designer, but also a specialist in creating solutions tailored to specific industries or challenges. So imagine I own a dental clinic and I want to hire a designer, and I have two offers, right? The first one is from a skilled web designer with no dental background, and the second one is from an equally skilled designer who also happens to be a dentist. Who would I choose, right? Most likely, I'll choose the dentist or designer because that person will know exactly what I need. This specialized insight would lead to a smoother process and also a website that resonates more effectively with both the clinic's needs and also its patients. This idea can apply to any niche, right? Whether you are coming from a background in fitness, law, education, sports, or any other field, your unique experiences can set you apart from other designers. So think about your own unfair advantages. And here is a little exercise. Make a list of the unique values you bring to the table that most people can't. And then think about how you can leverage your background, skills, and experiences to provide specialized value. And this is very important because by identifying and promoting these strengths, you can position yourself as a standout designer in your chosen niche. So we talked a lot about web designers. What about UX UI designers? A UX UI designer can be considered a specialist within the T-shaped model. But here's a very important thing to consider, so pay attention. This classification depends on the criteria we are using. If we narrow down our focus, we might see that a UX UI designer could also be considered a generalist. In this case, a UX designer and I am emphasizing the word or, UI designer could be viewed as a specialist, with further specialization within these disciplines, such as user research, interaction design, usability testing, and others. So I hope all this makes sense. So it basically indicates that UX UI design is a specialization within a specialization depending on the criteria. If we talk about web design, UX UI design could be considered a specialization within the web design discipline, but at the same time, UX design could be a specialization within the UX UI design discipline. Then UX research could be a specialization within the UX discipline. We can narrow it down as much as we want, right? The T-shaped model just helps us understand our capabilities and how can we, better present our expertise to others. All right, so let me show you an example. This first diagram shows the specialization path for web designers. It starts with design at a more general level, then narrows down to digital design, then web design, UX UI design, UX design, and then finally UX research. This path demonstrates how someone can move from general design knowledge to a very specified focus within the field of web design. However, web design is not the only path, all right? As you can see in the second diagram, product design represents another specialization route. Just like web design, product design starts with a broad foundation in design and digital design, but then branches off into product design. UX UI design plays a crucial role in both paths. In web design, it focuses on the user experience and interface design of websites, while in product design, it centers on the design of digital applications and software, including web apps, mobile apps, etc. This shows that UX UI design is important in both areas, though applied differently depending on the focus and context. This demonstrates that within the field of design, there are multiple pathways you can follow, each leading to different areas of expertise. Whether you choose web design, product design, or another path, each step allows you to focus more deeply on a specific area while still building on the broader design skills you've learned. All right, so in this lesson, you've learned what the T-shaped model is, how to avoid being perceived as a jack of all trades, master of none, and also how to leverage your past experiences as an unfair advantage. Now let's move to the next lesson. All right, so now that you understand the differences between being a generalist specialist, and a specialist, as well as what the T-shaped model is, let's dive into which career path might be better suited for you. If you are someone who values independence, enjoys managing your own projects, and likes the idea of working with a variety of clients, then a career as a web designer might be the perfect fit for you. As a web designer, freelancing offers you the flexibility to work directly with businesses or collaborate with agencies on a project-by-project basis. This path allows you to take on multiple clients, from small businesses in need of a new website to large agencies looking for design support on more extensive projects. Freelancing as a web designer is ideal for those who prefer variety in their work, enjoy the challenge of managing their own business, and also want the freedom to choose the projects they work on. And this is very important, because as an employee of a company, you are required to work on any project that comes down the pipeline without the freedom of choice. If a project doesn't align with your values or is something you would rather not work on, you often have to complete it anyways. Refusing to do so could get you fired. In addition to technical skills, you'll also need strong communication skills, which are essential for working with clients and translating their needs into effective web designs. Freelancing as a web designer also requires some business know-how, as you will be responsible for managing client relationships, pricing your services, and ensuring a steady workflow. It's not easy, but the rewards can be incredibly fulfilling. So basically, you would have freedom, and it's awesome. As a freelancer, you have the potential to earn as much as you want, provided you have the right skills and a solid structure to scale your business. In contrast, as an employee, you might have a good salary, but it's usually capped at a certain level. Additionally, the sense of security that comes with being an employee can be misleading, as you can still be fired, sometimes without prior notice. So it's not always as secure as it seems. That being said, being an employee also offers the opportunity to climb the corporate ladder, become a key player in a large company, and contribute to its long-term vision and success, which can be also very rewarding. You can also start as an employee, gain experience, build connections, and later in your career, transition to freelancing or even start your own agency. There are many valid paths. It's all about choosing the one that works best for you. I've created a quick and easy clarity survey designed to help you choose your ideal career path. By answering a few simple questions, the survey will analyze your preferences and provide you with a clear direction. It's a fast and straightforward way to avoid spending years trying to figure things out on your own. This survey is perfect for anyone serious about finding the right career fit without wasting time. Best of all, it's completely free, so make sure to complete it now. Beginning a career in web design can be intimidating and confusing, but I'm here to help you navigate all the complexities, so don't take this free information for granted. As human beings, it's very easy for us to dismiss free resources sometimes because we perceive them as low quality. But that's not how the world works, right? This free information could be exactly what you need to start changing your life for the better today. As I mentioned in the introduction of this course back in Module 1, I could be selling this course for thousands of US dollars like most people do. And there is nothing wrong with that. But I chose to share all this information for free because I want to make a real impact and reach more people. Maybe I should say bigger instead of real impact, right? Since you can make a real impact by selling information as well. But I feel like by giving all this information for free, I could help more beginners get started. So take action and you will see where your effort and dedication can take you. All right, so if you took the survey and it shows that you are more fitted to work as an employee, you should consider specializing in UX UI design. If you prefer a more quote-unquote stable work environment, enjoy collaborating with a team, and want to be deeply involved in the design and development process of websites and applications, a career as a UX UI designer might be more suitable for you. While it's certainly possible to work as an independent freelance UX UI designer, this role is often more suited to working within an agency or as a part of an in-house team at a company. This is because UX UI design, as we just saw, is more specialized, focusing specifically on how users interact with a website or an app. Agencies and larger companies typically require this level of precise expertise on different parts of the team because they want to ensure that their digital products are super user-friendly and highly effective. And obviously, they have the capital to hire more talent than small businesses or bootstrap startups. Businesses that hire someone to design their entire website often look for a web designer who can cover a wider scope of work. However, UX UI designers are essential for projects that require detailed user research, testing, and refinement of the user interface, which are critical components of creating high-quality digital experiences. Therefore, UX UI design roles often involve more collaboration with cross-functional teams and are typically part of long-term projects, making them a better fit for agency work or in-house positions. And with all this, I'm not saying that it's impossible to get freelance jobs as a UX UI designer. I'm saying that it's easier to work with small companies or small agencies directly as a web designer. And as we explored previously, being a T-shaped web designer with a strong UX UI design skills makes you more versatile, allowing you to land jobs as a solo freelancer or work with a larger agency or company. It's also important to note that within the UX UI design field, as we also previously discussed, you can choose to specialize further as either a UX designer or a UI designer. Specializing in either UX or UI design can allow you to hone your skills in a specific area of interest, making you more valuable in certain specific roles, particularly in larger companies or agencies where these functions are often separated. Okay, so in this lesson, you've learned how to identify your ideal role and career path as a designer. All right, so in this lesson, we talk about the next steps to take after landing the job. Once you've chosen your career path in web design and secure a job, whether as a freelancer or an in-house designer, it's important to think about your long-term career goals and the opportunities for growth that lie ahead. We'll start with in-house roles. And I want you to understand that your journey doesn't stop at getting the job, all right? That's just the beginning. So let's explore the next steps and potential career advancements you can aim for, depending on the career path you've chosen. While I've primarily worked as a freelancer, this experience has given me a unique point of view. I've collaborated closely with companies and observed how in-house teams function from the inside. This has allowed me to understand the corporate environment and the opportunities available for designers. I might not have been an employee in the traditional sense, but my freelance work has provided me with deep insights that I'm happy to share. All right. So with that in mind, let's explore the different roles and growth opportunities available to you as an in-house designer. When you first start, you begin as a junior designer, where you will gain more experience and refine your skills under the guidance of more experienced designers. Typically, though, after 1 to 3 years in a junior role, you will have built enough expertise to progress to a midway designer. With 3 to 5 years of experience, you may advance to a senior designer role. Senior designers often take on more complex projects, mentor junior team members, and also have a greater influence on design decisions. This progression can vary, right? Depending on the company and your growth as well. After proving your capabilities as a senior designer, you may be promoted to a lead designer or design lead position. In this role, you will oversee a team of designers, ensuring that the design work aligns with the company's goals and brand. You may also collaborate closely with other departments, such as marketing, product development, and engineering, to ensure cohesive and effective design solutions. The transition between a senior designer and lead designer typically occurs after 7 to 10 years of experience in the field. The next step is to become an art director, and as an art director, you take on a wider creative leadership role. This position involves overseeing the visual style and artistic aspects of projects across the company. You will be responsible for setting the visual tone, managing design teams, and ensuring that the creative vision is consistently executed across all media. And art directors often work closely with both designers and other creative professionals, such as copywriters and photographers, to bring a cohesive creative vision to life. This role requires a deep understanding of design, strong leadership, and the ability to inspire and direct a creative team. Typically, reaching this position requires 8 to 12 years of experience in the field. For those who aspire to the highest level of creative leadership, becoming a creative director is often the ultimate goal. As a creative director, you'll be responsible for the overall creative vision and direction of the design work across the entire company. This role involves leading the design team and other creative teams, shaping the brand's identity, setting design standards, and also working with top executives to drive the company's creative strategy. It's a role that requires not only design expertise, but also strong leadership and strategic thinking skills. Typically, reaching this position requires around 10 to 15 years of experience. Another potential path for in-house designers is to specialize in a particular area, such as UX research or UI design or accessibility, for example. And with this expertise, you can become a specialist or a consultant within your organization, providing high-level guidance on projects that require deep knowledge in your area of focus. This can lead to opportunities to influence the direction of the company's products and services on a strategic level. In some very, very special cases, a person can make a significant leap in their career. For example, a junior designer who is exceptionally talented and disciplined might jump from a junior position to a creative director within a year or two. And although this is extremely rare in established companies especially, and agencies as well, it can happen. It's extremely unlikely, but not impossible. Now let's talk about freelancers. As a freelancer, your career progression is more flexible and also entrepreneurial. Initially, your focus might be on expanding your client base and building a strong personal brand. Over time, you can take on more complex projects and also larger clients, positioning yourself as a known expert in your field. And as you gain experience, you can elevate your role from simply delivering design work to taking on leadership responsibilities. For example, you could work as a freelance design lead where you manage a team of designers or collaborate with agencies on bigger projects. Similarly, you could become a freelance art director or a freelance creative director, overseeing the creative vision and execution for your clients on on a project by project basis. These roles allow you to work at a higher level, providing strategic guidance while still enjoying the flexibility of freelancing. In addition to advancing your role, you can also explore options like creating your own agency where you hire a team and take on larger projects. Alternatively, you might choose to diversify your services by offering specialized products such as design templates, mockups, or transitioning into consulting and mentoring, helping other designers grow while building a new revenue stream. In this lesson, you've learned what the growth opportunities are for in-house designers and for freelance designers as well. In this lesson, we'll discuss the financial aspects of a career in web design and how remote work plays a role in this field. Salaries in web design can vary significantly depending on factors such as experience, location, specialization, and whether you choose to work in-house, remotely, or as a freelancer. For in-house designers, salaries are typically more stable and predictable. Entry-level positions such as junior designers usually start with modest salaries, but as you gain experience and move up to senior roles, your earning potential increases. In recent years, many companies have embraced remote work, allowing designers to work from anywhere while still receiving a stable salary. Remote work can also open opportunities to work for companies in different regions or countries, potentially increasing your earning potential. All right, so for example, let's start with junior web designers. Depending on location and company, a junior web designer might earn between 40 to 60,000 per year, and this is in USD, whether working in office or remotely. And I know that in some countries, it might be even lower than this, but that's why for some people, it's more interesting to become a freelancer. And that's the beauty of working remotely as well. Like you can be based in Spain and then work, for a company that's in the United States. And the salaries are typically way higher in the United States than in Spain. So that's a good thing to keep in mind. It's also worth noting that many US companies prefer to hire local talent due to simpler legal and tax considerations. However, as a freelancer, you can offer companies flexibility, allowing them to scale their workforce without the long-term commitment and administrative overhead of hiring full-time employees. We'll discuss freelance earning potentials in more detail a little later. All right, so let's talk about senior web designers. With more experience, senior designers can expect salaries ranging from 60,000 to 90,000 USD or more per year, with remote positions often offering similar compensation to in-office roles. In leadership roles such as design lead or art director, salaries can range from 80K to 120K per year or higher, with remote roles becoming increasingly common at this level. At the top of the hierarchy, creative directors can earn anywhere from 100,000 to 250K or more annually. And many companies now offer remote creative director roles, especially in creative agencies or tech companies that prioritize digital collaboration. Another thing to keep in mind is that in-house positions often come with additional benefits such as health insurance, retirement plans, paid time off, and sometimes stock options. Stock options give employees the opportunity to purchase company shares at a set price, which can add substantial value to their compensation, especially if the company grows. And these benefits are usually extended to full-time remote employees as well, though the specifics may vary depending on the company's policies and the employee's location. All right, so now let's talk about freelance designer earnings and also remote work as a freelancer. So, as a freelancer, your income can vary, but you also have the potential to earn a lot more than in-house designers if you manage your business effectively. Freelancers typically work remotely by default, but in some specific cases, they have to work in person as well. But the most common theme is that they enjoy the freedom to choose their workspace and manage their schedules. Freelancers charge clients on a per project basis or by hourly rates, and sometimes also through retainers. typically monthly retainers. Here is a general idea of what freelance web designers can earn. When starting out, you might charge $25 to $50 per hour, or set fixed project rates based on the scope of work. Working remotely allows you to take on clients from different regions, broadening your potential market. With more experience and a solid portfolio, freelancers can charge $50 to $100 per hour, or higher project fees ranging from $5K to $15K per website. And sometimes even more, depending on the complexity and the client. If you specialize in a lucrative niche or work as a freelance art director or creative director, your rates can be significantly higher, sometimes reaching $150 per hour or more, with projects bringing in $20K or more. And here is a very important note. As a freelancer, you have to keep in mind that you are responsible for paying your own taxes, right? Including income tax and self-employment tax, depending on where you live. Additionally, you will need to account for other expenses such as health insurance, retirement savings, and other business costs, which are typically covered by employers in traditional in-house roles. Proper financial planning and setting aside money for taxes are essential to maintaining the sustainability and profitability of your freelance business. But don't worry though, because in Module 6, I will teach you how to manage your freelance finances effectively so you can thrive both professionally and financially. All right, so now let's talk about what's next. After having success as a designer, the next step is to create your own agency and education/consulting business, or both, like I'm doing. It's very important to teach others, because by doing so, you will learn a lot, and you will also potentially change the lives of some of the people who consume your content. And also understand that by building an agency or an education business, you can make a lot more money than just by freelancing, and obviously by being a simple employee. However, it's also very important not to rush the process, all right? Start by gaining experience as a freelancer or employee, then gradually work your way up. And as I said, this is exactly what I'm doing. I've been a freelance designer for a while, and now I'm working towards stepping to the next phase. Some of you might be content by just staying as a freelancer forever, traveling the world and enjoying the quality time, with your family, and that's okay. And it can be very fulfilling and less stressful than running your own agency, for example, right? But for some of you who are a little more ambitious, finding ways to expand and scale could be very interesting. And then the next step is to invest some of the money you make with your business into assets that will eventually make you more money. I will make a lot of content about this next phase as I grow and discover new strategies that work for me and might work for you. In this lesson, you learned about the different salaries for in-office and remote designers, and also about the next steps after years of experience and success. This module's exercise is to complete the clarity survey if you haven't already. It takes only 5 minutes, but can be crucial for shaping your next 10 or even 20 years. So take action. Oh, and there is another important exercise that I mentioned before. It's about discovering your unfair advantages, and to do so, I prepared a Google Doc template that you can download by clicking the link in the description where it says Unfair Advantages template, or by going to freewebdesigncourse.com/course-files, scrolling down until you find the document section, and clicking on the button that says Access Document. All right, congratulations on completing Module 4. I hope this content has been helpful and has strengthened your determination to pursue your career and become a success story. Remember, I'm here to support you every step of the way. I look forward to seeing you in Module 5, where I'll guide you on how to get clients. Thanks for your attention. I'll see you soon. Aren't you exhausted from trying strategy after strategy to get web design clients only to end up with 0 clients? It's time to change that, all right? In this video, I will teach you how to get leads, how to turn them into high-paying clients, how to keep those clients, and how to keep getting more clients. We'll go through preparation, outreach strategies, effective social psychology, what to say, what not to say, and most importantly, how to become a successful web designer. All you need is a computer, an internet connection, and the desire to succeed. But hear me out. If your attention span is so weak that you cannot watch this video for even 10 minutes, that means you are not going to make it. I'm confident to say that you won't find this caliber of web design training on YouTube or anywhere on the internet right now, free or paid. period. And this is not the typical vague surface level video without substance, all right? We'll go in detail. This video could be the spark or epiphany that changes everything for you. Here is why you need to keep watching. I've tested a proven outreach strategy that brought me $50,000 in project revenue in just 3.5 months by reaching out to strangers. I will show you the exact steps I took so you can apply them and start seeing results for yourself. Here are all the topics we'll cover. We'll start with how to understand the freelance market, how to select a profitable niche, the importance of concept projects, how to find potential clients as a freelance web designer, how to craft a compelling offer, and then understanding contracts and NDAs. And you will learn all this for free. Let's begin. The freelance landscape in web design has evolved significantly over the past decade. From technological advancements to shifting client expectations, the opportunities and challenges for freelance web designers are constantly changing. In this lesson, we'll explore the current state of freelance web design, including market demand, trends, essential skills, platforms, and strategies for success. Whether you are just starting out or looking to refine your freelance career, understanding the landscape is key to navigating and thriving in this field. All right, let's explore the demand for freelance web designers. And let's start with the market growth. The demand for web design services continues to grow as businesses, entrepreneurs, and organizations increasingly prioritize their online presence. The need for unique, responsive, and user-friendly designs has never been greater. All right, now let's talk about niche opportunities. One of the key strategies in today's freelance market is niche specialization. And in this module, we'll explore this in detail. Clients are increasingly looking for designers who understand the specific needs of the industry, whether it's e-commerce, SaaS, software as a service, or portfolio websites for creatives. By focusing on a particular niche, you as a freelancer can differentiate yourself from the competition and become a go-to expert in the field. So don't worry, because we'll go through how to select a profitable niche in detail. But before that, let's talk about if freelance marketplaces work, all right? Okay, so should you use platforms like Upwork and Fiverr to find freelance jobs? There are a lot of people saying that these platforms are the best and other people saying that these platforms are the worst. So opinions vary, but I will tell you my own experience. These platforms are okay when you are starting out and want to gain some experience and testimonials. I've hired people from Upwork for some of my businesses, mostly virtual assistants and social media managers. But there are better and more lucrative ways to get clients. These platforms are notorious for their fees, and also you'll be competing on price with other designers, which is not ideal. You need to be charging high prices almost always, all right? But charging high prices is not as simple as just putting together a quick portfolio, putting your services at the high price and call it a day, all right? It's not how it works. It's a science and an art, and that's what I will show you how to do. I will give you a framework that's so effective that once you start gaining momentum, you might ask yourself, how is this even possible? All right, so in this lesson, you've learned about the demand for freelance web designers and also whether freelance marketplaces work or not. All right, now it's time to start selecting a niche. In this lesson, we are going to dive into one of the most important decisions you will make as a web designer, selecting a niche. Choosing the right niche is crucial because it allows you to tailor your services and stand out in a crowded market. By positioning yourself as an expert in a specific area, you can attract high-quality clients more easily and build a reputation that sets you apart from generalist designers. So, what's a niche? A niche is a specific segment of a market that you choose to focus on. It can be defined by a particular industry, type of client, or a specific need within the market. For web designers, selecting a niche means narrowing your focus to serve a specific group of clients. For example, e-commerce businesses, creative professionals, or local small businesses. And these are broad niches, right? You can narrow them even further to target a more specific audience. By specializing in a niche, you position yourself as an expert in that area, making you more attractive to potential clients who need exactly what you offer. In this lesson, we'll explore the importance of selecting a niche, how to choose the right one for you, and how it can impact your success as a web designer. We'll also incorporate concepts from the blue ocean, red ocean, and purple ocean strategies to help you navigate this process effectively. Don't worry if you are unfamiliar with these strategies. I will explain them in detail. And if you are already familiar, great. What I will show you will reinforce and expand your knowledge. Now I will explain you what red oceans and blue oceans are. All right, so let me show you an example with this diagram. So here we have the market, all right, this rectangle, and then we have some dots inside of the rectangle. The dots represent the freelance designers that live and compete inside of the market. And here we have a beginner, all right? So this dot right here is a beginner freelance web designer. So what happens is that when people complete a bootcamp or a course, they jump straight into the market, all right? So right here. And then this market is very competitive. So they try a lot of strategies and a lot of things, and nothing seems to work. And they wonder why. They be like, wow, I've been here like, I don't know, for a year or for 2 years, 3 years, 10 years, and nothing seems to work. And that's because they don't innovate. They just go into a market, try to copy everyone, and they don't do anything new or anything different, right? To differentiate themselves. So what happens is that they feel stuck because they are competing against all these other freelancers, doing the same strategies that everyone else is doing. And then when I say nothing new or different, I'm not talking about reinventing the wheel, all right? I'm talking about approaching business differently. It's like, don't follow the crowd, create your own lane in order to win. And I will show you exactly how to do that. Because you don't want to be the average designer fighting here in the red ocean market, all right? If you stay in this market, you'll be competing on price all day, and trust me, that's exhausting. All right, and here we have the blue ocean market, and this market would be like the dream market for a beginner, right? Because let's say, all right, so this is a beginner, all right, and then jumps here in this market, and then there is very low competition, and then the beginner can swim, and then there is a lot of opportunities and a lot of business, and everything is great, all right? And since there is not a lot of competition, this new freelancer can charge high prices and everything is cool. And yes, that's exactly how blue ocean markets are at the beginning. But the problem is that when other competitors, see the landscape and the opportunities in the market, they would obviously want to jump right into the market and just like do business just like this freelancer is doing. Okay, they want to be here as well and get business and everything. But the problem is when a lot of other freelancers jump into this market, this is what happens. It turns into a red ocean, and then the freelancer that before enjoyed a very calm and amazing and beautiful blue ocean now is chasing other blue oceans and trying to find another blue ocean, and that's exhausting. So let me introduce you to a more sustainable ocean, the purple ocean. And the purple ocean is basically a red ocean that has some blue ocean pools inside. And the freelancers that are inside of their own blue ocean pool, these are the freelancers that thrive, right? I want you to be one of these freelancers that are in a very competitive but profitable market, okay? Because in this market, there is a lot of competition. And that means that this market is validated, right? It means that there is a lot of money being made here. And some of these freelancers make no money. Some of them make a little bit of money, and some others make a lot of money, right? It's possible to make a lot of money being part of a red ocean, especially if you, I don't know, if you have like capital and you are investing in a lot of advertising and all that stuff, you can have some advantages. The problem is that you will always be under threat, right? Because all these other freelancers are going to be fighting against you, and you don't want to be there. You have to approach business differently so you are inside of your own blue ocean pool, like these three freelancers, thriving in a validated market. And this doesn't mean that all these people will just sit here and look as you succeed, right? They will try to destroy your barrier and try to get inside of your own market, right? Your own pool. And then they will try to be there. Okay, so what you have to do is that you have to build a moat, all right? And if you don't know what a moat is in business, I will let you know in a second. So here is a castle, okay? And then the water surrounding the castle is the moat, all right? So it's basically a trench filled with water. And it was used for protection, especially during the Middle Ages. So basically, if the enemy wanted to attack the castle, let's say these knights are the enemy, they would have to go through the moat, right? And the moat was very deep, and then they had heavy armor, and then weapons, and then they had some horses, right? So it was very difficult for them to reach the castle. And then the castle also had some guards right here, maybe surrounding the castle, and then outside as well, fighting, all right, and here. So it was very difficult for the enemy to reach and attack the castle. It was possible, but very challenging. And I'm using this metaphor because it has its parallels with business. The castle represents your freelance business, and then you have some kingdoms that are your quote-unquote enemies, aka other freelancers who are your competitors. However, not all freelancers will be only competitors, right? Some will also be strategic partners the same way kingdoms used to have partnerships with other kingdoms. The moat represents the unique value or competitive advantage that protects your business. Just like a moat protects a castle from attacks, your moat might be your specialized skills, strong client relationships, exceptional service delivery, or a unique niche you've discovered and managed to dominate with constant innovation. The moat makes it harder for competitors to invade your territory and helps ensure the success and security of your freelance business. All right, let's go back to the purple ocean market and let's illustrate how a moat would look inside of this market. So this freelancer has a moat because this freelancer built an amazing personal brand, has a good reputation, and is always innovating. On the other hand, we have this freelancer right here with a very weak barrier and without a moat because this designer is never innovating and started to receive a lot of negative reviews due to poor service delivery. And this guy right here is already gone because he's about to join the red ocean and probably give up because, competition will be fierce. So as we can see here, the one that was here is not here anymore. He's already, swimming in the red ocean. And then this one, is going to struggle because the barrier is very weak, right? And then this one is going to thrive because he keeps innovating and delivering excellence every time. Okay, so pay attention to what I have to say right now because it's very important. A smart approach to expanding your web design business is to target emerging countries where the demand for digitalization is on the rise. Emerging markets often have a growing need for web design services as they undergo digital transformation, making them fertile ground for new opportunities. To identify these markets, I suggest starting with a global view. Use tools like Google Maps, for example, to explore different regions and later identify countries showing signs of growth. However, I won't provide a specific list of emerging markets here. Doing so could lead to unnecessary saturation, which might overwhelm local businesses and reduce opportunities for everyone. All right, instead, I encourage you to think strategically and leverage AI tools for market research. Below in the description, you will find a list of effective ChatGPT prompts to help you identify promising markets. Additionally, and this is very exciting, I'll be hosting private live workshops on market and niche research within our private community, where I'll guide some of you in finding potentially lucrative markets. These workshops are free, but you must be a member of our community to participate. So if you are not a member already, join us today and let's explore these opportunities together. And also, if you have any questions about anything web design related, just let me know in the comments. Now that you understand the concepts of red oceans, blue oceans, and purple oceans, let's discuss how to apply this strategy to your niche selection. Number one, look for underserved markets within popular niches. Even in highly competitive niches, there are often sub-niches or specific client needs that aren't being fully addressed. For example, in the e-commerce space, you might focus on sustainable brands or businesses that prioritize eco-friendly practices. This allows you to stand out within a broader market while still tapping into existing demand. Number 2, use data to identify opportunities. Just like the Purple Ocean strategy suggests, use data-driven insights to find areas of unmet demand within your chosen niche. Researching online behavior, search trends, and industry forums can reveal what potential clients are searching for but not easily finding. This approach helps you discover small, uncontested spaces where you can offer unique value. While this might sound complex, tools like ChatGPT can help simplify the process by guiding you on where to look and how to interpret the data. So here's an example. Imagine we are targeting luxury or vacation rentals. We would leverage ChatGPT to discover key trends in luxury vacation rental websites, asking questions like, what are affluent travelers looking for in luxury vacation rental websites? Then ChatGPT will provide insights into the demand for features such as high-quality visuals, intuitive navigation, and seamless booking experiences tailored to affluent clients. This is kind of generic, but with the help of AI as a research tool, we can always dig deeper. We can also use tools like ChatGPT to delve into the specific needs of luxury vacation rental clients. For instance, we can ask something like, how can web design enhance the experience for high-end vacation rental websites? Something like that. This can help you understand the importance of immersive design, personalized content, and also advanced booking systems. And then at the end of the process, with all the insights gained and the deep research complete, you can position yourself as a specialist in web design for luxury vacation rentals, focusing on creating websites that offer elegant design, professional photography, and you can collab with a photographer for this or leverage AI depending on the budget. And we can't forget about providing a seamless user experience that reflects the exclusivity of these properties. You can deepen your understanding by joining online communities where luxury real estate and travel professionals gather. Study the shared information, ask questions, and observe discussions to better understand the market's needs. Then use AI to synthesize the insights you've gathered. This strategy can provide more valuable insights and help refine your service offering to better meet specific market demands. Number 3, differentiate your offer. It's not just about choosing the right niche, but also about how you position your offer within that niche. Okay? So avoid copying the same messaging, offers, and strategies used by everyone else. All right? Instead, think critically about how you can differentiate your services, whether through unique features, specialized expertise, outstanding client management, or a distinct brand tone and voice. All right, to give you a clearer picture of how to select a niche, let's look at different levels of niche specialization. I will also give you a list of niches at the end of this module, because I'm sure there will be a lot of interesting niches you've never thought about. First, let's talk about what's a niche within an industry. Instead of offering web design services to everyone, you could focus on an affluent niche, like creating websites specifically for luxury yacht charter companies that serve wealthy clients. This niche lets you design websites that meet the high standards of these exclusive customers. By focusing on a niche like this one, for example, you could attract clients who not only want high-quality designs, but also are willing to pay more for a website that shows off the luxury and exclusivity of their services. Now let's talk about broad niche examples. A broad niche might be something like e-commerce websites. This niche targets all types of online stores across various industries. While it's still more specific than being a general web designer that designs for any niche, it's broad in the sense that it covers a wide range of businesses, from clothing stores to digital product sellers. Now let's talk about more specific niche examples. A more specific niche could be e-commerce websites for eco-friendly and sustainable brands. This focuses on a particular type of e-commerce business with a specific value proposition. By narrowing down your niche in this way, you can become the go-to designer for businesses that prioritize sustainability, which allows you to tailor your designs to reflect eco-friendly values such as minimalistic designs, efficiency, and emphasizing environmentally conscious practices. Okay, so how to select the right niche? I will give you 5 tips. Number 1, reflect on your interests and passions. Start by thinking about what industries or types of clients you are more interested in. Like, what are you passionate about, right? Whether it's e-commerce, health and wellness, real estate, or creative industries, selecting a niche that excites you will make your work more enjoyable and fulfilling. And also, it's like when you are passionate about something, it doesn't feel like work. Number 2, assess your skills and experience. Look at your existing skills and experience. Do you have a background in a particular industry, or have you worked with clients in a specific field before? Because that's very relevant. Leveraging your previous experience can give you a head start in establishing credibility in your chosen niche. Number 3, research market demand. It's important to ensure that there is demand for your services in your chosen niche. Do some research to see if businesses in that industry are actively seeking web design services. Tools like LinkedIn or industry-specific forums/communities can help you check the interest and identify potential clients and ideas. Number 4, consider profitability. Not all niches are equally profitable, all right? Some industries have higher budgets for web design, while others might be more price sensitive. Think about whether your chosen niche can support the pricing structure you want to implement. If your goal is to build a high-end web design business, you will want to focus on industries that can afford premium services. And last but not least, number 5, evaluate the competition. Check out other web designers working in your potential niche. While some competition is healthy, you don't want to enter a market that's already oversaturated with a specialist. On the other hand, if there is very little competition, it might be a sign that the niche isn't profitable or in demand, so make sure that you do your homework before entering a market. Finding balance is key. In this Google Sheet, I've compiled a variety of niches you can choose from. Pick 3 to 5, do thorough research, and commit to one, and only one, until you've secured at least 5 to 10 happy clients. And I want to emphasize the word happy. Many people tend to switch niches when they encounter difficulties or major challenges. Don't be that person, because you will encounter difficulties in every niche. Becoming a successful web designer is not easy. Becoming a millionaire is not easy. Doing anything worthwhile is not easy. And you are here right now, so you are on your way. And what I mean with that is stick with your chosen niche long enough to see significant results. Once you've gained experience and mastered the fundamentals of freelancing, you can consider switching niches if you feel it's right. That's called pivoting, and it's smart, depending on the circumstances. But remember, the best way to grow is by doing real work and facing challenges head on. And obviously, you know I teach you everything in detail, right? So here is also a survey you can complete that will tell you if the niche you are thinking of is viable or not. In this lesson, you've learned what a niche is, what blue oceans, red oceans, and purple oceans are, how to apply the purple ocean strategy to niche selection, and how to select the right niche. In this lesson, we will talk about why it's crucial to have at least 3 to 4 concept projects completed before you begin any cold or warm outreach. Whether you are just starting out in web design or transitioning into the field, having these concept projects in your portfolio is a key step to building credibility, showcasing your skills, and gaining the confidence to reach out to potential clients. And don't worry about how to build a portfolio right now, because in Module 10, I will show you how to build a strong portfolio from design to development to publication. Let's explore why concept projects matter. When you are new to web design, one of the biggest challenges is proving your capabilities without a track record of real-world projects. Concept projects is what you need to bridge the gap. They allow you to demonstrate your design skills, creativity, and problem-solving abilities, even if you haven't worked with paying clients yet. Now let's dive into 4 key reasons why concept projects are essential for new web designers looking to build a strong foundation and attract potential clients. Number 1, concept projects give you the opportunity to showcase your abilities. These projects can be completely fictional or redesigns of existing websites, but they should be treated as if they were for real clients. By putting in the effort to create polished professional designs, you demonstrate to potential clients that you have the necessary skills to deliver quality work. In many cases, concept projects can be more compelling than degrees, since they provide concrete evidence of your capabilities, focusing on what you can actually do rather than just what you've learned or memorized. This shift reflects a broader trend in modern times, where practical skills and demonstrable outcomes are increasingly valued over traditional credentials, particularly in fields like art and technology. Number 2, concept projects build up your confidence. Having 3 to 4 solid concept projects under your belt gives you the confidence to approach potential clients. Instead of feeling hesitant or uncertain about your abilities, you can proudly present your work. This confidence is essential when you are doing outreach, whether it's cold or warm. When you believe in your work, it shows, right? And that energy is contagious. Number 3, they also help you provide visual proof. When you are reaching out to prospects, they are going to want to see examples of your work. Concept projects provide that visual proof. It's much easier to convince someone to take a chance on you when they can see firsthand what you are capable of, right? So these projects allow you to back up your pitch with tangible evidence, making your outreach efforts much more effective. And finally, number 4, they help you tailor your portfolio. So concept projects also allow you to tailor your portfolio to the type of work you want to attract. If you are interested in working with niche businesses, for example, you can create concept projects that cater to that specific niche. This helps you attract the right clients and positions you as someone who understands their specific needs. Now that you understand the importance of concept projects, let's talk about how to create them effectively. First, go through the list I've prepared for you. Click the link in the description labeled Concept Project Ideas to open the Google Sheet I've prepared. Think about which ones excite you the most and align with the type of work you want to attract. This is your chance to choose projects that truly resonate with your design style and goals. And this is going to help you avoid paralysis analysis, right? Because you have the description, everything nicely packaged, and now you just have to read the description and then get to work. Now select 3 to 4 project ideas that you feel confident about and that allow you to showcase a wide range of your skills. You could also use the same concept project for multiple brands or businesses within a niche. For example, if your focus is luxury vacation rentals, you could create 3 different booking and showcase websites for various businesses within the same niche. If your goal is to work with agencies, I recommend creating multiple projects that are distinct from each other, meaning for different niches. For example, you could design one for a SaaS company, another for a dental implant clinic, and a third one for an e-commerce brand. This variety will highlight your versatility as a web designer. Now take everything you've learned from the previous modules and apply it to these concept projects. Start by creating a brief for each project. Define the goals, target audience, and the specific features you want to include. This will give you a clear roadmap for executing each project successfully. And also, if your potential client asks you about your process, you will be able to provide a clear explanation. This is very important. As you begin working on each project, focus on delivering the highest quality possible. And I want to emphasize this, all right? Use the design principles, tools, and strategies you've learned. Whether it's creating wireframes, persona profiles, designing a responsive layout, or optimizing the user experience. Make sure every detail reflects your best work. Strive for excellence in every aspect of the project. To ensure your final designs are of super high quality, make sure to share your progress inside our private community. Getting feedback from other web designers who are on the same journey as you and also from people ahead of you can make all the difference. If you are not a member of the Web Designers Collective yet, you might still have a chance to join. Go to webdesignerscollective.com and apply. It only takes 2 minutes, and being part of our community could be the defining factor in your success. Do not miss this opportunity. Make sure to join now. Don't forget to document your design process. Capture your initial sketches, wireframes, and the decisions you make along the way. This will not only help you refine your skills, but also provide valuable material to present in your portfolio. The final step is to use some mockups to enhance the presentation of your projects. You will learn how to do this effectively and in detail in Module 10 when I teach you how to craft a beautiful web design portfolio. After that, you will have 3 or 4 solid concept projects that you can confidently showcase. These projects will serve as a strong foundation when reaching out to potential clients, demonstrating that you have the skills and creativity needed to deliver high-quality web design. Alright, so as a conclusion, before you start reaching out to potential clients, please take time to create 3 to 4 strong concept projects. These projects are your keys to start seeing early success. They show what you are capable of and give you the confidence to approach prospects with conviction. By investing time in creating high-quality concept projects, you will be setting yourself up for success in your outreach efforts. Remember, your portfolio is often the first visual impression you will make, so make it count. Now that you understand the importance of concept projects, you'll be better prepared to engage in both cold and warm outreach with the tools you need to make a strong impression and start getting clients. In this lesson, you've learned why concept projects matter and how to start working on your concept projects. Let's move to the next lesson. In this lesson, we'll talk about how to effectively get clients when starting out. The first step is to identify what leverage you currently have. If you don't have money or connections, you can have patience, which is free but highly valuable, like gold, ancient wisdom, and obviously this course. You have your brain and wealth of intelligence, and you also have time. So I do not want to hear any excuses, all right? If you are following everything I'm teaching you A to Z, I will be very surprised if you don't make it. So first of all, I want to tell you that leverage doesn't always mean money, okay? Patience is one of your greatest assets. You have to be patient. When starting out, you should work for free. And I'm not suggesting to do websites for everyone, right? Even though that could be somehow effective, it's not time effective. So you have to be very precise and selective to whom you work for free. Let's say that there is a new jewelry store in your area that's selling high-end jewelry to affluent clients. You do a little research first, then see if they already have a website. If they don't, or their website is outdated and with a terrible user interface, you could go there and tell them that you are starting out a freelance web design business and that you are willing to do their website totally for free because you need to build up some case studies to get paid clients in the future. Here is how the conversation could go. First, you will explain how a professionally designed website can improve their online presence, attract more customers, and showcase their beautiful jewelry in the best way possible. Highlight how this can help their business grow and stand out in a competitive market. After explaining the benefits, you will ask if they are interested in moving forward. If they are interested, you can then introduce the free web design offer, showing it as a no-risk opportunity for them to see what a stunning and functional website can do for them. In this case, you will offer both design and no-code development. And don't worry about the development part because you will learn how to do it in Module 10. Don't be intimidated because it's not that difficult. And remember not to talk about features, all right? Don't be like, the website will be built with responsive design, custom widgets, or SEO optimized content. That's what rookies do, all right? Instead, focus on the benefits on how it will solve their problems or meet their needs. And here is an example. Instead of saying, oh, this website is going to be SEO optimized and all this stuff, you can say this website will help you attract more affluent customers by showcasing your jewelry in a luxurious, visually stunning online environment that mirrors the high quality experience they expect in person. And then followed by saying something like, I understand that translating the elegance of your physical store into the digital space can be challenging, and this website will solve that by offering a seamless white glove online experience. And then reinforce this statement by saying something like this. This consistency not only reinforces your brand's prestige, but also makes it easier for customers to engage with your brand and purchase your pieces, whether they are browsing online or decide to visit your store in person. It ensures that you stand out in a competitive market by delivering the same level of sophistication and exclusivity across all touchpoints. So here are the problems we'll solve. By ensuring consistency across channels, this website will address the issue of inconsistent branding between the physical store and the online store. It will also enhance customer engagement by effectively reaching and captivating affluent customers online, ultimately increasing sales. Additionally, it will help their brand stand out from competitors by offering a seamless high-end experience both online and offline, something many retailers struggle to achieve. All right, so this consistency not only increases their brand's value, but also opens up more opportunities for funding and market share expansion. Okay, if they are not interested, respect their decision, but keep the door open by asking if it's okay to follow up later. Don't be pushy and don't try to force the sale. Also, ask if they know anyone else who might be interested. If they say that they might be interested in the future, set a specific follow-up date and keep them engaged by sharing examples of your work and any additional information they might find helpful. It's important that if you are targeting this niche, for example, you already have some stunning concept projects of high-end jewelry websites. If they see the talent and honesty, they will most likely agree. Now, since you already have one real client, even though you did it for free, you can try to pitch your paid services to other potential clients. Let's explore the power of no. As I mentioned earlier, patience is your greatest asset. No one worthwhile wants to work with someone who seems desperate. When you offer something and it's rejected, don't be quick to offer discounts. This can make you appear desperate and cause you to lose respect in the marketplace. Always stand your ground and be prepared to say no. Interestingly though, when you say no, something almost magical happens. People respect you more and want you more. It's basically psychology 101. People desire what they cannot easily have. And understand that when you have rent to pay, it's tempting to accept any project that comes your way, right? I've been there. But operating in a survival mode is not where you want to be. To truly excel, you need to move beyond survival mode, which will give you the patience and confidence to make better decisions. However, it's possible to operate in survival mode and still say no. I've done it, all right? I've turned down paid deals that didn't feel right, even when I needed the money. It takes courage and a high tolerance for discomfort, which is something you can train over time. If your pain threshold isn't as strong yet, take it step by step. Focus first on getting out of survival mode, and then, as you gain more stability, start increasing your leverage by rejecting deals that don't align with your financial goals. Now let's talk about the different types of leads. When working as a web designer, it's important to understand the different types of leads you might encounter. Identifying and categorizing leads can help you tailor your approach and increase your chances of closing deals. Here are the most common types of leads in the web design world. Number one, cold leads. Cold leads are prospects or potential clients who may not be familiar with your services or your business. They haven't shown direct interest yet, but you might reach out to them through advertising, social media, or cold outreach like emails or phone calls. Converting cold leads requires building trust and showcasing the value of your web design services. Number two, warm leads. Warm leads are individuals or businesses who have shown some interest in your services but haven't yet committed to hiring you. They might have visited your portfolio, followed you on social media, or downloaded a free resource you offered them. And these leads need nurturing, okay? Often through follow-up emails, phone calls, or sharing portfolio work to help them move closer to making a decision. 3. Hot leads. Hot leads are prospects who are ready to make a decision. These are typically people who have expressed a strong interest in your services, such as filling out a form, scheduling a consultation, or requesting a quote. And the hot leads need immediate attention because they are closer to committing, and the right proposal or conversation can seal the deal. Number 4, referral leads. Referral leads come through recommendations from previous clients, business partners, or other professionals. These leads often have a higher conversion rate because they already trust your work based on someone else's positive experience. And treating referral leads with priority is important as they can quickly become loyal clients and bring in more referral leads. Number 5, inbound leads. Inbound leads are those who find you through your online presence, such as your portfolio, blog, social media, or ads. These leads are seeking you out because they are already interested in your web design services. They typically have a problem to solve and are looking for a web designer who can meet their needs. And this is why having a strong personal brand is very important. And the good thing is that if you focus on getting better every day and then putting out your work out in the world so people can see it, you will be building your personal brand slowly but surely. I will be posting content in our private community about how to build a personal brand as I progress and build mine. Number 6, outbound leads. Outbound leads are generated through proactive outreach, where you initiate contact with potential clients. This can include cold calling, emailing, or networking. Outbound leads often need more effort to convert, but with the right approach, they can become valuable clients. Now let's talk about warm outreach, aka leveraging existing relationships. One of the best ways to get clients, especially when starting out, is through warm outreach. Unlike cold outreach, which involves contacting complete strangers, warm outreach focuses on reaching out to people who already know you in some capacity. This could be former colleagues, friends, family members, or past clients. Essentially, anyone with whom you've had some form of contact. The key advantage of warm outreach is that these individuals already have some level of trust in you, even if they aren't fully aware of what you currently offer. This existing trust makes them more likely to engage with you and consider your services. When you begin your warm outreach, it's crucial to approach it as a reconnection rather than a direct sales pitch. You might start by reintroducing yourself and sharing what you have been up to personally and or professionally. For instance, you can position the conversation as a catch-up by saying something like this. Hey, it's been a while and I wanted to reconnect. How is everything going though? What are you working on these days? This naturally lowers the guard of the person you are reaching out to. Most likely they will respond with something like, hey, everything is great. I'm working on this and that. How about you? And this gives you the perfect opportunity to continue the conversation. You can then reply with something like this. Nice, that sounds exciting. I've been working on building my portfolio as a web designer and I'm currently offering a web design service totally for free because I want to gather testimonials and start growing my business. Do you know anybody who might be interested? This approach feels more genuine and less sales-oriented, making the other person more receptive to your message. Also, asking if they know anybody who might be interested, it's called indirect pitch strategy. Is a powerful approach that shifts the traditional sales dynamic from a direct pitch to a more subtle and effective method of generating interest and leads. So instead of asking someone directly if they need your services, you inquire if they know someone else who might benefit. This approach is rooted in psychology and social dynamics, and it can be particularly effective for a few key reasons. Number one, reducing sales pressure. One of the primary benefits of the indirect pitch strategy is that it significantly reduces the pressure that often accompanies direct sales pitches. Like when you ask someone if they personally need your services, they might feel put on the spot or defensive, even if they could actually benefit from what you are offering. By shifting the focus to whether they know someone else who might be interested, you remove the direct pressure on them. This allows them to think more clearly and honestly about whether they or someone else in their network could benefit from your services. For example, as I previously explained, instead of saying, would you be interested in my web design services? You say something like, do you know anyone who might need a website? This subtle change in language invites them to consider your offer without feeling like they need to make an immediate decision for themselves. It's powerful. Number two, tapping into social networks. Another significant advantage of this strategy is that it taps into the social networks of the people you are speaking to. Even if the person you are talking to doesn't need your services, they might know someone who does, all right? By asking if they know someone who could benefit, you are essentially expanding your reach beyond just that person. This is particularly valuable because referrals from someone within a network often carry more weight and trust than a cold introduction. For instance, when you ask, do you know anyone who might be interested in a website? The person might start thinking about their friends, colleagues, or even their own business needs. In some cases, they might say, I could use that service, or they might refer you to someone they know, giving you a warm introduction that can lead to a more successful interaction. Number three, leveraging psychological reciprocity. The indirect pitch strategy also leverages the principle of reciprocity in social psychology. It's like when you ask someone for a recommendation, you are subtly positioning them as an expert in their network. This makes them feel good about helping you out, and it often creates a sense of obligation to return the favor by either referring someone else or even considering your offer for themselves. This psychological nudge can lead to more positive responses than a direct sales approach, because you are not only asking for a favor, right? You are also positioning the other person as someone who can connect people and provide value to others, which can make them more inclined to help you. Okay, number 4, softening the sales conversation. The indirect pitch softens the sales conversation by turning it into a more collaborative effort. It changes the dynamic from I'm trying to sell you something to I'm looking to help someone and maybe you can assist me in finding them. See the difference? This repositioning makes the conversation feel more like a partnership where the person you are speaking with is helping you out rather than being sold to. This can lead to a more open and positive discussion where the individual feels less like a target and more like a valued part of your network. For example, rather than putting the person in a position where they feel they need to justify whether or not they need your service, you are asking for their help in connecting you with others. And this leads to a more comfortable and organic conversation, which can ultimately result in a warmer reception to your offer. Number 5, increasing the likelihood of referrals and conversions. By using the indirect pitch strategy, you increase the likelihood of generating referrals and conversions. In this case, conversions means service sales, all right? Even if the person you are speaking to doesn't immediately recognize their own need for your service, the idea is now planted in their mind. They might think of someone else right away, or they might realize later that they actually could use your services. Either way, you've opened the door, right, without pushing them through it. And also, since referrals typically come with a level of trust already established, leads generated through this method are often warmer and more likely to convert into clients. If someone is referred to you by a friend, social media connection, or family member, they are more likely to trust your expertise and be open to working with you compared to, a cold lead. It's very important to remember that you should never, ever try to sell something to someone who doesn't need it. All right? Only offer a product or service when you genuinely believe it can solve a problem they have. For example, if you are offering a web design service and someone declines, do not try to push the sale, all right? Or, create unnecessary reasons for them to buy. And also, don't be misleading and don't overpromise. Instead, as we discussed, simply ask if they might need the service in the future. If they say no, respect their decision and let them know that it's perfectly fine. Always communicate with elegance. You can gently mention that you will check in with them down the road in case they are working on a new project or something changes, and they might then need a website. This approach not only builds trust, but also positions you as a professional who respects their needs and timing. In the long run, this will lead to stronger relationships and more meaningful business opportunities. I will break down the entire sales process later in this module. Now let's talk about why collaborating with agencies is smart. One of the easiest and most effective ways to gain experience and work on real projects is by collaborating with agencies. Agencies already have established clients, so you don't need to worry about generating leads yourself. Plus, many successful agencies are constantly on the lookout for talented freelancers to help them with their workload. Here are 4 reasons why this approach is smart. Number 1. Access to real projects without the stress of having to find direct clients. By working with an agency, you can focus on your craft rather than worrying about where your next client is coming from. Agencies handle client acquisition, leaving you free to concentrate on delivering great work. Number 2, showcase your skills and build relationships. If you are just starting out, offering to do a project or 2 for free can be a smart move. But you have to be very mindful when offering to work for free though. Your wording is very important and it has to be compelling and honest. Otherwise, they might not perceive the value you are offering. They have to see your talent, and that's why having great concept projects is essential. This allows the agency to see your work firsthand, and if they like what they see, they are more likely to offer you paid projects in the future. Once you've established yourself as a reliable freelancer, agencies are likely to return to you for more work. Number 3, you could get the chance to work with big brands. Even as a beginner, working with agencies can give you the opportunity to contribute to projects for major companies like Nike, Amazon, Apple, or Google. While your role in these projects might be small, being able to say that you've worked on projects for big names can be a game changer for your career. These case studies can open doors to new opportunities that you might not have imagined possible. It's important to be aware that many agencies and big companies include confidentiality clauses in their contracts, which might restrict you from publicly showcasing the work you've done for them. These clauses are often referred to as non-disclosure agreements or NDAs. However, in most cases, you can still share your work privately depending on the terms of the contract. Even if you can't display the work in your portfolio, having the experience and the contacts can be incredibly valuable. And here is a pro tip. If the NDA restricts you from discussing specific details of the project, you can still leverage the brand association in your portfolio. And this is extremely powerful. For example, you can include the company's logo and mention that your work is under NDA. This is a common practice among experienced and smart freelancers who have worked on confidential projects. And it still allows you to demonstrate your involvement with well-known brands. Additionally, always give credit where credit is due. All right? Mention the agency that hired you for the project. This shows integrity and acknowledges the collaboration, which can further enhance your credibility and professional relationships. Now let's talk about how to reach out to agencies. Reaching out to agencies follows a similar process to cold outreach for direct clients. Here's how you do it. Number one, identify the right contacts. Start by finding key people within the agency, such as recruiters or directors and creative directors. These people often have significant influence over freelance hiring decisions. Number two, connect with these people on LinkedIn. Add these individuals on LinkedIn and begin interacting with their content. Engage with their posts by liking, commenting, and sharing thoughtful insights. This helps you get on their radar before you reach out to them directly. I've added a video inside our free private community that walks you through how to effectively find design agencies using LinkedIn and other platforms. I chose to upload this video there because these platforms frequently update their interfaces and it's easier for me to keep up the content up to date in a single video. Since I cannot edit videos that are already uploaded on YouTube, this approach allows me to stay current with platform changes. Number three, send a personalized message. When you are ready, send a personalized connection request or direct message. You might mention how much you admire their work or ask for a quick call to get some career advice. People love to share their expertise, and if they see you are talented and eager to learn, they will likely be open to helping you out. During the conversation, you can naturally transition to discussing potential collaboration opportunities. Make sure your LinkedIn profile looks clean and professional, and never spam on people's DMs or look desperate. Here is a message you can send, and obviously don't send this exact message. Make sure to add your own tone and voice and enhance it with with different words or whatever. Hi, and then you write the name. I have been following your work at the name of the agency and really admire the projects you are leading. I am a freelance web designer looking to grow my career, and I would love to learn from someone with your experience. Would you be open to a quick 15-minute chat where I could get some advice? I'd really appreciate any insight you can share. This approach is not only non-intrusive, but also positions you as someone who values learning and growth, which is very appealing to potential collaborators. And here is a pro tip. When scheduling a call, offer a 10 to 15-minute window instead of 30 minutes or 1 hour, okay? Because busy people may find the longer commitments overwhelming. And the thing is that once they agree to a short chat, they will often stay longer, okay? I've been on calls that were supposed to last for a few minutes, but ended up lasting for an hour or even an hour and a half. If I had initially offered a longer call, those meetings probably wouldn't have happened. So keep this in mind. So in a nutshell, here are the benefits of agency work. Expand your network, you will gain experience with diverse projects, and then you will build credibility. Oh, and before I forget, I want to mention that it's a little bit more difficult to niche down when you are working with agencies, but you can always niche down later down the road. Let's talk about how to actually contact people. You might be asking, who should I contact? You mentioned using LinkedIn to connect with people within agencies, but are there other options to start? The answer is simple. Start with your existing network. Use your phone, go through your contact list, and start messaging people. If you have social media accounts like Instagram, LinkedIn, or X, formerly Twitter, reach out to people there as well. The key is not to overthink, right? Don't fall into the trap of thinking, no one of the people I have in my list needs a website. They might not need a website right now for themselves, right? But someone they know, or even someone who knows someone they know, might need your services. The point is to get the word out and create opportunities. Procrastination is your enemy here, right? Instead of waiting for the perfect moment or overanalyzing whether your contacts need your service or not, take action right now. Start reaching out, reconnecting, and leveraging the indirect pitch strategy to build momentum. All right? The sooner you begin, the sooner you will start generating leads and converting them into clients. While this module emphasizes online outreach, in-person networking becomes a powerful tool as you gain more experience. Attending industry events, local meetups, or business expos allows you to form face-to-face connections that can lead to amazing business relationships and long-term opportunities. For beginners, it can feel intimidating, so start with online methods first. As your confidence grows, consider exploring smaller networking events or connecting with professionals in your niche. Now I will explain how to convert cold prospects into warm leads through LinkedIn and Instagram. When it comes to converting cold prospects into warm leads, LinkedIn and Instagram are powerful platforms that offer unique ways to engage with your target audience. The key to success lies in building relationships, offering value, and nurturing connections over time. And also, these are the tools alongside email I've used myself to get clients. So this is real experience. Here is a step-by-step strategy to turn cold prospects into warm leads on these platforms. Number one, optimize your profiles. Before you start reaching out to prospects, make sure your LinkedIn and Instagram profiles are optimized to reflect professionalism. Not necessarily corporate, all right, but you have to showcase your personality and expertise. And I wanted to emphasize this. Your profiles should clearly communicate who you are, what you do, and how you can help your target audience. So on LinkedIn, use a crisp and professional headshot and craft a compelling headline. And also write a summary to highlight your skills, experience, and value proposition. If you have previous experience in a particular niche, ensure that your work experience, skills, and endorsements align with the niche you are targeting. On Instagram, create a bio that clearly states who you are and what you do and who you help. Use a high-quality profile picture and make sure your feed reflects your expertise, showcasing your work, testimonials, or insights related to your niche. You can also add some, lifestyle stuff to make sure that people know that you are human. Number two, reach out to 100 people daily. One of the most effective strategies for cold outreach is to consistently reach out to a high volume of prospects. This consistent effort will increase your chances of finding prospects who resonate with your message and are open to building a relationship. And this is what I did, right? This is my personal experience. Over the course of 1 month, I reached out to 30 new prospects per day. People who had never heard of me. As a result, I was able to secure a couple of gigs that totaled $50,000 over 3.5 months. Patience is key though. For instance, one prospect got back to me like a month after I initially reached out, showed interest, then went silent for like a month, and then they finally returned with a confirmed offer. And that was like a big offer, a $40,000 offer. Now, in terms of the number of prospects, I recommend you to aim even higher. And I will give you an example. In his book, 100 Million Leads, successful entrepreneur Alex Hormozi advises reaching out to 100 people per day. By increasing your outreach, you can significantly boost your chances of landing clients and achieving your income goals even faster. So you can take action and make it happen, okay? Start reaching out to 100 people per day. The more effort you put in, the greater results you can achieve. And here is how to implement this strategy. First, set a daily goal. Commit to reach out to 100 new prospects every single day. This could include sending connection requests on LinkedIn and then talking to them, DMs on Instagram, or sending emails. I'm not going to talk about cold calling because I've never done that, so I want to stick with strategies that I've used. Second, stay organized. Keep track of who you've contacted and follow up regularly. A simple spreadsheet or a CRM tool can help you manage your outreach efforts effectively. I started with a Google Sheet since it's free, and I will leave a link in the description with the exact template I used. While it's manual, it's free and straightforward. And as you gain more experience, you can optimize your organizational efforts with a CRM. CRM stands for Client Relationship Management. By constantly reaching out to a large number of prospects, you increase the likelihood of finding those who are interested in what you have to offer. Remember, not everyone will respond, but the key is in the numbers and being persistent. Number 3, start with a personalized introduction. Cold outreach doesn't have to feel cold, all right? By personalizing your initial message, you can make your first interaction feel more like a natural introduction rather than a sales pitch. Take the time to learn about your prospect before reaching out, okay? This is very important, and use this information to craft a thoughtful message. Here is an example for LinkedIn. Instead of sending a generic connection request, personalize your message based on something specific you've noticed about their profile or recent activity. For example, hi, you add the name. I came across your profile and noticed your work in, and then you add the industry or niche. Your recent post on, the topic really resonates with me, and I'd love to connect and learn more about your approach. And here's an example for Instagram. Start by engaging with their content, like, comment, or respond to their stories. Then send a DM that shows you are interested in their work. For example, you can say something like, hi, the name. I've been following your content and love your perspective on, the topic. I will be thrilled to connect and explore potential collabs. Number 4, offer value upfront. Once you've made that initial connection, focus on offering value before asking for anything in return. This could be in the form of useful content, advice, a book recommendation, or resources that align with their interests or challenges. The key here is to show that you are not just another person trying to sell something, all right? You are genuinely interested in helping them. And here is an example. So this is a prospect, right? And I reached out to them and I showed them, my expertise, and also I showed them that I'm genuinely there to help them. So I got their interest and also an offer to potentially work with them. And this example is a real example, okay? It's me reaching out to an agency owner from Croatia. So it's real, it's in my DMs. I do this all the time because it's very effective. And here is an example for you. On LinkedIn, after they accept your connection request, send a follow-up message that provides value. For example, I noticed that you are working on, the name of the project and thought that this article might be helpful. It covers, the topic in depth and could provide some useful insights. And on Instagram, you can say something like, I saw your post about, name of the challenge or whatever, and thought you might find this, tool or research helpful. Let me know if you'd like more info. I'm happy to help. Number 5, build trust through consistent engagement. Building a strong relationship takes some time, okay? Especially in cold outreach. Consistent engagement is crucial for staying on their radar and slowly transitioning from a stranger to a trusted connection. Comment on their post, share relevant insights, and keep the conversation going without pushing for a sale too soon. Number 6, be honest and genuine. If you try to fake this process, it will rarely work in the long run. You should be honest about your intentions and show genuine interest in what they are working on, and also who they are as a person. The thing is, you shouldn't work with people you don't like, and people who don't like you will rarely want to work with you. Being kind and showing honesty is a powerful way of doing business. This authenticity not only makes your outreach more effective, but also ensures that the relationships you build are strong and long-lasting. And here is an example. On LinkedIn, when prospecting a collaboration, be upfront about what you can deliver. For example, I believe my skills in, the area could complement your work in name of the project. And then you can end with something like, I would be happy to discuss how we can collaborate and ensure it's a win-win for both of us. And on Instagram, in your DMs, keep the tone friendly but honest. For example, I think there is a good synergy between what we are both doing, and I would love to explore how we can work together. So let's chat a little bit more to see if there is a fit. And these are just examples, right? So you have to make sure that you are crafting the messages with your unique tone of voice. Number 7, follow up and stay connected. Even if your initial outreach doesn't lead to an immediate project, staying connected is key. Continue to engage with their content, share value, and nurture the relationship over time. This consistent interaction can eventually turn a cold prospect into a warm lead and even into a loyal client. And here is an example that applies to both LinkedIn and Instagram. You can say something simple like, hi, their name. I just wanted to check in and see what you are working on. If there is anything I can help with, feel free to reach out. So send follow-up messages periodically, check in with them, and keep the conversation going. You can start doing this manually and then automate the process over time. And here is a pro tip. Instead of sending, text messages, through DM, you can send voice messages. And voice messages are very powerful because they feel very natural. So as a conclusion, cold outreach on LinkedIn and Instagram doesn't have to feel intimidating, okay? By approaching it as an opportunity to build genuine relationships rather than just making a sale, you can effectively turn cold prospects into warm leads. Remember, if you try to fake this process, it probably won't work. And even if it works sometimes, it's not worth it, okay? Authenticity is key. Consistently reaching out to 100 people daily will increase your chances of success. Being kind and honest is not only a good business practice, but it also helps you build connections that are meaningful and mutually beneficial. Over time, these connections will grow and your efforts will lead to meaningful collaborations and long-term success. In this section, we'll explore how to start incorporating automation into your outreach strategy using LinkedIn Sales Navigator along with other automation tools. This approach will help you manage outreach at scale while maintaining a level of personalization that resonates with prospects. Once you've landed your first or second client through manual outreach, it's time to consider scaling your efforts with automation. Manual outreach is excellent for establishing connections and gaining initial traction, but automation allows you to reach a larger audience more effectively and, most importantly, efficiently, saving you time and enabling you to focus on delivering quality work. While most of the best automation tools are not free, you can start with manual outreach, and once you begin making money, consider investing in paid tools to optimize your time or scale further. And to be clear, I'm not affiliated with any of the companies that sell these tools at the time of this recording, okay? And I don't receive any direct compensation for mentioning them. This is simply my honest advice. I will be adding more in-depth automation strategies inside our private community, so if you aren't a member yet, which you should be by now, join us today at webdesignerscollective.com. I'll see you there. So let's break down this into a step-by-step process. The first step and most important step is to understand when to transition to automation. Automation should be introduced after you have a solid grasp of your ideal client profile and have successfully secured a few clients through manual outreach. At this point, you are ready to scale your efforts without losing the personal touch that initially made your outreach effective. So why automation? Automation offers the ability to scale by reaching more prospects in a shorter time. It enhances efficiency by automating repetitive tasks such as sending connection requests, follow-up messages, and managing leads. Additionally, it ensures consistency, helping you maintain a steady outreach pipeline without gaps, keeping your funnel full of potential clients. And a funnel is basically a step-by-step process that guides your potential clients from first learning about your products or services to eventually making a purchase or taking a desired action. Number 2, start with LinkedIn Sales Navigator. LinkedIn Sales Navigator is a vital tool for finding and engaging with high-quality leads. It provides advanced search filters and insights that allow you to precisely target your ideal prospects. To use this tool, you have to pay a monthly fee, but it won't be a problem since you would have already some money from previous projects, because you can find your first clients by doing manual organic outreach. And they also offer a free trial at the time of this recording. As I said before, I'm not affiliated with them and I don't get compensated for recommending them. And here's a very simple example strategy. Use Sales Navigator to search for decision makers in your niche, like marketing managers, founders if we are talking about a startup or a small business, or art and creative directors if they have an in-house team, or you are reaching out to a design agency. Save these leads in organized lists to monitor their activity, and craft and send personalized emails based on insights gathered from their profiles, making your outreach more relevant and engaging. Number 3, automate your outreach with additional tools. While LinkedIn Sales Navigator is key for identifying and targeting prospects, pairing it with other automation tools can streamline your outreach process further. These tools help you manage multi-channel campaigns, automate connection requests and follow-ups, and efficiently track your leads. I will leave a link in the description that takes you to a Google Doc that contains a list of the automation tools I use. And again, I'm not affiliated with any of these companies. And here is how this strategy works with other tools. Multi-channel campaigns integrate LinkedIn outreach with email campaigns, reaching prospects through multiple touchpoints. Automated follow-ups ensure that consistent messaging is maintained without manual effort, sending reminders if your initial outreach goes unanswered. This method allows for personalization at scale, enabling you to customize messages while maintaining a high level of outreach. Number 4, balance automation with personalization. While automation can enhance your outreach, it's crucial to balance efficiency with personalization. Automated messages must still feel tailored to the person you are trying to reach to avoid appearing spammy or impersonal. Here are some tips for balancing automation and personalization. Segment your audience by niche or industry and company size to tailor your messaging. Use custom variables like the person's name to personalize your outreach, and also leverage voice messaging for a more personal touch. And engage manually with high priority leads by commenting on their post or sending detailed messages. Number 5, continuously refine your strategy. As you implement automation, track the results closely, okay? Pay attention to which messages generate the best responses, which audience segments are more engaged, and where your outreach can be improved. Regularly refining your approach will help you maximize the effectiveness of your automation tools. Okay, so I prepared a free in-depth training on how to use LinkedIn Sales Navigator with other automation tools to build an effective and efficient outreach system. In the training, I cover advanced and detailed stuff such as email warm-up, which is an essential step to increase your chances of landing in the main inbox instead of the spam folder. And I go through other technical aspects as well. You can access the training right now by visiting our private community, where you will find the video in the classroom section. The link to the community is in the description, and it's totally free. I will be updating the training as strategies and platforms evolve. Alright, so as a conclusion, transitioning from manual outreach to automation is a crucial step in scaling your freelance business and maximizing your outreach strategy. By using tools like LinkedIn Sales Navigator in combination with other automation platforms, you can streamline your processes and reach more prospects efficiently. Remember to keep balancing automation with a personal touch, continuously refining your strategy based on the results you see. In this lesson, you've learned how to acquire leverage when you are broke or just starting out, the power of saying no, the different types of leads, and why collaborating with agencies is a smart move. And also how to reach out to agencies, how to reach out to potential clients, how to convert cold leads into warm leads, and how to transition from manual outreach to automation. Crafting a compelling offer is essential for the success of your web design business. It's not just about listing your services, all right? It's about guiding your client on a journey from their current situation, which we'll call their current island, to their desired situation, their desired island. The ocean between the two islands represents the challenges and uncertainties they face in making the transition. Your offer is the boat that will take them across this ocean, but to make the journey reassuring and secure, you must also include elements of risk reversal. This lesson will explore how to effectively structure this offer to ensure your clients feel confident and supported throughout the journey. So, what is a compelling offer? A compelling offer is a promise to take your clients from where they are now, their current situation or current island, to where they want to be, their desired situation or desired island. To make this journey successful, your offer must clearly communicate 3 critical elements: the pain of staying on the current island, the benefits of reaching the desired island, and the safety measures or risk reversal that ensure the client can embark on the journey with confidence. To create a compelling offer, you first need to understand your client's current situation. Like, what's keeping them stuck on the current island? This might be an outdated website, low conversion rates, or poor online visibility. Equally important is to understand their desired situation, the thriving business they envision after arriving at the desired island, where a modern high-performing website drives growth and success. The more accurately you can define this gap, the more effectively you can craft an offer that resonates with their needs. Now let's talk about how to craft your unique value proposition. Your unique value proposition, or UVP, should clearly communicate how your services will help clients move from their current situation to their desired situation. For example, if a client's actual situation is a slow and responsive website and their desired situation is a sleek, fast, and mobile-friendly site that enhances user experience, your UVP might be: I help businesses transform their outdated websites into high-performing platforms that engage customers and drive sales within 60 days. The UVP must be clear, okay? So this UVP that I just said directly addresses the gap and positions your services as the essential solution to achieve their goals. Now let's talk about how to structure your offer, and I will explain this in 3 points. Number 1, highlight the pain of staying on current island. Clients often need to be reminded of the discomfort they are currently experiencing to motivate them to take action. For example, staying in the current island where their website is outdated, their online presence is weak, and their business growth is stagnant comes with significant pain points. This might include lost revenue, a tarnished brand reputation, and missed opportunities in a competitive market. By highlighting these issues and other issues as well, you create a sense of urgency, encouraging them to take the journey to the desired island. Number 2, illustrate the benefits of reaching the desired island. Once the pain of the current situation is clear, you need to paint a vivid picture of the benefits they will experience once they reach the desired island. This could mean something like a modern, responsive website that not only attracts more visitors, but also converts them into loyal customers, leading to a sustained business growth and a strong online presence. By illustrating these benefits, you show the client that your offer is not just a service, okay? It's a vital investment in their future success. Number 3, provide a clear path to cross the ocean. Your offer should serve as the boat that safely carries your client across the ocean between the current island and the desired island. However, no journey across the sea is without risks, which is why your offer must include strong risk reversal strategies. Now let's talk about risk reversal, and we'll talk about a concept called the safety boat, helicopter, and submarine. To reassure your client during the journey, you should offer multiple safety options. The first one is the safety boat. And this is the first level of reassurance, symbolizing a satisfaction guarantee or money-back promise. If the client feels unsure or if the project doesn't meet their expectations, they can step into the safety boat and return to the current island safely with no loss. This basic safety net ensures that they won't be worse off than when they started. And this is important because sometimes when people work with somebody new, they feel a lot of fear because they be like, hey, I don't want to be worse than where I'm right now. So I want to be in a position that is better. Or if the things don't work out, at least I want to be in my current situation. And offering a money-back guarantee often mitigates this. The second is the helicopter. For clients who need even more assurance, you offer a helicopter, okay, representing a premium guarantee. If something goes wrong, the helicopter can quickly take them back to safety, symbolizing your commitment to providing a full refund or additional compensation if the project fails to meet their criteria. This option gives clients an extra level of security, knowing that they can quickly and safely return to where they started if necessary. For example, if you are very confident in your services, you can offer the client a full refund plus a monetary compensation, such as $200, $500, $1,000, or even more, depending on the project cost. This high-risk, high-reward strategy is extremely effective for building trust, but should be only used with a lot of caution. Meaning you should only implement this after achieving a high satisfaction rate with previous clients. To test this approach, you can set aside a small manageable budget based on what you are comfortable losing. For example, you might decide to allocate 5 to 10% of your earnings from recent freelance projects or profits for this experiment. I don't recommend using your life savings for this, and I definitely don't recommend using the money you saved for taxes. Consider this as an investment in your business, all right? Meaning that you might not get that money back initially, but it could lead to long-term benefits. And if the strategy results in more satisfied clients, repeat business, or referrals, you can scale it further. This is a controlled experiment, okay? And if you see it work, you can start expanding the offer to more clients, increasing the compensation amount, or incorporating it to your regular premium service package to attract more high-value clients. And if this experiment doesn't work, treat it as a learning experience and pivot to another offer, such as a full money-back guarantee with a free 1-hour consultation, for example, because this way you shift to a less risky approach while refining your promises and service delivery to better suit your business. And the third and last one is the submarine. In cases where the ocean is particularly rough, you offer a submarine. The submarine represents your ability to navigate even the most challenging situations. Unlike surface level safety measures, the submarine can dive deep below the chaos, unaffected by surface level storms, such as market changes or unexpected project obstacles. This flexibility symbolizes your adaptability and problem-solving skills, allowing you to adjust your approach and ensure the client reaches the desired island safely or returns to the current island if necessary. They should never feel worse off than when they started working with you. The submarine provides reassurance that no matter how rough the journey becomes, you have the tools to keep them safe and on course. These multiple layers of risk reversal show your clients that no matter what happens during the journey, they are protected and supported. This comprehensive approach to risk reversal makes it easier for them to commit to the journey. And here's an example. Imagine you are a web designer working on a client's e-commerce site. Midway through the project, new regulations require significant changes to the site's payment system. Instead of being derailed, you adapt by researching the new rules and revising the design to comply with them. You can reassure the client that the project will stay on schedule by immediately implementing a compliant payment system, ensuring the site can launch on time without losing revenue. And additionally, you can offer to refine and optimize the system post-launch if needed, demonstrating your adaptability and problem-solving skills. This ensures that despite unexpected challenges, the client remains confident their project is on course for success. Now that you've learned about the safety boat, helicopter, and submarine, let's talk about social proof. And the social proof is represented by the happy passengers, navigation tools, and experienced crew. Before sailing, your client needs to see that your boat is not only well equipped, but also guided by a capable and experienced crew. And that crew is you or your team, an experienced crew who know how to navigate even the trickiest waters. It represents the collective expertise and skills you bring to the table, ensuring a smooth and successful journey. The happy passengers are your past and current clients. Their testimonials, case studies, and success stories serve as a proof that they have safely reached the desired island. Their positive experiences act as a powerful social proof, reassuring potential clients that they are in good hands. And then lastly, the navigation tools. Your well-planned project management systems, processes, and strategies demonstrate that you have the right tools to keep the journey on course no matter what challenges arise. When potential clients see your experienced crew, hear about the success of happy passengers, and know that you are equipped with the best navigation tools, they feel like they also can reach their goals safely and successfully. When crafting your offer, clearly communicate these following elements. This is the risk reversal. We offer multiple layers of assurance to give you complete peace of mind. If at any point you feel unsure, you can opt for our safety boat with a full refund, our helicopter with added compensation depending on the magnitude of the project, or our submarine, offering a customized solution to tackle any challenges that arise. No matter what happens, you are fully protected throughout the journey. And for the social proof, you can say something like this. Our past clients, the happy passengers, have successfully completed this journey with us, guided by our experienced crew and proven navigation tools. And here's what one of our clients said, and then you add your client's testimonial. And you can end with something like this. With our team and systems guiding you, you can trust that you will reach your desired island safely and efficiently. And keep in mind that these metaphors are designed to help you communicate your value, but they are just a guide. Personalize your offer by incorporating your unique strengths and ensure the message reflects your voice and approach. And here's the conclusion. By incorporating risk reversal strategies and social proof, even if you are just starting out, you can create a compelling offer that guides your clients from their current situation to the desired situation. And to make your offer even stronger, I've crafted a list of 10 compelling offers to help you get some ideas. You can access this exclusive list by joining our community at webdesignerscollective.com. and reaching level 2. I do this because the information shared in this course is so powerful that I want only people that are serious about being successful get it. And I know that less people will get it, so it means bigger opportunities for those who do. Getting to level 2 is actually very, very easy, and it works like this. When you comment on a post, you get a like, okay? And once you receive 5 likes, you will be promoted to level 2. And you will not only unlock this list, but also gain access to other exclusive resources. This curated offer list plus template is worth more than $100, and you will get it for free. So don't hesitate and join the community right now. And start engaging with the post. It's a little task that can yield amazing results. You only need a total of 5 likes in your comments. With these tools and the support of our community, you will have everything you need to craft an amazing offer and succeed in the world of web design. Here is an important thing I want to mention. I've placed the module on setting up calls as the last module of the core modules, which is module number 12. Because before you start setting up calls, I want you to go through the entire course. This way, your chances of becoming successful will be much higher since you will have a better understanding of how the entire freelance web design business works. By the time you reach module 12, you'll be prepared to set up calls and meetings that reflect your value and expertise. Because in module 12, we will dive deeper into the specifics of setting up calls and meetings, including how to prepare, what to say, and tips for making your meetings as productive as possible leveraging AI. This will help you refine your communication skills and ensure successful interactions with your clients. In this lesson, you will learn what a compelling offer is, how to understand your target market, how to craft a unique value proposition, and also how to structure your offer for maximum impact. Now it's time to move to the next lesson. In this lesson, you will learn the basics of contracts and NDAs, how to navigate them confidently, identify key elements, spot potential red flags, and also understand what steps to take before signing any legal document. Contracts and non-disclosure agreements, NDAs, are crucial documents in any freelance business, including web design. These agreements help define the relationship between you and your client, set clear expectations, protect both parties' rights, and outline the scope of work. Understanding how to read, interpret, and negotiate these documents is essential for protecting your interests and ensuring smooth, professional interactions with your clients. So what is a contract? A contract is a written or spoken agreement between 2 or more parties that is intended to be enforceable by law. In freelance web design, a contract is usually a document that you and your client sign, which outlines the work you will do, how much you will get paid, deadlines, and other important details. The contract ensures that both you and your client understand what is expected and provides legal protection if something goes wrong. Now let's explore the key elements of a contract. Number 1, the scope of work. This section explains what services you will provide to the client. It should be as detailed as possible, specifying the task you will perform, the number of revisions included, and the deliverables. Clarity here prevents misunderstandings, where the client expects additional work without extra payment. Number 2, payment terms. This part of the contract details how much you will be paid, when the payments are due, and the payment method like bank transfer, PayPal, or other options. It might include penalties for late payments or specify a payment schedule for larger projects. Number 3, deadlines and deliverables. This section outlines the deadlines for each stage of the project and the final delivery date. For example, submit the first website draft and then you add the date. Clear deadlines help manage clients' expectations and ensure timely project completion. Number 4, revisions and changes. Contracts often include a clause about revision, stating how many changes are included in the original fee and what additional charges will apply if the client requests more revisions. And this clause is very important because it prevents you from doing extra work without compensation. Number 5, termination clause. This clause explains how either party can end the contract before the work is completed. It might include a notice period, like 30 days, for example, and any penalties or payments that must be made if the contract is terminated early. Number 6, dispute resolution. This section describes what happens if there is a disagreement between you and the client. It often suggests methods like mediation or arbitration before going to court. And the mediator is basically a third person that helps you and the client, talk through the problem and find a solution. The mediator doesn't make any decisions, but facilitates communication. And the arbitrator is a neutral third person as well. that listens to both sides and makes a decision that both parties must follow. This is a faster and less expensive alternative to court. And why it's important? These methods help resolve disputes quickly with less stress, saving time and money. Number 7, intellectual property rights. This part of the contract determines who owns the work once it's completed. Okay, so typically the rights to the work transfer to the client after full payment is received, ensuring that you maintain control over your work until you are paid. Number 8, confidentiality clauses. If the contract includes confidentiality clauses, it means that you agree to keep certain information private, such as business secrets, data, or client lists. Now let's talk about NDAs specifically. An NDA, which means non-disclosure agreement, is a type of contract that requires one or both parties to keep certain information confidential. For example, if your client shares sensitive business information with you, an NDA might require you to keep that information private and not share it with others. NDAs are commonly used to protect trade secrets, business strategies, and other confidential information. In web design, this could mean not sharing designs, funnels, client data, code, or any other sensitive project details with third parties, either during the project or after the project. Now let's talk about the key elements inside of an NDA. And here are the key clauses in NDAs. Number 1, non-disclosure obligations. And this clause explains what information you must keep confidential and to whom you are allowed to disclose this information, such as subcontractors, for example. For example, if you are working on a large or complex project and need to hire other web designers, graphic designers, or 3D designers to help you, this clause could specify that you are allowed to share confidential project information with them. However, this would also require that these subcontractors sign an NDA or be subject to the same confidentiality obligations. This ensures that any sensitive information about the project, such as client details, designs, or business strategies, remain protected even when shared with others involved in the project. Number 2, duration of confidentiality. This specifies how long you must keep the information secret. It could range from 1 year to several years after the project ends. Number 3, scope of confidential information. It's important that this section clearly defines what is considered confidential to avoid overly broad restrictions that could limit your future work opportunities. And now let's talk about what to watch out for, and this is extremely important. So pay attention, because overlooking this could be very painful to you in the long run. So the first thing you have to watch out for is vague terms. And here's an example. When you see something like all business-related information shared during the course of this project must be kept confidential. This is very vague and leaves no room for interpretation, all right? It does include emails, general conversations, or any specific documents. We don't know. A clear example would be confidential information includes project design files, client data, marketing strategies, and any other non-public internal business information related to the project. This is very clear because the specific details clarify exactly what must be kept confidential, leaving no room for doubt. Another thing to watch out for is overly broad definitions. Avoid NDAs that might prevent you from working in your industry by defining too much information as confidential. And here is a vague example. You agree to keep confidential any and all information, including ideas, processes, and methods learned or developed during the course of this project for an indefinite period of time. And here's the problem with this. This definition is too broad because it includes general ideas, techniques, or methods that could or could not be unique to this project. It could also prevent you from using general skills or knowledge that you commonly apply in your field, or restrict you from working on similar projects in the future. So be very careful with this. And here is a clear example. You agree to keep confidential any proprietary project details, client-specific data, and non-public business information that is directly related to the client's business and disclosed during the project. This is very specific and to the point. This version narrows down the definition to cover only proprietary and non-public information, ensuring that you are free to use general industry knowledge, techniques, and methods that are not specific to the client in future work. And that's amazing. And the last key thing you have to watch out is fairness. You have to make sure that the NDA only covers information that genuinely needs to be protected. And here is an unfair example. You agree to keep confidential all information related to the company, including publicly available information, industry practices, and third-party content. And here's the problem with this. This clause is unfair because it requires you to keep information secret that is already publicly available or widely known in the industry. It could also force you to protect information that doesn't generally need to be confidential, creating unnecessary restrictions. And you don't want that. And here is a fair example. You agree to keep confidential any non-public internal business details, client-specific data, and proprietary project information shared during the course of this project. This makes more sense. All right? Proprietary refers to the things that the business owns and or has exclusive rights to. This version limits the confidentiality to non-public internal and proprietary information which generally needs protection. It ensures that publicly available information or general industry practices are not unnecessarily restricted, making the NDA fairer for both parties. So here are some common red flags in contracts and NDAs. When reviewing contracts and NDAs, be on the lookout for the following red flags. Number 1, unclear or ambiguous language. Contracts should be straightforward and easy to understand, okay? If any terms are vague or confusing, ask for clarification to the client or consult a lawyer. Number 2, unreasonable clauses. Be wary of clauses that seem too strict or unfair. For example, a non-compete clause might prevent you from working with other clients in the same industry for an extended period of time, which could harm your business and growth. Number 3, missing elements. Ensure the contract includes all the key components discussed earlier. If something is missing, request its addition before signing. Here is what to do before signing a contract or NDA. Okay, number 1, this is the review process. First, read carefully. Go through the entire document, including the fine print. Take your time to understand everything. Second, ask questions, okay? If something is unclear, ask the client for an explanation. It's better to clarify now than to have problems later. And third, consult a lawyer. If the contract is complex or if you are unsure about anything, consider talking to a lawyer. They can help you understand the document and protect your interests. Number 2, negotiation. Do not hesitate to ask for changes if something in the contract doesn't work for you. Negotiating terms is a normal part of business, and most clients are open to discussing changes. Number 3, final checklist. Before signing, go through a checklist to ensure that everything is in order. Confirm that the scope of work, payment terms, deadlines, and all other critical elements are clearly defined. To make it easier for you to understand and work with contracts and NDAs, I've created simplified guides. These guides are written in clear, straightforward language, breaking down the complex legal terms you might encounter. And this is how to use these guides. These guides serve as a tool to help you interpret the more complicated language often found in contracts and NDAs. You can print them or save them on your computer for easy reference. When you receive a contract or NDA, refer to these guides to understand what each section means. They will help you ensure that you are not agreeing to something that could harm your freelance web design business. And you have to keep in mind that as a freelancer, you might be responsible for drafting contracts and NDAs when working directly with clients, especially smaller businesses or startups that may not have their own legal documents. However, some clients, even smaller ones sometimes, may prefer to use their own agreements. In either case, it's important to clarify early on who will provide the paperwork to ensure that you carefully review any client-provided contracts to make sure they align with your terms and protect your interests. These guides are incredibly valuable because they make legal documents easier to navigate, giving you the confidence to handle contracts and NDAs without confusion. Alright, so as a conclusion, understanding contracts and NDAs is essential for protecting your freelance business. With the knowledge and tools from this lesson, you can approach these documents with confidence, ensuring that you are protected and well prepared. Just as in previous lessons, to access the bonus materials for this module, including the simplified contract and NDA templates, as well as the contract checklist, you need to join our free community at webdesignerscollective.com and reach level 2. If you've already joined and reached level 2, congratulations. You can now go ahead and download the documents. If you haven't joined yet, feel free to join our community and start engaging. Here is a quick refresh on how to reach level 2. It's very easy, quick, and it's free. Simply go there and engage with other members by commenting on posts. Once your comments in total receive 5 likes, you will be promoted to level 2, unlocking these valuable resources. As I said previously, I do this because this information is very valuable, and I want only people that are serious about being successful to get it. And even though this task is super easy and free, having this little wall means fewer people will take the opportunity, which creates a bigger chance for those who do. And I hope you are one of the people who take action. All right? In this lesson, you've learned what contracts and NDAs are, and also about common red flags in contracts and NDAs, and what to do before signing a contract or an NDA. Congratulations on finishing Module 5. You've now equipped yourself with all the knowledge and tools you need to confidently start getting your first clients. So I don't want excuses, alright? Now it's time to take action. In the next module, I will teach you how to set up everything properly to get paid internationally without headaches. You will learn the best practices for handling payments from clients around the world, ensuring that your hard work is rewarded smoothly and efficiently. In this video, I will teach you how to get paid and how to manage your finances as a freelance web designer. And I hope your attention span is strong enough to watch this video for at least 10 minutes, because if not, I'm afraid you won't make it in business. I don't care how talented you are, if you don't manage your finances properly, your web design business will be in shambles. So pay attention to this video because it's very important. If you are new here, I'm the founder of the Web Designers Collective, which is an international community of web designers. My current mission is to create the most comprehensive and complete web design course in the world and share it with everyone completely for free. This video is part of that course, and I will leave a link in the description with the rest of the modules. And here are all the topics we'll cover: basic accounting and financial management, setting rates and managing invoices, and planning for taxes and savings. Let's begin. In this lesson, I will guide you through the essential parts of managing your finances as a freelancer. You will learn how to track your earnings and expenses by understanding key financial statements like the profit and loss, balance sheet, and cash flow statement. I will break each one down in a simple way so you can stay in control of your business finances and make smart decisions. Mastering these basics will help you stay organized and set yourself up for long-term success. Financial statements are documents that help you understand how your freelance business is doing financially. Even if you are not a financial expert, learning about these statements will help you manage your money better and avoid financial problems. Let's start by talking about the profit and loss statement, or P&L. The P&L shows how much money you've made and how much money you spent over a specific period, like a month, quarter, or year. It's like a report for your business that tells you if you are earning more money than you are spending. Usually at the top of the P&L, you will see the total earnings, called revenue. Below that, you will find the project cost. Subtracting this cost from the revenue gives you the gross profit. After that, you will see the operating expenses, such as software, tools, and stuff like that. When you subtract the operating expenses from the gross profit, you get the operating income, which shows how much your business earned from its main activities. After that, you add any non-operating income, like royalties from selling a design template, for example, and then subtract tax deductions or other allowed expenses. And tax deductions are certain business-related expenses that reduce the amount of income you have to pay taxes on, like office supplies, travel, or software costs. And the amount you get after subtracting tax deductions is your taxable income. And then after paying taxes on your taxable income, the amount left is your net profit. If the number is positive, your business made money. If it's negative, you spend more money than you earn. If it's zero, that means your business is break-even, meaning the earnings exactly cover your expenses without profit or loss. Now let's talk about the balance sheet. The balance sheet gives you a snapshot of what your business owns, called assets, and what it owes, called liabilities, at a particular moment in time. Think of it like a photo of your business financial situation, okay? On one side, it shows what you have, like money in the bank or equipment you can use for work. On the other side, it shows what you owe, like loans, bills, or payments you need to make. The goal is for your assets to be more than your liabilities, meaning you own more than you owe. This statement helps you understand the value of your business and whether if you are financially stable or not. And finally, the cash flow statement. The cash flow statement shows how much money moves in and out of your business. It's like a tracker for the flow of cash, cash in and cash out. It's important because even if you have profits, you might run into trouble if your money isn't coming in when you need to pay your bills, all right? And this statement is very, very important because it helps you see when you will have enough cash to cover your expenses or if you need to adjust your spending. I prepared this spreadsheet which contains the main financial statements tailored for freelance web designers. And this is the profit and loss statement. We have the balance sheet here, the monthly cash flow, the revenue, and then the monthly expenses from January to December. All right. And these tabs right here, the balance sheet, revenue, and all the monthly expenses from January to December are connected to this other tab, the profit and loss statement. And that means that when we input data in those tabs, it appears here. Okay. This spreadsheet contains a bunch of formulas that I crafted with a lot of love and dedication. Let me show you an example. Let's say a client paid us $10,000 for a project. So we would go here in the revenue tab, and then right here, we would add $10,000 right here. And then we go back to the profit and loss tab, and then we'll see it right here. And then we would see it here in the balance sheet right here, and also in the cash flow tab right here. So this is automatic. In this spreadsheet, whenever you see a note like this one, means that all these numbers are added automatically. Okay, so you don't have to enter anything manually right here. And it's the same thing here. Okay, and then here as well. All right. And then when you see this note in yellow, it means that you should add the data manually. Let me give you another example. Let's say in January, we go to a business event. So we would go here, where it says January. Then we will go right here, and then we will add the expense. Let's say is $2,000. And then as we can see right here, it will populate automatically. All right. Now let's quickly explore the balance sheet. And the balance sheet is like extremely important. And that's why you have to study it and get the hang of it. If you do, you will probably sleep easier at night because you will know exactly how your business is performing. And I want to emphasize this because a lot of freelancers make a lot of money, a lot of revenue. They have a bunch of clients and stuff like that, but they don't understand the difference between assets and liabilities. They don't understand what the net worth is and all that stuff, okay? And then they wonder, why am I broke if I'm making all this revenue? And that's because they don't know their numbers. For example, if you make $10,000 in revenue and you have $2,000 in expenses, don't go and withdraw everything, okay? You would have $8,000 in net income. So if you withdraw all of it, all right, you won't have capital to reinvest in the business, and that's bad, okay? However, if you withdraw only, for example, $3,000, all right, you would have some money to reinvest. And this is just an example, all right? It doesn't mean that every time you make $10,000, you withdraw $3,000, all right? This is just an example. And we have to factor in taxes as well. And here we can see that taxes are 0 because we did not add the tax rate right here, okay? But if we add the tax rate, let's say 35%, and we go back to the balance sheet, now we can see our taxes. Don't be intimidated by all these terms, okay? When you scroll down right here, you will find the description of each one so you can better understand them. So play with the numbers in these tabs and get a hang of it. You can also make a copy of this spreadsheet and save it to your Google Drive by going right here and then clicking here. To access this spreadsheet and other resources, you have to be a member of our web design community. And you can join for free by going to webdesignerscollective.com. Once you join our community, you can stop here and then hang out and talk with other designers. There are some amazing conversations happening here. And then to access the spreadsheet, you just have to click here where it says Classroom, and then here where it says Exclusive Guides and Documents. And then right here in the left column, you will see this section called Spreadsheets. Then when you click here where it says Freelancer Financial Statements, you will see this, okay? And then you click Access the Spreadsheet, and you will access the spreadsheet directly. If you have any questions about the spreadsheet, let me know in the comments or make a post in the community. Understanding these financial statements will help you run your freelance business more smoothly and plan for your future. They give you the tools to make smart decisions about saving, spending, and growing your business. Alright, so now I hope you have a clear understanding about the main financial statements. Okay, now let's talk about budgeting and financial planning for web design projects. And pay special attention because I don't care how skilled you are as a web designer. If you don't get this right, your business will be in shambles, all right? So pay attention. Let's talk about resource allocation. When you start a new web design project, it's very important to allocate your resources wisely. Start by listing everything you need, okay? Your time, tools, and any outside help you might need. You can just use pen and paper, all right, for this phase. For example, do you need a specific premium plugin or software for a specific feature? Will you outsource the development or handle it yourself? Next, estimate the cost and time for each resource. To do this practically, break down the project into specific phases like design, development, revisions, and final delivery. And then assign hours or days to each phase. And always include a 10 to 15% buffer for unexpected situations, like client revisions or technical issues, okay? You can use tools like Trello or Asana to visualize these phases, making it easy to adjust resources as needed, okay? Allocating resources properly helps you avoid delays and also ensures you stay within budget. If you are looking for a better way to plan and execute your web design projects, inside our free community at webdesignerscollective.com, you will find a free comprehensive tutorial on using Trello to keep track of your projects. I have personally experienced the challenges of not managing timelines properly, and trust me, it can lead to unnecessary complications. So don't make this a mistake, okay? Join our community for free and access this guide plus many other resources designed to elevate your web design project management and delivery. Okay, timeline estimations. Creating a reliable timeline is one of the most important steps in project management. The first thing you have to do is start by dividing the project into smaller manageable tasks. For instance, if you are designing a homepage, you can break it down into wireframing, initial design, and client revisions. And then estimate how long each part will take. For example, if you think wireframing takes a day, maybe plan for a day and a half or 2 days to leave some breathing room. A practical tip is to use a project management tool like Notion, for example. But in Module 8, I will show you how to create an amazing digital workstation with a free but powerful open source tool where you can organize and manage your projects. When you finish organizing the project and figure out the timeline, share it with your client in advance, making sure they know when to expect updates and the final delivery. This is very important, okay? That way, if any delays happen, you've already set expectations and the clients will appreciate this clear communication. Here is a pro tip. When you send updates, ask for prompt feedback to avoid bottlenecks. And here is an example. This encourages timely feedback while maintaining a polite and professional tone, keeping the project moving forward smoothly. Okay, now it's time to talk about emergency funds. Every freelancer should have an emergency fund, and building this fund can be very simple if you start small. Begin by saving 10% of your earnings from each project. And I recommend using a separate bank account specifically for this purpose, so you are not tempted to spend it. And as you complete more projects, aim to grow this fund until it covers at least 3 to 6 months of your living and business expenses. And this ensures that even if your computer breaks, for example, or a client delays payment or work slows down unexpectedly, you won't be financially stressed. I highly recommend using Wise as a bank account for getting paid. I've personally used it for years without any major issues. It allows you to create multiple accounts in different currencies and set up digital jars to save money and prevent accidental spending. And please note, I'm not affiliated with Wise and I don't receive any compensation for mentioning them. This is simply my honest advice. Okay, so remember, a safety net gives you peace of mind and also keeps your business running smoothly in any situation. In this lesson, you've learned about understanding financial statements as well as budgeting and financial planning for web design projects. Let's move to the next lesson. In this lesson, we will dive deep into one of the most critical aspects of running a successful web design business, which is how to set your rates confidently and manage your invoices like a pro. Whether you are just starting out or looking to refine your pricing strategy, getting this right is essential for long-term success. We'll cover everything, okay? From choosing between hourly and project-based rates, to understanding the psychology behind pricing and how to handle invoices effectively so you can keep your cash flow steady. By the end of this lesson, you will feel more empowered to charge what you are worth and also have a streamlined system for getting paid on time. Now, I will guide you through the different pricing models you can use as a freelance web designer. The model you choose depends on the type of work you are doing and the preferences of your clients. The first model is hourly rate, and charging by the hour is very straightforward, especially when the project scope is flexible. You can calculate your hourly rate by determining how much you need to make each month to cover your expenses and keep a desired profit. For example, if your monthly goal is $5,000 and you plan to work 100 billable hours, your hourly rate would be $50. This method ensures that your pricing is aligned with your financial needs and workload. The second model is day rate, which is when clients pay for a full day of your time. And this is great for short projects or consultations. For example, if your hourly rate is $50, a typical day rate would be $400 for an 8-hour day. The third model is project-based pricing. For well-defined projects, charging a fixed price makes sense. Both you and the client agree on a total cost for the entire project, ensuring that everyone knows the scope and budget. To set this price, multiply your estimated hours by your hourly rate, then add a buffer for any revisions or additional tasks. For example, if you estimate 120 hours at a $50 per hour rate, you could charge $6,000 for the entire project. And then you can add an extra 10 or 15% as a buffer for additional tasks. You could also use a hybrid model, which is your fixed rate, for example, in this case, $6,000 for a set scope, and then $50 per hour for anything extra. And then the fourth model is a fixed monthly retainer. A fixed monthly price gives clients ongoing access to your services while ensuring predictable income for you. Instead of charging by the hour, set a flat fee that covers the work you will provide for each month. For example, a client might pay $2,000 per month for ongoing design updates, support, and other services. And this is a model that lawyers and accountants use a lot in order to offer ongoing services. So this approach works well for clients who need regular work and prefer a consistent monthly cost over fluctuating hourly fees. So now let's talk more in detail about how to calculate your rate. Setting your rate is key to ensuring you are paid fairly and meet your financial goals. Here is how you can calculate it. Number one, start with your initial monthly goal. Calculate how much you need each month to cover your living expenses, business costs, and desired savings. For example, if your expenses are $4,000 and you want to save $1,000, your monthly goal would be $5,000. Simple, right? Number two, estimate your billable hours. Not all your time will be billable, so figure out how many hours you can actually charge clients, okay? It's not 24 hours per day, right? Let's say you can realistically bill 100 hours per month, for example, okay? So that would be about 24 hours per week. And then number three, calculate your rate. And you can do that by dividing your monthly goal by your billable hours. So if your goal is $5,000 and you can work 100 billable hours, your rate would be $50 per hour. Managing invoices efficiently is key to getting paid on time and keeping your cash flow healthy. This simple guide will help you navigate through the invoicing process, especially if you are just starting out. First, make sure your invoices are clear and detailed, okay? Include your business name, contact information, a detailed description of the services provided, the agreed price, and the total amount due. Don't forget to add payment terms like due in 14 days. This helps avoid confusion and make sure clients know exactly what they are paying for and when. When you are just getting started, there is no need for complicated software, okay? You can start with a simple invoice template, which you will find in the exclusive guides and documents section in the community's classroom. If you are not a member of our community yet, you can join for free at webdesignerscollective.com, and then you will have access to all these documents and stuff. This will help you create professional invoices quickly and easily. As your freelance web design business grows, consider using invoicing software like FreshBooks, Wave, or QuickBooks. I recommend using QuickBooks because it's the one I'm most familiar with. And I don't have any affiliations with them, so it's just my honest advice. These tools make it easy to create professional invoices, track payments, and send automatic reminders for overdue payments. They will also help you stay organized and save time, especially when working with multiple clients. It's very important to send invoices promptly, so get in the habit of sending an invoice as soon as the project is completed or after you've reached an agreed milestone. And the faster you send it, the faster you will get paid. And also make it easy for clients to pay, okay, by offering multiple payment options. You could accept bank transfers or credit card payments through services like Stripe. The more ways clients can pay, the fewer delays you will encounter. Sometimes clients pay late and that sucks, but if a payment is overdue, stay calm and reach out to them. It's perfectly normal to follow up professionally. You can send a polite reminder via email or use invoicing software to automate the process. You could also just give them a call, okay? Just say something like this: "Hi, I hope you are doing well. Just a quick reminder that the invoice from, the date is due soon. Let me know if you need any further information. Thanks." Just a subtle nudge. And avoid bringing up your personal expenses or pressures in this first message, okay? Stay firm but polite. Never rude, never desperate. Stay elegant at all times. And obviously, this is difficult because there are real pressures, okay? However, standing your ground will help you build your character. Don't forget to include taxes on your invoices as well if required. Follow the tax laws in your country to ensure you are compliant, as staying on top of your taxes helps you avoid legal issues later. Finally, stay organized and track your invoices. Keep a record of which invoices are paid and which are still pending. This will help you stay on top of your finances and know when to follow up on unpaid invoices. By following these steps, invoicing will become much more simpler and efficient. You will have peace of mind knowing you are getting paid on time and also keeping your freelance web design business finances in order. Stick to this process and you will save time while keeping your cash flow healthy, allowing you to focus on what matters the most: growing your web design business. In this lesson, you'll learn about understanding pricing models, calculating your rate, and creating and managing invoices. Now it's time to move to the next lesson. As a freelance web designer, your financial health is directly tied to how well you plan for your future. Unlike traditional employees, you are responsible for managing your taxes, planning for savings, and ensuring you have enough to cover emergencies and retirement. And this might seem overwhelming at first, but once you understand the key principles, you'll be able to manage your finances with confidence. In this lesson, I will guide you through everything you need to know about taxes, deductions, record keeping, and savings. The goal here is to help you build a financial foundation that supports your freelance journey, whether you are just starting out or looking to scale your business. Understanding your tax obligations as a freelance web designer can feel overwhelming, especially since tax systems and rules vary greatly across different countries. However, there are a few general principles that can help you stay on track, no matter where are you located. First, it's important to recognize that freelancers are responsible for managing and paying their own taxes. Unlike traditional employees, you won't have an employer handling this for you. Depending on your country, this usually includes income tax and in many cases, social contributions or self-employment taxes. Staying informed about your local tax requirements is crucial. So make it a habit to check government websites or consult with a tax professional who understands the regulations in your region. Another key point is to pay close attention to tax deadlines. Many countries require freelancers to make regular tax payments, either monthly, quarterly, or annually. Missing these deadlines can lead to penalties, so it's important to know when payments are due in your area. Keeping a calendar with important tax dates and setting reminders can help you avoid the stress of last-minute payments. Additionally, using accounting software to automate these processes can save you time and reduce the risk of error. Proper record keeping is also essential, okay? As a freelancer, you need to track all your income and expenses to accurately report your earnings and claim deductions where applicable. These deductions can significantly lower your taxable income, so it's important to know which expenses qualify as business related. As mentioned earlier, using accounting software or apps to maintain organized records will make tax time much more easier and help you monitor your overall financial health. Lastly, consulting with a tax professional can be very valuable. Tax laws can be very complex, okay, and change over time. So getting advice from someone familiar with your country's regulations can save you from costly mistakes, especially when you are scaling your business. This is especially important if you work with international clients or have multiple sources of income. Do not hesitate to invest in professional help when you start making money. By following these guidelines, you can confidently navigate your tax obligations and keep your freelance web design business running smoothly. Here is a pro tip. As a general rule of thumb, save 20 to 30% of your income for taxes, depending on your country's tax rates. However, if you live in a high tax region or have higher earnings, consider saving 35 to 40% to cover additional liabilities like VAT, state taxes, or social security contributions. For those in a low or zero tax regions like the United Arab Emirates or Andorra, you may not need to save as much for taxes, but it's still wise to stay informed on any local fees or regulations. And don't forget that deductible expenses such as home office costs or business travel can reduce your taxable income, helping you save more. You can also explore legal strategies to reduce taxes, such as maximizing retirement contributions, taking advantage of tax credits, or using offshore accounts in compliance with the tax laws. Finally, consult a tax professional to get personalized advice based on your location and income. This way, you will always be prepared when payments are due and can take full advantage of any tax-saving opportunities available for you. As I mentioned earlier, tax deductions and credits can significantly reduce the amount of taxes you owe, and understanding how they work can help you maximize your savings. While the specifics of what can be deducted vary based on your country's tax laws, the general principle is the same, okay? You can lower your taxable income by deducting business-related expenses. Deductions allow you to subtract certain costs directly related to your business from your taxable income. As a freelancer, you can usually deduct expenses like business equipment, laptops, monitors, or office tools, and also home office expenses, like a portion of your rent, electricity, or internet costs if you work from home. And other things as well, like work-related travel, for example, flights, hotels, and transportation. And software subscriptions, such as design tools or project management apps. These deductions can significantly lower the amount of income on which you will be taxed, providing much-needed relief during tax season. On the other hand, tax credits work differently, by directly reducing the amount of tax you owe, rather than reducing your taxable income, okay? So it's different. Depending on your location, common tax credits include those for retirement contributions, such as a 401k in the United States, eco-friendly home office improvements, or educational expenses. Here is a pro tip. It's crucial to stay organized by keeping receipts of invoices for all deductible expenses throughout the year. You don't need to invest in expensive software early on, okay? Free tools like Google Drive or Dropbox are sufficient for storing digital copies of your receipts. Simply scan or take a photo of your receipts and organize them into folders by category and date. This way, when tax season arrives, you'll have everything ready to file your taxes smoothly and avoid any issues if you are audited. And remember to always consult a tax professional to ensure you are compliant with tax laws specific to your region, so you can make the most of available tax saving opportunities. Now let's talk about keeping records. Keeping accurate records is essential for managing your taxes, budgeting, and overall financial health as a freelance web designer. The first thing to track is income, which includes all payments from clients or other freelance work. Using a dedicated bank account for your business is highly recommended, okay, as it allows you to easily separate personal and business finances, making tracking simpler and more efficient. So I recommend setting up both a business and personal Wise account. With Wise, you can open a personal account along with your business account. So basically, both accounts will live under the same roof, but they will be separated, so it's very convenient. I will leave a link in the description so you can open an account. It's free. Alright, also efficiently managing your receipts and invoices is just as crucial. Tools like Dex can automatically scan and store receipts, seamlessly integrating with QuickBooks for smooth organization. Always categorize documents by date and type for easy access. To stay on top of your finances, review your bank statements regularly and ensure all business transactions are accurately categorized in your accounting software or financial records. Setting a weekly or monthly review schedule helps keep everything organized and ensures no transactions are missed, reducing stress during tax season. And here is a pro tip. Retain business records for at least 5 years or longer depending on your country's tax laws, okay, to safeguard your business against potential audits and disputes. To end this module, let's talk about planning for savings. As a freelance web designer, your income may fluctuate, okay, making it essential to plan for your savings carefully to ensure long-term financial stability. Because what often happens is that people get paid, all right, and they spend most of the money. And that's a mistake because sometimes there are fluctuations and it's smart to save some of it, okay? This fund should cover 3 to 6 months worth of living expenses, such as rent, food, and any unexpected bills during slow periods. For example, if your monthly expenses are $2,000, aim to save at least $6,000 as a financial safety net. And obviously, when you are just getting started, your savings might be $0, and that's okay. Just keep saving steadily until you build up that emergency fund. The key is to stay consistent even if you start small, because each contribution will bring you closer to your goal. And remember to keep this fund in an easily accessible savings account or Wise digital jar, because that ensures you have quick access when needed, giving you peace of mind during uncertain times. While freelancers don't have employer-sponsored retirement plans, it's essential to try to take charge of your future financial health by setting aside money for retirement. You have learned already about the importance of consistency in savings, and this applies just as much to your retirement funds. Many countries offer tax advantages for contributions to retirement accounts, such as IRAs, personal pensions, or similar plans. Be sure to check with your local financial institutions to explore the best options available in your region. And keep in mind that even if you are starting small, building the habit of regular contributions can make a significant impact over time. And investing in diversified portfolios or index funds through platforms that offer retirement accounts allows your money to grow steadily, providing long-term growth potential. Once you have built a stable financial base, you could consider investing in startups as a high-risk, high-reward strategy. These investments can bring you substantial returns if the startup succeeds. However, it's crucial to carefully research each opportunity and understand the risks. Consulting a financial advisor who specializes in venture capital or high-growth investments can help you make informed decisions and mitigate risks. In this lesson, you've learned about your tax obligations, tax deductions and credits, keeping records, and planning for savings. As a conclusion, mastering your finances is one of the most important skills you can develop as a freelancer. In this module, you've learned how to take control of your income, taxes, and savings in a way that sets you up for long-term success. From understanding your tax obligations to taking advantage of deductions and credits, you now have the tools to confidently navigate the financial side of freelancing. You also know the importance of keeping detailed records, tracking your income and expenses, and saving for the future. Whether it's through maintaining an emergency fund or planning for retirement, you are now better equipped to handle financial fluctuations and ensure your business is sustainable. Remember, small steps can make a big difference. Take what you've learned here and apply it consistently, and you will see how a solid foundation not only brings peace of mind, but also opens up new opportunities for growth and success. Alright, congratulations on completing Module 6. In the next module, you will dive into the exciting world of AI and learn how to use it to become a super designer. Thank you very much for watching, and I will see you in the next module. Hey, what's up? In this video, we'll talk about something big, how to leverage AI to become a super designer. And as many of you know, I've been designing since 2004, and I've seen so many changes in our field. I remember back in 2008 when WordPress first started to become popular, that everybody was talking about how web designers were finished. And that did not happen, right? And obviously many designers gave up because they saw how competitive the field was starting to become. And those who stayed in the market and evolved saw many new opportunities. And that's what's happening right now. It's like a technological shift. But AI won't replace you if you learn how to use it in your favor. There is a lot of money to be made in this new era. AI is just a powerful tool. Let's learn how to use it. Here are the main topics we'll cover. Introduction to AI in general, introduction to AI in design, exploring prompt engineering, understanding AI agents, and the future of AI for web designers. Let's begin. Artificial intelligence, aka AI, always sounded like something from science fiction, right? But it's already part of our daily lives, especially in the world of design. In this lesson, you will learn what artificial intelligence really is, how it's evolved over the years, and why it's now an essential tool for modern designers. By understanding the basics of AI, you will be able to see how it can elevate your work and help you do things faster and more efficiently. We'll also explore the key figures who have shaped the AI field, giving you a better appreciation for the technology. So, what's AI exactly? AI refers to machines and software that are designed to perform tasks that usually require human intelligence. These tasks include understanding language, solving problems, learning from data, and even recognizing images or making decisions. The key idea behind AI is to create systems that can perform these tasks without needing constant human input. AI can be broken into two main types, narrow AI and general AI, also known as AGI. Narrow AI, which is the type we use today, is designed to perform a specific task. For example, AI that powers voice assistants like Siri or Alexa, or the AI apps that help improve your designs in tools like Figma or Webflow, all fall under this category. On the other hand, general AI refers to a technology that could learn and perform almost any intellectual task that a human can. And that's extremely powerful, for good and for bad. So I believe that us as humans should take responsibility and make sure that AI is under control. This type of AI is still in development at the time of recording this video, but it's what people often imagine when they think about a futuristic AI that can think and learn on its own. Now let's briefly talk about the history of AI and its key figures. The idea of AI is not new, okay? It dates back to the 1950s when Alan Turing, a brilliant British mathematician, posed a question. Can machines think? This led to the creation of the Turing test, which aimed to determine whether a machine could imitate human intelligence well enough to be indistinguishable from a human. However, even before Turing's groundbreaking work, researchers like Warren McCulloch and Walter Pitts were laying the groundwork for the development of neural networks, a fundamental component of modern AI. Another important figure is Dr. John McCarthy, who coined the term artificial intelligence in 1956. He and other scientists at the time laid the foundation for the development of AI. Fast forward to the modern era, you have individuals like Geoffrey Hinton, often called the godfather of deep learning, who played a major role in developing neural networks, which are the core of today's AI systems. Understanding these main figures and their contributions helps us appreciate the powerful AI tools we have today. Having explored the early pioneers, let's now turn our attention to the key figures currently shaping the world of AI. The current AI landscape is shaped by key innovators who are not only pushing the boundaries of what AI can achieve, but also influencing how designers and developers build digital products, including websites and applications. By understanding the contributions of these people, you will see how their work impacts web design, user experience, and AI-driven creativity. Let's start with Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI. He has been instrumental in developing GPT models like ChatGPT, which are transforming content creation, idea generation, and even coding assistance for designers who want to dive into the coding world. For instance, you can use ChatGPT to quickly generate product descriptions, streamline copywriting for landing pages, or gather some feedback on design trends. The natural language processing capabilities of GPT models are also being integrated into web platforms by developers to improve chatbot interfaces, allowing designers to collaborate in creating more interactive and personalized user experiences. Demis Hassab is the CEO of DeepMind, which is an AI company acquired by Google back in 2014. He is known for developing AlphaGo, an AI that mastered the complex Chinese board game Go, where players strategically place stones to control territory. He also created AlphaFold, which accurately predicts protein structures, solving major biological challenges. Although these breakthroughs focus on games and biology, they highlight AI's potential in many fields. Elon Musk, best known for his work with Tesla and SpaceX, also co-founded OpenAI and has been a strong advocate for AI safety. And while he no longer holds direct role at OpenAI at the time of this recording, his ongoing efforts with Neuralink, a company focused on integrating AI with human cognition, could have profound implications for the future of design. Though still in its early stages, Neuralink's brain-computer interface technology may push designers to rethink how they create websites and digital products, considering new forms of human-computer interaction. Musk's emphasis on human-AI collaboration encourages designers to look beyond traditional web design, exploring how future digital experiences might be shaped by brain-machine interfaces and direct user-AI interaction. Elon's recent work with Grok, an AI chatbot developed by xAI, reflects his focus on the potential of AI to enhance human capabilities. Grok is designed to provide real-time information, interact conversationally, and assist users by pulling data from the X platform and beyond as well. Andrew Ng, founder of Deep Learning AI and former head of Google Brain, has focused on making AI education accessible and promoting the practical application of AI in everyday tasks. His work in AI-driven data analysis and machine learning can offer valuable insights for web designers. There are other key figures in the AI innovation field worth mentioning: Yann LeCun, Sebastian Thrun, Ian Goodfellow, Daphne Koller, and of course, Dr. Fei-Fei Li. In this lesson, you've learned what AI is, explored a brief overview of AI's history, and also discovered the key figures in the current AI landscape. AI is transforming the design world at a rapid pace, but many designers still don't realize the full potential of these tools or are confused on what to use and what not to use. In this lesson, we'll dive into how AI is already being used in design, from enhancing creativity to automating tedious tasks. Many of the tools you use today are enhanced by AI, which is fundamentally transforming how designers work by automating tasks, improving workflows, and offering creative solutions. For example, in Figma, there are AI-powered plugins that automatically perform different tasks. This allows you to focus on the bigger picture of user experience rather than spending time on repetitive tasks. Similarly, other tools use AI to edit images, which can be incredibly useful for designers who need to quickly edit visuals without diving into a complex software like Photoshop. Framer is another tool that integrates AI into its workflow. While Framer itself isn't an AI tool, it supports AI-powered integrations that help designers automate parts of the design process. For example, AI can be used to suggest improvements to your prototypes or optimize layouts based on feedback or behavioral data. This helps you refine your designs faster, ensuring they align with user needs and preferences. This video is just an introduction to AI, but I will be uploading more in-depth videos on my YouTube channel, where I will dive into how to specifically use these AI tools in detail. So make sure to subscribe so you don't miss any updates. In Webflow, AI is used to automate parts of the development process. Webflow now integrates AI directly into its platform, offering features like personalized content optimization and AI-driven suggestions. Also supports integrations with many AI-powered apps to further enhance workflows. There are also emerging AI-driven platforms that claim to design complete and functional websites with just one single prompt. While these tools sound promising, the reality is that at the time of this recording, these solutions are extremely limited. They may work for small businesses or organizations that cannot afford to hire a professional designer or a professional design team. But these AI-generated websites often require significant fine-tuning. It's almost like paradoxical, because while AI is supposed to make our work easier, some AI tools can actually add complexity to the design process by producing results that need extensive manual refinement to meet professional standards. For now, AI is very useful in assisting in generating ideas like color palettes, layouts, or graphics and provide inspiration during the creative process. However, if you are aiming to work with high-ticket clients, those who seek tailored high-end designs, you must go beyond AI-generated templates and suggestions. These clients value customization, originality, and the strategic thought that only a human designer can provide at this moment in time. This is where understanding and applying design thinking becomes crucial. Design thinking involves empathizing with users, defining problems, ideating solutions, prototyping, and testing. It's like a human-centered approach to solving design challenges that goes far beyond what AI can offer. High-ticket clients expect designers who can not only execute a design, but also understand the business goals, user behaviors, and also market context behind the project. They need someone who can think strategically, solve complex problems, and create a design that truly resonates with their brand and audience. While AI is a fantastic tool to streamline certain tasks and boost creativity, your unique ability to empathize and innovate and provide meaningful design solutions is what sets you apart in the market. As I said, one of the most exciting ways AI is helping designers is by boosting creativity. For example, as you probably know by now, ChatGPT is a powerful tool for brainstorming ideas. Whether you are stuck on a project or need fresh inspiration, you can use AI to generate new ideas or research trends that are relevant to your work. In addition to brainstorming, tools like Claude offer a safer, more ethically focused AI environment for creative ideation. And remember that AI isn't replacing creativity, it's enhancing it. And I want to emphasize this because it's very important. As a designer, you still bring the creative vision, but AI can help you reach that vision faster by automating tedious tasks or suggesting new directions for your work. I created a document with a bunch of different AI tools, and I will be updating this list, okay? You can find the link in the description. In this lesson, we've learned how AI is transforming the web design industry and how it's boosting creativity. In this lesson, we will explore prompt engineering, a crucial skill for web designers who want to harness the full power of AI. Prompt engineering is basically all about crafting the right questions or instructions to get accurate and useful results from AI tools. Whether you are conducting user research or improving user experience, knowing how to frame your prompts can make your AI-powered tools much more effective. By the end of this lesson, you will understand how to create specific actionable prompts that will enhance your UX research and decision-making processes. Mastering prompt engineering is like having a powerful extension of your brain that enhances your creative and problem-solving abilities. So, what is prompt engineering exactly? Prompt engineering is the process of designing clear, detailed instructions or questions for AI models like ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, or other research tools. The way you phrase your input can have a big impact on the quality of the output you receive. When it comes to UX and research, prompt engineering helps you extract meaningful insights, generate user personas, or even analyze survey results in a more structured and efficient way. For example, instead of simply asking, "What do users want in a product?" you could refine the prompt by saying, "Analyze the top 5 pain points for users in the e-commerce space, focusing on issues related to checkout experiences and product discovery." So you have to be more specific. And this way you will get responses that are much more actionable. Now let's explore and try to understand why prompt engineering is important for UX and research. In UX and research, data and user insights are key to creating successful designs and experiences. However, gathering, analyzing, and interpreting this data can be time-consuming. That's where AI comes in. With the right prompts, AI can help you sort through user feedback, analyze large data sets, and even generate research reports based on your instructions. Prompt engineering ensures that you ask AI the right questions in a way that produces useful answers. This is especially important when conducting user research or designing user flows because the more specific your questions are, the more targeted the AI responses will be. Now let's talk about how to write effective prompts for UX and research. When crafting prompts for UX and research, follow these key principles to give the most relevant and actionable insights. First, provide context. Make sure the AI understands the background and scope of your research. This includes specifying key details like the platform you are analyzing, the type of users involved, the time frame, and the specific behavior or data you want insights on. The more precise and relevant the context, the more accurate and actionable the AI's responses will be, helping you focus on the specific outcomes you need from your research. Second, ask for specifics. When analyzing user feedback or behaviors, be clear about the specific insights you want. And here's an example. What are the top 3 challenges users face when navigating an online booking platform? Third, use iterations. Start with a broad prompt and then refine it as you analyze the AI's responses. And you do this by asking follow-up questions to dig deeper into key points. This refinement helps you get more detailed, actionable insights from the AI and then improves the quality of the response as well. Here's a pro tip. Ask the AI to rate its response and then refine it. But always verify the output for quality and ask again if necessary. I've prepared a very nice document with various examples on how to use prompt engineering, including what to do and what to avoid. The document is inside our web design community. If you are not a member yet, you can join now for free by going to webdesignerscollective.com. And you will find the document inside the classroom section. In this lesson, you've learned what prompt engineering is, why it's important for UX and research, and how to write effective prompts. In this lesson, we'll explore how AI agents are impacting the digital landscape by handling tasks that once require manual input and decision-making. These systems, ranging from simple chatbots to complex virtual assistants, are becoming very valuable tools for automating processes, gathering data, and also enhancing user experience. You will learn how AI agents work and why understanding them is critical for building modern user-centered websites. AI agents are systems or programs that can perform tasks independently, make decisions, and adapt to user inputs. These agents leverage artificial intelligence techniques like machine learning and natural language processing to learn from their environment and enhance user interactions. From simple chatbots to more complex virtual assistants like Siri or Alexa, AI agents are becoming essential for automating tasks and personalizing user experiences on websites. Think of AI agents as digital assistants that, like skilled human helpers, handle repetitive tasks and technical details so that designers can focus on the creative and strategic aspects of their work. Just as Michelangelo and Da Vinci relied on assistants in their workshops to mix paints, prepare canvases, and execute parts of larger works, web designers today can rely on AI agents to handle repetitive tasks like data gathering, content generation, or basic design adjustments. In the Renaissance, these master artists still control the overall vision and critical elements of their masterpieces. Similarly, AI agents empower web designers by enhancing their efficiency, but the creativity and strategic vision remain in human hands. While the AI agent handles the technical legwork, the designer ensures that the final product aligns with the project's goals and user needs. Much like how Michelangelo would oversee every detail of his work, even when delegating small tasks. This analogy highlights the idea that AI is a tool to enhance and not to replace human creativity. So AI agents are basically like modern-day apprentices, providing support and enabling you to achieve more without diluting the creative essence of your work. Now let's talk about why designers should learn about AI agents. Though AI agents may seem more related to development than design, understanding them is crucial for web designers. When users interact with AI systems, whether through chatbots, virtual assistants, or personalized recommendations, it's our responsibility to ensure these interactions are smooth, intuitive, and enjoyable. And good design ensures that the user interface of an AI system is user-friendly. Designers must consider how AI will respond to the users and how users will perceive the AI's actions, creating a bridge between technical functionality and human interaction. And keep in mind that designing for AI agents requires a shift in thinking, because unlike static designs, AI-driven interfaces are dynamic. For example, a chatbot interacts differently with every user based on their questions or inputs. And as a designer, your role is to ensure these interactions feel natural and seamless. You need to consider factors such as where to place the AI on a website, how to organize user flows, and how to design fallback options in case the AI doesn't respond correctly. So it's very important to design an interface that is clear and easy to use. I want to mention that even you may not code the AI agents yourself, understanding how they work helps you design better products and communicate your ideas better with the developers. As AI agents become more integrated into websites, it's important for designers to think about their ethical use. AI systems often gather user data to make decisions. So designers need to ensure transparency in how that data is used.
you should always clearly show users what data is being collected and why, because that builds trust and encourages users to, engage with the AI. Accessibility is another critical factor. AI agents should be designed to serve all users, including those with disabilities. And this applies to web design in general. So always keep that in mind. You can find a link in the description to a document that provides multiple real-world examples, helping you clearly understand how AI agents can be used in web design. In this lesson, we've learned what AI agents are, why designers should learn about AI agents, and the importance of ethical and user-centered AI design. AI is evolving rapidly, and it's important to stay ahead of the curve as a designer. In this final lesson, we look to the future and explore how AI will continue to impact design. We'll discuss the difference between today's AI models and what's coming next with AGI. And more importantly, you will learn how to prepare for these changes so that you can continue to thrive as a designer no matter how the technology changes. Traditionally, web designers handed off their designs to developers, who were responsible for coding the website, especially more complex websites, right? But with AI and no-code tools, the workflow is changing, allowing those who aspire to be super designers to handle the entire process themselves. However, for more complex or highly customized features, working with a developer can still be the most effective solution, at least with the technology we have today. So, what's a super designer? A super designer is a highly skilled designer who not only understands the fundamentals of design and development, but also uses AI and no-code platforms to merge these skills. This allows them to create entire websites or applications without having to write the entire code from scratch. It's like being a singer or a rapper, producer, and engineer all at once in music by leveraging modern tools. Or a creative midfielder in football who can play as a false nine, winger, and is equally good at defending when necessary at the high level. And if you know about football, soccer, these kind of players are very rare and very valuable. So imagine designing a website and handling both the design and the development without writing code. And as a super designer, you are not a traditional designer-developer hybrid, okay? You are a skilled designer using AI tools to build exactly what you envisioned, keeping full creative control. While AI handles much of the work, complex projects might still require collaboration with developers. However, AI is closing the gap between design and development, giving you more freedom and speed to create better digital products. So this is my main tech stack. And the first thing I use is ChatGPT, and that's after reading the brief and understanding what the client wants. I use ChatGPT as an extension of my brain to do some research. And then I use Claude and Gemini for more ideation and analysis. And then when everything is clear, I use Figma to design the wireframes and hi-fi design. I also use FigJam inside of Figma when I'm working with a team or when I'm designing user flows. And inside of Figma as well, I use some plugins to make my job easier. You can find in the description a link to a document that contains a list with all the plugins I use. And then after the design is complete, I use Webflow or Framer to do the development. I mainly use Webflow for development, but sometimes I use Framer. And Framer is not as established as Webflow, but it's a very nice tool to explore, okay? And then I use it very often for prototyping, but I did not add that step here because I don't do prototypes all the time, okay? Most of the times I, go from design to development. This is my secondary tech stack. I use Anytype and Trello for project management. I use Zoom for video calls. I use Photoshop for graphic design, and then Google Drive for documents and storage. Gmail for all email communications. Calendly for call scheduling. Google Analytics for web analytics, and then Google Search Console for SEO. Then Hotjar for web analytics as well. And then Canva when I have to design something quick and simple. Dropbox for storage, and it's helpful to use Dropbox, especially when working with organizations that already use Dropbox, because it makes sharing files and stuff way easier. And then I use Slack for daily communications. Here are some tools I'm currently exploring, and I would recommend you to do as well. Runway is an AI video generator, which is very interesting. And then Relium is an AI website builder, very useful, especially when designing in Figma. Surfer is an SEO tool. Sora is an AI video generator as well, created by OpenAI. Bubble is a tool that helps you build functional apps without having to write code. And Cursor basically helps you bring your designs to life, since it helps you generate the code to make the website functional. A question you might have is, do I need deep development knowledge to execute all these? The beauty of no-code platforms is that they don't require you to have deep development knowledge, okay? A strong grasp of fundamentals such as how websites are structured, responsive design principles, and user interaction basics is enough. These platforms take care of the technical complexity, allowing you to focus on design and user experience. As long as you understand the basics, no-code tools enable you to achieve professional results. Now let's talk about AGI and why should designers care. AGI represents the next significant step in AI evolution. As I mentioned before, unlike narrow AI, which excels at specific tasks, AGI aims to mimic the full capabilities of human intelligence. This basically means that AGI would be capable of learning, reasoning, and adapting across a wide range of tasks, much like a human being. And this technology would possess the ability to understand and apply knowledge across various domains, making it far more versatile and adaptive. The development of AGI is still ongoing, but its potential to revolutionize the design industry is immense. Let's now briefly explore the potential of AGI in design. AGI's ability to automate complex aspects of the design process could change how we work. But this doesn't mean that all areas of design will be overtaken by AI. While AGI could potentially generate amazing creative concepts, user interfaces, and even adjust designs based on real-time data, there will be always spaces where the human touch will be irreplaceable. This is particularly true in industries like high-end luxury brands, for example, where craftsmanship, attention to detail, and emotional connection play an essential role. Take Louis Vuitton, Rolex, Chanel, or Hermes as examples. These brands thrive not only because of their beautifully designed products, but also because of the deep emotional connection they foster with their clientele. The personal artistry behind the products, the stories told through the designs, the meticulous craftsmanship, and the scarcity are what make these brands so valuable. And what I think is that as AI evolves, the uniqueness and human touch in many industries will become even more essential, offering a level of personalization and emotional engagement that AI cannot replicate. And the thing is, we don't know 100% for sure, but this is the conclusion I have right now based on the available information. Here is why designers shouldn't fear AGI. The idea of AGI might seem intimidating right now, especially when we consider its potential to take over tasks that have traditionally required human intervention. However, designers shouldn't fear AGI. In fact, as I mentioned before, I believe that as AI evolves, the human touch will become even more valuable. In industries where creativity, emotion, and individuality are key, AGI will most likely struggle to replace the deep human connection that skilled designers bring to the table. Here is how to prepare for AGI. Designers should focus on the aspects of the profession that AI can't easily replicate. The ability to infuse a product with artistry, emotional depth, and personal expression will remain a hallmark of great design, especially in sectors where individuality and exclusivity are paramount. In addition to mastering human-centered design, designers should continue to nurture their creative thinking. AGI might be able to generate amazing ideas based on data, but human creativity is rooted in imagination, abstract thoughts, and the ability to challenge conventional norms. And these qualities are what set great designers apart, especially in industries where innovation and originality are key. Staying adaptable and curious will be essential as AGI evolves. By continuing to learn new tools and techniques, designers can ensure that they are prepared to collaborate with AI, using it as a tool to enhance their creative output rather than seeing it as a competitor. AGI may take over some of the more technical or data-driven aspects of design, but it will allow humans to focus on the most strategic, creative, and emotionally engaging parts of the process. When I talk about the importance of human essence and craftsmanship, I don't mean you should dismiss AI altogether, okay? I mean that you should use AI to enhance your human capabilities rather than ignoring AI due to fear of the new or unknown. This is what I mean. Let's look at this diagram. For example, if you dismiss AI and stay here, you will be missing out on so many opportunities to streamline your work, boost creativity, and push boundaries that weren't possible before.
On the other hand, if you rely entirely on AI and forget the importance of the human touch, you risk losing the unique qualities that make your work stand out, like emotion, intuition, and personal craftsmanship. The key is to find balance between leveraging AI as a tool and maintaining your human creativity. By doing this, you create something far more powerful, a synergy where AI enhances what you do best without replacing it. AI should be seen as an extension of your skills, not a substitute for them. This balance will allow you to thrive in this new era where AI and human talent can coexist and complement each other. Make sure to join our community at webdesignerscollective.com because it's a space where designers like you can stay up to date with the latest AI tools, share insights, and collaborate with others who are navigating this rapidly evolving landscape. So make sure to join now if you haven't. It's totally free. In this lesson, we've learned what a super designer is, whether you need to have deep knowledge of web development or not, what AGI is and why it's important, the potential of AGI in design, why the human touch will remain important in this new era, why designers shouldn't fear AGI, and how to prepare for AGI. As a conclusion, to become a super designer, master the fundamentals of design first. Typography, color theory, layout, user experience, and all that. These principles form the foundation of your work. Once you master the basics, explore how AI can enhance your workflow by automating tasks, sparking creativity and providing valuable insights. As AI evolves, it will automate many design aspects, but designers who focus on developing creativity, empathy, and cultural awareness will thrive. Rather than fearing artificial intelligence, embrace it as a tool to elevate your unique abilities and focus on what makes design truly special. The deep connection between creativity and human experience. Congratulations on completing Module 7. In the next module, I will guide you through setting up a powerful and efficient digital workstation designed to maximize your productivity and time efficiency. Many web designers struggle with staying organized, and obviously their work suffers because of daily chaos. And I used to be like that. I used to be in the same boat, right? But once I changed my approach, my revenue, my efficiency, and my focus all increased. In this video, I will guide you through setting up a powerful yet simple digital workstation tailored for freelance web designers. We will cover everything from optimizing Google Workspace and Google Chrome, tracking your time, creating an organized calendar, to storing inspiration and securing your files and logins. So whether you are a full-time freelancer or have a 9-to-5 job, this video will help you make the most of your time and help you take your work to the next level. So let's begin. Here you can see all the lessons we'll cover. In this lesson, we'll be exploring Google Workspace, one of the most powerful and accessible productivity suites available. Whether you are organizing projects, communicating with clients, or storing design files, Google Workspace offers all the essential tools to keep your workflow smooth and efficient. So let's dive into how you can set up your Google Workspace as a web designer. The first thing you have to do is go to google.com/gmail and then open a Gmail account. To do so, click here and then select for my work or business, okay? And then it will take you to this page. Ideally, you would choose the business account, so this option, right? But you will learn how to set up your business account in Module 10 when I teach you how to build your portfolio, okay? Because you will need a professional email. So keep that in mind. For now, choose this option to open your personal account. And if you already have a Gmail account that you use for your personal life, okay? Make sure you are not using that one for your business, okay? So open a separate one only for business, all right? So click here, add your information here, and then click next. Now you will see this page, and you have to select this option, create a Gmail address, and then click next. In this page, you can write your desired username, and then next. Then here you write your password, and then next. Here you have to add your phone number for verification. And then after that, you click here. Now you can add your recovery email. And I suggest you to add your personal email. And then you click on next. Here you can add your phone number again. And then next. Here Google is asking you if you want to associate your phone number to your account. If you want, you can click yes, or you can skip. I will click on yes. Now you will see this screen where you can review your information and then click on next. Now you will see this screen that will ask you to choose your settings. So you can just choose express and then click on next. Now you will see this page. You can read all this and then click on accept all. Check your settings and confirm by clicking here. Now you can read the privacy terms if you want and then go here and click on I agree. And now you will finally see your Google account. Okay, so now that the account is set up, let's add a profile picture. So click here and then add a nice portrait of yourself. All right, now let's set up the Gmail account. Let's go here and then click on Gmail. And now you can read this information right here and then select this one, continue with smart features, and then next. Now read this information so you can know what this is about, and then select this one and then done. Click here. Now let's personalize the account a little bit. So let's go here and then see all settings. And now here, this is very interesting because Gmail gives you a little bit of time to undo when you send an email, and the default is 5 seconds. And I advise you to change it to 30. And this is very useful because sometimes you send an email and you be like, oh wow, I have to change something. So with this, you have 30 seconds to rectify. Okay, so now it's set to 30. Let's scroll down until we see signature. And then let's click here, create new. Add a name, for example, signature. Now click on create, and then you will see this box, okay? So click here, and then add a signature, something like this, for example. Now scroll down a little, and you will see these options right here. So what it says for new email use, select main signature, and then here as well, and then check this, okay? Now scroll down and click on Save Changes. Now every time we compose an email, we will see the signature right here, okay? Now let's do something very important. Let's go here, then click on More, and then select these, like the spam folder, and then let's drag it right here so we can see it at all times, okay? Because sometimes emails land in the spam folder and we don't want to miss any emails, all right? Now let's set the Google Drive. So let's go here, then we click here, and then we click on Drive. Now we are inside of our Google Drive. And the next thing we will do is create 3 folders. One for the design files, another one for the archive, and then another one for deliverables. And to do so, we will go here, and then click on New, and then New Folder, and then we will name our folder. Design files, and then create. And now we'll see the first folder here. Now we'll create the other 2 folders. So we'll go here again, and then we click here, we click New Folder, and then we name our folder. Archive, and then create. And now we can see it here, and we'll do the same thing again. And now we have our 3 folders. Now let's click here to change the order, okay? And then double click to open the folder. Now we are inside of the design files folder. Now let's create some subfolders inside of this folder in order to have, our files better organized. So we right click, new folder, and then we add a name, for example, images, then create, and then we do the same thing. We create another folder. We can name it videos, for example, and then we create another one for other files. All right. Now we have these 3 subfolders inside of this folder. And now let's say we want to add an image inside of this folder. Okay, so we double click to open the folder, and then we select the image we want to add, and then we drag and drop. Now we'll see here how it's uploading, and we have it here. Okay, you can change the view if you want by clicking here, and now you can see the thumbnail. All right. Okay, now let's go back to the main folder. And as you can see, we have this view because we changed it. Remember that we changed it. If you want to see it as a list, you can click here. Okay. But I prefer to see it as a grid. Okay. So now imagine that you want to change the name of a folder. You can right click and then rename, and now you can rename the folder. All right. And now let's say you want to share these, these folders with the company or agency you are working with. So you would go here, and then you can share the folders individually. Like you right click and then share. And now you will see this pop up. And here you can edit the permissions. Normally it's going to be restricted, so only the people you invite will be able to access this folder. Okay, so you would just add their email here. Okay, and then done. You can also copy the link and share it with them elsewhere. All right, that's it. Before we move to the other parts of the Google Suite, let's create a master folder, basically a folder that's going to be the project folder, and all these other folders will be inside. So let's create that right now. For example, and then create, and now we have this folder. Okay, now we can select these other folders and then drag them inside. This is perfect for better organization. And this is the folder you would share. Okay, there are many other options and sections inside of Google Drive, so feel free to explore them. Now I will show you how to create and organize your documents. So the first thing we will do is go inside of this folder. Okay, and then we'll create another folder named Documents. Now we double click this folder, and then we go to New, Google Docs, and then we click to create our document. Now you can rename the document, then add the content you want, and then when you go back to your Google Drive, you will see it right here. Okay, inside of the Documents folder. Let's go back to the document, and then let's write something right here. So if we want to collaborate with others and have them write comments and then write comments ourselves and all that stuff, we can just select whatever part of the text we want to comment, and then right click and then click here where it says comment. And now this will pop up, and then you can write whatever comment you want. And then now this will be highlighted because there is a comment right here. If you want to share this document, you can do it so by clicking here. Okay, It's the same thing as sharing a folder. All right. And then you have many other options here as well. Okay. So as I said before, feel free to explore. Now let's go back to the drive, and then let's create another folder named Spreadsheets. Here we have it. Now double click, and here is where we'll store all our spreadsheets, okay? Because you will probably be using many spreadsheets, so it's better to have them in their own folder. And this is for the project spreadsheets, okay? So any spreadsheet you share with your client. Your own business and personal spreadsheets will go in different folders, and your other documents and files as well. Don't worry, because we'll be setting up that in a moment. To create a spreadsheet, we do the same thing we did to create the document. We go here, and then Google Sheets, and then after we click, we will see our spreadsheet. And spreadsheets can be as simple or as complex as you want. And you would use spreadsheets to track your finances, maybe to track your outreach efforts, or even your diet, a lot of different stuff. You could use different apps to do that, but I like to use Google Sheets because, first of all, it's free, and then it allows me to customize a lot of different stuff. I've prepared a bunch of documents and spreadsheets you can use, and to get access, you have to be a member of our community, and you can join for free. You can join now by going to webdesignerscollective.com. So once you join our community, you go to the classroom section right here, and then you will see these cards, okay? And then you click on this one where it says exclusive guides and documents. And then when you click, you will be taken to this page. And here you will see a bunch of different video guides and documents, okay? And then when you scroll down, you will see the spreadsheets, okay? Now it's just one spreadsheet, but I will be adding more. So by the time you join, you might see more documents, okay? Depending on when you join. So once you are in this page, go here and then click this link to access this spreadsheet. All right. And you will see this spreadsheet, okay? Now go to File right here, and then click, and then make a copy. And then you will see this. Now you can change the name, like you can rename it to something like this, for example. You add your name, and then freelance financial statements, and then you click on make a copy. And now this will open in a new tab, and it will be automatically saved into your Google Drive right here, okay? You can watch the module 6 of this course where I explain this spreadsheet, okay? So go to module 6 and watch it if you haven't, because it's very important. Okay, now let's go back to our Google Drive, and then let's create our business and personal folders. So let's create them, right click, and then new folder, and this one can be called freelancing, and then we create another one named personal. Now let's go inside of the freelancing folder. We double click, and then we create a subfolder. And then we name it documents. Then we create it. And then we create another one. We name it spreadsheets. And then another one, other files. And then another one for archive. And these are the main folders, but you can create other folders to add more stuff you want to have in here, okay? Now let's go back. And now we can move this spreadsheet inside of the spreadsheet subfolder that's inside of the freelancing folder, okay? And to do so, we click here, these three dots, and then we go to organize, and then move.
And now this will pop up, okay? And what we have to do now is click here on this arrow, okay, on view contents and the spreadsheets, and then move, okay? And now, as we can see, it's inside. Inside of Google Drive, you can create other amazing stuff. For example, you can create Google Slides, Google Forms. And Google Slides are very useful, but I prefer to use Figma, okay, to design my presentations. And in Module 12, I will show you how to design beautiful presentations to support your meetings with potential clients, okay? Okay, so now it's time to talk about the Google Calendar. Google Calendar helps you stay on top of deadlines and meetings. You can schedule client review sessions or project milestone dates and time block your own work periods for deep focus on design or management tasks. And also, Google Calendar integrates seamlessly with Google Meet, making it easy to set up and host virtual meetings with clients. To access the calendar, go here and then click on Calendar. And the first thing you will see is this, pop-up, and you can use it to download the app into your phone. All right. You can change the view of the calendar. So now it's set to week. I like to set it to month. All right. So now we can see the entire month. And once I have this view, what I like to do is to create the schedule for deep work. Okay. So for example, for me, I choose from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. and that's 4 hours. And I recommend you to, to log in 4 hours at least for deep work. That's the same thing I advise you to do in Module 1, okay? So at least 4 hours. If you can't, because you have different responsibilities and then you have another job or whatever, you can reduce it to 3 or 2 or whatever you can. The important thing is that you have a couple of hours at least of deep work, okay? Ideally 4 hours, but if you can't, then whatever you can. Okay, so let's set it up. To do so, let's click inside of a day, for example, Monday, all right, the 14th, and then you will see this pop up. Then here you can add a name like deep work, for example, and then add a time. And in my case, it would be 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. Okay, 4 hours. And then here where it says does not repeat, then you select daily if you want to work every day or, every weekday. Okay, in my case, I would choose every weekday. All right. And then here you can select your time zone. All right. You can change it if you have to. And then click OK. And now click on Save. And you will see it appear. Okay. And then the next thing I want you to set is basically 30 minutes, okay, every day to soak in inspiration. And this is extremely important. I will leave a link in the description with a bunch of different websites you can use, but it's basically 30 minutes that you will use to observe, contemplate, and appreciate great design. I will also link some amazing design books inside of the document, okay? So you can get it by clicking the link in the description. I like to set these 30 minutes right before my deep work session. So that's what I will do. Click here. And then we can call it inspiration. And then we do the same thing we did, okay? Add a time. Then this will be 6:30 to 7 a.m. And then every weekday. And then we save. And now here we have it, okay? Every weekday. Now, if you want, you can change this to week.
so you can better see the time in a graphic way. And you can change the colors as well. Like you click and then edit, and you can change it here. And then save. And then all events, so it changes the color on all the events, okay? And then okay. And now you can see it, all right? Let's change it back to month. And these are the essentials, okay? At least every weekday, okay? And if you can't every weekday, try to, maximize the times you do deep work and the times you, soak in inspiration, okay? And the good thing about this is that you can have a view of everything you do every day, okay? And if you don't do these things, right, when you open the calendar and you see them, then you will know that you are full off, okay? Seeing this every day helps you stay accountable. And now that we have the essentials, you can add other stuff, like for example, your hours of sleep, your hours of going to the gym, and then the hours you spend time with your family. So all that, okay? Every time you have a client meeting, is the same thing. You can just add it here, okay? So you click, and then you add a name, and then you set the time and everything, and you can add a Google Meet conference call, okay? And in case you want to use Zoom, I will show you in a moment how to integrate Zoom into your Google Suite. You can change the color here as well, and then save. Okay, now in order to integrate Zoom into your Google Suite, you have to go to this URL, okay? So basically workspace.google.com/marketplace. And you will see this page. Now here in the search bar, write Zoom, and then press enter, and then click on this one, the first one, okay? The one that has the most downloads. And then click on install. Now click on continue, and then click here on your email, and then continue. Then you scroll down, allow, and that's it. Now when you come back to your Google Calendar and refresh the page, you will see this icon right here, okay? And when you click, you will see this. And if you have a Zoom account, you can sign in. And if not, you can click here and then create an account. Let's assume that you don't have an account. So you click here, and then this will take you to the Zoom page. And then you can sign up with Google by clicking here. Then you click here, then continue. Then you add the information here, and then you press continue. Now you can leave this unchecked and click on create account. So this is your Zoom dashboard, and you can download the app into your computer, okay? Now let's go back to the calendar. Let's refresh the page. And then when you click here, you can now sign in. Now you have to check this box and then click on allow. Now you confirm. You can close this window. And now we successfully connected Zoom with the Google Suite, okay? Now every time we schedule a meeting here, we'll see the Zoom call option. For example, if we click here, we'll see some settings appear here. And then you can change the settings if you want, and then click on add meeting. And then it will be added here. All right. Now let's add a title and time. And then you can add people by clicking here and adding their email. Okay. You can add a description if you want, and then change the color. and then save. Now it's here. And when you click, you will see all the information, okay? There is a very nice tool here inside of the Google Calendar, and it's basically a tool that allows you to add and organize your tasks, and it's right here. Okay, so you click, and you will see this page. Now you click here to add a task, and then you can add a title, and then some details, and then you can set the date and time. And then this option is in case you want to repeat this task. But if you want this task to be a task that you do only once, for example, you can just leave it like this and click OK. Now you'll see your task here. And what is nice about this is that you will see it as well right here in your calendar. Okay. And then you can click here, and you will see all the information, and you can mark it as complete. And then when you go to the tasks page, you will see how the task is now complete. All right. And now you can add more tasks. You can rename the list right here. All right. And you have a bunch of different options, so feel free to explore. Now I will show you how to use Google Keep, which is basically an app that helps you write and organize quick notes. And to access the app, just go here and then scroll down and click here. Now you can write a note right here. You can add a title. And then you have a bunch of different options. You can share these with your clients or your team, okay? And then add some customization, and then attach images. You can archive the note, and then here you have more options, okay? You can delete, add a label, all that stuff. And then you can also pin the note by clicking here, okay? And then if you want Google to remind you about this note, you can click here and then set it up. All right. You will see your notes here. Okay. And what's nice about this app is that you will also see the notes across the different apps inside of the Google Suite. For example, let's go to the calendar. And then when you click here, you will see your notes. Okay. Same thing if we go to the Gmail account. You will see your notes here. And now to end this lesson, we'll go back to Gmail. Okay. And we'll organize our inbox. All right. So the first thing we'll do is to close this. Okay. And then this. Now we will change the view. Okay. So go here, click on settings, and then scroll down until you see unread first. Then check this, and now you will see the unread emails here and everything else below. Okay. You can play around with the settings, okay, and then customize it if you want. But this is how I set up my inbox. Now we'll set the labels because sometimes you will receive a lot of emails and you will miss a lot of emails if you don't set labels. So let's do it. Go to see all settings right here, and then go to labels right here, and then scroll down until you see create new label, and then click. Now let's add a name. And then you can nest labels, under another label, but for now we just click create. And here we can see the label. Here you can see the label as well. And here you can, add a color, for example, green. Now let's assign this label to an email. Let's go back to the inbox. So this is what happens when you don't have labels, okay? Let's say you have here hundreds or even thousands of emails. If you don't have labels, you will miss a bunch of emails because it will be difficult for you to identify them, right? So let's say this is a client email and we want to add a label. We can do so by going here and then clicking here and then adding the email address. So this represents, it's just like an example, but this would be your client's email, okay? And then you click on create filter and then apply the label and you select the label. And make sure to check this option as well. Never send it to spam. And then click on create filter. And now we have the filter created. So every new email from this client, okay, will have a label. Let me show you. Here is the new email and the label, okay? And now it's easier to see the emails from this client. And then if you go here, where it says labels, and you click, you will see all the emails from this client organized in this inbox. So labels are very useful. I've prepared a document that you will find in the description of this video. And in that document, you will find all the labels you have to create to organize your freelance web design business. Now I will show you a very cool feature. Let's say it's Sunday morning and then you want to send an email, but you want the recipient to receive it on Monday. So what you can do is schedule the sending of the email. This is how you do it. When you compose an email, you add a recipient. And then here, instead of clicking on send, you click on more send options right here and then schedule send. And now this will pop up. Here you will see some preset dates and times, or you can customize it by clicking here. And then let's say we want to send it on the Monday, the 21st of October. We click here and then we change the time. Let's say we want to send it at 10 a.m. And then we click on send. And now we'll see the scheduled email here. Google Workspace is a powerful suite that helps you stay organized, collaborate effortlessly, and manage all aspects of your web design projects. As you begin integrating these tools into your workflow, you will notice how much smoother your project management and client communication can be. In the next lesson, we'll dive into more tools that will enhance your digital workstation. In this lesson, you've learned how to set up and organize your Google Workspace. Let's move to the next lesson. As a freelance web designer, you rely on several online tools, research resources, and client communication channels. Keeping your browser organized can drastically improve productivity and streamline your workflow. In this lesson, we'll explore key strategies to organize Google Chrome so that you can manage your projects efficiently. I want to mention that you should keep your personal Chrome profile and your freelancing Chrome profile separated, okay? Because if not, it's going to be chaotic. So make sure to do that. And you can do that by going here and then clicking on your profile, right? And then here you will see your other profiles. And if you don't have any profiles here, you can click on add. And then this will pop up and here you can sign in, okay? And every time you want to switch to a different profile, you can do so by going here again and then choosing your other profile. So with Google Chrome open, we will activate and organize our bookmark bar. Okay, so to do that, let's go here and then click these dots, right? And then go to bookmarks and lists and then show bookmarks bar. And then you click and it will show right here, okay? Now right click and then add folder right here. And this will pop up and then you add a name. And you can name this folder projects, for example, or client projects. And then save. And here you have it, okay? And now it's time to create subfolders inside of this main folder, okay? So it will be a folder for each client. So while we are hovering here, we right click and then add folder. And now this will pop up and we will add a name. For example, client 1. All right. And then we save. And now we'll see the folder inside. Okay. And this is empty now, but here you would add a link to the client's folder inside of the Google Drive, and also a link to the different specific tools you are using for this client if you are using specific tools, and also links to different files and documents, basically everything related to the work you are doing for this client. Okay. Now let's create the subfolders inside of the client's folder to better organize it. So we go here, we click, and then while we are hovering, we right click and then add folder. And then we'll create the dashboard subfolder. So we add a name, dashboard, and then we save. Now we'll see it here. Okay, and this folder will contain basically all the dashboards we are using to work with this client. For example, a Trello dashboard, a Google Sheet dashboard, or any of the dashboards you are using. So now that you know how to create folders and subfolders, I will leave a link in the description with a document that contains the entire Google Chrome folder structure so you can better organize your projects, okay? Now let's create the next folder, which will be the inspiration folder. We add the name, and then we save. Inside of this folder, you can add all the sources of inspiration, like websites, image galleries, books, everything. In this module, I will teach you how to use a browser app called My Mind, save all your sources of inspiration, and then maintain everything organized. But it's also nice to have this folder right here in the bookmarks bar, okay? And to use all the capabilities of the My Mind app, you have to pay a subscription, okay? And that's why having this free alternative that lives inside of your browser, it's a good option for those who cannot afford to pay the My Mind subscription. You will also find in the document linked in the description the subfolder structure for this folder and all the other folders we will create, okay? So I created all the folders and you can move them around. For example, you can reorder this one and add it here, okay? And remember to download the document linked in the description so you can know exactly how to structure them. Now I will show you a very nice feature. Let's say you are working on multiple tabs. There is a way to group the tabs so you can quickly access the different pages inside of the group. First, I will show you how to add a link inside of a subfolder. In my case, I want to add a link to this spreadsheet. And to do so, I just go here, okay, and then drag this and then inside of the subfolder. I already have this link, so I want to add it below. You can add it above or below. And then you just place it here, and now it's here, okay? Now let's say you are working on a project and you want to have multiple tabs open. Instead of having all tabs open and messy, you can group them. And I will show you how to do that right now. To group the tabs, go here, and then you hover on the subfolder, and then you right click, and then you click here where it says open all in new tab group. And then you will see this appear. Here you have some options and you can also change the color. And now as you can see, these tabs are grouped. And you can show and hide the tabs by clicking here, okay? And now let's say you don't want it to appear here, okay? You can right click and then close group. And now it will appear right here. You can click and it will open again. Now I will show you something very nice. Let's say Figma released a new update or something, and then you want to check everything, but you don't have time right now. So what you can do is add this page inside of a reading list. And to do that, you just have to come here and then click here and then go to bookmarks and lists. And then here you will see reading list. And then you can click add tab to reading list. Okay, and now we added the this page to the reading list. And if we want to see the reading list, you can go here again, and then bookmarks and list, and then show reading list. And now it will appear here, okay, on the right side. And you can pin the reading list by clicking here. So it shows every time you close it, it shows here, okay? You can mark it as read, unread. You can delete it as well. So use this to add and organize blog posts, articles, case studies, or whatever you want to read. On Google Chrome, you can also add extensions to enhance your workflow. And you can do so by going here, and then where it says extensions, and then manage extensions. And here in this page, you will see all your extensions, okay? Now, if you want to discover and install more extensions, you can do so by clicking this link right here, or also going to the menu and then extensions and visit Chrome Web Store. And it will take you to the Chrome Web Store. And here you can browse for different apps, or you can directly search. And then when you see an extension you want to try, like this one, for example, you go here where it says add to Chrome, and then you click, and then you click here, okay? And it will add the extension automatically to Chrome. Now you will see this icon right here, and when you click, you will see your extensions. And you can pin this extension here in the toolbar. Like when you click, now you can see it here, okay? And to access the extension, now you just have to click on this icon. And here you have some options. You can remove the extension and manage the settings and all that stuff. I will leave a link in the description with a document that contains a list of a bunch of different extensions curated for web designers. The document will contain explanations of what each of the extensions do, and some use cases and examples as well. Before we move to the next lesson, I want to show you something very important. And it's basically that you have to synchronize your account across multiple devices. So whenever you log in a different computer, you will keep all the custom settings. And to do that, you have to click on your profile right here. And then right now I have it set to on, but if it's off, you will see an option to set it to on. In this lesson, you've learned how to organize Google Chrome to improve productivity. And now it's time to move to the next lesson. In this lesson, I will show you how to use an app I discovered not too long ago. It's an AI-powered app that helps you store and automatically organize basically anything that inspires you. I always emphasize the importance of staying inspired by browsing and curating different images, videos, designs, patterns, and resources. Whether it's a color palette, a font you love, or a user interface design that catches your eye, this app will help you keep track of it all effortlessly. Before we continue, I want to mention that I'm not affiliated with the company that made this app. So this is not a sponsored review or anything like that. It's just my honest opinion and advice. And this applies to all the apps I show in this video. The app is called My Mind. And it basically works as an extension of your mind. So instead of creating complex folder systems or worrying about organizing inspiration manually, which is a valid option too if you can't afford to subscribe to this tool. I mean, you can use Pinterest, Figma, a folder on your computer, or other free tools. But I like this tool because it leverages AI technology to categorize and tag everything for you, making it super easy to find whatever you need later on. And I know it's relative, but this tool is not too expensive. And they even offer a free account, as they say here, that you can use within some storage limits. I will show you how to save web design inspiration, manage your references, and build a collection of design elements that will fuel your creativity. You will basically learn how to use this tool as part of your daily workflow to stay inspired and organized as a web designer. So the first thing you have to do is create an account. So go here where it says login and then click, and you will see this page. Now click here and then sign up with Google. Now click here and then continue. Now click here where it says set up my mind, and then read this and click where it says I understand. Then click this button and this one and then this one. Now let's install the Chrome extension by clicking here. Then choose Chrome and then add to Chrome. Now you can see the extension here. Now let's pin the extension into the toolbar by going here and then clicking here. And now we can see the extension right here. Now I will show you how to add stuff into your My Mind. So this is Search System, a website that I use very often to find inspiration. And this site has like an infinite scroll that you can use to find, a bunch of different concepts for inspiration. And they also have this index, which is very well organized, and you can find a bunch of stuff. Let's click on websites. And let's say that you like how this mockup is displayed. So you click and then right click and add to My Mind. Okay, so this one is saved. Let's add something else. Let's go back to the index and then click on cosmetics, for example. And let's say we like this packaging, which is incredible, by the way. So we right click and then add to My Mind. Now let's say you want to save this tweet into your mind. You can do so by clicking here. Now let's say you like how this project is displayed. So you save it to your mind. Now let's say you are working on a project for a retail store and you need some inspiration and you like this book. So you save it to your mind. Now I will show you something very nice. Let's say you are reading this article and then you like this passage. You can select it and then right click and add it to your mind. And then when you go to the app, you will see now everything you saved so far. Even the passage of the article linked to the article. Now you will see something very interesting. When you go back to the app and then click here, for example, you can see how the app added some tags automatically. You can even see right here some color codes inspired by this image. Remarkable. The search function right here is so smooth. Check it out. You can also write some notes. And create spaces to better organize everything. You can choose a color for this space. And here you have it. And whenever you want to add something to a space, like this website, for example, you right click and then add to space and you select the space. And now when you go to the space right here, you will find the website here. So that's it. It's very easy to use and you have more options here and then here. All right, so check it out. In this lesson, you've learned what the My Mind app is and how to use it. Now let's move to the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to dive into how you can use Trello to manage your clients and design projects effectively. Trello is an incredibly flexible project management tool that allows you to visualize your tasks, track progress, and collaborate seamlessly. By the end of this lesson, you will know how to set up your Trello board, organize client projects, and link important documents like briefs, design files, and spreadsheets to keep everything organized in one place. So let's get started. The first thing you have to do is go to Trello.com, okay, in order to open an account. And to do so, you go here and then click. It will take you to this page. And then you click here where it says continue with Google. And then you select your account. And then continue. And you will be taken to this page. Now click here. And when you land in this page, you can click skip on all the options. And then you will be taken inside of your dashboard. Now you can customize it a little bit. I will change the background color. You can do it so by going here, and then clicking here, and then change background. And you can use some photos they have some preset colors as well. Or you can upload a custom background, which is what I will do right now. So I will select this image as background. Now it looks much better. So in Trello, we organize work by creating different boards, like one for each client, for example. And you will see all your boards here, okay? And now we have this one, which is the default board, but we can change the name by going here, clicking, and then writing whatever name we want. So for this example, I will write client 1. And now it changes here, okay? Now let's organize our board. So these are the 3 columns that Trello gives us by default, but we'll create some more. So you go here and then click and then add a name. We'll add awaiting review and then add list. Then we create another one named on hold and then add list. And now that we have all our columns, we'll reorder them. So on hold, we'll go here, okay, you can click and drag, and then awaiting review will go here, okay, so this is the order. Let's capitalize this so the format is the same. Okay, now I will explain what each of these lists should contain. Let's archive these 2 so we can start from scratch. Click here and then archive and then the same thing here. Okay, so now it's empty. In this column, you add everything you have to do. Let's say you started a project and then you have to create the mood board. So you click here and then you write mood board and then you press enter. And then let's say after the mood board, you have to create the wireframes. So you do the same thing. And then press enter. And then after the wireframes, let's say you have to do the hi-fi design. You do the same thing. Now you can close. And then when you click on each of these, you will see this window with a bunch of options, okay? And I will explain them to you right now. Here below notifications, we can see this option. And if we click, this will appear, this eye. And basically what this does is that every time there is a change or an update inside of this card, will be notified, okay? And then we can see this field where we can add a description. When we click, you can type whatever, all right? And then you can add a priority to this card. So for example, the highest, high. And then when you close, I will show you, it appears here. So very useful. Here in this area, you will see the activity log. So every time you add something or make a change, it will appear here. So you can keep track. And you can also write comments here, and you can tag people like by writing the ad, and then you will see your team members or clients here. Or you can tag all members on the card or all members on the board, okay? By clicking this button, you can join a cart and then you will appear here, okay? And you can leave if you click again. Here you can see all the labels, okay? You can search for a label or you can create one if you don't have a label or you want to create a new one, okay? And then you can write here the title and then select a color and then create. And now it will appear here, okay? And here as well. And if you click, the label will expand so you can better see it. You can also add a checklist by going here and then clicking. And here you can change the title or you can keep it like this and then add, and you will see the checklist right here. And then you can start adding items like, for example, and then stuff like that, right? And then by clicking here, as you complete the tasks, you will see the progress. You can set dates by clicking here. And let's say the due date is the 27th. You click here, and then here you can set a reminder and then save. And now you'll see here the due date. Here you can add attachments. And then you can also add the location. I mean, some of these options you will probably never use, but they are here. And then you can add a custom cover. For example, let's say you can add like a color. You can also upload your own cover. For example, if you are designing a website, you can add a screenshot of the website or something like that, or the design or whatever. Let's select this one, for example, and now you can see it here. And then you can also see it here. Looks nice. You can also create custom fields by clicking here. And then let's say we want to create one for complexity. We write the name. And then we select drop down, and then we create the options like high, then medium, and then low. And then we can add a color for each. This, like this, for example. And then we click on create, and now we'll see it here. Okay. And then also right here. Here we can see the power-ups, and when you click here, it will take you to this page where you can see a bunch of different integrations. And don't worry, because before ending this lesson, I will tell you which apps you should integrate and how to do it. Let's close this for now. You can also add some automations here. I don't use this option, but feel free to explore. And then here you have other options like to move this card, to copy, to make a template, to archive, and share. Very straightforward. Now I will show you the workflow. So here in the to-do list, we have everything we have to do, right? So let's say we started doing the mood boards. All we have to do is click and then drag here to doing, okay? And then after we complete everything, we add it right here, awaiting review. And then here, the client will leave some comments and a little bit of back and forth. And then after that, we can move it to done. However, if the task is not complete because let's say the client is taking too long to send information or whatever, we move it to on hold, okay? And that's basically it, very simple. Now let's add some integration. So let's click here, these three dots, and then power-ups. This page will open, and then right here, write Google. And then we'll add the Google Drive and also the Google Calendar. Now we can close this. And now when we click a card, we'll see the integration right here. And then now we have to connect our Google account. So we click, and then let's say we want to attach a file. We click, and then link Google Drive account. Now this will pop up. Then we click on our account. and then continue, select all, we scroll down and then continue. Now we click on attach a file. Then we'll see all of our files and folders inside of our Google account. Then you can select a file by clicking and then clicking select. And now it's here. And if you click, it will take you to the file. In this case, this image. Now let's connect our Google Calendar. So let's click on this card. And then right here where it says Google Calendar Events, we click. Then we click on Authorize. And then this window will pop up. We scroll down and then Allow. Now let's click again on the card. And then let's go here where it says Google Calendar Events again. And then Open Settings. And now we'll see this pop up. And then we click on Add New. And we select our Google account here. And then we'll see this pop up. We click on our account. And then Continue. Select all. We scroll down. Continue. And now we select our email. We select our calendar. This one. And then next. Here we choose one-way sync from Trello to Google Calendar to avoid any mix-ups between different client boards. This way, tasks and deadlines from Trello will show up in Google Calendar, but changes made in the calendar won't affect Trello. This keeps everything organized by client while still letting us track deadlines visually in Google Calendar. Now you can save, and that's it. You have to keep in mind that with the free plan, you only can add one power-up per board. So if you can't afford the subscription right now, it's fine, but you'd have to make the updates manually. So this board is already connected with Google Calendar. So let me show you. For example, let's go here where it says Wireframes, and then let's add a due date. For example, the 29th, and then save. Now when we go to our Google Calendar and refresh the page, we can see the wireframes here, okay? Perfectly synchronized. Now let's say you have another client and you want to copy the structure of this board. You can do so by going here and then clicking the three dots and then copy board. And then uncheck this, add a name, for example, client 2, and then create. And now you will have an empty board. And to differentiate this board from the other one, we can change the background color by going here and then change background, and then we can change the background here. And now every time we switch boards, the background changes. All right, that's it. Now you know how to use Trello. And as always, feel free to explore because there are many more options, but you don't need to use every single option, okay? Keep it simple. In the next lesson, I will show you how to use Slack for ongoing communications. In this lesson, you'll learn how to set up and use Trello to keep your projects and client communication organized, and also how to integrate Trello with Google Drive and Calendar to keep everything synchronized. In this lesson, I will show you how to use Slack to streamline communication and project management as a web designer. Whether working with clients, developers, or collaborators, Slack helps centralize conversations, share files, and track tasks, all in one place. By the end of this lesson, you will know how to use Slack to stay organized and improve efficiency in your design projects. All right, let's get started. The first thing you have to do is go to slack.com and then click here where it says Get Started. Now you will see this page and you can choose this option, Continue with Google. Click, and then you select your account, and then Continue. Now you will see this page, and then right here you can select No, and then create a workspace. Here you can add a name for your workspace. You can name it whatever you want. And then you click on Next. Now you can write your name here. You can add a profile picture and then click on next. Here you can invite people to your workspace if you want. If not, you can skip this step. Here you can write something like design projects, for example. The next. And then here you can choose start with free. And now you are inside of your workspace. Now I suggest you to go to slack.com/downloads to download the desktop version. So once you are in this page, you can click on this button and proceed with the download and installation. And once you download and install Slack, you can open the app directly in your computer, or you can click here. And then here. And then open Slack. You can first check this and then open Slack. And now you will see the desktop version of the app. And all these apps like Google Suite, Trello, and Slack have a mobile version. So you can download the apps into your phone. Okay, the first thing you have to do is set up your profile. To do so, click here and then profile, and this will open. And here you can click edit. And now you will see this window. And here you can edit your name, add a nickname, change your profile picture, add a title. And this is very cool. You can actually record how your name is pronounced. This is very nice. And here you can write the pronunciation. And also, this is important, you have to select your time zone, especially if you are working remotely with people in different time zones. So set it up and then save changes. Now I will walk you through this sidebar. So here you can see your workspace icon, and you can add another workspace here, and then the icon will appear here, and you can switch between workspaces by clicking on the icons. Here you can see your home button, and then the DMs. When you hover, you will see all your DMs here. And then you have your activity. It's basically a log. And then when you hover on later, you will see your reminders here. And then when you hover on more, you can see more options, the automations, the huddles, which are basically calls that happen within Slack, the canvases to curate content and collaborate, the lists to track and manage projects, and then all the files shared within Slack, the channels, the people, and also all the external connections. Usually you will work with people that have their own Slack workspace, and then they will integrate into your workspace, and you can find them here. And they would only have access to the channels that you invite them to, so you can keep everything else private. Here you can find all your channels, and then you can create new channels by clicking here and then create new channel. And then this will open. You can add a name for the channel, like, for example, and then next. And then you can make it public or private. Let's make it private, and then create. And now you can invite people if you want, and then skip for now. And now you will see the channel right here. And as you can notice, it has a lock. It means that this channel is private. All right, now let's talk about conversations. So when you click here on your name, you will open this chat with yourself, basically. And you can use this to write some drafts, add links to some articles, or whatever. And you can write your messages by clicking here and then writing. And then you can format the text. You can add links. You can attach files by clicking here. You can add emojis. You can tag people. You can record a video. You can send voice notes. You can also add code or code blocks. And to send the message, you can simply press enter, or you can click here. And you can also schedule the message for later by clicking here. Now let's check out the preferences. You can do so by clicking here and then preferences, and you will see this window. Now here you can see the different settings, and the first one is notifications. And you can set if you want Slack to notify you on direct messages, mentions, and keywords, or nothing. And I advise you to select this one, direct messages, mentions, and keywords. And on keywords, you can write your name. So in the case someone says your name without directly mentioning you, you will get notified. When you scroll down, you can set a notification schedule that aligns with your work hours. And then if you scroll down, you can see more options to further customize your notifications. Here are more options you can explore, and you can also change the appearance of the app by clicking here. And then you can choose between light and dark mode. You can also change the color right here. And when you scroll down, you have more color options. And that's it. You can save. Now let's integrate some apps. Whenever you want to integrate an app, you can do so by hovering here where it says more, and then click on automations, and this will open. Now click where it says apps right here, and you will see a bunch of apps. And we will integrate these 4 apps: Google Drive, Google Calendar, Zoom, and Trello. So click on add. It will take you to this page, and all you have to do now is click on this button where it says add to Slack. Now click on allow. Then click on your Google account, then continue, select all, then continue, and that's it. Now do the same thing with Google Calendar, Zoom, and Trello. When you try to add Zoom, you will be asked if you want to add Zoom for all members or for yourself. Select this one, Zoom for all members, and then click add now. After clicking, you will be taken to this page, and you can click on Google. Now select your account, and then allow, then connect Workspace, allow again, and that's it. And to add Trello, you click here, and then here, Trello Workspace. Here you scroll down, and then add to Slack. Allow, allow again, and that's it. Now when you go back to your Slack workspace, you will see the apps right here. Now you will receive all the Google Drive updates right here, okay? Same thing with Trello, and here you have some instructions. You can also check out the documentation. Same thing with Zoom, and then Google Calendar. And that's it. In this lesson, you've learned how to set up and use Slack to have a more centralized communication channel with your clients. And also how to integrate Slack with Google Drive, Google Calendar, Zoom, and Trello for a seamless workflow. In this lesson, I will guide you through the basics of backing up your Google Drive files to a physical hard drive. While Google Drive provides cloud storage and easy access to your files from anywhere, it's always important to have a local backup in case of internet issues or potential data loss. A physical hard drive ensures you have an offline copy of all your important documents and files, making sure they are safer and accessible. At the end of this lesson, I will also show you how to export and save your Figma files into your external hard drive. Here is why you should back up your Google Drive files to a physical hard drive. Number 1, redundancy. Even though cloud storage is fairly secure, having a local copy ensures your files are protected in case of accidental deletions or if you lose access to the internet. Number 2, accessibility. You can access your files and documents anytime, as I said, even without internet connection, which can be crucial when you are working remotely or traveling. Number 3, security. Backing up to a physical drive adds an extra layer of security for sensitive documents or client files. In terms of which hard drive to use, you can use any with enough capacity, but this is the one I use. And you can find it in different places like Amazon and in other stores. And they have different capacities. The one I have is 5 terabytes, but you can also get the 2 terabytes, which is a little bit cheaper. Now I will show you how to automate your backups. The first thing you have to do is go to this URL. Okay, I will leave it in the description of this video. And then once you are inside of this page, click here where it says Downloads. And now click here where it says Download Drive for Desktop. And then proceed with the installation. After installing the application, you will see this window and you can sign up. Connect your Google account and then sign in and you will see this message. Now when you reopen the app, you will see this window and here you will see the option to add a folder. Click here. Now you will see this window pop up. And as you can see, I navigated to my external hard drive. And inside of my external hard drive, I created this folder. You can name it whatever you want. And then inside of this folder, I have these other subfolders. Now I will go back and then select this folder by clicking here where it says Select Folder. And now as you can see, this will be my backup folder. Now we click on Next and then got it. You can skip this and then Next. Now you will see this and you can click on Next. And now click here where it says Open Drive. Now you will see that little window on the bottom left, confirming that everything is synchronized. When you open the Drive app, you will see this window. And here you can see all your folders and files. Now I will show you how everything is synchronized. I'm here on my Google Drive and inside of the personal folder. Now I will add an image from my computer to my Google Drive. Okay, the image is here. And now when I open my local Google Drive folder, I can see the image here. So everything is perfectly synchronized. Okay, now some heads up. Let's say you want to create a backup and you basically try to create a folder right here. Let me create a folder and let's say we can call it October 22nd backup. Then we try to copy this entire folder here. We'll see this error. And this happens because this is not the actual file. It's just a link. So basically what you have to do is to download the spreadsheets and documents manually. And you can do that by going to the document or the spreadsheet and then go to File and then Download, and you have many options here. You can also use a tool called Google Takeout and you can access by going to this URL. And this tool basically helps you download the content in your Google account. And as you can see, you have everything here from all these different Google apps. Okay, so what you have to do is go here where it says deselect all, and then you click, and then you scroll down until you see Google Drive, and then you select it, and then go to the bottom of the page, and then next steps. Now you will see this. And here you can select the destination and then the frequency and then the file type and the file size. And when you are ready, you click on Create Export. And you will see this message. And that's it. Now you can create a weekly task on your calendar, so you are reminded to do the backup every week. Let's say you want to be reminded every Friday. So let's click here and then select task. And we add a title, for example, weekly backup. And then we add a time, 12 p.m. for example. And then we click here and then we select weekly on Friday. And then we save. That's it, now it's here. You can also see it on your tasks page, right here. Now I will explain to you why backing up your Figma files locally is important. While Figma is a highly reliable cloud-based design tool, it's essential to consider local backups as part of your design workflow. Relying only on cloud storage can leave you vulnerable to issues like internet outages, sync errors, or accidental deletions. By regularly saving local copies of your designs, you can protect your work against potential data loss, and also maintain more control over your design versions, especially if you are using Figma's free plan with limited version history. Saving the Figma file into your hard drive is actually very easy. You just have to go here and then click and then File and Save Local Copy, and then you click. Now you will see this window, and this is inside my external hard drive, and you can see here that I created a folder for the Figma backups. So you can select the folder, you can change the name of the file if you want, and then click on Open, and then Save. And that's it. Now you can see the file right here. Awesome. In the next lesson, I will teach you how to track and manage your time. In this lesson, you've learned why backing up your documents and files is crucial for data security and accessibility, and also how to back up your documents and files using a local or physical hard drive. Freelancing requires a strong grip on time management, especially if you are balancing it with a full-time job or juggling multiple projects. In this lesson, I will show you how to use Clockify for tracking your work hours, Momentum Dash to stay focused, and a custom calendar for organizing your day, whether you are working around a 9-to-5 or fully immersed in freelancing. Alright, so Clockify is a free and intuitive tool that allows you to track your time accurately across different projects. It provides detailed reports to see how your time is distributed and helps ensure you are billing clients correctly. Although you can get started for free, they also have some paid plans, but these are more targeted towards agencies and also larger companies. As a freelancer, the free plan covers most basic needs, and that's everything you need for now. To open an account, click here where it says sign up free. Then check this box and then continue with Google. Now select your account. Continue. Now we are inside of the app. And the first thing I will show you how to do is how to create a project. And you can create a project for different clients. And to do so, you click here where it says projects, and you will be taken to this page. Now click on create new project right here. And this will pop up. Now you can add a project name. For example, you can choose a color. And then to create a client, you click here and then add a client name and then press Ctrl Enter. And now this client is created. Now click on create to create the project. And now you will see the project right here. And when you go to clients, you will see the client we just created right here. Let's go back to the projects page. Now that you have the client and the project, go to the time tracker right here. Let's create a task. First of all, you have to write here what are you working on. Let's say it's web design. Then you click on project right here, and then you create a task. Here you write the name of the task. Let's say it's wireframing. And then you click on save. Now, as you can see here, we have the project and the task for client 1. By clicking this icon right here, you can add a tag, okay? Or you can search for a tag if it's already created. And then this icon right here, let's say that you agreed with the client that there is a specific task that is not billable. You can click this icon, and then the time you spend on this task will not count towards the billable hours, okay? For now, we'll keep it activated. I will show you how to set your rate in a moment. Here you can select whether if you want to count the time automatically with the timer, or if you want to do it manually. Okay, as you can see, now you can add the time here. For now, let's use the timer. When you click start, you can see how it starts counting the time. And then when you click stop, it stops, and you will see it right here. Now, when you go to the projects page
and you click the project, you will see the tasks right here. And you can change the status here. Now I will show you how to set your hourly rate. Here, inside of the projects page, go to settings, and then here where it says hourly rate, click on set rate, and now this will pop up. Here you can set your rate. Let's say it's $70. Now here you can select if you want this rate to be applied to all the new entries from now on, or also if you want to include the past entries. For now, we'll keep this one selected and then we'll click save. Now you can see your hourly rate here. Let's see if it works correctly. Let's go to the time tracker. Let's add a new task to the web design project. So let's click here. And then where it says tasks, you click again and then create new task. And you will see this pop up. Let's add a name, something like hi-fi design, for example, and then save. And here where it says, what are you working on? You can write something like first design phase, and then click on start. Now you will see how it starts counting, and then you can click stop. Now you will see it here. Here, in case you stop the timer accidentally, you can fix it by entering the time manually. You just have to click, okay, and then enter the time. Now let's say you completed a task, but you forgot to start the timer. And you know you've been working from, let's say, 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. You can add the entry by clicking here, where it says manual. And then it's the same process. You click on project, and then tasks, create a new task. Then you add a name, for example, design review, and then save. And now when you go here, you will notice that this changed. Instead of saying what are you working on, it says what have you worked on, because you are adding the time manually. And you can write here whatever, something like first design review, for example. And before pressing enter, you go here and then you enter the time. Let's say you know you've worked from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. So you add it here. And then here you can select the date and then click on add. And now you will see it here. And now when you go to projects and then you click on the project, you will see all the tasks. And then if you go back to projects, you can also see the totals, okay? And then when you click, you will see more details, all right? You can also change the preferences. Let's say you want a different time format, okay? You can go to your profile here and then click and then go to preferences. And then when you click on preferences, you will see here a bunch of options. You can, for example, change the theme to dark mode. All right. You can also change the language. Here you have more options. And then you can also change the time format, the date format, and select a different time zone. So feel free to explore these settings. Now I will show you the calendar. The calendar is very nice and intuitive. And as you can see here, I've extended the time of the task because they were just like a couple of seconds. And in order to see them here, I had to extend the time. And you can extend the time of a task by clicking here and then dragging. And as you can see, it extends the time. Very easy. And then when you go back to the time tracker, you can see how the time is extended. Okay, so it's connected. This line represents your current time, and then you can move things around by clicking and dragging, okay? You can also create duplicates by pressing Ctrl and then clicking and dragging, okay? And as you can see, I created a duplicate. Now, if you want to edit this entry, you can click, and then this will pop up. And here you can edit the time entry. And after you finish editing, you click Save. Here you can change the view to week or day, okay? And you can integrate it with Google Calendar by clicking here and then here, okay? All right, if you want to have a general view of everything, you can do so by clicking here where it says dashboard, and here you will have a general view.
You can also see some reports by clicking here. Okay, it's loading. All right. This app also has a desktop version and a Chrome extension, and you can install them by going here on your profile. You click and then download apps. You click and you will be taken to this page. And you can see here the desktop version, okay, and then the Chrome extension. You can also install it on your phone. Inside of your account, you can also set some preferences for the entire workspace. And you can do it by clicking here, these three dots right here, and then workspace settings. And here you will have a bunch of options, okay? You can change the currency format, like the working days, a bunch of stuff, so check it out. If you want to explore more advanced features and everything else that this app has to offer, you can do so by visiting this URL, okay? And then you will find a bunch of videos and tutorials, everything here. Now, let's talk about productivity apps. I firmly believe that having too many apps and too many things to track can actually be counterproductive. It's like a paradox, building complexity to remove complexity. That's why I only use one extra productivity app, obviously without counting the main apps, okay? And that app is called Momentum. Momentum is a simple, elegant browser extension that helps me stay focused. And that's it. Well, it's two extra apps actually. The only other app I use is the alarm app on my iPhone. Whenever I have an important meeting or task, I set an alarm on my phone just in case I miss notifications from my calendar or other apps. Now I will show you this app named Momentum. Momentum is a minimalist Chrome extension that transforms your new tab into a personal dashboard with a daily focus, to-do list, beautiful nature photos, inspirational quotes, and other interesting stuff. It basically helps you stay focused and organized by replacing the default new tab with a beautiful, distraction-free interface. It's basically designed to help increase your focus and motivation throughout the day, providing a simple yet effective way to manage your goals and daily tasks. So Momentum has a free plan, which is already great, but if you want to further enhance your productivity, you can also explore the Plus plan, which has a bunch of different features that are very interesting, okay? When you scroll down, you will see all the features, and it costs $3.33 if you pay annually, and then $4.95 if you pay monthly, all right? But for now, let's focus on the free plan. To install the Chrome extension, click here where it says Add to Chrome. And then here, Add to Chrome again. And you will be redirected to this page. Now you will see this pop up and you have to click on Keep It. Now add your name here and then click on Continue. Your email, and then continue. Now choose a password, and then click on Create Account. Okay, so now the extension is installed. And from now on, every time you open a new tab, you will see this page instead of the default Chrome page. I will do a quick walkthrough. Here on the top left, you can see this icon that says links. When you click, you will see this pop up, and here you can basically store any links you want. When you click this plus sign, you can add the links, okay? And they will be saved here. This is the default link, and it basically opens the default Chrome page. If you click, this will open, all right? Let's go back to the Momentum tab. Next to the links, you will see the focus icon. And this is basically a premium feature, but they let you try it. So when you click, you will see this page. Okay, so here in the center, you will see this timer. And this timer basically helps you stay focused, okay? And when you click here, these three dots you will see here, when you hover, you will see a bunch of options. And this method is called Pomodoro. You may be familiar with it. And here you can see the options to complete the timer, restart the timer, add 10 minutes. And here you can add a custom time. For example, let's say you want to focus for 40 minutes. You can add it here. And then the breaks, you can add whatever time you want for breaks. For example, instead of 5 minutes, 10 minutes. You can activate the sounds, auto start the timers, hide the seconds. And you can also activate browser notifications, okay? And here, when you click these arrows right here, you can switch to count up, which is basically a regular counter. If you press play, it will start counting your total focus time. Here at the top right, you will see the total focus time for the day. And if you click, you will see more data. And by clicking these 3 dots, you can edit the daily focus goal. Okay, so at the top left, you will see these icons. And here, you can choose different sounds that can help you focus. Some people prefer silence, but some other people like nature sounds and stuff like that. When you click this icon right here, you will see the site blocker. And this option basically allows you to block multiple sites. And you can also create groups. Here are the default ones: social media, entertainment, news, shopping, and even email. For example, when you click social media, you will see all these social media websites, okay? And you can block them all. You can also add new sites by clicking this plus sign, okay? And you can do the same thing with the other groups, and you can create a new group. When you go inside of a group, you can also rename it by clicking here, or you can delete it as well. To activate this feature, you need to grant permissions, and you can do it by clicking here, and you will see this pop up, and you have to click on allow. Now all these sites will be blocked during the focus time. You can also unblock them at any time. I will show you how it works. Now we are on facebook.com. When we start our focus session, the page will be blocked. When you pause the session, the page will be unblocked. Now let's talk about this option, the tab stash. This option basically helps you stash your tabs so you can open them later. And you can activate it by clicking here. Now you will see this. This feature needs additional permissions, and you can grant permissions by clicking here where it says continue. And then this will pop up and you click on allow. And all the tabs we had here basically disappeared. Now when you click on restore last session, all the tabs will appear again. Here you can write your focus. Let's say you are working on a concept project. You can basically write it here. Working on project. And then when it's done, you can click here. Now let's say you want this to minimize and then show on any website you visit. You can do that by going here at the top right and then clicking this icon. And you will see this window. Now when you visit a different site, for example this one, you will see it here. Okay, so keep in mind that with the free plan at the time of this recording, you have 1 hour of focus time. If you need more, you will have to upgrade. Alright, so back to the home page. So here at the bottom, you will see some motivational quotes. And this quote will change every day. So you will see a different quote every day, okay? And this background photo will also change every day. So you will see a motivational quote and a beautiful photo every time you start the browser or open a new tab. And that's amazing. Here at the bottom right of the screen, you will see the tasks. And when you click, you can add a new task. And check it when it's complete. The today list is basically a list of the tasks you want to complete in a single day. Then you have the inbox, which is a list of all your tasks, and the done list, which basically contains all your tasks that are completed. Here at the bottom left, you can see the location of the photo, who took the photo if you hover, right? And when you click these 3 dots, you can see some options. When you click on this year icon, also at the bottom left, you will see more options. So feel free to explore. Now let's talk about your schedule as a web designer. Having a schedule is crucial, but many people live with a lack of organization. They wonder why they never seem to have time or make real progress. And it often comes down to poor time management. I experienced this myself for a long time, until I decided to take action and make a change. So now I will show you two calendars. One for those working as a full-time freelance web designer, and another one for those balancing freelancing with a regular 9-to-5 job. Let's dive in. So this is the calendar for the people that can work full-time as a freelance web designer. And as you can see, it's very complete and very balanced. I will zoom a little so you can see it. As you can see, it's structured in a way that you will have time to work out, to do deep work, to learn new things, to rest, to read, like everything. I will show you in a moment the calendar for those of you who have a 9-to-5 job. But first, I will tell you what you have to do with this framework. What you have to do is to download this calendar. You will find the link in the description, okay? And once you have it, you add all these entries one by one into your Google Calendar. Okay, so we are inside of Google Calendar. And if you did everything I showed you in this video correctly, every time you add a task on Trello, it will appear here automatically, okay? Because it's synchronized. Same thing with Clockify. Every time you add an entry, it will appear here without breaking the framework. Let me show you right now. For example, if I go to Trello and then I add a new card, I can call it review call, for example. Then I click here and then I click the card. And then I add a due date here, October 25th, and then 10 p.m. I click on save. And then when I go to my Google Calendar, sometimes we have to wait a little. You can see it here. And this, even if it overlaps with other entries, doesn't break the framework. Let me show you, for example. If we go back to Trello, and then we change this to October 29th at 1 p.m., then we save. Then we go back to the Google Calendar, and then we go to the next week. We'll see it here. As you can see, it overlaps, but it doesn't break the framework. All right, this is for those of you who have a 9-to-5 job, and it follows the same structure, as you can see, okay? The difference, obviously, is that since your 9-to-5 job takes so much time, you will have to work more during the weekends, okay? Obviously, you will have less time to rest, but the idea is that you have to, little by little, transition into working full-time as a freelancer. In this lesson, you learn how to schedule and manage your time, whether you are a full-time freelancer or have a 9-to-5 job. Now let's move to the last lesson of this module. All right, now let's shift our focus to password management and explore how it can enhance your digital security. In today's digital world, managing multiple online accounts securely is essential for freelancers. With so many platforms, tools, and client portals requiring unique logins, it's very easy to fall into the trap of reusing weak passwords or losing track of important credentials. In this lesson, I will introduce you to 1Password, a powerful password management tool designed to help you generate, store, and organize all your passwords securely. Let's dive in. So here is why 1Password is helpful for freelance web designers. Freelance web designers often handle various platforms and tools for different clients, like hosting, CMS, project management tools, and all that. And 1Password securely stores and organizes all these logins, making it easy to switch between accounts. As a freelancer, protecting your client's data is crucial. Okay, so 1Password ensures that sensitive information like website credentials and APIs are stored securely, reducing the risk of breaches. With the autofill feature, you can quickly log into websites and tools without manually entering credentials each time, saving you some time during the workday. Whether you are working from your laptop, tablet, or phone, 1Password syncs your data across all devices, ensuring you can access your passwords wherever you are. So, in a nutshell, since we are always juggling multiple projects and client accounts, 1Password provides the organization, security, and convenience needed to stay productive and safeguard sensitive information. So this tool is not free, and here you can see the pricing for the individual plan. And when you pay annually, it costs $2.99 a month. And if you pay monthly, it costs $3.99 a month. And if you can't afford it right now, you can still try it for 14 days and then keep it in mind for the future because it's worth it. All right, so to create an account, go to 1password.com and then click here where it says Get Started. Now click where it says Personal and then Monthly right here. You can also select Annually if you prefer. And click here where it says Try for 14 days. Here in this page, you will be asked if you want to add the browser extension. And I advise you to do it because it's very useful. So click here and then Add to Chrome. And then Add extension. Done. Now add your name and your email here. And then click on Next. Now verify your email and then click on Next. You can read this information right here and then Next. Now add your desired password for your account, and you have to be very careful because for security reasons, you won't be able to reset your password later, okay? So make sure you don't forget this password. After you add a strong password, click on Next. Here in this page, you will be asked if you want to add a payment method, but you can skip this for now if you want by clicking here. Now click on this button to generate the secret key. Now download the PDF and keep it safe. You can also print it. That way you will have an extra copy. After downloading the PDF, click on Next. Now you will see this page to set up the browser extension. So check this and then click on I'm all set. Now you can import your passwords if you want by clicking here. You will be taken to this page and then you will see all these apps and services you can import your password from. You can even add your passwords manually if you have them written down or memorized by clicking here. Okay. For now, I will click on I am all set. You can now open the app by going here and then clicking this icon in the toolbar. And then pin the extension and then click. So this is the Chrome extension and you can open the web app by clicking here. Okay, so once you are here, the next thing you have to do is to download the apps, and you can do it by going to your profile right here and then clicking and then get the apps. And in this page, you will see all the options. Make sure to install the app in multiple devices because that gives you more security. If you lose access in one device, you can still access through a different device. Now go to your profile settings by clicking here and then My Profile. And then inside you will see a bunch of different stuff. Here you will see a bunch of options, okay? And then you will also see right here your login emergency kit. Make sure to save it, okay? Now let's go to the personal vault where you can basically store anything you want protected, not just passwords, okay? And to access the vault, you can go to your profile and then click and then manage my personal vault. And you will see this page. Here you have some options to customize it. You can change the icon, for example. And you can access the vault by clicking here where it says View Vault. And now you are inside of your vault. And here you can see the main menu, okay? And then you can change some settings by clicking here and then going to Settings. You can manage your account. You can set it up in another device and all that, okay? Okay, here on the left side, you will see your accounts and everything else that's protected, okay? And let's say you want to share a login to an account with a client. You can do so by clicking on the account and then you will see this page. Then you go to share right here, and then you click, and then you will see the options to share, okay? Now let's say you want to add here an account, a document, a contract, or whatever. You can do so by clicking here on the right side where it says new item, and then this will pop up. And then here you can see everything you can add, which is a bunch of stuff. Let's say you just sign a freelancing contract and you want to save it here instead of having it in a normal folder in your computer. You can do so by clicking on document, and then here you can drag and drop your file, okay? And then you can add some notes here. What's nice about having the browser extension is that every time you sign in, you will be prompted to save the login credentials in 1Password. And then when you click, you will see this pop up, and then you can save this information across all your devices. If you want to explore more advanced stuff about digital security, you can do so by visiting this URL, okay? And then you will see this page with a bunch of different webinars packed with valuable information. You can also visit this page where you will find many different resources. In a nutshell, 1Password is an important tool for freelance web designers, helping you securely manage all your passwords and sensitive information in one place. It streamlines logins, improves security, and makes sharing credentials with clients simple and safe. Whether you are working solo or collaborating with others, 1Password ensures your digital life stays organized and better protected. In this lesson, you've learned the importance of unifying and protecting your passwords, and also how to set up 1Password to protect your logins, documents, and files. This module gave you the essential tools and techniques to work efficiently, manage time, and secure your data as a freelance web designer. Alright, congratulations on completing Module 8. In the next module, I will teach you how and when to register as a business. Thanks for your attention. One of the biggest doubts that many freelance web designers have is registering as a business. Like, when should I register? Where should I do it? In my own country, in a different country? Is it expensive? And all that stuff, right? So I will explain everything in detail. And even though we'll mainly focus on US business structures, you can still register a US business and operate from your country without having to be physically in the United States. So pay special attention to this video because it will clear most of your doubts. Here are the topics we'll cover in this module. Why should a web designer register as a business? Types of business entities and how to choose the right one as a web designer. When is the right time to register your web design business? Step-by-step guide to registering your web design business. Essential financial and legal maintenance for freelance web designers. And also how to open a business in the United States as an international web designer. Let's begin. As a web designer, transitioning from freelance work to operating as a business can be a significant step in building credibility, accessing larger clients, and protecting yourself legally. Registering as a business not only signals to clients that you are serious and professional, but it also opens doors to new opportunities and legal protections that are often unavailable to unregistered contractors. In this lesson, we'll explore why formalizing your web design work as a business can enhance your reputation, improve your client relationships, and set a strong foundation for growth and sustainability in your career. So, as I said before, registering as a business signals to clients that you are serious about your work. It helps you stand out in the competitive web design market, especially among clients that prioritize reliability. When you are registered, clients see that you've invested in your business, making you appear more trustworthy and capable of handling larger projects. Some clients, especially larger companies and agencies, only work with registered businesses. So registration can open doors to higher paying projects that require a formal business setup. Registering as a business makes it easier to secure contracts and work with established brands, which can significantly boost your career as a freelance web designer. One of the biggest benefits of registering is the protection it provides. With a registered business, your personal finances and assets are separate from business finances. This means that if there is ever a legal issue, only the assets of the business, not your personal savings or property, are at risk. And this separation can be essential for peace of mind, especially as your client base grows. Registering also allows you to access specific legal protections and support available to businesses, which can further protect you. In this lesson, you've learned how registering as a business adds professional credibility, how it can open doors to higher paying projects, and also how it separates your personal finances from your business finances for more protection. Now let's move to the next lesson. Choosing the right business structure is a critical decision for web designers looking to establish a registered business. The type of entity you select, whether a sole proprietorship, LLC, or corporation, affects your liability, tax obligations, and growth potential. In this lesson, I will break down the main business entities, their benefits and drawbacks, and guide you through selecting the best fit for your goals as a web designer. Alright, so there are three main types of business structures suitable for freelance web designers: sole proprietorship, LLC, and corporation. Each type has its advantages and the disadvantages depending on your business goals. Sole proprietorships are the simplest to set up, while LLCs and corporations provide more legal protection and may be better for future growth. As I said before, a sole proprietorship is the easiest and least expensive business structure to establish. However, in this structure, there is no legal distinction between you and your business. This simplicity can be beneficial for beginners, but keep in mind that it doesn't protect your personal assets. And assets are basically anything valuable you own. For example, your cash in the bank, your equipment, your property, or investments. If you are just starting out and earning a small income, a sole proprietorship can be a practical option. But it may not be the best choice as your business grows and you take on more responsibilities and risks. An LLC is a popular choice for freelancers because it provides personal asset protection without too much complexity. This structure creates a legal distinction between your personal assets and the business, shielding you from potential business liabilities. A corporation offers even more protection and growth opportunities, but comes with higher costs and more complex tax requirements. If you are planning to operate as an agency and grow significantly, a corporation might be worth considering. For most freelance web designers, an LLC strikes the right balance between simplicity and protection. So here are the decision-making scenarios. If you are a part-time designer with low income, consider a sole proprietorship to keep things simple. If you have consistent clients and stable revenue, an LLC provides business credibility and basic asset separation while remaining flexible. If you plan to operate as an agency, grow significantly and possibly higher, you might start with an LLC for simplicity and later convert to a corporation as your business scales. This provides the foundation for growth while keeping your initial setup manageable. Here is an important consideration. Converting an LLC to a corporation is a significant change, and you should consult with a tax professional to get everything right. In this lesson, we learn the main type of business structures and their key differences. In this lesson, we'll explore key factors such as income level, client demands, and long-term goals to help you decide when registering your business makes sense for you. In terms of income level, there is no fixed income level at which you must register your business, but a steady income can indicate its time. Registration becomes more beneficial when you are making consistent earnings, even if they are modest. As I said before, it can help you access more tax benefits and protect yourself legally, making it worthwhile for a long-term freelance career. So if you are regularly earning from web design, registering can help establish your professional identity and protect your growing income. As I also said, some clients require freelancers to be registered businesses before they will hire them. If you find yourself facing these type of clients or want to bid on projects that have formal requirements, it might be time to register. Having a registered business can also make it easier to handle contracts and manage client relationships professionally. When you are officially registered, clients know you are committed to the work, which can increase their trust and confidence in your abilities. Different business structures offer varying tax advantages. In the US, all legitimate businesses, regardless of structure, can deduct expenses like software, equipment, and stuff like that. Sole proprietorships report business income on personal tax returns, offering simplicity. LLCs give owners flexibility in how their business is taxed. By default, an LLC with one owner is taxed like a sole proprietorship, meaning the owner reports business income and expenses on their personal tax return. So you might be asking, why not stay as a sole proprietorship? And that's because the LLC offers more protection, okay? So your personal assets are protected. Alright, so if the LLC has multiple owners, it's taxed like a partnership, where each owner reports their share of the business's income and expenses on their personal tax return. However, LLCs can also choose to be taxed like a corporation, which may help save money on taxes depending on the business's earnings and expenses. In this lesson, we learn about the key indicators for knowing when to register as a business. Now let's move to the next lesson. As we explored before, registering your web design business is an important step toward building a professional presence. While the process may seem complicated, breaking it down into simple steps can make it much easier. In this lesson, I will guide you through each part of the registration process, from choosing a business name and a structure to setting up essential accounts. By the end, you will have a clear roadmap to register your business with confidence and start off on the right foot. Choosing a name that resonates with clients and reflects your brand is essential. Ideally, your business name should be easy to remember, unique, and relevant to web design. You can also choose your own name or a variation of it as a business name. Make sure it's available by checking with your local business registry and searching online for matching domains. A tool I like to use to search domain names is instantdomainsearch.com. So, if the name is available, follow the registration process on your government's business website. Registration usually requires identification and a small fee. If you are looking to register a business in the USA, online services can simplify the process. You can find a link in the description with a list with all the service providers I recommend. And I'm not affiliated with any of them. These are services I've used personally. Once registered, open a separate bank account for your business. I recommend you to open a Wise account. To do so, go to wise.com. This step helps keep your finances organized and simplifies tax preparation. In some countries like the United States, you will need an EIN for tax purposes or if you plan to hire employees. When you try to open a Wise account, you might be asked to enter an EIN. And as they say here, you can just enter this until you have an EIN. In this lesson, we've learned about the essential steps to register as a business. This lesson focuses on the basics of handling finances and legal matters for freelance web designers. We'll briefly go over essential practices like setting up a system to track income and expenses and understanding basic legal rules to keep your business organized, compliant, and ready for growth. While we explore these concepts in Module 6, a refresher is always valuable. As a registered business, you may need to make quarterly tax payments. Setting aside money for taxes regularly can help you avoid large unexpected bills. And my advice is to set up a separate bank account or a Wise jar if you are using Wise in order to control how much of your revenue is saved for taxes. The amount you have to pay depends on many factors, and one of the most important factors is where are you based. But don't worry about it right now. I will talk about it in more detail a little later. Good record keeping is key to running a successful business, so keep track of invoices, expenses, and income in an organized way. You can use software like QuickBooks, for example, or even spreadsheets to make sure you track everything, and then when it's time for taxes, it will be way easier, okay, because everything will be organized. And trust me, make sure to set it up from the beginning, because if not, you will have to do it like last minute. You will be looking for invoices and this and that, like receipts, and it's a nightmare. So make sure to keep track of it all from the beginning. Once registered, you may need to complete annual reports or pay fees to keep your business active. These requirements vary depending on your location, so it's important to research what applies to you. Missing these deadlines can lead to fines, so make sure to set reminders to complete any necessary filings. And I know that all these can be a little bit annoying, but staying compliant allows you to focus on growth without interruptions, helping you maintain a good standing with the government and clients. In this lesson, you learn how to handle taxes, why organizing financial records is important, and also about compliance requirements and yearly obligations. This lesson will guide you through the process of registering a US-based business, covering key benefits like increased credibility with US clients, streamlined payment options, and access to reliable banking services. From choosing the right state and business structure to understanding tax considerations, you will learn the essentials for setting up and running a US business remotely as a non-resident. For international freelancers, including web designers, registering a business in the United States provides several advantages. The United States has a stable economy, robust legal protections, and is home to a large network of potential clients, and reputable companies. Many US clients are more comfortable working with businesses registered in the United States, as it simplifies payments, contracts, and compliance with local regulations. Additionally, US business registration offers benefits in terms of reputation and legitimacy, as many clients worldwide recognize and respect US-based businesses. Registering in the United States can also streamline access to major payment processors like Stripe, PayPal, and major banks, which may offer more favorable rates or service options to US-registered businesses. This can be particularly beneficial for handling international payments and transactions with less hassle. As I said before, if you are not a US citizen or resident, you can still register a business in the United States. Here is a step-by-step guide to help you through the process. The first thing you have to do is choose a state. And Delaware, Wyoming, and Nevada are popular choices due to their business-friendly regulations and low fees. The state I recommend for registering as a business in the United States for non-residents is Wyoming, as it has low fees and doesn't require public disclosure of ownership. However, keep in mind that laws and regulations can change, so be sure to do your own research before registering. The second thing you have to do is select your business structure. Most international freelancers choose to register as an LLC because it's relatively simple to set up and maintain. And it also provides personal liability protection. Another option is a corporation, which may be suitable if you plan to scale your business significantly or seek investors. And this only applies basically if you are trying to build an agency. And even if you are trying to build an agency, I would recommend you to register as an LLC. The third thing you have to do is obtain a registered agent. And you will need a registered agent with a physical address in the state where you register. This agent will basically receive official documents and correspondence on behalf of your business. Many companies offer registered agent services specifically for international business owners and can simplify the process. You can find a link in the description with the ones I use and recommend. The next thing you have to do is apply for an EIN, and the EIN is similar to a social security number for your business, and is required for tax purposes and opening a business bank account. Non-US residents can apply for an EIN through the IRS, and some service providers offer EIN assistance to simplify this step. In the same list that contains the companies offering registered agent services, you will also find some companies that can help you apply for the EIN. The link is in the description. The next step is to set up a US bank account or use online banking services. A US bank account is essential for managing finances, receiving payments, and maintaining smooth transactions. If you are a US resident, maybe you want to open a bank account with Chase or Bank of America or whatever. And even if you are not a resident or a citizen, you can go to the United States physically and then open a bank account there. But some non-residents like myself may prefer online banking. And I always recommend Wise, which caters to international businesses and allows you to operate remotely without a physical presence in the United States. Here are some recommendations and tips for international business registration in the United States. Even as a non-resident, you may still have US tax obligations depending on your income and client location. Consulting with a tax professional with experience in international business can help you understand how much tax you owe, any deductions you qualify for, and the tax treaties that may apply to your country. Alright, this is very important. You should always consider double taxation and tax treaties. Double taxation occurs when your income is taxed in both the United States and your home country. To avoid this, check if there is a tax treaty between the United States and your country, because that can help reduce or eliminate double taxation. Keep in mind that if you are a US resident, citizen, or have a US registered company, an LLC for example, you might have to pay taxes in the United States regardless of where you live, since the United States taxes its citizens, residents, and companies on global income, okay? So that's why I always recommend to talk with a tax professional, because taxes can be complex. Another thing I want to mention is that a US LLC is not the best option for everyone, okay? There are other interesting options like the UAE and Estonia, for example. Regardless of where you register your business, you have to keep in mind that you will have some extra costs, like accounting, bookkeeping, and all that stuff to make sure everything is accurate and organized. You will find a link in the description with a list with all the approximate costs to open a business in the United States. In this lesson, you've learned about the benefits of registering as a US business, how to register a business in the United States as a non-resident, and also about some key considerations for non-residents registering a business in the United States. By now, you've gained a clear understanding of the critical steps involved in registering and structuring your business as a freelancer. Establishing yourself legally as a business, understanding tax responsibilities, and considering the right location for maximum efficiency are essential moves in your freelance journey. This knowledge not only solidifies your professionalism but also positions you for sustainable growth and financial success. Congratulations on completing Module 9. In the next module, I will teach you how to build and publish your portfolio. Thanks for your attention.
Welcome. In this video, you will learn how to design and develop a portfolio using Figma and Framer. By the end, you will have everything you need to showcase your work and position yourself as a professional web designer. Here is a preview with some pages of the portfolio we'll build. We'll cover the entire process from planning to wireframing to designing to publishing, everything, all right? So pay special attention to this video because it can help you secure more paid projects. The value of this content could easily cost you $2,000 or more. And here you have it for free. It took me a lot of effort to plan and record this 4-hour video, so make sure you don't take it for granted. As always, I will guide you step by step, showing you the real process, including mistakes, corrections, and all the details that make a portfolio truly effective. Before we dive in, I want to invite you to join the Web Designers Collective for free. It's a private, high-quality web design community that I've created filled with exclusive educational content, paid work opportunities, the chance to connect with like-minded designers, and also direct access to me for questions and advice. We are very selective about who we let in because we want to maintain a high quality and engaged community. But applying takes less than 1 minute, it's free, and it could be life-changing. Go to webdesignerscollective.com and join us today. Here are the topics we'll cover in this video: portfolio planning, creating portfolio pieces from scratch, portfolio maintenance, and designing, developing, and publishing your portfolio. Building a successful portfolio requires thoughtful planning and strategic choices. Before diving into design, it's essential to clarify your purpose, define your audience, and carefully select the work that represents your skills and aligns with your goals. In this lesson, we'll focus on laying the foundation for a portfolio that doesn't just display your work, but also tells a compelling story about who you are as a designer. By defining your audience and setting clear objectives, you will be able to craft a portfolio that not only resonates with the right people, but also opens doors for the opportunities you are seeking. Planning each element with intention will ensure that your portfolio serves as a powerful tool to attract the clients, projects, or roles that align with your vision for the future. Choosing the right platform to host your portfolio is essential, as it impacts your professional image and reach. Ideally, a custom website with your own domain is the best choice for full control and professionalism. But there are also some good free options to consider. Here is a quick overview of both types. The first option, and the one I recommend, is Framer or Webflow. Framer and Webflow allow you to create fully customized, polished websites with full design control. Both support custom domains, making them perfect for freelancers aiming for a nice website. Framer's user-friendly interface makes it great for interactive design, while Webflow offers powerful detail control, ideal for those willing to invest in a premium look. To use Framer or Webflow to build your portfolio, you have to pay a monthly subscription fee, which may not be ideal for everyone. And that takes me to the second option, Behance. Behance is a free community-based platform perfect for building visibility and connecting with other designers. It's easy to upload and categorize projects, making it ideal for those starting out who want some exposure without the cost of a custom site. Behance allows your work to be discovered by potential clients and peers. The other free option is to use Google Drive and Google Slides. Google Drive and Google Slides provide simple free options for hosting your portfolio. Google Drive lets you organize project files and share them as a viewable folder, while Google Slides can serve as a presentation-style portfolio with a coherent linear structure. These solutions are great for beginners or for quickly sharing work with potential and existing clients. The next option is Dribbble. Dribbble is a popular platform for designers, illustrators, and creatives who want to showcase our visually engaging work and attract potential clients. It allows you to post individual project shots, making it ideal for showing off specific design skills or creative concepts. Dribbble is better for short, visually compelling posts, and it works well as a supplement to a main portfolio, especially if you want to reach clients searching for specific design elements. Figma is another option for hosting your portfolio, especially if you prefer a design-focused environment. With Figma, you can create portfolio presentations directly in the app, share live links, and also organize your work in an interactive format. It's also easy to update projects in real time, making Figma ideal for portfolios that require frequent updates or client feedback. LinkedIn is an amazing platform for building a professional network and also for reaching a wide audience. Although not a traditional portfolio platform, LinkedIn allows you to share work samples, build a profile, and increase visibility with other professionals. Adding a portfolio link to your profile can drive traffic to a custom site or a Behance portfolio, for example. Your platform choice should align with your budget, technical skills, and career goals. Framer and Webflow are best for those seeking a high-quality custom site on a custom domain, while free options like Behance, Dribbble, Google Drive, and Google Slides provide accessible, effective ways to showcase your work without any upfront costs. Figma is also an excellent tool to host your project files, allowing easy sharing with potential clients. Here is where I recommend. If you can afford a custom site, use Framer or Webflow to develop it, and then host all your project files in Figma for easy access. Organized Figma files are crucial, as clients may request them for insight into your process. Also use LinkedIn to post portfolio updates, expand your professional network, and keep current clients informed of your career growth and new services. And finally, supplement your reach with Behance and Dribbble, which can help expand your visibility and attract a broader range of clients. If you are in a position where you can't afford a custom site right now, what you can do is share your Figma files and upload high-quality previews of your work on Behance and Dribbble. Then, as soon as you get paid from your first project, build a custom portfolio site. Creating portfolio pieces from scratch is a powerful way to demonstrate your skills, even without client projects. This lesson will guide you through the process of developing self-initiated projects that reflect the type of work you want to attract. With careful planning and thoughtful execution, you can create portfolio pieces that showcase your strengths, creativity, and design approach. The first step is selecting projects that align with your career goals and target audience. Think about the type of work you want to do professionally, whether it's UX UI for e-commerce, web design and branding for small businesses, or web design for agencies. By choosing projects that represent your desired niche, you can build a portfolio that attracts the right clients and also the best opportunities. Start by identifying a few project ideas that excite you and are relevant in the real world. For example, if you want to specialize in designing for fintech companies, consider creating a concept project for a fintech website. If your focus is also branding, create a visual identity for a fictional fintech company. Make sure these concept projects are very high quality. One of the best ways to get feedback is to ask inside our community. If you are not a member yet, you can join by going to webdesignerscollective.com. It's free. To make each project impactful, structure it in a way that walks viewers through your design process. Begin with a project summary that introduces the concept, objective, and any challenges you aim to address. This helps viewers understand the context and purpose of your work. Using mockups can enhance your portfolio pieces, making them look polished and professional. Mockups allow you to present your designs in real-world context, like a mobile screen or a desktop interface, which helps viewers visualize how your work would look in a live setting. There are many free and paid mockup resources online. I will leave a link in the description with my favorite ones. A great portfolio isn't just a set and forget, okay? It requires ongoing care and updates to stay fresh and relevant. Maintaining your portfolio ensures it reflects your current skills and any new achievements that may appeal to potential clients and employers. In this lesson, we'll cover strategies to keep your portfolio in top shape, from routine updates to refreshing concept projects and optimizing content for continued visibility. To keep your portfolio aligned with your evolving skills and career, it's essential to review and update it regularly. Schedule a portfolio check every 3 to 6 months to add new projects, update descriptions, and refine visuals. Each update should reflect your most current skills and work quality, ensuring that potential clients see your best, most relevant work. Regular updates also give you the chance to experiment with new features, design trends, or layout improvements, helping your portfolio stay competitive in an ever-changing field. If a significant shift happens in your career or a design focus, let's say you change your niche, for example. So in that case, consider making larger updates to ensure your portfolio reflects this new direction. Not all projects will remain relevant over time, and some may even lose their appeal as your design skills improve. And that's a good thing, because that means you're advancing, right? So periodically review each project to decide if it still represents your current skill level and career direction. When a project is outdated or no longer aligns with your goals, consider removing it or updating it with more recent insights. If you display your work on multiple platforms like Behance, Dribbble, LinkedIn, and your website, make sure each platform is up to date with recent work. Consistent cross-platform updates reinforce your personal brand and ensure potential clients see accurate, current representations of your skills, no matter where they find you. As you complete new projects, request feedback from clients and consider adding their testimonials to your portfolio. Client testimonials build credibility and show that your work delivers results. When gathering testimonials, ask clients to focus on specifics, okay? Like how your work solved a problem or improved their business. Showcase client feedback strategically. Place testimonials alongside related projects to add authenticity and trust to your portfolio. Regularly updating testimonials also highlights your current accomplishments, making your portfolio feel current and credible. To keep your portfolio visually engaging, don't hesitate to experiment with new design elements or layouts during updates. Even small changes like refreshing colors, updating fonts, or even adding some minimal interactive features can enhance the user experience and show that you care about refining and maintaining your work. Alright, it's about time to start designing and developing a portfolio from scratch. After design and development, I will show you how to publish it. As I said in the intro, this is an entire process, and you will see me identifying mistakes, oversights, and making changes as we progress. You will find all the design files and resources in the description. Remember that this is a marathon and not a sprint, so go at your own pace, and if you get stuck, let me know in the comments or join our community for free at webdesignerscollective.com for more personalized support. To follow along, you will need a computer, internet connection, and access to Figma and Framer. Let's begin. Alright, so the first thing we'll do is create 3 pages. And we have one, which is this one, the default one. And we'll change the name to Wireframes and the components. And then we'll create another one and we'll call it Design. And then another one and we'll call it Archive. Now let's go to the Wireframes and Components page. And now let's create the first frame. And you can do it by pressing F on your computer or by clicking here. Okay, so when you click, you will see these options right here. And then you select this one where it says Desktop. You click and here's the frame. Okay, now let's zoom out a little bit. And then let's click on the frame. And then we drag, okay? Something like this for now. The next thing we'll do is to rename the frame. And you can do it by simply double clicking here, okay? Or you can do it by clicking here. Or you can do it by pressing Ctrl R while this frame is selected. And then you can write the name. And we'll name this frame Desktop Wireframe. For now, we'll change it later. Normally, when I'm designing the wireframes, I don't, set the local styles, okay? Like the color styles and all that stuff. I wait until I start designing the hi-fi version. But in this case, I have a clear idea of the colors I want to use. So I will create the local styles right now. To create the local style, we click on the canvas. And then here on the right side, we click where it says local styles. And then we click on color. And now we add a name for our color. In this case, will be black. And I won't use a pure black. I will use this instead, which is a very dark gray. And then we click on create style. Now here we have it. Now I will create the style for the main text, which will be white. And to do that, let's go back here and then click this plus sign. And then we add the color name, which will be white. And here you can either write the code, which is 6 Fs, or you can click here on the color picker, okay? And then here you can select whatever color you want. In this case, white, and then create. Here we have it, okay? So we have the black and the white. I also like to create a secondary dark color, and that will be used in some cases where I want a subtle difference in contrast, okay? To create the color style, we do the same thing. We go here, and then we add the name, graphite, for example, and then this is the color code. Create. It's a very dark gray, almost black, but a little lighter than our black color. Okay, so I created 2 more colors. You can see them here. And if you want to follow along, these are the color codes. Okay. And these are the only colors I will use, okay, in the entire website. Okay, now let's start designing the wireframes. And the wireframes shouldn't be perfect. Wireframes are just like a guide, okay, to understand the layout and to play around. So don't worry too much about alignment and stuff like that. Obviously, everything has to make sense, but don't try to be pixel perfect. Before we continue, let's add a name to the design file. To do so, let's go here and then click where it says Untitled, and then we add a name. That's it. Now let's select the background color for this frame. And to do so, we select this frame by clicking. And then here on the right side where it says Fill, we click right here. And then we go to Libraries and we select the black color. And the next thing we have to do is start adding the elements inside of the frame. And we'll start with the logo. And obviously, since this is just a wireframe, most of the elements will be shapes. Okay, so let's create a shape which will represent our logo. And to do so, we select the frame by clicking, and then you can create the shape by going here and then clicking right here. When you click this arrow, you can see different shapes, but we will select the rectangle. You can also create a rectangle by selecting the frame and then pressing R on your keyboard. And then you can draw the rectangle right here. Something like this is fine. And this will represent our logo. Don't worry too much about the size of the elements, okay? Because this is just a wireframe. We'll get the sizing right when we start designing the final version. Now let's change the color of the shape because it's set by default to a light gray, as you can see right here. Okay, so let's change it to white. We click here where it says Libraries and then white. Now we'll create another shape which will represent our menu, and we'll place it right here, okay, on the right side. And to do it, we can just select this shape and then press Alt on our keyboard and then click and drag right here, okay? And then we can stretch it by dragging right here, and this will be our menu. And now let's select it, and while we press Shift on our keyboard, let's move it to the right side, right here. Now let's continue creating the other elements. Now that we have the logo and the menu, we'll create another element which will be a text describing who you are and what you do. And when I'm creating a wireframe, I like to represent text with multiple lines. And we'll do it by creating a copy of this shape, okay? And then we move it here. And then we make this shape thinner, like this. Now we can select it again and then enlarge it like this. Now let's create 2 copies of this by doing the same process. One and another one. And this area is very important because here you will describe basically who you are and what you do. And this is one of the most important parts of your portfolio. People, when they go to your portfolio, they have to immediately know what to do. And this description has to be very concise and to the point, okay? Like no fluff. You will have more space to explain more about you in the About page. Now let's create the next element, but first I want to mention something. I love to create asymmetric designs, okay? I don't like to have everything aligned in one side or the other or everything like perfectly aligned. I like to mix it up a little. You know, I like to use white space. I like to break the monotony a little bit. I like to break the rules sometimes. And to do that, you have to first understand the rules, okay? And always be intentional when you break them. Okay, let's continue. The next element I will create is the title. And even that this is a wireframe and I use shapes for almost all elements, I actually like to write the titles. And this title will say work. Okay, so now let's create the title by clicking on the frame and then pressing T on our keyboard. And then we click again and then we write work. As you can see, it's like very small because the default font size is 12, but we can resize it by clicking on the text. And then right here on the right side, you will see this panel and we can change the size like something like 100 pixels, for example. And then here we have it. Now we can move it to the center right here. And as I said before, this can be work or projects or latest projects, okay? So whatever you want. I like to use work. Before adding the other elements below the title, I like to add right here on the left side or the right side sometimes, the services that I offer. And I will do it by creating a copy of these text elements. So I select all of them, okay? And then I create a copy. And then I make them shorter and then thinner as well. And I will place it in line with the title. And here I will add my three main services like web design, UX, UI design, and the branding, for example. I chose to start with an introduction and the services here rather than a fancy hero image or video, to quickly communicate a focused message that encourages your target audience to explore the rest of your portfolio. So the message has to be very short and direct, okay? So for example, if you are trying to attract creative agencies, you can write something like, I am a web designer, or you can also say UX UI designer who collaborates seamlessly with product teams to craft intuitive digital experiences that users naturally love. Or let's say you want to attract recruiters from Apple. You would say something like, I am a UX UI designer, and here I wouldn't choose web designer, okay? Because usually large companies hire people specialized in these roles, okay? Like these three roles. And this is not like the career path for everyone, okay? This is just a way for me to illustrate one specific valid career path of, a specialization path for web designers. Because, for example, a web designer can specialize in UX UI and then further specialize in UX or only UI, okay? So there are different variables. All right, let's continue with the wireframes. Now, right here, I will place some shapes that will represent the previews of multiple projects. Here we'll add 4 to 6 projects, and they can be your best projects or your latest projects. So let's create another shape by pressing the R key, and then we create a square this time, something like this. And then we'll make a copy. Now we can select both, and then while we press Shift, we resize them a little bit so it's a little bit more aligned. Like this is fine for now. Now while we have these two selected, let's make a copy. Place it right here. As I said before, don't worry too much about getting a perfect spacing and alignment because we'll get that right in the next design phase. Now let's select the main frame and then stretch it a little more. Something like this. Now I will change the color of these of the representations of the images. So I will select all of them. And then here on the right side, I will change it to graphite. And this is just a, like a design preference, okay? You can apply any color you want, basically. Now we'll add the project titles below these images. So let's create some space by selecting these two and then dragging them while we press Shift. Right here is fine. Now we'll copy one of these lines and remember, click, press Alt, then drag. We can place it right here. Then let's make it shorter by maintaining Shift. And then let's make 3 copies. One, we'll place it right here. And then we'll make another copy and place it right here. And then another copy right here. Let's move this one up a little bit. Right here. Let's actually make these titles a little bit shorter because they are too long. So let's select them. And then while we press Shift, we make them a little bit shorter. Okay. Now below the previews, we'll add a link that will take us to the work or projects page. For now, let's just copy this shape and then place it here. You can make it smaller and then center it. Now let's create a CTA right here. And a CTA is basically a call to action. We'll add something like, let's create amazing things together or something like that. Okay. So let's, copy one line here and then add it here in the center. We can make it shorter a little bit. And then center it. And now we'll add the footer. The footer has to be very simple, okay? Here, on the left side, we'll add the copyright notice, okay? And also a link to our privacy policy page. And then on the right side, we'll add a link to the contact page. Let's add the footer elements by making a copy of this. We place it right here. This will be the copyright notice. Then we can make it shorter. Then we make a copy. This will be the link to our privacy policy page. And then we make another copy. We place it here. And this will be a link to our contact page. Now let's resize the frame a little bit like this. All right, so this is the wireframe of the homepage. And obviously we may change the layout. We may add some more stuff. The purpose of wireframes is so we can have an initial idea of where we want to place stuff. So this is not a final design, okay? Things may change. So this is the desktop version. Now we'll create the tablet version and the mobile version. In order to design the tablet version and the mobile version, we'll use 2 concepts, responsive design and adaptive design. And we already explored these concepts in Module 3. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, go back to Module 3, Lesson 3.6. All right, now let's create the tablet version. And to do so, we click on the canvas and then we press F on our keyboard and then we draw a frame. Now right here in the properties panel, let's set the width to 810 pixels. Now we change the background color to black. And then we stretch the frame like this. Now let's change the name of this frame to homepage desktop wireframe. And then the same naming convention for this one. Homepage, tablet, wireframe. Now let's start copying all these elements here and we'll do them by sections. So let's select this the logo, the menu, and the intro text, and then Control C or Command C. Then we select this frame, and then Control or Command V. Now we'll move them a little bit to the left, and then we'll resize the width by dragging right here. Now let's copy and paste this right here. Then let's move it here. Now we copy and paste the title here. Let's move it to the center. Now let's select all the previews and the titles, and then Control or Command C, and then we paste it here. And now let's resize while pressing and maintaining Shift. Let's make the titles of the previews a little bit thicker. So while we press and maintain Shift, we click on this one and then on this one. Then we go to the Properties panel, and then we change the height to 6 pixels. And we do the same thing with these ones. Now let's select the footer and the CTAs. Then we copy, select this frame, and then paste. Now let's resize the width of the elements so we can see them. Let's move them up around here. Now let's resize the footer links a little bit. And also this, something like this. Then let's select this and move it up. And now let's select the frame and resize it like this. As you can see, the layout is the same, all right? But we'll change the menu because instead of having a full menu, like in this case, we'll have a link that will expand when we click, okay? So let's make this smaller since it will be a link that will say menu. And now it's time to design the mobile wireframe. So let's create the frame by clicking on the canvas and then pressing F on our keyboard. Then let's draw the frame, something like this for now. Let's move it here. Now let's select the frame and then change the size here in the Properties panel to 390. And then let's change the background color to black. Now let's stretch it, something like this for now. And then let's change the name to homepage, mobile, wireframe. In terms of the names, you don't have to use the exact same names I'm using, but make sure to name the frames. Now let's start adding the elements here in the mobile version. So we will do the same thing we did. We copy this and then paste it here. Move it a little bit to the left. Then resize it, something like this. Now let's select this, move it up a little bit, then stretch it. Because since we have less space in the mobile version, we should set it as full width. Now let's resize this a little bit. And then this. Now let's copy and paste this. We'll place it here for now. And then let's copy and paste the title. Place it here. Now let's resize the title to 60. Then let's center it. And now when placing the previews, we'll use adaptive design. It means that instead of displaying 2 columns, we'll display 1. And we do that because if not, the images would look too small, okay? And I already talked about adaptive design, breakpoints, and responsive design. in Module 3, Lesson 3.6. So check it out again if you have to. All right, so let's select and copy these two and then paste them here. And then while they are selected, let's press Alt on our keyboard and then copy them here. And don't worry too much about the spacing and all that stuff and the details, because wireframes are not supposed to be perfect, okay? Just make sure that everything makes sense and that you understand the layout, but that's it. Sometimes people try to make very detailed and very perfect wireframes, and that defeats the purpose, because you could create a wireframe with pen and paper and that would still be valid. And don't overthink too much during this phase, because in the next phase, we'll start designing the final design and then some things may change. So don't worry about getting everything perfect now. All right, now let's continue with the rest of the elements, and we can just copy this button. We select this frame, we paste it, we move it here, around here, and then we do the same thing with this. We resize it. Something like this is fine. Now let's add the menu items. So we copy these and then we paste it here. Here we have it. Then we move it down. And then this will be the copyright notice. All right. Then we make another copy and this will be the privacy policy. And then this will be the contact link. All right, so now we have the first wireframes, the desktop version of the homepage, the tablet version, and the mobile version. All right, so here is an exercise for you. As you can see, I've completed all the wireframes. Here is the homepage, then the work page, the playground page, which is basically a page where you can add any creative projects, or any concept projects you've made. And this page is very important because it further shows your capabilities, okay? And your creativity as well. Then we have the services page, we have the about page, then the contact page, and the privacy policy page. And the exercise is basically to replicate these pages, okay? Replicate them, because as they say, practice makes perfect. And if you feel confident, you can create your own version as well. I will explain the thought process in a moment so you can have a better understanding of why I designed the wireframes this way. I will leave a link in the description to a Figma file containing the wireframes. Let's start with the homepage. The homepage is very simple. Here we have the logo, which basically will be your name and last name. Here we have the navigation menu. And then here we have the introduction, which will be basically a description of who you are and what you do. And it has to be written in a very compelling way, okay? Because this will be the first piece of information people will read about you. So you have to make sure it's compelling. Here we'll place your main services, okay? And then here we have a title for the content that follows. Here we will add your availability. And this is important because when people land in your portfolio, they will quickly know if you are available or not. Then here we'll have a CTA that will take people to your work page, like a see more button or something like that. And then here we'll have a link to your contact page. And then here we have the footer. And here we have the tablet version and the mobile version. And I've also added the menus. So when we click this link, this menu will expand, okay? Same thing here. When we click this link, this menu will expand. And now this is the work page and it's very simple. So basically we have the title and then here we have the different previews. And then when we click a preview, we'll go to the projects page. And now I noticed that I forgot to create the projects page. So I will do it right now. All right, so here we have the projects page and here we will add the content of each individual project. Okay, so when people click on one of these previews, it will take them to the projects page. And the project page is very simple. As you can see, we have the title, the description. Here we'll place the, the discipline, for example, UX UI or web design or branding or whatever. And when people scroll, they will see the images, okay, of the project. And then here they will have a CTA that will take them to more projects. And then here a CTA to go to the contact page and the footer, okay? As you can see here, I like to use some white space in some areas because I don't like to have everything aligned on one side. I like to play with the alignment. Now here we have the playground page, and you can call it playground or you can call it concepts or experiments or whatever you want. And the design of this page is exactly the same as the work page, all right? Here we have the services page, which is very simple as well. And here we will list our services. And here we will add some text and a link to book a call. Now here we have the about page. And here we'll write our bio, more in detail. Here we'll add some contact info. And here we can place an image of ourselves or an image of something we identify with or we are inspired by, or even a video, okay, explaining what we do. And here we can add some more information like our experience level, like, junior designer, senior designer, art director, creative director, stuff like that. Here we have the contact page, which also has your availability. And it's important to add multiple forms of contact, like your email, your phone number. This can be, your WhatsApp number or whatever, and then a link to book a call. And here you can add some text, like for example, I reply within 24 hours or something like that. And here we have the privacy policy page, which is basically a title and text. All right, now it's time to start with the high fidelity design. And we'll start with the home page. So we'll copy this, okay, Control C or Command C if you're on a Mac. Then go to this page and then paste it here. Let's move it. And as you can see, I have a mood board right here. And I will go through it right now. You can create the mood board before designing the wireframes, depending on if the mood board will have an impact on the layout, okay? But in this case, the mood board is going to be more about the aesthetics and some layout as well, but mainly aesthetics. And as I said before, the wireframes are not final. So the layout can slightly change during the high fidelity design. Usually when I'm working on a real client project, I create the mood board right after reading the brief. But in this case, since it's an example that represents my own portfolio, I have an idea of what I want. And since I'm going to use the mood board mainly for aesthetics, I create the mood board right before starting with the hi-fi design. It's basically a matter of preference. So I will go through the mood board right now. I will explain it very briefly. The aesthetic I'm going for is a moody, dark, mysterious, and minimal feel. And that's why I added here this Lego Batmobile, because for me, it represents mysteriousness and sophistication. And the design of the Batmobile is not minimal, okay? It's very complex, very sophisticated, and almost the opposite of minimal. And that's why I added these minimal Greek columns and also these Zen stones, because I want to make sure that even though the design will be somehow sophisticated, because sometimes we will intentionally break the monotony of the layout, it should still be minimal and simple. So some of the images balance out the complexity of the Batmobile, and that's why I added some minimal images here. I have here an image of a black stone because I will use a color that's similar to, to this rocks color throughout the design. It's the graphite color. And here I have more dark images that will help me give the website that muted look. And then I have some more dark images here that will, inspire me to give the website that mysterious look. And this is a design from the Brown Atelier series. It's a beautiful design, and it was inspired by the design aesthetic of Dieter Rams, one of the best designers of all time. And what I like so much about the design of this device is the clean and sharp lines and the overall aesthetic of it. It's beautiful. Here I'm using the images of a black Nike shoe designed by Virgil Abloh. And the reason I'm using these images is because the website will feature some elements in orange. And I like the contrast between black and orange. And I will be also using some large font sizes for the titles. Now let's begin with the hi-fi design. I've quickly created this style guide, and I'm not going to go into the details about style guides because I already talked about it in module 3, lesson 3.8, but this will basically help me maintain consistency throughout the entire design. I will include this style guide inside of the Figma file, so that way you will have access to it. Now that we have the style guide, the next thing we have to do is create the color styles. And you can create the color styles by going here to the right side. And then as you can see, I already have the color styles created, but you can create the color styles by clicking this plus sign and then adding a name for the color and then the color code. And then you click on create style. You can find the color code here in the style guide. Okay, in this case, right here. So you just have to click and then select this code. You copy it, Control or Command C, and then click on the canvas and then create style. You add a name and then here you paste the code, okay, and then create style. So these are all the colors we'll use throughout the entire design. And in the case we want to add a new color, we'll do it by creating a new color style, okay, as I showed you. So instead of using color codes throughout the design, we'll use color styles because this will make our design cleaner and more organized. The next thing we have to do is to create the text styles. And as you can see here in the style guide, you can see all the different text styles, okay? And the process is the same. You go here and where it says local styles, you click the plus sign and then text. And then here you can add the information, the name, the typeface, the font style, the size, and the line height, and then create style, okay? Let me show you. Let's create the first text style. So as you can see here, we'll separate them by breakpoints. So desktop, tablet, and mobile, okay? We'll start by creating the title one for desktop. So as you can see, the font size is 100 pixels, and then this 120 is the line height percentage. And I talk about this percentage in module 3 when I talk about the grid systems. So what we have to do is again, click on the canvas and then go here where it says local styles, then click the plus sign and then text. And then we add the name. In this case, tiles, desktop. And then we already know that the font family is Inter, okay? It's what we have here in the style guide. Then we'll keep it as regular. And then here we will change the size to 100 pixels. And then here we'll change it to 120%. And then create style. And now you will see the style right here. All right, so here are all the text styles, and there are many, okay, for tablet, for mobile, for desktop. And the thing is, this task is a little bit tedious and it's very easy to make mistakes. So you have to double check them, okay, in order to make sure that all the text styles are correct. And there are better ways to do it though. There are plugins to make these tasks more efficient. And I will teach you how to create color styles and text styles more efficiently in the next module, when we go through advanced Figma techniques and tools. I wanted you to know how to create them manually first. All right, now the last style we'll create is the grid style. And we have all the information here in the style guide, okay, for the different breakpoints. And we'll start with the desktop. And the grid has to have 12 columns, a 32 pixel gutter, and a margin of 40 pixels. So let's do the same thing. We click on the canvas, then we go to local styles, then we click the plus sign, and then this time we select grid. This will pop up. And let's start with the desktop grid. So as a name, we can name it desktop grid. And then we select columns. Then we click on this icon right here to open the settings. And then 12 columns. The color, I will choose blue because I like blue. You can choose any other color. The margin is 40 pixels. And then the gutter, 32. And then we click on create style. Now you will see it here. Now I created the other two grids for tablet and mobile. All right. And we can start with the design now. Let's create a frame right here. So we click on the canvas and then we press F on our keyboard. And then we draw a frame, something like this. Then while the frame is selected, we go to the properties panel right here. And then we write 1440. Now we have our desktop frame in the proper size. Now the next thing we'll do is to rename this frame. So we double click here and then we write homepage, something like this. And now while we have this frame selected, we go to the properties panel right here. Then we click, then we go to libraries and then we select black as a background color. Now let's create the header. But before we create the header, we have to assign a grid to this frame. And to do so, we select this frame. And then here in the properties panel, we click these 4 dots, okay? And then we click on desktop grid. Now we can barely see the grid because we have a black background. And then the grid's transparency is set to 10%, I believe. So we have to change that. If instead of black, we had a white background, we could see the grid, right? But it's not the case because the background is black. And we can fix that by going to the properties panel right here. And then we click here and then edit style. And then here. And here in the color option, we see this percentage, which is the transparency or opacity. Then we have to click and then increase it to maybe 30%. And now we'll see it. Maybe 30% is too much. So let's set it to 20. Now it looks good. We can see it. If you still want to increase the grid's visibility, you can do so by selecting the frame. And then here in the properties panel, we edit the desktop grid by clicking here and then here. And we change the color to a lighter hue, something like this maybe. And now you can see the grid more clearly. And if we change the background color to white, we can still see the grid. All right. Let's change the background color back to black. And let's proceed to create the header. This is the section we'll create. All right. And remember that the final design will not be exactly the same as the wireframes. The wireframes are just like a guide, a reference, okay? So while we have this frame selected, we press F on our keyboard and then we draw a frame right here. And now we go to the properties panel and where it says stroke, we click and then we change the color to white and then the thickness to 3. And this is just a temporary stroke so we can, we can see the frame. As you will notice, I will not be naming the layers and the frames one by one manually because Figma now has an AI tool to name multiple layers automatically. So we'll use that. Now let's create the items that will live inside of this header. So let's select this frame. And then while we have this frame selected, we press T on our keyboard. Then we click and then you write your name. In my case, your last name as well. Obviously, this is very small now because the default font size is 12. So let's go to the properties panel and then change the font size. Instead of changing the font size directly here, we click these 4 dots and then remember that we created the text styles. So let's select the medium text, okay? This one. Now we can see it. Let's move it here for now. Then let's select the frame again and then press T, click, and now we'll write menu item. Let's go to the wireframes and components page to see how many menu items you have to create. So we have the work page, and then the playground, that's 2, services 3, about page 4, and then contact. Let's go back to the design page. So we need 5 menu items. So let's select this one. And then while we press Alt, we drag and make a copy. Then another copy and 2 more. Now we have all 5. Let's change the names. Work. Then playground. Services. About. And then contact. We can deactivate the grid for now by pressing Shift on our keyboard and then G. Now let's add all these menu items inside of individual auto layout frames. So let's select them individually and then press Shift A on our keyboard. And we'll do the same thing with all these. And this one as well, the logo. And now we'll select all these frames by pressing and maintaining Shift. And then let's press Shift A to create another auto layout frame. Now let's add a temporary stroke to this frame. So let's double click. And then here in the properties panel, we click where it says stroke. Then we change it to white and then 3. And now we can better distinguish the frames. Now the next thing we have to do is select this frame, the header frame, and press Shift A on our keyboard. And now we have an auto layout frame. The next thing is to select the navigation frame. Then here in the properties panel, right here, we will edit the padding. It's set to 0 by default, but we will change it to 30. And we want to apply the padding on all sides. And to do so, we press Control on our keyboard and then we click. And now we can add the padding, 30 pixels in this case. And that's it. Now it added a 30 pixel padding on all sides. Now let me ask you something. Did I add the proper padding, the 30 pixels? The answer is no. Because we are using the 8-point grid system. And the padding has to be a multiple of 8. In this case, we can choose 24 pixels or 32 pixels. So let's select the navigation frame again. We double click. Then here in the properties panel, we press Control, then click, and then we write 32. Then we press Enter. Now the navigation frame is set to 32 pixels, respecting the 8-point grid system. Now when I select this header frame, you will see that it's set to 36 pixels, okay? It can be a different number, but it doesn't matter because we have to set it to 0. So we press Control and then we click and then we write 0. It should look like this. Before we continue, I want to mention something. When I select this frame, I can see here in the properties panel that there is a color code, okay? And this was an oversight, but it doesn't matter because it's very easy to fix. We just have to click these 4 dots and then select the color white. And that's it. Now it's much cleaner. Don't worry too much about oversights because it happens. We are human, right? And when we design a website through Figma, there are so many moving pieces. So oversights can happen. But don't worry though, because in the next module, I will show you a system that I use right before finishing the website to make sure everything is in order. Now let's add a background color to the navigation menu, so this frame. And I will add a very dark color because I want it to be very subtle, barely noticeable. It's just like a small detail. So here in the properties panel, we click where it says fill, and then we select the dark graphite color. And now the navigation menu has a very subtle background color. Now we can remove the strokes in these two frames. So we select this frame, and then here in the properties panel, we remove the stroke by clicking here. And we do the same thing with this frame. And now we are starting to get that Batman feel, you know, like the graphite, the dark graphite color in the navigation menu against the black background gives us that mysterious feel. Now let's add a subtle corner radius because, you know, the sharp angles makes the menu look a little unpolished. So I want to add a subtle corner radius. So we click, then we go here in the properties panel, what it says appearance, and we will add a corner radius of 6 maybe. And now it looks a little better, right? It's barely noticeable, but these small details count. Now we rename the layers using a cool AI feature. All right, so to do it, let's select the main frame. So we have all the layers selected. All right, and then here at the bottom, we click this icon right here, and then we click on rename layers. And as you can see, it will start renaming the layers automatically. We have to wait a little bit. Now, awesome. Now, since we know that this header will be repeated throughout the the entire portfolio, we should create a component. I already talked about components in depth in module 3, but components basically work this way. So when you have a component and then you make a change to that component, all the instances that are linked to that component also change. Let's say you have 10 pages and then you don't have components. If you want to change, or add a menu item, you would have to do it in all the pages individually. But if you have a component, you only have to edit the component. So let's first go to the wireframes and components page right here. And then right here, let's create a frame. And here we will add our components. What I like to do is to resize these components frame to the same size as the breakpoint I'm working with. For example, let's go right now to the design page so I can show you. When I select this frame, I can see that it's 1440, right? So I like to also resize these to 1440. And I do this because I will also apply the grid to this frame in order to control the size of the elements. So let's do that right now. While we have these frames selected, we go here in the properties panel, and then we click these 4 dots, and then we apply the desktop grid. Now let's go back to the design page. And then we select this frame. We press Ctrl-C or Command-C on our keyboard. Then we go to the wireframes and components page. And then while we have these frame selected, we paste the frame here. Now let's select this frame again. And then in the properties panel, we change the background color to black. Let's press Shift+G to hide the grid for now. And then we select this frame, we right click, and then we click on Create Component. And now, as you can see, the selection outline turns purple because this is a component now. Now, while we have this frame selected, we press Ctrl-C. Then we go back to the design page. And then we remove this frame. Then we select this frame and then paste the component. And now this is not a component, okay? This is an instance of the component. So let me show you. We have now two pages, the home page and then the services page, and they both have the same instance, okay? So if I go to the wireframes and components page, and then I change the background color of the navigation menu, let's change it to this orange. It also changes in both pages, all right? So it's very efficient. And as I said, I explained this in detail in module 3. So go back and watch it if you still don't know how it works. Now let's go back to the wireframes and components page, and then let's change the color again to dark graphite. And now let's select this component and then rename it. So we know this is the desktop version. And now we have all the pages inside of the navigation menu, and we'll create a button right next to it. And that button will be a call to action for people to book a call. To create the button, we'll basically select the navigation frame, this one, and then we'll press Alt and then drag outside of the frame to make a copy. And then we'll double click on playground. And then while we press Shift, we select all these and then we'll delete them. And now here we have the button. Now we can simply press Control, double click, and then write book a call. Now here we have the button. Now we'll press Control and then click on book a call. Then we go to the properties panel and then we change the color to black. Then we select the button and then we go to the properties panel again and then we change the background color to white. And the next thing we have to do is to move this button inside of this frame. Now we select the navigation frame and then we press Shift. We select this frame as well, this button, and then we press Shift A to create a new auto layout frame containing these two frames, the navigation menu and the button. And then here in the properties panel, we'll change this space to 32 pixels. Which is this gap right here. Now let's click here multiple times and we select this frame, okay, the navigation container. And then here in the properties panel, we have to change this to 48 pixels. So it's a multiple of 8. Now let's select the header and then let's click on this icon and then rename layers. Now let's go back to the design page and let's create the next section. So here we have the copy I will use for the home page. And as you can see, it's very simple and to the point. Still, I'm being very meticulous with the message. As you can see, we have the opening statement, the service description, plus the target market, and then the value proposition. And in terms of the niche, I selected these three because they are related. So basically, if you work with a luxury real estate firm, they can refer you to an interior design or architecture firm, right? And the services I'm going to offer to all of them are very similar. So choosing niches that are related is a smart move. All right, so let's go back to the design file and then we click inside of this frame and let's create a frame. You press F and then we draw something like this. Now we select the frame and then we add a stroke right here. Set it to white and then 3. Now I will go back to the document and then I will copy this. I will create a frame right here to host the text for a second. I will move it here. Let's resize it first. Now, instead of just copying and pasting it here, I will place the first line on the left side and then the rest on the right side. And I will do this because this first line is powerful. And we tend to read first what's on our left and then move to the right. And that's called the F or Z pattern, especially for languages that read left to right. Now let's select and copy this line. And then we paste it inside of this frame. Then while we have it selected, we go to the properties panel and then we change the color to white so we can see it. Now we'll select this frame and then activate auto layout, Shift plus A. And then we'll select the text and then Shift plus A as well. Now let's do the same thing with this paragraph. So we select it and then we copy it. Then we select this frame, we paste it here. And then while we have the text selected, we go to the properties panel and then we change the color to white so we can see it. And now while we have this text selected, we press Shift A. Now it's an auto layout frame. Now let's change this frame's padding. So whatever padding you have here, you have to set it to 0. So let's select this frame. And then here in the properties panel, we press Ctrl, then we click, then we write 0. All right, should look like this now. Now let's show the grid and then let's resize this frame like this. We can hide the grid now. Now we select this frame again. Then we go to the properties panel right here. And then we select this alignment, tap center. And now we double click and it will look like this now. Okay. And now we can remove this stroke. For this section, we will not create a component because we'll only use it here in the home page. Now let's remove this and then let's select this paragraph and this line. So we press and maintain Control, then we click. Now while we have Control pressed, we press Shift on our keyboard and then we click here. And now we can release the keys and then go here. And then select large text. Now let's select this frame by double clicking this one. And then we go to the properties panel and we set it to hug contents. Now we double click again to select the text and then we set it to hug contents as well. Now it should look like this. Let's double click here to select this frame and then we press Shift plus G to show the grid. And now we resize this frame so it aligns with the grid right here. Now that the column grid is visible, I want to mention something here. In the navigation menu, as you can see, the container doesn't align perfectly with the grid. And that's okay, that's intentional because we are letting auto layout do its job. And all the spacing and padding is respecting the 8-point grid system. And that's what really matters. Now I will make sure that everything looks nice. Okay, I notice here that we should remove the padding on the sides. All right, so we go to the components page and then we select this frame. And then here in the properties panel, we set it to 0. And now it's aligned. We can hide the grid for now. I may change the alignment of this paragraph later, but for now I will keep it like this. When I add the rest of the content, I will zoom out and see if I have to change something. Let's quickly check the wireframe again. Now we'll add the services and then the title for the content below and then the availability. So let's do it. Let's click on this frame. Then we add a frame by pressing F on our keyboard. And then we draw something like this. Then we do the same thing in the properties panel. We add a stroke. We set it to white. And then 3. Now let's show the grid. And then let's stretch this. Let's hide the grid now. Now let's click inside of this frame and then we add a frame. This frame will contain the services. Then we make a copy of this frame. This will contain the title. And then we make another copy. This will contain the availability. And now we select this frame on the left and we'll press T on our keyboard and we will click and then write our first service, which is web design. Now we'll change this font size to small and see how it looks. So here in the properties panel, while we have the text selected, we change it to small text. And now let's make a copy. And then we can write branding. And now we make another copy and we write consulting. And now we'll select each of them individually and we'll activate auto layout, Shift+A. Now we'll select this frame and then Shift+A to activate auto layout. And now while we have the frame selected, we go here in the properties panel and here we press and maintain Control on our keyboard and then we click and then we set this to 0. Now we make sure that all these are set to hug. So we have to change this one. All right. Now let's select these frames while we press and maintain Shift to select them all. And then we go here in the properties panel. Then we press and maintain Control. Then we click and then we set this to 0 because we don't want any padding. Now let's select this frame. And then let's go back to the properties panel. And then let's set this spacing between items to 8 pixels. Like this. And then we set the width to hug here in the properties panel. Now let's create the title, which will be inside of this frame. So let's select this frame and then we press T on our keyboard and then we write work. Now let's go to the properties panel and then we change the text size to titles. Let's move it a little bit right here and then let's press Shift-A. And now we select this frame and then Shift-A as well. Now while we have this frame selected, we go to the properties panel and then we set it to hug. And then let's select the frame containing the title and then we set it to hug as well. And now let's remove the padding. So let's select this frame and then in the properties panel, we press and maintain Control, then we click and we set it to 0. Now let's do the same thing with this frame containing the title. So we select it and then here in the properties panel, we press and maintain Control, then we click and then we set it to 0. Now let's add the availability right here. So let's copy one of these and then we select this frame and then we paste it. And then here we'll write, I am currently available for new projects. Now we'll select this frame and then we'll activate auto layout. Now we'll select the text layer right here. And then in the properties panel, we set it to fill container. Now let's double click here. So we select this frame and then we resize it. Something like this. This is purely for aesthetics because I want this to be displayed in 2 lines instead of 1. Now let's select all these layers and then we'll rename them by clicking here. All right. Now let's select this frame and then activate auto layout. Let's show the grid and then we stretch this so it aligns here. Then we can hide the grid. Now, while we have this frame selected, we go to the Properties panel, and then we align it to the center, and then we double click. Now let's go back to the Properties panel, and then we press and maintain Control. Then we click here, and we set it to 0. Now let's select this frame, and then here in the Properties panel, we can see a color code. So we'll change this to a color style. So let's select white. And then we can also remove the stroke. Now let's select these 3 frames while we click and maintain Shift. And then when we have all of them selected, we go to the Properties panel, and then we remove the stroke. Now let's go back to the wireframes. And this is the section we'll create now, the project previews. And to do so, we go to the wireframes and components page right here. And then we show the grid. And now we click, and then we press R on our keyboard. And then we press and maintain Shift. And then we drag to draw a square. Now let's move it here for now. Now, since we have 12 columns, let's resize this square so it covers 6 columns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. All right, so let's select it, and then let's press and maintain Shift to keep the aspect ratio, and then let's resize it right here. Now we will hide the grid, and then right here below the square, we will add some text. So we press T on our keyboard, and then we click, and then we write project title, and then you can use an M dash or a hyphen, all right? Or a comma if you want. That's up to you. Now we select the text, and then here in the Properties panel, we change the size to medium. Now while it's selected, let's press Shift A to activate auto layout. Let's do the same thing with the square. Now let's remove the padding on both. And now let's select them, and then press Shift A. Now let's show the grid, and then let's move this to make sure it's properly aligned. And now we can hide the grid again. Now let's select this frame, and then let's rename it right here. We can rename it Project Preview Card. Let's stop. And now we can use this option while we have the frame selected to rename the rest of the layers. And now let's turn this into a component. So we right click, and then we click here where it says create component. Now I will change the color of this square. You can leave it as it is, but I prefer to change it to graphite. Now let's make sure this card is responsive, because now if we resize it, nothing happens, right? So let's select the image, okay? And then we go here in the Properties panel, and then we set it to fill container, and then fill container. So the width and the height are set to fill container. And now we do the same thing with the image container. So we select this layer, and then here we make sure the height is also set to fill container. And now when we try to resize this card, this happens, all right? It's responsive. Now let's select and copy this component. So Control C, and then we go to the design page. We select this frame, and then we paste it here. Now let's show the grid, and then let's align this right here for now. Now let's select this instance, and let's make 3 copies. 2, and then 3. Perfect. Now let's select these 4 instances, and then press Shift A to create an auto layout frame. Now we have to make sure that this space and then this space are multiples of 8 because we are using the 8-point grid system. And upon looking at this space, I can see that it's 33 pixels and it should be 32 pixels. So let's go back to the component and see what happened. Now let's show the grid. Then let's select the component and then I will zoom to see pixel by pixel. And now I can see that it's 1 pixel short. So I will press and maintain Shift and then resize it. Let's hide the grid. Then go to the design page. Now let's go to the properties panel and let's change this to 32 pixels. The reason why we are seeing these instances like this, it's because this frame is 1 pixel short. So let's activate the grid and then I will show you what I mean. All right, as you can see, it's 1 pixel short. So let's press Shift and maintain Shift, and then we resize it. Now it looks good. And I just show you the beauty of using components because we saw an error, right? And then we went to the component and then we fixed the error on all the instances simultaneously. Now while we have this frame selected, the frame containing the instances, we go here and then we change this to hug contents. Now let's change this spacing to 56 pixels, multiple of 8. Now let's go back to the component and then let's change this space to 32 pixels. And then let's go back to the design page. And now it's time to add the images here. And what I like to do is to show a mockup. If you are wondering what a mockup is basically a visual representation of a design concept. And here, for example, we can see a part of a website displayed on an iPad. And here we have this hero section of a website displayed on a MacBook. Mockups enhance your designs by displaying them in a real-world context. There are many websites where you can download mockups for free, and you can also buy premium mockups if you need something more specific. Usually, premium mockups are better quality and also more exclusive. I will leave a link in the description that will give you access to a list where you will find a bunch of different websites where you can download mockups for free, and you will also find a list of websites to buy premium mockups. After you download a mockup, you will see a PSD file. And if you have Photoshop installed, when you double click, the mockup will open inside of Photoshop. So after the mockup is open, here on the right side, you will see a bunch of different layers. And usually you will see a layer that says your design here or a placeholder or something like that, right? And this is the layer you will edit. So after you identify the layer you have to edit, you just have to double click and then this new tab will open. Now you can hide these 2 layers by clicking on this eye icon. And then here at the bottom, you click on this plus sign to create a new layer. And now you can see the new layer here. Now you will see this empty, and here is where we will place our design. So here is a design I created as an example, and I will use it for the mockup. And to do so, I will select this frame, and then right click, and then select here where it says copy or paste as, and then copy as PNG. And then I click, and then here I will wait until it says copy as PNG. And now with Photoshop open, I will paste it right here. And now while this layer is selected, all right, I will go where it says edit right here. And then I will click on free transform. And now I will resize this so it fits the frame. And here on Photoshop, you don't have to press and maintain Shift to keep the aspect ratio. Now, if I go to this tab containing the mockup, this is what I see. But then if I go back to this tab and then I save this by pressing Ctrl S on my keyboard, and then I go back to the mockup, perfectly placed. On mockup, sometimes you can also change the background color. For example, in this case, here in the layers panel, if I double click here, this window will open and then I can change the color, all right, to whatever I want. And then what I like to do is that since these are squares, I will also save the mockup inside of a square. Okay, I will add it to a square and then save the file. That way, when I import the image right here, it will fit perfectly. Let me show you what I mean. I will go to the component first. Then I will select the image. And then here in the properties panel, I can see that it's not a perfect square, but almost, right? So I will use this size, this width, and this height to create a new image on Photoshop. So here in Photoshop, I will create a new file. So I will click here where it says file and then new, and this will pop up. Here we have to make sure that this is set to pixels, and then we'll add the width, which is 664, and then the height, which is 680. And then we'll click on OK. Now we have here the square. Now we'll resize this so the image has a larger resolution. And to do so, we go here where it says image. We click, then we click on image size. This will pop up. Then we click on this icon right here to maintain the aspect ratio. And then we'll resize this to 1200 pixels. And then we click on OK. Now let's go back to the mockup tab. And then I will change this background color. So it's exactly the same as the graphite color we are using to design our website. So here inside of Figma, I will go to the properties panel. And then I will select the graphite color. And then I will click here. And then I will copy this color code. Now back in Photoshop, I will go to the layers panel right here. And then I will double click here. Now this window will pop up. And then I will paste the color code. I just copy it here. And then I will click on OK. And now the background color is applied. And it's just a little bit lighter than what we had, right? We had this color, okay? And then we change it to this color. Now let's go to the layers panel. And then let's right click on any of the layers. This one, for example. And then let's click on merge visible. Now let's press Ctrl A to select the entire image and then Ctrl or Command C to copy it. Now we go to this tab containing the file we previously created. And then we press Ctrl or Command V to paste it right here. Now let's make sure we have the image selected. So here in the layers panel, we click once. And then we go to edit. And we click on free transform. And now let's resize it. All right. And make sure to not press and maintain Shift, because unlike Figma, you don't have to do that on Photoshop. You can place it somewhere like here, for example, looks good. And then we press enter. Now let's save our image. And to do so, we'll go to File. And then instead of Save As, we go to Export, okay? Because we'll optimize the image first. Now click on Export As. And this window will pop up. And here we can see the file size right here, all right? And then if the file size was like 1 megabyte, for example, that will be too large. So here, when it says File Settings, we would adjust the quality of the image in order to get a more efficient file size. So if the file size is too large, we would have to compromise on quality. but this image is 271.7 pixels, so it's fine. You should always aim for images that are under 500 kilobytes. If you need to display an image that's very large, you can go up to 900 kilobytes, because sometimes you can't compromise on quality, okay? But try to keep most images below 500 kilobytes. Okay, so now the next thing is to click on export right here. And then I will change the name to something like this. And then save. All right, so now here in Figma, we'll add the image right here. So let's click until the square is selected. Make sure you select this layer, okay? This one. And now here in the properties panel, where it says fill, it says graphite, right? We click on this color, and then we click on custom, and then we click on this image icon, and then we click on upload from computer. Now navigate to the folder that contains the image, and then double click. And now we can see the image right here. I followed the same process and added these other projects. And then I also added the titles, okay? And as you can see, not all of them have to have the same background color, all right? I mix it up a little bit. And I use mockups, right? And I use screenshots, I use photos, so feel free to mix it up. Now it's time to create the CTA that will take users to the work page. And to create it, we'll click inside of the frame, and then we'll press T on our keyboard, we'll click again, and then let's write more projects. Now, while we have the text selected, we go to the properties panel, and then we change the text size to CTA text. Now we keep the text selected, and then we press Shift A to activate auto layout. Now let's double click to select the text, and then let's apply the color style. Now let's add this arrow, and you will find a link in the description that will take you to a folder with all the assets, the images, the icons, and all that. So let's drag the arrow here. Now let's select this frame, the frame containing the arrow, and then here in the properties panel, we activate this, so we click in order to maintain the aspect ratio, and then let's resize it to 40 pixels. And now let's move it inside of this frame. Now I will select the frame, and then here in the properties panel, I will change the spacing to 24 pixels. And now while we have this frame selected, we'll press and maintain Shift and then select this frame, and then we'll activate auto layout. And then here in the properties panel, we change this to 120. Remember that we are using the 8-point grid system, so make sure that the spacing is always set to a multiple of 8. Now, while we have this frame selected, we select this frame while we press and maintain Shift, and then we activate auto layout. And we'll set this spacing also to 120 pixels. Now the next step is to design the footer. Let's go to the wireframe to check the layout. Okay, so we have 3 items. And this was basically a CTA for people to book a call, but since we already added the button in the menu, we don't have to add it here. Now let's create a frame, something like this. And while we have this frame selected, let's press T on our keyboard, and then let's write copyright. Then we make a copy, and then we write privacy policy, and then we make another copy, and then we write contact. Now let's select them all, and then let's change the text size to medium text. Now let's select the copyright and then the privacy policy, and then let's activate auto layout. Here we have to apply the same spacing we use in the navigation menu. So let's check. It's 48 pixels. All right. So let's select this frame. And then in the properties panel, we set this to 48 pixels. And now while we have this selected, we go to the properties panel again, and then we change this to hug content. Now let's select the contact, and then let's activate auto layout. And then while we have this selected, we go to the properties panel, and we have to make sure that the padding is set to 0. Now while we have this frame selected, let's select this frame as well. And then let's activate auto layout. Now let's select the container, and then we activate auto layout as well. Let's stretch it. Now here in the properties panel, change the horizontal padding to 0 pixels. And then the vertical padding, whatever padding you have here, change it to 40 pixels. And now we have a proper alignment and spacing. Now let's add a 3-pixel border to the top of this frame. So let's go to the properties panel here where it says stroke, and then let's click, and then let's select the white color. Let's set it to 3 pixels. And then here in this square, we click, and then we select top. And now we can see it here. It's a very simple footer, but this is how I like it. I don't like to add too much stuff in here. I like to keep it very minimal. Now let's select this frame, and then let's rename the remaining layers. Now let's select the footer, and then we press and maintain shift, and we select this frame as well, and then we activate auto layout. Now we go to the properties panel, and then we change the spacing to 200 pixels. Now while we have this frame selected, we select this frame as well. And then we activate auto layout. Then we go here to the properties panel, and then we change this to 176 pixels, which is a multiple of 8. Now while we have this frame selected, we select the header as well, and then we activate auto layout. Then we go to the properties panel, and then whatever spacing you have here, set it to 144 pixels. Now let's select this frame again, and then let's activate auto layout. We go to the properties panel, and then we press and maintain control, we click, and then we set it to 40 pixels. Now we have a padding of 40 pixels on all sides. There is something that doesn't convince me too much about this area right here. Because since we are using one frame on each side and they have different widths, the title is not centered. So what I will do is to select this frame and then move it here. And then while I have this selected, I select this and then activate auto layout. And now in the properties panel, we change this to this arrow, vertical layout. Now it's displayed like this. Now let's set it to fill container. I mean the height to fill container, right? And then double click here to add automatic spacing. Now it's perfectly aligned. Now let's select this frame, the title, all right? And then we press the left arrow on our keyboard once. So now we have the home page almost completed. We just have to create the rest of the components. And the rest of the components will basically be the CTA and the footer. So let's select and copy both. And then paste them inside of the wireframes and components page. right here. Now let's convert them into components. Now let's copy the CTA, and then we go to the design page again. And then we select this frame, and then we paste the CTA. Now let's remove the footer. Then we go to the Wireframes and components page. We select this component, then we copy it. We go back to the design page. Then we select this frame, and then we paste it right here. Now let's go back to the Wireframes and components page. And then let's make sure we rename the components correctly. So here in the layers panel, we change the name to footer, desktop, and then CTA, desktop. Then let's change the default text for the CTA. Now we just have to change the text here in the home page. And that's it. Now we have the home page completed. And the next step is to create the tablet version, then the mobile version, and then all the other pages. Now let's select this frame again. And then here, we click on rename layers to make sure that all remaining layers are named correctly. All right, so I've designed all the pages, and as you can see, we have the dark mode right here, and then the light mode right here. Here we have the home page designed for desktop, for tablet, and then for mobile. And then here we have the work page. All right. Then here we have the project page. And as you can see, here it's very important to also add a link to the Figma file. And this is important because sometimes clients, for example, if you are working with an agency or with a company, they want to see how your file is structured, and giving them access through your portfolio makes things way easier. Here, I like to add a little description about the project, and it has to be brief because this is not a case study, okay? And then here we have all the images. I like to add 3 or 4 images maximum, but sometimes if the project is like a large project, I add more. But then I have this animation loading more images as we scroll. And I created this animation just for reference, right? Because we'll only use it if we add like very large files that take longer to load. So we probably won't be using it for this design. Here I have the playground page. Here I basically add different projects and concepts and stuff that are not directly related to web design. And as you can see, I use a totally different background color to completely visually break from my web design work sections, all right? The playground is supposed to be fun, different, and that's why I intentionally changed the colors. So here's an example. This is a media control device that I designed, and it's intended to be a physical product. So it has nothing to do with web design. And then here we have the about page, which combines, a brief bio and then the services. As you can see, I combined them, and I removed the services menu item since it's not longer necessary. Here I have some contact information. And it's important to, use WhatsApp nowadays because a lot of people use WhatsApp, especially in Europe. But in the US, back in the days, almost no one used WhatsApp. But now people is using it a lot. So make sure to also use WhatsApp. Here, as I said, we have the services. Okay, all the services. And then here, I like to add also a photo. It can be a photo of you or a photo of something that inspires you or whatever. Just make sure that it's high quality. And in this page, you can also add all your social links. Here we have the contact page, which is very, very simple. All right. You just have here all the ways people can contact you. All right. Never forget WhatsApp, and then a link so people can book a strategy session. And don't worry about it, because in module 12, I will show you how to set it up. And never forget to tell people how long will it take for you to reply to them. It has to be approximate, but always get back to people within 24 or 48 hours maximum. And then here we have the privacy policy page. Very simple, the title and then the text. I will give you access to this Figma file. You can find the link in the description so you can see everything in more detail. And remember, you don't have to copy everything that I do. All right, do everything your way, but then take into consideration my way of thinking and then the technical aspects and all that. Because if all of you design the same way, like the same portfolio, it may not be as effective. All right, you have to add your own unique personality. And now it's time to start developing the website using Framer. All right, so if you don't have a Framer account, go to framer.com. And then here on the tab right, click on sign up. Now here you can choose to continue with Google or continue with a different email service if you want. I will continue with Google. I already signed in into my Google account, but if you haven't, you will probably see a screen where you can choose your Google account, all right? And then after that, you will see this page. Here you have to add your last name, in my case, and then check this box and then continue. And then you will be taken inside of your Framer account. The first thing I want you to do is to install the desktop app. And to do so, here on the right side, you will see this option where it says Git desktop app. And all you have to do is click on install. You will be taken to this page. Now click on download for Mac or download for Windows. For me, it's Windows. And then once you download the app, install it on your computer. So after installing, opening the app and entering your credentials, you will see this page. And this is basically your dashboard, all right? So all your projects, all your websites will be placed here. Here on the tab left, you will see this option, right? And then when you click, you will see, your workspace, right? Where it says my workspace, that's the workspace you are in. So this, okay? And then whenever you are working with a real client, you can create a workspace for them. So when you click here, you will see this pop up. And then here you can add the workspace name and all that. And then when you create it, your client will have access to this workspace. Okay, you give the client access and then they can handle the billing, but then you can be in charge of the maintenance, all right? And if your client wants full ownership of the entire project, you can transfer it to them. That basically depends on the agreement between you and your client. Here you have also the option to change it to dark mode, right, where it says night mode. And here you have access to other sections. So feel free to explore them. Whenever you want to invite a new member, you can do so by clicking here. And you can also create a new project by clicking here. To access all the main options offered by Framer, you have to upgrade to a paid account. And to do so, you click on this icon right here, and then this will pop up. Now go to plans right here, and then upgrade. And here you will see all the plans. You can pay yearly, but since you are just starting out, you can also toggle this off and then pay monthly, all right? It's a little bit more expensive, but then you don't have to pay for the entire year upfront. Then click on subscribe. Now you will see this page, and then all you have to do is add your payment information and then click on pay and subscribe. All right, so after subscribing, open the app again and then click on the project. And now it's time to start developing the portfolio. The first thing we'll do is to change the size of the desktop breakpoint, because here in Framer it's set to 1200 and we have to change it to 1440, right? The same size we are using in Figma. And to do so, we click inside of the canvas, and then here on the properties panel, we change this to 1440, and then we press enter. Now let's create the other two breakpoints, tablet and mobile. And to do so, we click this plus sign, and then we click on tablet. Then we do the same thing, and then we click on phone. All right, so now we have the three breakpoints: desktop, tablet, and mobile. And the next thing we'll do before we forget is to change the name of the project. So here at the top, we click, and then we change this to portfolio. And now let's add the grids. All right, so I'm here in Figma, and I've changed the theme to dark mode because since I'm using dark mode in Framer, it makes sense to also use dark mode in Figma. And if you want to change the theme in Figma to dark mode, you can do so by going here and then preferences, theme, and then you choose dark. All right. And then after you do that, you click on the canvas, and then here where it says page, you change the color to a darker color. You can use, you can change it to this color code as well, or you can use a different shade if you want. Inside of the Figma file I've shared with you, you will see this page, the style guide. So click. And then what we'll do now is to export this style guide and then import it into Framer. If you are using your own style guide, it's the same process, all right? To export the style guide and then import it into Framer, we have to use a plugin. So we right click, and then we go to plugins and manage plugins. And then here we search for Framer. Now we see the plugin right here. We double click, and then we click on run. Now let's select this frame. Then we right click, plugins, and then Figma to HTML with Framer. All right, we click, and then you will see here at the bottom how it copied all the layers. The next step is to open Framer, and then here on the left side, we click on this plus sign, all right, to create a new page, and then we'll name this page Style Guide. Now make sure this frame is selected by clicking inside and then pressing Ctrl or Command V, to paste the style guide. Now select the main frame by clicking here, and then we will change the width. So in the properties panel, we change it to 1920, which is the width we are using in Figma for the style guide, and then change the height to fit content. Okay. Now scroll down all the way to the bottom until you see the grids. And then we'll start by creating the style for the desktop grid. And to do that, we go to the home page. Then here on the top left, we click on the Framer icon. And then we go to View, and then we click on Show Guides. Now we select the desktop frame, and then here in the properties panel where it says guides, we click, and then it will add by default the 12 column grid. Now let's go back to the style guide and then see. Okay, so it's 12 columns for desktop, and then 32 pixel gutter, and then a 40 pixel margin. Then we go back to the home page. And then while we have this frame selected, we go to the properties panel, we click, then we click on this alignment. So it stretches and adapts. And then the gap, which is the gutter, is 32 pixels. And then the margin is 40 pixels. And then we do the same thing with the tablet. So we select it, and then we go to the style guide, and then we check. All right, so 8 columns, 24 pixels gutter, and then 40 pixel margin. We go back to the home page, and then we make sure this is selected. And then we go to the properties panel, and then here we click again, and then we change this to 8 pixels, and then this to 24 pixels, and then we leave this as 40 pixels. And then now we can see the grid updated here. Now we go back to the style guide page, and then we check the mobile. So it's 4 columns, 16 pixels as the gutter, and then 16 pixels as the margin. We go back to the home page, and then we do the same process. Four columns, then 16, then 16. All right, so now that we have the grids, it's time to create the color and text styles. And to do that, let's go to the style guide. Scroll up until you see the colors, all right? And then we can already see that we have to add the black color and then white, and then these other 5 colors. Let's start by adding our color black. So let's zoom in, and then let's copy the color code, Control or Command C. And then here, next to pages and layers, you see assets, click here. And then when it says styles, click the plus sign, and then click on color style. Now let's paste the color code here. Let's add the name, black, and then create. And now we have the color code here. Now let's create the color white, but instead of copying the color code, we'll basically use the color picker. So we do the same thing right here, and then color style. And then here you click on the color picker, and then you select the color. And you will see how it adds the color code automatically. Now you add the name, white in this case, and then click on create. And now we have both colors, black and white. Now create the rest of the color styles by following the same process. And the next thing we'll do is create the text styles. Scroll down until you see these, typography and font sizes. I switched to Figma for a second, and I want to show you something. I already showed you how to create text styles manually, right? By adding this information right here, like manually. You click here, and then you add the information, right? There is another way to do it. Let me show you right now. A more common and efficient way to do it is to apply the style beforehand. For example, if I select this title, right? And I go to the properties panel, I can already see the information applied. And if I want to create a new text style based on this information, I can do so by clicking these 4 dots right here, and then this plus sign. And as you can see, the information is already added, right? And then you just have to add the name and then create style. Now I've switched over to Framer, and we'll create the text styles using this more efficient method. And we didn't use this method with the colors. We could, right? But adding the colors with the color picker or the color code is also very easy, because it's only one thing that you have to add, right? That's why I created the color styles manually by clicking here. So to create the text styles, we select the text. In this case, we will start with the title. And then here in the properties panel, where it says styles, we click here and then new style. And then this will be the style for the heading one. So we apply it. And now you can see it right here. Now let's rename it by right clicking and then clicking on rename. And we'll call it titles and then desktop. Now Framer will add automatically here the font size and the line height for your reference. Now let's create the next style, which is for the CTA. So we select it, and then we do the same thing here, and then a new style. And then in this case, we'll choose paragraph, and we will add a custom name, but don't use the, the headings, because these are for titles and subtitles and so on. All right. So choose paragraph. And then we go here, and then we right click and then rename. And then we write CTA text desktop. We press enter. And now create the rest of the text styles. All right, so now we have all the text styles, and you can reorder them by just dragging. So feel free to do so. I know that creating all these styles is a little bit tedious, but it will save us a lot of time later on. Now let's go to the homepage. Let's click on, pages and then homepage. And what we'll do now is basically duplicate the homepage, and then we'll create a template. And every time we, want to create a new page, we'll use that template. And we'll do that in order to conserve the grids. Before creating the template, we have to resize this breakpoint, since we are using the 1440 breakpoint in Figma. So here in the properties panel, let's change it to 1440. Let's move it here. And that's it. Now we go here, and then we right click, and then we click on duplicate. And now we double click and rename this to template. And now here we have the template. And every time we create a new page, we'll basically duplicate this. All right. So let's click, and then let's rename these components. And here we'll basically host all of our components. Now let's switch over to Figma, and then let's go to the components page. And then we'll start creating the desktop components. And the first one we'll create is the header. So let's select it. And then here in the properties panel, we can check the width, which is 1360, and then the height, 89 pixels. And this width and this height are temporary, okay? Because when we create the component in Framer and we place the instance inside of the pages, we'll set the width to fill container and then the height to fit. So these units don't really matter, right? They are temporary. However, when you are working with a developer or with a team, it's better if you already set the right properties here in Figma. So basically you set the width to fill container and then the height to hug. But in this case, since we are doing also the development, it doesn't really matter. When you access the Figma file, you will probably see this set to fill container and hug. And that's because at the end, I like to do a check and make sure all components are set correctly, because you never know when you will bring in someone to work on the project, right? So feel free to set it in Figma to fixed, or if you prefer, you can also set it to fill container and hug, because that's even better. So do whatever you want. Now let's switch over to Framer. And for now, we can delete these two breakpoints because we'll focus on the desktop components. So right click and then delete. Now let's select this frame, and then let's change the background color to black. Now while we have this frame selected, we press F on our keyboard, and then we draw a frame, something like this. And then now in the properties panel, let's add the width, which was 1360, and then the height, 89 pixels. And then let's click here to align it to the center. And now while we have the frame selected, we go to the properties panel right here, and then we remove the color, and then we add a border, like a temporary border. So we click, and then we change these to white, just so we can see the frame. We'll remove it later. Now let's switch over to Figma again, and now we'll basically add the logo. Let's increase the border a little bit. So let's select the frame, and then in the properties panel, we click, and then we change it to 3. Now, while we have the frame selected, let's press F on our keyboard, and then let's draw another frame inside of it. And then we'll do the same thing. Here in the properties panel, we remove the color, and then we add a border. We change the color to white, and then we go back, and then we change this to 3. Now, while we have this frame selected, we press T on our keyboard, then we click, and then we write the logo. In my case, my full name. The text is not very visible, but we'll fix it. Now let's switch over to Figma, and then let's press Control and click to select this text. And then in the properties panel, we can see that this is the text style, okay? Medium text desktop. So let's switch over again to Framer. And while we have the text selected, let's go to the properties panel. And then here where it says style, we click and then we apply this style. And now let's add a color, which will be white. Now let's move it a little bit right here for now. Now back in Figma, and we'll draw this frame in Framer, okay? And we don't have to always look at the size because we'll apply auto layout, right? So we just have to draw something similar to this for now. Before we continue, make sure to click here where it says layers so you can see the structure of all the layers. At the time of this recording, Framer doesn't have a way to automatically rename the layers, right? So we have to rename them manually. For personal projects, it's not mandatory, right? It doesn't matter if you don't, rename the layers. However, it's a good idea to get used to it. That way, when you design a project for a client and then build it, renaming layers will come naturally. To rename the layers, you simply double click and then you rename them. We can call this one header container, and then this one. Now let's select this frame, okay, the header container, and then we press F on our keyboard and then we draw a frame inside of it, which will be the navigation container. Now we do the same thing we did with the other frames. Now we rename the frame. Now inside of this frame, we'll create another frame, which will be for the menu items. So we press F and then we draw a frame and then we do exactly the same thing. Now let's write here menu item. And then we apply the text style. And we add a color. Now let's go back to Figma. And then we can see how we have 1, 2, 3, and 4 menu items. So here in Framer, let's select this frame. And then let's rename it to menu item container. And then while we have this frame selected, we press Alt and then we drag to create a copy and then another copy and then the fourth copy. Now we can hide the grid by pressing Alt G on our keyboard. Now we'll activate auto layout. And here in Framer, it's not called auto layout, right? It's called stacks, but it's essentially the same thing. Let's start by activating it on this frame. So let's select it and then press Shift A, just like in Figma. Now here in Figma, when we select this frame, we can see the properties, okay? So it's set to hug, right? And here in Framer, we can see the properties set to fit, which is the same thing. So fit is hug, all right? Now here in Figma, we can also see how the menu navigation container, it's also set to hug. Now let's select the menu navigation container here in Framer, and then let's press Shift A to activate auto layout. Now here in Figma, we can check the properties right here. Okay, and we can see that the spacing between items is 48 pixels. And then the padding is 32 pixels on all sides. Oh, and don't worry about the alignment because it makes no difference, right? Like if we change the alignment, it makes no difference because it's set to hug, all right? So there is no space for it to be aligned in a different position. So while we have this frame selected, we go here in the properties panel and then we apply the properties. this option is to set the padding individually, right? But in this case, we want to add the same padding on all sides. So we write here 32 pixels, and then the gap, which is the space between items, to 48 pixels. Now let's show the grid by pressing Alt-G on our keyboard. And then let's select this frame, okay, the header container. And then let's activate auto layout, Shift-A. Now here in the properties panel, let's set it to fixed. Then let's resize it to align with the grid. And now in the properties panel where it says distribute, we change it to space between. Okay. Now let's hide the grid by pressing Alt-G on our keyboard. And then now we'll start formatting the header. Now here in Figma, we check the colors. So we have this frame selected, the menu navigation container. And we can see here in the properties panel that we are using the dark graphite color. We can see it here as well. Now here in Framer, we select the frame, and then here in the properties panel where it says fill, we click and then we select dark graphite. Now we can remove all the borders, and we don't have to remove them individually, right? We can just select all these, and then in the properties panel, we remove the border right here. Now here in Figma, we can see that the corner radius is 6. So let's apply the corner radius here in Framer. So let's select the frame, and here in the properties panel, where it says radius, we change it to 6. And now the corner radius is applied. Okay. Now let's create the bouquet call button. And to do so, let's select this frame and then right click and duplicate. And now remove all these menu items, okay, these frames. And then this one, you can write here, bouquet call, right? And then we'll change the background color to white here in the properties panel. And then we select the text that's inside, and then we change it to black. Now select the button and press the right arrow on your keyboard. Now let's select the button, and then let's change the name right here to CTA container. Then here, CTA item container. Now here in Figma, we can see how these navigation menu and then the button are grouped inside of an auto layout frame. So let's do the same thing in Framer. In order to add these two frames inside of an auto layout frame or a stack here in Framer, we have to select both. Like we click and then press Shift and then select the other one. And here we can't just press Shift-A, all right? It doesn't work like that. We have to right click, and then here where it says Add Stack, we click. Now they are grouped, all right, inside of a stack. And what we have to do is here in the properties panel, we change these to fit content. And then the gap, we change it to 32 pixels. Now let's rename the menu items. So let's select the text, and here we write work. And then here we write playground. And then here, about. And then here, contact. Now here in Figma, when we select the frame containing the menu item, we can see in the properties panel that they are set to hug, right? So we have to do the same thing in Framer. All right, so here in Framer, we select this frame. Make sure you are not selecting the text directly, right? You are selecting the frame containing the text. And then you press and maintain Shift, and then you select this one, and then this one, and then this one. And now here in the properties panel, you set these to fit content and then these to fit content. And then you do the same thing with the frame containing the bouquet call text. You go to the properties panel and then feed content and then feed content. Now let's make sure this is responsive, okay? Because if we resize the main frame, we can see that this is not responsive. Let me show you. If we click here, and then here we resize this, we can see how it's not responsive. And in Figma, we would basically select this main frame and then activate auto layout, right? But we cannot do that in Framer. So we'll consider this frame as the primary or root frame, and then we'll create a main frame, which will contain all the other frames. So let's create a frame by pressing F on our keyboard, and then we draw something like this. And then we go to the properties panel, and then we remove the color, and we add a border. All right, and now we have to convert this frame into a stack. So activate auto layouts, right? And in Figma, we can do it by selecting the frame and then pressing Shift-A, but it doesn't work in Framer if the frame is empty, okay? So it has to have something inside. If the frame is empty, we right-click and then click on Add Stack. You can also use this shortcut, all right? The problem with this though is that the frame we had didn't convert to a stack. It was basically added inside of a stack, right? This is the frame. And we don't want that. I wanted to show you this because you are probably used to pressing Shift-A all the time. And here in Framer, it's a little bit different. If the frame had other nested frames inside, this wouldn't happen, okay? Let me give you an example. So if we go back, now we have the frame. And then I will create a frame inside. Now when we select the main frame and then we press Shift-A, it converts to a stack, okay? So instead of creating a new frame, what we'll do is select this frame, all right, the header, and then we right-click, and then we click on Add Stack. You can also use this shortcut, okay? And now we have the stack, and we can change the name to main container. Main container. Now let's select the header container, and then we'll change the width to fill. All right. Now let's see how it behaves when we resize the window. As you can see, it's responsive. Let's go back. And now let's add the padding. Let's switch over to Figma. Now here in Figma, we go to the design page. And then let's zoom. And then we select this main frame. And then in the properties panel right here, we can see how the padding is 40 pixels, okay, on all sides. Now let's select the main frame, and don't do it by clicking on this frame because you will accidentally select the header container. So select it here directly in the layers panel. Now we go to the properties panel right here, and then we add a 40 pixel padding on all sides. Now let's align this frame to the top right here. Now let's click anywhere here and then press Alt-G to show the grid and make sure that everything is perfectly aligned. Let's now hide the grid by pressing Alt+G. And then here in the layers panel, we select the header container. Then we right click and then we click on Create Component. This will pop up. And then let's modify the name by adding this dark mode desktop and then create. Let's close this. So here in Framer, every time we create a component, the component is isolated inside of the component canvas, okay? Which is where we are right now. Whenever you want to go back to the design page, you can just click here. All right, and you will be taken back, and then you can double click on the component to go back to the component canvas. So here we have different options, and we can create a variant right here. So for example, for tablet and mobile, we'll create different variants. And then here we have the hover state, which is basically a temporary variant. Okay, so let's say we want this button to turn to a different color when we hover. We can do that with this option. Let me show you how it works. So when we click here, right, and then we click on hover, now we have the hover version, okay? And then I will now change the background color on this button here in the properties panel. We'll change it to this color. And then I will also change the text to white. While I was setting the color, the background color for this button, I just noticed that this orange color is not accessible when combined with the white text. So let's fix it. It's basically the color we are using here. All right. And also here. So here in Figma, we go to the style guide. Then let me zoom here. We'll change this color. But first, we have to make sure that the color combination is, not accessible, and then change it. And we'll use Claude for this. Let's copy the color code. Now I'm here inside of the Claude web app, and I will write this. Can you tell me if this color combination and then I paste the color code. And then I will say, and then press enter. So now here we have the result. And as we can see, it only passes this test. And it's funny because here the AI is telling us that it doesn't pass the AA level requirement. And here it's telling us that it passes the test. So I wrote this, and then Claude responded this. So you have to be very careful when using AI and always double check. In this case, what I did to double check is to visit this website, okay? And then I checked at the information it provided me after adding the color codes. And I compared this with what Claude said to make sure I make a more informed decision. And you don't have to use this website specifically. There are many like this throughout the internet. Now I will ask Claude to give me some color combination alternatives that are accessible, and we'll choose one. So here we can write something like this. Here is the result, and this is the original color, all right, which is not totally accessible. And then we have this darker shade, and this is the color we'll use. So let's copy the color code. Now let's go back to this website, and then let's paste the color code here. So as we can see here, it passes the standard requirement for large text and also for normal text. And it fails to pass the strictest requirement for normal text, but it's fine because that isn't required for what we need it for. All right, so as you can see here, I've updated this color. So instead of Clementine, it's now cinnamon. And the beauty of this is that when we update the color style, it updates the color throughout the entire design, as you can see here. Right? Now let's make sure we have the color code copied. I will just now copy this color code. And now here in Framer, I will go to Assets. And then I will update the color style by pasting the color code right here. And then I will also rename the color. All right, so let's continue with the component. So here we have the primary variant, and then here we have the hover state. And then when we preview the live website right here, and then we hover, we can see how this button changes. But this is not ideal because we want the background color of this button to change only when we hover the button, okay? But now what happens is, now it changes whenever we hover anywhere within the header container. I will show you how to do that right now. Let's go to the components page. Let's remove the hover state, and then we select this button. We right click and then create component. Then we click on create. So now we have the button right here, and this is now a nested component. Okay, so it's a component inside of this component. Now let's click here to create the hover state. And then while we have this button selected, let's change the color. So the background will be cinnamon, and then the text will be white. Now when we preview this, we can see how it works perfectly. Now let's see if it works in the main component. So let's go back, and then let's click here, and then let's preview. And now it works perfectly, all right? The hover state only activates when we hover over the button and not anywhere else. Let's go back. So if you are wondering why I didn't design the variants in Figma, it's because I will teach you how variants work in the next module, all right? All right, so now we'll create a variant of this component here in Framer for each breakpoint. Let's select the main component, and then here where it says variant, we click. And then now we have the main component, and then we have the variant right here. Okay, it's named by default variant 2. And this will be the tablet version of the header. So here in the layers panel, we can already change the names for variant 1 and 2. This is the main variant, right? That's why it says primary. So let's change the name to desktop and then tablet. All right, so now here in Figma, we'll basically check the properties of the tablet version of the component. So we select it, and then here in the properties panel, we can see how it's set to field container, and then the spacing is automatic, and then it has a 0 padding. And the menu also changes, right? The navigation menu. Instead of the full navigation menu, it's just a button, right? So let's recreate it in Framer. Here we can already remove the bouquet call button. And then we'll remove all the menu items except for one, okay? So here in the layers panel, we can select 3, okay? So 1, 2, and 3, we can make sure they are selected. And then we remove them. And then here, instead of contact, we will change it to menu. Now let's make these smaller. And don't worry too much about the exact size, because we'll basically set these to fill later on, okay? Now let's select this text, and then while we press and maintain Shift, let's select this text, and then here in the properties panel, we will change these to medium text tablet. Now let's create the mobile variant, and we can do that by selecting the tablet variant, and then here we click where it says variant. It's basically the same process, all right? Now let's go to the layers panel and then let's change the name of the variant. Now we do the same thing we did with the tablet variant. So we resize this a little bit and then we select this, press and maintain shift, we select this. And then in the properties panel, we change the text style to medium text mobile. Now, since we'll use this component for desktop, tablet, and mobile, we'll change the name. Right here, we double click and then rename, and then we'll remove this part, okay? Now let's see if this works. So let's go to the components page right here, and then let's select this frame. All right, this one, the main container. Then we go to the home page. We change the background to black. And then we paste. Now let's select the component in the tablet breakpoint. And then here in the properties panel, where it says variant, we change it to tablet. And then we select the component in the mobile breakpoint and we do the same thing. And then we choose mobile. Now let's test and see if it works. So we click on preview. And then as we resize, we can see how it changes. So it works perfectly. Let's go back to the components page. Now let's switch over to Figma. Now it's time for you to practice. So here is an exercise. Create all these components in Framer and only the dark mode components, okay? And as always, if you have any questions, go to webdesignerscollective.com, join the community if you are not a member yet, and then ask any questions you have. Actually, I will create the next component so you don't get stuck, and then you will create the rest. Let's create a frame by pressing F on our keyboard, and then we draw a frame. Now let's show the grid, Alt plus G. And then let's move it here for now. Now here in Figma, we check the properties of this component. So we click and then we can see that it's set to fixed. All right. And this is the size. And then inside we have the image, which is set to fill. All right. And then the text is set to hug. Now we'll create the text that goes here. So we press T on our keyboard and then we click and then we write project name and discipline. Now while we have the text selected, we go to the properties panel and then we apply the style, which is medium text desktop. Then we set the color to white. Now we select the frame and then we press and maintain shift. Then we select the text, we right click, and then we click on add stack. Now in Figma, I will check again the size of this frame. So I will click on it. And then in the properties panel, I can see it's 664 and then 741. So now while we have the stack selected, we go here in the properties panel. And then we change this to fixed. And then we add 664. And then the height, 741. Now let's select this frame, which will be the image. And then here we set it to fill and then fill. And here in the properties panel, instead of using a color, we'll use an image. So we click here. Now we select the text and then in the properties panel, we can see it's set to fit, okay? Which is the equivalent of hug in Figma. Now let's select the stack. And then in the properties panel, we align it to the left. Now I will change the name right here. And then I will name it project card dark mode. Let's start. And since this will be a component, you can name it, this way. And then as you create the variants, you can remove the desktop part and then the dark mode part. after you set the light mode. And this is the way I like to do it, but you don't have to do it this way. You can just name it project card, all right? It's fine. Now let's add this stack inside of the main container. And to do it, we just drag, and then when we see this line, we can drop. And now we can see how it's inside of the main container. And now let's convert this into a component. So we right click and then create component. So we have the primary component, and the next step is to create the variants. Let's go back to the components page. And now you can continue by creating the different variants for the second component and then all the other components. So here we have all the components here in Framer. And as you can see, we have all the variants, right? For desktop, tablet, and mobile, okay? All these components. All right. So I hope you were able to create them. And if not, you can always ask inside of the community, okay? That way you will not get stuck. Now let's go to the home page. And let's continue with the design. Here in Figma, we can see this frame. All right, and this contains all the information that will go into the hero section. And we can already see that it's basically a frame with some nested frames inside, all right? So let's copy this text, all right? So copy the text, not the frame, okay? Here is what I mean. This is what you have to copy, not this, all right? Just the text. In order to copy layers in Figma and then paste the layers in Framer, you have to have this plugin. All right, so install this plugin right now if you don't have it. Now you have to select the layer, in this case, this text, and then right click on plugins, and then click on Figma to HTML with Framer. And then now you can paste it here in Framer. We can also copy and paste multiple layers at once. And to do that, we just have to select this layer. So press Ctrl and click. Remember to do that if you want to select the text only, which is what we want right now. Because if you just click, you will select the frame, and you want to select the layer inside of the frame, which is the text, okay? And now we press Ctrl, then Shift, okay, to select the text, and then we click. And now we have these two layers selected. And then we right click, we go to plugins, and then we click here. Now we paste the text in Framer. Now let's select each one of these and let's add a stack. All right, to this one, to this one, and then to this one. Now let's select these three stacks while we press and retain Shift, and then we right click, and then we add the stack. Now, while we have the stack selected, we go to the properties panel, and then here we change the direction to horizontal. Now let's rename these tags. This will be the hero container. Now let's select this container, and then we press and maintain Shift, and we select this container, and then we add a stack. And now while we have this stack selected, in the properties panel, we change the direction to vertical. Now we'll change this to space between, and then the height to fill. And now let's align it to the left. Now let's select this stack, and then let's change this to 190. And then let's select the text, and let's change it to fill. Now it looks how it's supposed to look. Now let's select the hero container, and then let's press Ctrl X to cut it. Then let's select the main container, and then let's press Ctrl V. And now the hero container is inside of the main container. Now here in Figma, we check for the spacing between these two sections, and it's 144 pixels. So here in Framer, we select the main container, and then in the Properties panel, we change the gap to 144 pixels. Now let's select this stack, and then in the Properties panel, we change the width to fit content. And then now we select the hero container, and then we change this to space between. Now it's time to work on the tablet breakpoint. So here in Figma, we can already see that the, in the tablet breakpoint, the layout is different. So let's set it this way in Framer. Since now we are focusing on the tablet breakpoint, let's collapse the desktop breakpoint right here in the layers panel. And then now we'll select this stack, but we'll do it in the layers panel to make sure we select the stack. And now let's drag it out right here for now. The next thing we'll do is to select the hero container. And then in the properties panel, we'll change the direction to vertical. And now while we have this stack selected, we change the height to fit content. Now in Figma, we check the spacing right here, which is 80 pixels. Now we select the hero container, and then we set this to start, and then the gap to 80 pixels. Now while we have the hero container selected, we align it to the left, and then we select the description container, all right? And then we set the width to fill. Now let's add this stack. Okay, so, and to do it, let's go to the layers panel, and then let's select it, all right? And then Ctrl X to cut, and then we select the hero container, and then we paste it. It's automatically added here. Now it's time to apply the text styles. So let's select this text layer, and then we press Ctrl. We select this one as well. And then in the properties panel, we set the style, which is large text tablet. And then we add the color white. And then we do the same thing here. Okay, we select it, and then we add small text tablet, and then color white. Here in Figma, we can see that the spacing is 80 pixels, all right? So we'll set this spacing also at 80 pixels in Framer. So let's select the main container, and then let's change this to 80 pixels. Now let's collapse the tablet breakpoint so we can focus on the mobile breakpoint. Okay, so here in Figma, we can see how this section is set up almost the same way as the tablet version, right? The only thing that changes is the text style and the spacing. So let's set it up in Framer. All right, so here in Framer, let's go to the layers panel, and then let's expand the main container, and then let's select the hero container. And in the properties panel, let's set the direction to vertical. Now let's select this stack, and then let's move it out. Now let's select this stack, and then this stack, and then let's set the width to fill. Now let's select this stack only, and then let's set the height to fit content. Now here in Figma, we check the spacing, and we can see it's 40 pixels. Now let's add this tag into the hero container. So let's cut it, Ctrl+X, and then we select the hero container, and then we paste it here. Now we select the hero container, then we change this to start, and then we set the spacing to 40 pixels. And now while we have the hero container selected, we align the items inside to the left. Now back in Figma, let's see which spacing we should set here. 80 pixels. So in Framer, let's select the main container and then let's change the gap to 80 pixels. Now it's time to set the text styles. So let's select this layer. And then here in the properties panel, we select small text mobile. And then we set the color to white. Now we select the description. And then we do the same thing. We select large text mobile. Then the color to white. Now we select the tagline. And then we set it to large text mobile. And then white. Now let's select the main container. And then let's change the padding to 16 pixels. Now here in Figma, I can see how this frame, this one, right, has a width of 160 pixels. So let's change the width of this tag here in Framer to 160 pixels. Now it's time to check if the responsiveness of the website is working properly. So let's click here and then let's see. Excellent. Now let's go back to the home page. Now let's start working on the work section. This section, all right? And it's very easy, just a frame and then 2 nested frames and then 1 frame for each of these services. And we didn't create a component for this section because we are only using it in the home page. All right, so here in Framer, we press T on our keyboard and then we click and we write work. All right. Now, while we have this selected, here in the properties panel, we select the title style for desktop. Now let's set the color to white. Now we press T on our keyboard again, then we click, and then we write the first service, web design. And then here in the properties panel, we set it to small text desktop. And then we set the color to white. And now while we have the text selected, all right, we press Alt on our keyboard and then we make a copy and then we make another copy. Now we change this to branding and then these to consulting. And now we add a stack on each one. So we select it and then right click and add a stack. We do the same thing here and then the same thing here. Now here in the layers panel, we can rename these tags. Something like this. Now we select these 3 stacks while we press and maintain Shift, and then we add a stack. And then we'll name this stack service list. Now let's select the title and then let's add a stack as well. And then let's change the name to title. Now we select the title container, then we press and maintain Shift and select the service list container. And then in the properties panel, we change the width to fit content. Now we select the service container, so we press and maintain Control, and then we click here and then here. And then we change the width to fit content. Now let's select this stack, and then we press and maintain Shift. We select this stack as well, and then we right click and add a stack. And we can name this stack work container. Now here in the properties panel, we change the direction to horizontal and then space between. Now here in Figma, we have to check for the spacing between these items, which is 8 pixels. So let's set that up here in Framer. So we select the service list container, and then we change the gap to 8 pixels. And now while we have the service list container selected, we also change the alignment and align it to the left. Now it's time to add this container inside of the main container. So here in the layers panel, we select this container, and then we press Ctrl X to cut it, and then we select the main container, and then we press Ctrl V to paste it. And now we just have to simply change the text styles in the tablet breakpoint and also in the mobile breakpoint. Here I've set the text styles for the tablet breakpoint, and then here for the mobile breakpoint. And you already know how to do it, so make sure you do it. Now let's click here to check the responsiveness. Excellent. Let's go back. Now it's time to add the future project section. Keep in mind that here in Figma, we are using a grid that wraps, right? But in Framer, we'll use a different method. Basically, we'll create 2 stacks, all right? And then each of these stacks will have 2 project cards. So the implementation will be different, but it will look exactly like this. The only difference is that creating 2 stacks is better for responsiveness. All right, so here in Framer, we have to go to the components page. And then we select this component, and then we copy it. We go back to the home page, and then we paste it right here. Now, while we have this frame selected, we press Alt, and then we drag to create a copy. And now we go here in the layers panel, and then we select both by pressing and maintaining Shift. Then we right click, and then click on Add Stack. Now here in the properties panel, we set the direction to horizontal. Now here in Figma, let's check the spacing, which is 32 pixels. Now back in Framer, while we have the stack selected, all right, we set the spacing to 32 pixels. Now let's select each one of the components individually, and then let's add a stack. And then this one as well. Now let's rename the layers. This will be called Featured Projects Container. And then this will be called Project Card Container, and this the same thing. Now let's select this container, and then let's press Ctrl X to cut it. And then we select the main container, and then we paste it here. Now when we preview the page right here, we can see how these instances are fixed, right? We want the images to expand or shrink as we resize the screen. And we'll do that right now. Go back. Now let's select this instance, and then we press and maintain Shift, and we select this instance as well. And now we have both instances selected. Then we go to the properties panel, and then we click here on this lag icon to lag the aspect ratio. All right. And then we set the width to fill. Now let's select the primary stack, this one. And then let's set the height to fit content. Now let's check the responsiveness again. It works. Let's go back. Now let's duplicate this stack. All right, so while we have this stack selected, we can press Ctrl C and then Ctrl V. Now we select this stack, and then we press and maintain Shift, and we select this stack. So these 2 stacks, right? And then we right click, and then we we click on Add Stack. Now here in Figma, we check this spacing, which is 56 pixels. Now in Framer, while we have this tag selected, we go to the properties panel and then we change the gap to 56 pixels. Now let's set the tablet and the mobile variant. So let's start with the tablet. So we select this instance and then we press and maintain shift. We select this instance and this one, like all of them. And then in the properties panel, we change the variant to tablet. And then we do the same thing in the mobile breakpoint. So we select this one, press and maintain shift. We select this one and this one and this one. And then in the properties panel, we change this to mobile. Now here in the mobile breakpoint, we select this stack. So this one, and then we change the direction to vertical. Now we select the other one, this one, and then we do the same thing. Now it looks like this, which is exactly what we want. Now let's test the responsiveness. Excellent. Let's go back. Now let's add these images. And before adding the images, we have to create some variables. Not variants, but the variables. Let me show you. Let's double click on this instance, for example. Now let's say we want to add an image. If we click here and then we add an image in the properties panel, right here, what happens is when we go back to the home page, this is applied to all the instances, right? And this is not what we want, because here we have to add a different image and here a different image and here a different image, right? And to do that, we have to create variables. So let me reset. And let's select this image, right? So this layer. And then here in the properties panel, we click on fill and then we select create variable and then we click on image. And this will pop up and we'll add a placeholder. So let's change the name to placeholder. And then let's click here and then choose an image. I will choose this image. Now let's go back to the home page. And then while we have this instance selected, we can see here in the properties panel how we can click here and then add an image. I will add this one. And now if we select this instance and we do the same thing, we click here, we can add a different image. I've added all the images as you can see, and now we have to also create a variable for this text. So we double click on the instance, then we select the text, and then in the properties panel where it says content, we click here and then create variable and then plain text. And now this will pop up, and then we can change the name to project name. Now let's go back to the home page. And then we select one of the instances, right? And then here in the properties panel, we can see the variable. So we can remove this text and then add the project name. And now it changes here. And as you can see, it only changes here in this instance, not here, which is exactly what we want. Now I've added all the project names, all right? But then here in the tablet breakpoint and in the mobile breakpoint, I noticed that this text goes out of frame. So let's fix it. Let's double click on this instance. And then here we set the height of the component to fit content. This will make the height to adapt to whatever content is inside. Now let's select the image. And then let's lock the aspect ratio by clicking on this icon, right? And this will basically maintain the aspect ratio of the image as we resize our screen. Now let's select the text and then let's change the width to fill. With this setting, we make sure the text stays within this tag. instead of going out of frame, right? Because if we set it to fit, it will try to fit the text. And if the text is too long, it will go out of frame. Let me show you what I mean. So if I set this back to fit content, and I go to the home page, and then I make this text longer. Let me see. This is what happens, all right? It goes out of frame. However, if I set this text to fill, this is what happens. It stays within the frame, and the only thing we have to do left, while we have the instance selected, is to set the height to fit content. And now these two cards are not aligned properly, but we can fix it by selecting this stack, all right? This one, the one containing the two cards, and then we align the content to the top. And now it looks good. Now here in the desktop breakpoint, this is the instance that has the correct properties, all right? The width is set to fill, and then the height is set to fit. So let's select this instance, and then we press and maintain shift, and then we select this one, and then this one, and then we set the same properties. Here, fit content. And now we select this frame, all right, this one, the one containing these two cards here, and then we align the content to the top. And now we have to fix the cards here in the tablet breakpoint. So we double click here, and then while we have the component selected, we set the height to fit content. We do the same thing in the mobile breakpoint. Now, if I add a larger paragraph here in this instance, this is what happens, all right? It resizes automatically this card, pushing down the content below. Now, if you notice here in the tablet breakpoint, this text in this instance is different than this one, right? And that's because it has an override. So if you go here in the properties panel, you will see this in color blue. And then when you click, you can reset it, all right? And then now you can see the text. And whenever you change the text in this instance right here, now it will update also here and also here in the mobile breakpoint. All right, so now let's add here the project title. Now here in Figma, we'll check the spacing between this text and the image, right, inside of this component. So it's 32 pixels. Now here in Framer, let's go to the component, and then let's set the gap to 32 pixels. Now it looks good. Remember that here we have one stack, and then here we have another stack, right? And then here we have a spacing of 56 pixels, right? And the same thing here in the tablet breakpoint. But then in the mobile breakpoint, we have this stack placed horizontally, right? I mean, vertically, right? And then this one as well. So here we have two stacks, all right? And then we have this spacing, which is also 56 pixels. But then we have to change this, right? Because in this breakpoint, we want all the cards to have the same spacing between them. So make sure to select this stack, all right? The one containing the feature project containers inside of the mobile breakpoint. And then here in the properties panel, we change the gap to 32 pixels. And then here in the tablet breakpoint, I will actually change it to 40 pixels. I will update it here in Figma as well in the tablet breakpoint to 40 pixels. And I've noticed an inconsistency here in Figma because the space between the the cards, the horizontal spacing is 24 pixels, and here in Framer it's set to 32 pixels. All right, that's why if we activate the grid, we can see how they are not perfectly aligned, right? Now if I select this stack and then here below I press and maintain shift and select this stack, all right, so these two stacks. And then here in the properties panel, I change this gap to 34 pixels. Now I can see how this aligns perfectly with the grid. Now let's test the responsiveness. And as you can see, it's excellent. Making a website responsive and adaptive sometimes is very tedious, right? It's like a very tedious process because there are multiple ways to do it and sometimes you will get stuck. But it's very important that you invest time in really understanding the concept of responsiveness because once you get it right, it's very satisfying. Now let's check here in Figma which element we should add, which is the CTA. So here in Framer, let's go to the components page. And then let's copy this component. Let's go back to the home page. Then let's select the main container layer. This one. And then let's paste the component. Now let's select this stack. All right, the one containing the feature projects containers. And then let's select the instance, the CTA instance. All right. And then let's right click and then add stack. Now here in Figma, we check for the spacing. It's 120 pixels. So now here in Framer, we select this stack, this one. All right. And then in the properties panel, we change the gap to 120 pixels. Now here in Figma, we can check the spacing here in the tablet breakpoint, 72 pixels, and then also in the mobile breakpoint, 80 pixels. So we select this stack here in the tablet breakpoint, all right? And then in the properties panel, we change this to 72 pixels. And then we select the one in the mobile breakpoint, and then we change it to 80 pixels. Now we select this instance in the tablet breakpoint. And then in the properties panel, we change the variant to tablet. And then we do the same thing here in the mobile breakpoint. We select it and change the variant to mobile. All right, so I'm here in Framer, and the next thing we have to add is the footer. And then after adding the footer, we'll basically create, like a stack, which will be a combination of this frame and then the footer. All right, and then it's going to have a spacing of 200 pixels, and then the tablet version is going to have a spacing of 200 pixels as well. And then the mobile version is going to have a spacing of 120 pixels. So here in Framer, we go to the components page. We have to look for the footer right here. Then we copy it. And then we go back to the home page. We select the main container, this one, and then we paste it here. And now we can see the footer right here. Now let's change the variant here in the tablet breakpoint. And then also in the mobile breakpoint. Now let's select the footer and then let's press and maintain shift. And then let's select this stack and then we right click and we add a stack. And now while we have this new stack selected, we go here in the layers panel and then we double click to change the name, because sometimes when it's difficult to click on a stack, I like to rename it so I can select it here directly in the layers panel. So we can name it something like this. And now while we have it selected, we go to the properties panel and then we add the gap, which was for desktop 200 pixels. And then for the tablet breakpoint, we keep it at 200. And then for mobile, we change it to 120 pixels. Now let's check the responsiveness. Brilliant. Let's go back. So now it's time to develop this, expanded menu in the tablet breakpoint and also in the mobile breakpoint. So when people access the website through a tablet or a phone, and then they click on this button, this menu will expand, all right? And then when they click on close, it will close. Now here in Framer, let's double click on this instance. Now we are here in the components page, and while we have this selected, we create a variant right here. Now we have the variant here. We can drag it right here so it's below the tablet menu variant. Now while we have this variant selected, let's change the name here in the layers panel. We double click and then we add a name like something like this. Now we select this stack and then we press and maintain shift and then select this stack. We right click and then we add a stack. And then we can name this stack something like logo plus menu container. Now while we have this stack selected, let's right click and then reset the overrides. Now let's select the logo plus menu container here in the desktop breakpoint, all right? And then in the properties panel, we change the distribution to space between. At the moment we created this stack, in this variant, it created some overrides, okay? And then since it's still connected to the other variants also change. So we basically went back to the primary variant after removing the overrides. And then we set the spacing, like the space between setting for this stack. And now it's updated throughout all the variants. If you are wondering why we went to the primary variant and we didn't set the space between property here in this variant, it's because at the moment we created the stack inside of this variant, it created an override. So basically, it created the stack in the other variants, as I said, right? But then all the changes and all the edits we make to this variant stays in this variant. So we had to remove the overrides and then go to the primary one and then make all the necessary changes in order to apply them to all the other variants. Let me show you how overrides work. So let's say we want to change the color of this button to orange. Here in the properties panel, when I change the color to orange or cinnamon, right? We can see how the fill property turns to purple. And this means that we have an override now. And as you can see, it only applies this color on this variant. And now I can remove this specific override by clicking here and then reset override, okay? Or I can reset all overrides by selecting this variant and then right clicking and then click on reset overrides, all right? So I will reset this override now. All right, so let's continue. Now let's select this variant and then make sure you select the variant, all right? And not the stack that's inside of the variant. And then here in the properties panel, we'll set the height to something like 1000 pixels. And this is temporary, okay? And then in the properties panel, let's align the content to the top. We can even add a temporary border in order to see the limits of the variant a little bit better. Maybe let's set it to 3 pixels. Now let's create the menu items by clicking here on the canvas and then pressing T on our keyboard. Then we click again and then we write work. Now while we have the text selected, we'll go to the properties panel. We click here to select the text style and then we'll apply the titles text style for tablet. Now we change the color to white. And now we have to rename this stack, all right? So we change the name to menu item container. Now while we have this stack selected, we press and maintain Alt, we click and then we drag and we make 3 copies. Now let's select all the menu item stacks and then we press Ctrl X to cut. And then we select this stack, all right, the expanded tablet menu, and then we press Ctrl V. And now while we have the menu item stack selected, we right click and then we add a stack. Then here in the properties panel, we choose the vertical direction. Now we select the main stack, this one. All right, make sure you select this one. And then we set the direction also to vertical. And then now while we have this stack selected, all right, we go to the properties panel and then we change the distribution to start. Now let's select this stack and then actually let's change the name to menu items, menu links container. And then we go to the properties panel and then we align it to the left. Now let's change these to close. Now let's select this stack again. And then in the properties panel, we'll add a fill. So we click here and then we select the color black. Now let's connect this button with this menu, all right, with the expanded menu. And to do so, we click on this button and then we click on this icon right here. And then we move the cursor and then we click right here. And then we do the same thing with this button. We click on this icon and then we click here. Now let's go back to the home page. And then let's check this to see how it works here. All right, so as you can see, when we click on this button, it pushes the content down. And this is not what we want, right? We want the menu to take over the entire screen. So let's set it up that way. The first thing we have to do is go back to the components page. So let's double click here. Now let's select this stack. All right, this one. And then in the properties panel, we set a min height. So we click here and then we click on min height and then we choose viewport to make sure that this stack covers the entire height of the screen. And now while we have this frame selected, all right, we go back to the properties panel and then we change the distribution to start. Now we select the parent stack, this one. And then in the properties panel, we change the height to fit content. And we did that because we already set this one, all right, to 100 VH, right, to cover the entire height of the screen. So this will be the minimum height. So whatever screen size we open is going to basically cover the entire height. But then the parent frame should fit the content, all right, instead of having a fixed height, because if not, it wouldn't work, okay? It has to fit the content, and then the nested stack, this one in this case, will be the one that dictates the height. Now let's go back to the home page. And then let's select the desktop header container. And then what we have to do now is basically move this out of the main container. So we drag it right here. And then in the properties panel, we change the position type to absolute. Now, since we set the header to absolute, we can see how the content that was below the header now overlaps with the header, right? And to fix it, we'll basically select the main container. And then in the properties panel, we'll set the tab padding to 200 pixels. And now we can see how it's set correctly, right? Now let's select the header. And then let's set the width to fit content. I want to show you something. When we set this header to fit content, what happens is the header, the container, tries to fit the content that's inside. And then when we click on preview right here, we can see that when we stretch the screen, the header doesn't stretch, right? And we want it to occupy the same space horizontally as this content, all right? So let's set it up. So let's select the header, and then here in the properties panel, we change the width to 100%. It will automatically be set to relative, all right? And now, as you can see, it stretches. When we preview and we resize the screen, we can see how it behaves how we want, right? Still, we have to change it because, we have to add some padding on the sides because it doesn't have the padding, right? So we have to add a 40 pixel padding for the desktop version. So let's do it right now. Let's go to the properties panel, and then here we write 40 pixels, and then here 40 as well. Now it looks good. As you can see here in the properties panel, after setting the padding on each side, you can see how Framer turns this into fixed automatically. This change isn't about locking the element's position to the viewport, but it ensures that the padding fits inside of the 100% width rather than adding to it. So Framer basically uses fix to handle this adjustment while keeping the responsive behavior intact. Now let's select the header in the tablet breakpoint, and then let's press and maintain shift, and we select the header in the mobile breakpoint. And now here in the properties panel, let's set the padding on the sides to 0. Now let's go to the components page. And now while we have the tablet variant selected, let's go to the properties panel and let's set the padding to 40 pixels on all sides. Let's move it up a little bit. Now let's do the same thing with the mobile variant. So we select it, and then we set the padding to 16 pixels in this case. Now let's do the same thing with the expanded tablet menu variant. So let's click here to select the header, and then let's add a 40 pixel padding on all sides. Now let's select this stack, all right, this one, and then let's set the padding to 40 pixels on all sides. Now let's select the variant, and then let's remove the border. Now let's test to see if it works. All right, it works, but then when we scroll down, we can see the rest of the content right here, all right? Let's fix that. So let's select the header in the tablet breakpoint. And now in the properties panel, let's change the type to fixed. Now let's see if it works. All right, perfect. Now let's go back to the components page. Now let's select this button, and then let's copy it, and then paste it here. Now let's remove the logo here in the expanded tablet menu. So let's select it, and then here in the layers panel, let's make sure we are selecting the logo container and not the text, all right? And now let's press delete. Now let's select the book a call button right here, and then let's press the left key. Now let's double click on this button to go to the components page, and let's create a variant. And this variant will be the tablet variant. This one will be the desktop. Now let's select the text inside of the tablet variant. And let's change the style to this one. Now let's select the tablet variant and let's create the mobile variant. And we do the same thing. We select the text and then we change the text style. And now here in the header containers components page, we select this button, all right? And then we change the variant to tablet. Now here in the home page, we click here to preview. And then let's click on the menu. And as you can see, the button and the expanded menu are a little bit animated, right? How the button appears and how the menu expands. And we can change that. So let's see. Let's go back to the home page. Then we go to the components page. And then here, while we have the variant selected, we can go to the properties panel. And then when it says transition, we can change it to instant, for example, right? And then we select the expanded tablet menu and we do the same thing. We change it to instant. Now let's go back to the home page and then let's preview. And now, as you can see, the elements appear instantly. Let's go back to the components page. And with the transition option, you can basically change, the transition, all right? You can play with it right here and then see how it works. Now let's rename the menu item. So this will be playground. And then now we have to set the container to fit content. And then let's do the same thing with the other two containers and also this one, all right? So all the containers, we set them to fit content. And let's set the height to fit content as well. Now let's continue renaming them. And now let's create the mobile variant of the expanded menu. Let's select this variant. And then let's click here to create the mobile variant. Now let's change the name. Now let's select each one of these menu items by clicking and then pressing and maintaining shift and then selecting the rest. And then here in the properties panel, we change the text style to the mobile text style, this one. Now let's select this variant and then we resize it to align with the header like this. Now let's select this button. And then here in the properties panel, we change the variant to mobile. And then let's select the text inside of this button. And then in the properties panel, we change the text style to the mobile version, which is this one. Let's click on the header to select it. And then in the properties panel, we change the padding to 16 pixels. And then we do the same thing here. We select this stack by clicking. And then in the properties panel, we change it to 16 pixels. Now let's connect this button to the mobile header, right? Because right now it's connected to the tablet breakpoint. To do it, let's click on this little icon right here. And then let's click on the mobile header. Now it's connected. Now let's click on this button to select it. And then let's click on this icon. And now let's click inside of the expanded mobile menu to connect them. Now let's select the mobile header. And then in the properties panel, we change the transition to instant. Now let's go to the home page. And then let's see how it looks. Brilliant. But when we open the menu and we scroll down, we can see the content that's behind, right? So let's fix that. To fix that, we go to the home page. Here on the mobile breakpoint, we select the header and then we change the variant here in the properties panel to expanded mobile menu. And now we have to change the type to fixed. Now we can preview. And it works. Now let's go back to the home page. And then while we have the header selected, we change the variant back to mobile. Next, we'll start working on the behavior of the header. But first, let's add a 40 pixel spacing between this header, all right, in the desktop breakpoint, and the top edge of the primary stack. So let's select the header here in the desktop breakpoint, and then here in the properties panel, we change the type to fixed, and then we set the top position to 40 pixels. And now this means that we have a 40 pixel spacing between the header and the top edge of the primary stack. Now what we have to do is select the header here in the tablet breakpoint, and we press and maintain shift, and we select it also in the mobile breakpoint, because we want to remove this spacing right here, all right? Since the tablet and the mobile headers already have padding inside of the component. So let's go to the properties panel, and then let's set this to 0. All right, so now let's work on the behavior of the header. So let's click on preview. And then as we can see, when we scroll down, the header stays here at the top, right? But this is not ideal because it's taking too much space, and you cannot even see the logo when the item behind it is white. So let's change that. What we'll do is basically make the entire header disappear when we scroll down, and then make it appear when we scroll up, and not up all the way. Like, let's say we go, to the bottom of the website, and then we scroll up, it will appear. And then when we scroll down, it will disappear. And this will wow the user, because the user will expect the header to appear when we scroll all the way up, right? But then they will scroll up a little bit, and then it will appear. And then when they scroll down, it will disappear. The logo will only appear at the top of the page. So when the user scrolls down, the logo will disappear. And the only way to make it appear is to scroll all the way up. And we set the logo this way because when we scroll down, the logo will overlap with objects or elements that have a similar or the same color as the background, and we don't want that. All right, so let's go to the home page. All right, so let's click on this header, all right, to go to the components page. And now let's create a variant of this component. So right now, while we have this this variant selected, right, we create another variant by clicking here. And now we can move this variant right here. Now, while we have this variant selected, let's change the name to desktop, something like this. Now let's select the logo container that's inside of this variant. And in the properties panel, where it says visible, we change it to no. Now let's select this stack inside of the variant. And then in the properties panel, we change the distribution to end. This way, this navigation menu will be aligned to the right. Now let's go back to the home page. And when we preview, we can see how the behavior of the header is not what we want, right? Because we want it to extend all the way. And this happened because we changed the type from absolute to fixed. So let's write here 100%. It will change to relative automatically. And then let's add 40 pixels on each side. Now, if we preview, we can see how it works. Now let's set the header so when we scroll down, it disappears. To do it, let's go to the components page. And then while we have the primary variant selected, here in the properties panel, we click on effects, and then we click on scroll animation. Now we set the trigger to on scroll, the direction, replay, and the preset are already set correctly by default. And the effect as well, because we want it to disappear, and the opacity is already set to 0. Now we can close. Now let's go back to the home page. And then if we preview, we can see how the header disappears as we scroll down. And then it appears as we scroll up. But there is a problem, because when we scroll down and then we scroll up, if the logo overlaps with something that's white, it doesn't look good, right? So what we want to do is to make the logo disappear every time we scroll down past the header, right? And then even if we scroll up, the logo will still be hidden. But then when we scroll all the way up, the logo will appear right here. All right, let's set it up. Let's go back to the home page. And then while we have this stack selected, all right, the header, we'll create a reference point, right? Because we want this logo basically to disappear when we scroll down past this section. To set it up, let's go to the properties panel right here where it says scroll section. We click and then we add a name. Something like this. Now here in the properties panel, we go to effects, we click and then we click on scroll variant. Now we change the trigger to section in view. And then we choose the section, which is the header desktop, right? And then we set the variant. We select the desktop hidden logo variant, right? Now when we preview, we can see how this is not working correctly because when we scroll down and then up, nothing appears. And then we scroll all the way up and then down again, now it appears. And then when we scroll up again and then down and then up, nothing appears. So it's not working correctly. And that's because we have to set an effect to this variant, right? The hidden logo variant. So while we have this variant selected, we go to the properties panel and then we click on effects and then we click on scroll animation and then we set the trigger to on scroll and that's it. Now let's go to the home page and then when we preview again, now it will work perfectly, right? It disappears when we scroll down, it appears when we scroll up, right? And then when we scroll all the way up, the logo appears. All right, this is perfect. There is an issue though. When we resize the screen, we can see how the header is not behaving as expected, right? And that's because we have to set a variant for the tablet breakpoint and also for the mobile breakpoint. So let's go to the components page. And then while we have the tablet header selected, we create a variant by clicking here. Now we can move the variant right here. Now let's rename it. Then let's select the logo container right here. And then here in the properties panel, we set the visibility to no. Now we select this stack and then we set the distribution to end. This way we move the menu button to the right again after hiding the logo. Now let's select this stack and then we can see how the the effect is already there. And that's because we already set the effect in the primary variant, which is the desktop variant. So now let's go back to the home page. Now let's select the tablet header. And then in the properties panel, we click on the effect. And then let's set the variant to tablet hidden logo. Now when we preview, we can see how the logo is not here. And also when we scroll down and up, we can see how the menu button is behaving the way it's supposed to. But there is a problem. The logo is not here. And this happens because here in the tablet header, there is no space above it, right? It's right on the edge. And we set it in a way where the logo appears after we pass this section, right? The problem is there is no space. So let me show you. Let's select this header and then here we add a 10 pixel space, right? And now if we try, it will work, all right? But this is not what we want because we don't want that space. So let's go back to the properties panel and then let's set this back to 0. So instead, what we'll do is set this section, all right? The hero section instead of the header. So we select the hero section and then in the properties panel where it says scroll section, we add a name. Hero section. Now let's select the desktop header and then in the properties panel, Below effects, we click on variant, and then we change the section to hero section. And we do the same thing with the tablet header. We change it to hero section. And now when we preview, we can see how it works. And we can see how it also works in the tablet breakpoint. Now let's follow the same steps to set it in the mobile breakpoint. So we double click, and then in the components page, we create a variant. Then we move it right here, and then we change the name. Now we select the logo container, and then we hide it right here in the properties panel. Then we select this container, and then we set the distribution to end. Now here in the home page, we make sure we have the mobile header selected. And then in the properties panel below effects, we click on variant, and then we change this to mobile hidden logo. Now let's test it. And as we can see, it works. However, there is an issue. If we scroll down past the hero section, all right, and then we scroll up and we click on the menu and then we close it, as you can see, we can see the logo. And it doesn't matter where we scroll. When we scroll up, it will appear. And this is not what we want, right? We want the logo to always disappear after we scroll down past the hero section, right? Let me show you why this happens. Let's go back to the home page. And then here, let's click so we go to the components page. And as we can see right here, this button links directly to this header. So every time we click, this header will appear right after the expanded menu closes. And this is somehow problematic because when we scroll down the page, this is the header that should appear. Designing for the web often involves striking a balance between ambition and practicality. Initially, I consider a header that changes the visibility of the logo dynamically based on scroll and menu states on all breakpoints. However, implementing this behavior involves more advanced logic and custom code as well, which might feel overwhelming at this stage. Instead, we'll simplify the design to focus on the essentials of building an interactive and responsive header. As you grow more confident, you will be able to incorporate more complex scroll logic and other dynamic behaviors. And I wanted to show you all this because this is the natural course of designing a website, right? Like sometimes you have a design and midway through the development phase, you change things. As long as the change makes the UI usable and beautiful, it's totally fine. Before we apply the changes in Framer, let's update first the design here in Figma. So let's zoom in. And then here in the tablet breakpoint, let's select this header, and then let's go to the main component. We right click and then go to main component. Now let's select this button, right? This one, this layer. And then in the properties panel, we remove the background color. Now let's select the header, this layer. And then in the properties panel, we click on fill. And then we set the dark graphite color as the background. Now, while we have the header selected in the properties panel, we set the border radius to 6. Now we can see here the smooth border radius. The next thing we have to do is to add padding to the logo, right? Because we want it to have the same padding as the menu button. And to do it, we just have to select the logo and then press Shift-A to create a frame. Now the logo is inside of an auto layout frame, and then in the properties panel, we press Control and then we click here, and then we set the padding to 32 pixels. Now while we have the logo's frame selected, in the properties panel, we set the width to hug. And then we select the text, and then in the properties panel, we set it to hug as well. And that's it. Now we have the header component for the tablet breakpoint. We'll do the same thing in the mobile breakpoint, and we'll keep the header in the desktop breakpoint as it is. All right, so I just updated the mobile header. Now it's time to apply the changes here in Framer. So let's select the button, all right? And then let's remove the background color in the properties panel. And then let's select this frame, this stack, all right? The logo plus menu container. And then let's set the color to dark graphite. Now let's select the logo container, this stack. And then in the properties panel, we set a padding or all size of 32 pixels. Do the same thing in the mobile breakpoint, and then let's go to the home page to see how it looks. Now let's click on the header to go to the components page, and then we can remove the, the hidden logo variants. So this one, and then this one. Now we go back to the home page. And then while we have this header selected, we go to the properties panel and then we remove this effect. Now we select the mobile header and then we do the same thing. Now let's preview to see if everything works correctly. And as we can see, everything is working smoothly. Now let's resize the screen to check the mobile breakpoint. It's also working very well. Here in Figma, I've also updated the design of the light mode header components. Now I will show you a pro tip involving the breakpoints. If we preview the homepage in the desktop breakpoint and then we resize, we can see how it quickly changes to the tablet breakpoint. And this is not ideal because the jump is too big, right? From here to here. And a better approach is to create a new extra breakpoint. And this new breakpoint will be ideal for laptops and large tablets. And for laptops and large tablets, I like to create a breakpoint that's 1200 pixels wide. So let's add a name. We can call it laptop. And then the width, we set it to 1200. All right, so here is the new breakpoint. Let's move it here. And now if we preview, we can see how the jump between breakpoints is not as big. All right, so now we have the homepage completed and it's time to develop the rest of the pages. All right, so this is the final design. And as you can see here, I've added a new breakpoint for small phones. All right, so feel free to also add this breakpoint because I'm a perfectionist when it comes to responsiveness. So I wanted to make sure that users that access the website through a small phone have a good experience as well. As you can see, here are all the pages. We have the work page, the project page, the playground, the about page, the contact page, and the privacy policy page. Here in the components page, I've also added a new component, this one, all right, for all the different breakpoints. I've also added the links and the link styles as well. And I will show you how to add links right now. Let's go to the components page. And then let's add the footer links. So we click on this component. And then here we can see the two, footer menu items that we want to link. So we select one of them. And then in the properties panel where it says link, we click. And then here we can select a page, or we can also add a URL if we want to link to an external page or website. But in this case, we want to link it to the privacy policy page. And then here, I have the different link styles. You can create a new style by clicking here, and then you can edit these styles right here, all right? The beauty of using components is that every time we update a link, all right, it updates also throughout the entire website on all the different breakpoints. It basically saves us a lot of time. Another thing I want to mention is that I've updated the space between the footer and the content. So, throughout the different breakpoints. Here, for the desktop breakpoint, it's set to 200 pixels. And then for the tablet breakpoint, it's set to 160 pixels. And then for the mobile breakpoint, it's set to 120 pixels. Now let's go to the Assets tab right here. And as you can see here in the text styles, I've added, text styles for small fonts. So make sure to add this. And then also make sure we are using, the color styles throughout the entire design, all right? So no color codes. Make sure all the elements that have a color, they should be using a color style. Here for the logo, I've created a new link style because since the logo is a link, as you can see here, I don't want it to, to be underlined when we hover like these links. So I created a new style without underline on hover. And you can see the link style right here. And also an alternative color, which is black. All right. Let's preview the site. So it's fully responsive. And then let's see if all the links work. Beautiful. Everything working correctly. You can see the fluidity, right? In this design, I wanted to create this structure, all right, which is like an intentional misalignment of the different elements because I wanted you to practice different element positioning, which sometimes can be tricky. Now let's check the tablet and the mobile menus. So right here, we can see how it works perfectly. Let's check on mobile. Working perfectly as well. Let's now check the behavior of the header. Working as intended, all right. Let's see on tablet. Working as intended as well. And then let's see on desktop. Brilliant. Now it's time to quickly work on the final settings and then publish the website. Let's go to settings right here. Here we can change the title of the site. You can add your name and the portfolio, for example, or whatever. In my case, something like this. And then here we can change the description. And then here we will see a preview. Here we have some more advanced options. And then here we can change the icon of the site. We can also add an image to use as a social media preview. All right. And then here we can, add a password to the site if we want. We can add the Google Analytics tracking and also some custom code right here. And then after we add all the information we want here, we can click on save. And then here we have some more options like, to set the domain. Here we have the default URL, all right? But then we can also add a free frame or subdomain. In the real world, I would never use the subdomain, right? I would connect to a real domain name. But for the sake of this video, I will add a free frame or subdomain. Then we click here. And now this is the subdomain. Now to publish the site, we simply click on publish right here. And then when this little window pops up, it means that the site is published. And now if we click on the URL, the website will open. And once I'm here, I like to test and see if it works well in the browser, right? I like to check all the pages, the behavior of the header. All right. And finally, I like to test the website in different browsers as well and on my phone to make sure that everything looks nice, that everything is functional, and that's it. Congratulations on completing Module 10. Now you know how to design a portfolio in Figma and develop it using Framer. Remember what I said about developing your own workflow and style. Embrace your uniqueness and use it to create beautiful digital experiences. Don't let perfectionism hold you back, alright? Progress is better than perfection. Designing and developing a website involves many moving parts, and making mistakes is part of the process. Embrace them because they are completely normal and essential for growth. That being said, always aim for excellence.
Hey, what's up? In this video, I will teach you a skill that can double or even triple your income as a web designer this 2025, design systems. Understanding how design systems work and having the ability to create them from scratch, it's what separates okay designers who struggle to land paid projects from brilliant designers who get work opportunities all the time. When you think systematically and deliver excellence, businesses will love you. And here is the thing, you can even create a very well-crafted design system and you can sell it. You can turn it into a product and sell it for $100, $500, even $1,000 plus per purchase, creating a nice ongoing revenue stream. Here is the content of this video, understanding Figma variables, how to build a design system from scratch step by step, and an introduction to component documentation. Let's begin. In this lesson, we are diving into one of Figma's most powerful features, variables. If you have ever found yourself making repetitive changes across designs, this is about to change your workflow dramatically. By the end of this lesson, you will know what Figma variables are, why they are essential for creating scalable, consistent designs, and how to implement them in your projects. I will walk you through real-world examples, common use cases, and some best practices to help you save time and stay organized as a web designer. Before we begin, I want to remind you to approach this lesson with curiosity. Variables may seem like a small detail, but mastering them can make a big difference in how effectively and efficiently you work. Before we continue, I wanted to invite you to the Web Designers Collective. This is a community that I created a few months ago, and we are already 700 members, which is crazy. And here is where you will find your people, other designers in different career stages. And you will also find multiple agency owners. And here in the classroom section, you will acquire knowledge and you will have access to a bunch of exclusive resources. It's totally free to join, but we are very, very selective with who we let in. However, applying takes less than 1 minute and being a member can change your life. So make sure you do it. And when you apply, make sure you mention that you come from YouTube. That way you will have priority. Go to webdesignerscollective.com and join us today. It's free. Let's continue with the lesson. We'll go through a brief introduction so you can understand what variables are. So, what are variables? Variables in Figma allow you to store reusable values, such as colors, text styles, or other design tokens that you can apply across your designs. Think of variables as central building blocks that help you maintain consistency and make your workflow more efficient. For example, instead of manually updating a button across dozens of designs, you can link it to a variable, then change the variable, and then the updates apply to all the designs automatically. And you might be wondering, isn't that what components do? Variables and components serve different purposes in design systems, but work best when used together. Variables store reusable design values like colors, typography, or spacing, and are applied to elements consistently. For instance, a variable named brand primary colors might be used for key branding elements like the background of call to action buttons, links, or accents in headers, ensuring a cohesive look across the design. Components, on the other hand, are reusable design elements with structure and styling, such as buttons or cards. And when you update a component, all its instances reflect the changes. So basically, variables manage design details while components reuse design structures. By combining them, such as using a color variable within a button component, you can ensure consistency, scalability, and efficiency in your designs. All right, so why use variables? Number one, saving time. No more repetitive edits. Make one change and it applies everywhere. Number two, ensuring consistency. Keeps your colors, typography, and other design elements uniform across projects. Number three, enabling scalability. Easily adapt designs for dark or light mode, multiple brands, or responsive needs. Number four, simplify collaboration. Team members can understand and use your design system more effectively. Figma variables come in four fundamental types: number, used for spacing values, grid sizes, dimensions, opacity levels, and any other numeric properties. And then we have color, used for brand colors, theme values, background colors, and any other color-based design tokens. And then we have string, used for text content, labels, placeholder text, and any reusable copy across designs. And then finally we have Boolean, used for true-false states, controlling element visibility, and managing conditional design variations. While variables can be used within text styles, Figma's typography, and text styles feature is a separate tool in the design system, specifically for managing font properties like size, weight, and line height. Now let's see how variables work. Figma variables are organized into collections that define their scope. So we have local collections available in a single file, and then we have published collections. And these are shared across multiple files. Variables support different modes, like light or dark themes, allowing a single variable to hold multiple values that adapt dynamically based on the selected mode. Variables are applied through the Properties panel and automatically update all link references when modified. So basically, variables in Figma are more flexible than components. When you change a variable, the update applies everywhere that the variable is used. Components are reusable design elements. When you change a component, it updates all instances of that component, except for any instances that have been detached or overridden. Alright, so now here in Figma, I will show you how to create variables. The first thing we have to do is click on the canvas, and then here in the Properties panel where it says Local Variables, we click, and then this window will pop up. Now we click here on Create Variable, and then Color. This color will be created by default, and then since this is one of our brand colors, we can, change the name by double-clicking here, and then we write white. Now let's add the rest of the color. So we click on Create Variable right here, and then we click on Color. And now the new color will be added. We click on the value right here, and then we click on the color picker. And then we click on this color. Now we go back to the Properties panel right here, and then we change the name. Now we add the rest of the colors following the same process. Now we have all the colors set as variables. Now we can reorder them by clicking and dragging. And then we can create groups by selecting both colors. We just have to press and maintain Shift and then select the other color, all right? And then we right click and then click on New Group with Selection. Now we have the group here. We double click and then we can rename it. For example, we can call these neutrals. And then we click on all variables right here. And then we select all these other colors. We right click and then we create a new group. And then we call this group main colors. All right, so now we have all the colors organized in two groups, neutrals and main colors. And now to apply the colors to elements is very easy. We select the element and then in the Properties panel, where it says Fill, we click on these four dots and then we click on the color. You can also apply the same color to multiple elements by selecting them. And then here in the Properties panel, you click on the icon as well, and then you click on the desired color. Now I will show you how to use number variables. And number variables can be used for spacing, size, radius, and width and height. I will show you how to set and organize spacing using the 8-point grid system. All right, so to set it, we click here in the Properties panel, Local Variables. And then let's first rename this collection, the colors collection. And then we create a new collection. We can name this collection spacing. Now let's click on create variable, then number. And then we can name this variable extra small, and then we give it a value of 8. All right, so here we have all these spacing variables. And this is a very simple naming convention, but you can name them something like XS, S, M, ML, L, and so on. And you can also add larger spacing variables if you need to. All right, so let's apply these spacing variables. So let's say we want to add a consistent spacing for these 3 cards. So let's select all these cards. And then here in the properties panel, we can see how the padding is set to 31 pixels, and this is not a multiple of 8. So we click here, and then we click on medium, which is 32 pixels. And now, as we can see, the padding is set to 32 pixels. And then we can do the same thing with the space between items. All right, apply variable, and then we can click on medium, or even we can set the medium large. And then we do the same thing with the vertical padding. And now, as we can see, everything is set correctly. Now I will show you how string variables work. And strings are basically words. Let's go to the properties panel, and then we click here again. And then we create a new collection. We call this collection strings. And then we create a string variable. Now let's rename this string. And then we add this value. We create another string variable. And then we rename it to menu item 2. And then we set the value, services. And then we create a third one for menu item 3. And then we add contact as the value. Now we select menu item 1. And then here in the properties panel where it says text, we click on this icon, and then we apply the variable, this one. Now we do the same thing with menu item 2. And then the same thing with menu item 3. And the same thing with the menu items in the footer. We select this variable, and then now this. We select this variable, and now here, we also apply this variable. And now we have all the variables applied. And now if we open the variables panel, and then we change this value to portfolio, for example, we can see how it changes everywhere. Now I will show you how to create light mode and dark mode components using variables. So here we have the light mode component, and then here we have the dark mode component. Instead of using 2 components, one for each mode, we can use a single component and then toggle between light mode and dark mode. All right, so let's create a new variable collection. And then we can name it theme. Now we create a new color variable. And then we name this variable background. Now let's create a new mode by clicking here. And then we name this mode light, and then this one dark. Now let's change this color with the color picker, and then this background. I've created all the rest of the color variables right here, as you can see, for the light mode and then for the dark mode. All right. And now what we have to do is apply those color variables to this component. So let's select this component. And then in the properties panel, we change this, we click, and then we
click on the variable, which in this case, right here where it says theme, is the background. We should do the same thing with the shape. And then the text. And then the button background. And then the button text. Oh, and we can't forget the stroke as well. So let's set it. And now let's select the component. And then here in the properties panel, right next to appearance, we'll see this icon, right? So we click, and now we can choose between light mode and then dark mode, right? Now I will show you how to use number variables to set sizes. Let's say we want to make this card wider. We can do it by adding the new size here, or we can do it more systematically with variables. So as always, we set a variable by clicking here, and then we create a new collection. We can name this collection sizes. Now let's create a collection. We name the collection cards, and then we create a number variable. Now we name this width. We right click, we duplicate it, and then this one height. The value for this will be 320, and then this one 360. Now let's group them. And then we name this group product card. Now let's apply the variables. So we select this frame. And then here in the properties panel, we click here and then apply variable. And then we click on width. We can see the change applied. And then we do the same thing with the height. All right, so now we have the width and the height variables applied. All right, now let's explore Boolean variables. And Boolean basically means yes or no, true or false. So for example, do we want these triangles to appear? Yes or no, right? Boolean variables in Figma are typically used in prototypes and design systems to control the visibility, state, or behavior of components. They help create dynamic interactive designs by toggling specific properties on or off. So let's create a Boolean variable by clicking here, as always, and then we create a collection. We call this collection shapes, and then we click on create variable right here, and we click on Boolean. Now we change the name to triangle, for example. Then we change the value to true by clicking here. Now let's apply the Boolean variable to these two triangles, right? So we select the two triangles. And then here in the properties panel where it says appearance, we right click on this eye icon, right? And then you will see the variable right here. Then click. Now let's open the variables panel. And now when we toggle these on and off, we can see how the triangles appear and disappear. So this is a Boolean variable. All right, now let's talk about aliasing. Aliasing variables in Figma means reusing or linking one variable to another instead of creating duplicates. So this is how it works. Let's say we have this box of crayons, right? And then we want to color multiple elements, right, with this color. So instead of using 3 crayons, for example, one for each of these elements, we would use a single crayon, all right, to color these 3 elements. In design systems, we call these main colors primitive variables, and they are the base values. The colors linked to these primitives, like the ones used for buttons, titles, or backgrounds, are called semantic variables. These semantic variables give the primitives a specific role or purpose in the design. All right, I will show you how it works. So here we have the colors we said earlier. All right. And these colors will be our primitive colors.
And I've created a new collection named brand colors. And these colors will be our semantic colors. So the semantic colors represent the intention of use, and then the primitive colors represent the value. All right. So here in our primitives, we have this royal blue, all right, and we have the value. And then if we go to the semantic colors, which are the colors we'll actually use in the design, we can see the intention of use, all right. This one is going to be used as a primary color, this one as a secondary color, this one for the buttons, and then for the background, and then for the text. And now, instead of using this color as a secondary color, let's say we want to use the royal blue we set in the primitives. So instead of changing the color here, we right click and then we create an alias, right? And now we scroll down until we see the primitive color we want. This one in this case, and then we click. And now they are linked. Now I've also linked this primary color to the primitive, okay? Now let's apply the semantic colors to these crayons. So in the properties panel, we click here, and then libraries, and then primary. And then we do the same thing with the blue crayon. Now we have these crayons linked to the semantics and therefore to the primitives. Now I've added a new element, all right? And these two elements, the crayon and this arrow, are linked to the same semantic variable. And now let's say instead of using royal blue, we want to use cinnamon. All elements linked to that semantic variable will change. And now let's say that instead of using cinnamon, you want to change the color of the primitive variable because you want all the elements linked to that primitive variable to change their color to sunflower yellow, for example. We don't have to change anything in the semantic variable, all right? We go to the primitive, and then here we can change the color to sunflower yellow. And then when we go back to the semantic, we can see how it's updated right here. And also we can see the elements updated with this new color. Don't worry if this is still a little bit confusing, because in the next lesson, you will see how aliasing variables work in practice, since we'll create a small design system from scratch. In this lesson, you've learned what Figma variables and modes are, the different types of variables, how to create variables and modes, and also what aliasing is and how to create aliases. Now it's time to move to the next lesson. In this lesson, we are diving into design systems, the backbone of consistency, efficiency, and scalability in modern design workflows. You will learn how to create a simple design system using Brad Frost's Atomic Design Framework, which breaks everything down into clear, reusable parts: atoms, molecules, and organisms. We'll start by building foundational elements like colors, typography, and spacing, known as atoms. Then you will learn how to combine those atoms into components known as molecules, things like buttons, for example. And finally, we'll organize molecules into larger, more functional components called organisms, such as cards or navigation bars. Let's get started. So what is a design system? A design system is a collection of reusable components, guidelines, and design assets that help teams create consistent and scalable designs efficiently. It acts as a single source of truth for a product's design and development. So inside of a design system, we have different elements, and based on the atomic design system, we have atoms, all right, which are foundational items like colors, typography, spacing, and icons, for example. And then we have molecules, which are basically groups of atoms, right? And this could be buttons or input fields, for example. And then we have organisms, which are basically groups of molecules. And this could be cards or, navigation bars or larger components. All right, so I just created this page in light mode and also dark mode, and we'll basically create a very simple design system for it. Okay, so the first thing that I did was to design this freely, okay? I wasn't constrained by a system. So I recommend you to start by designing freely without a system to let your creativity flow and explore possibilities.
And then once you have a foundational idea, refine it and build a design system around it. Because this approach balances freedom and structure, ensuring your designs are both creative and consistent. All right, so now we'll start with the atoms, which are the design tokens. And the first one will be the colors. We'll now create the color styles, and we'll be using both color styles and variables because in Figma it's a good idea to have both, since they work together to make your design system more powerful and easy to use. Basically, color styles are like ready-made labels for your colors that you can quickly apply to designs, keeping everything consistent. And as you already know, variables, on the other hand, are more dynamic and let you do things like switch between light and dark themes. And we can also link color styles to variables, and that's very useful because by doing that, we can easily pick from a set of colors and then use variables to handle more advanced changes like theme updates. Okay, so let's create a frame which will contain our colors. So let's press F on our keyboard and then let's draw a frame, something like this for now. We can now rename the frame to colors. Now let's select this frame. And then in the properties panel right here, where it says selection colors, we'll see all the colors we used. And we'll not use pure black. So this one, we can change it to this color, and then it's going to unify with the other one we had below, right? And now we'll create color styles for each of these. And to create the color style, we basically click on the color right here. And then we click this plus sign. And then we click on style. And then here we can add a name. This one will be black, all right? And then we click on create style. And now we have our style created. Now follow the same process to complete all the other color styles like I did, all right? Now let's create some shapes that will contain our colors. So here we select this frame, all right? And then we press F on our keyboard. And then we draw a small frame, something like this for now. Then we select the frame. Here in the properties panel, we click on fill. And then let's apply a color style, black. Now while we have this shape selected, we go to the properties panel again, we click on the color style, and then we click here, edit style, and then we copy the color code. Now we go back to the shape, we press T on our keyboard, we click, and then we paste the code. Like this. We place it right here for now. Let's select the color code. Then we change the color to black. And then we move it here. Now let's make a copy of this text. And then we write the color name. Now let's organize it. So we press and maintain Shift. We select the color code. And then we press Shift A to activate auto layout. And then while we have this selected, we select the shape while we press and maintain Shift, and then we activate auto layout. Now let's select the color name, and then we press the up arrow on our keyboard. Now let's select this frame, and then in the properties panel, we align it to the left. Now we select this nested frame, and then we change the spacing to 8 pixels. Now let's style this frame a little bit. So we select it, and then in the properties panel, we set the corner radius to 6. It's just like a small detail. It's basically the same corner radius we are using in the design. Now we select this frame, and then we press Alt on our keyboard, and then we drag to make a copy. All right, now we select this frame, and then in the properties panel, we select the next color, which is this one. Now we copy the color code. So right here, we copy the code, and then we paste it here. All right, so if this happens, we select this frame, all right, and then we set it to fill container. Let's do the same thing here. And then let's change the name of the color.
All right, so here we have our colors, and now we'll organize them. Normally, we would have many different categories for our colors, like primary, secondary, neutral, shades, and so on. But for this example, we want to keep it simple, and we'll only categorize them in two groups, primary and secondary. The title on this one is too long, and I don't want it to occupy 3 lines. So I will select all the text, and then in the properties panel, I will change the text size to 18. Now let's organize them. All right, so here we have our primary colors, and then here we have our secondary colors. Now we have to add an extra color, and it's basically this dark graphite color that we are using here in the dark mode. So let's create the color style. Now let's make a copy of this color. All right. And then we select this frame. And then since I have auto layout activated here, I will go to the properties panel and then click on wrap. Now we select this frame. And then here in the properties panel, we apply the dark graphite color. And then we copy the color code. And we paste it here. We change the color name. And that's it. All right, so we have our colors. Now let's work on the next item, the typography. I've created this black page, so we have a little bit more of, text size variety. All right. And now let's create the text styles. So the first text style we'll create is the display text style. And this text style is basically used for prominent and, attention grabbing text like this, right? So let's select this text. Then here in the properties panel, right next to typography, we click on these 4 dots and then this plus sign. And here we add a name. In this case, display desktop. And if we click here on show more options, we can see all the settings. Let's change the line height to 120% and then create style. Now when we click on the canvas, we can see here in the properties panel the text style created. All right. Now let's apply the text style to this text as well. So we select it, and then in the properties panel, we click these 4 dots right next to typography, and then we click on the text style. Now let's create the H1 text style for the title. So we select this title, and then in the properties panel, we follow the same process. %, and then create style. Now let's click on the canvas, and we can see how we have the text style created. I will actually change the weight of the font. So here to regular. And then this one as well. I'm not going to apply the text styles and updates here because we'll basically use variables, all right, to toggle on and off light and dark mode. And we'll use this design as a reference only. All right, so I've added the rest of the text styles here. So if you are following along, feel free to create them. Now let's create a frame right here. Something like this. And then we press T on our keyboard, and then we write display desktop H1, and then the rest of the text styles. All right, so now we have all the text styles here, and we'll basically select them one by one, right? We select one, and then we go to the properties panel, and we set the correct text style. Now let's move this here a little bit, and then let's select this. Move it down, then select them all, and then activate auto layout. Then select this frame, and then activate auto layout as well.
Now let's resize it like this. Then let's set a 40 pixel padding. And then let's continue setting the text styles. All right, so I've set the text styles here. And now we have to reorder them because this one is actually smaller than these two. And then this one is the smallest. So this one should stay here. As you can see here, we are using two different text styles, all right, that share the same size. And you might be wondering why not use only one, okay? So even if these two text styles have the same size, they are used for different purposes. And in the future, we might want to change one of them, all right? And we don't want that change to affect the other one. So that's why we separate them. Let's change the name of this frame. And now we have the colors, and then we have the typography. The next thing is spacing. All right, so here we have the spacing we'll use. And since you have access to this Figma file, feel free to replicate it. All right, now it's time to create the grid. Let's select this frame. And we can see the grid we are using right here. So we click, and then we can see here the information. And now we will add this grid to our design system. All right, so here we have the desktop grid, okay? Here is the information, and this is very easy to replicate, so feel free to do it. And make sure you create a style for this grid. All right, so now it's time to add the logo to our design system. And this is basically a, like a placeholder logo, all right, that I just created for this example. And this is currently text, so we'll select it and then right click, and then copy it as SVG, all right? And now let's paste it somewhere around here. And now, since this logo is basically an SVG item, we can resize it. So we press Shift to maintain the aspect ratio, and then we resize it. Let's make it smaller, something like this for now. All right, so here we have the logo, the dark mode logo and then the light mode logo. Here we have the size, and then here we have the color and then the breakpoint. Now let's copy this logo, all right, and then let's paste it here inside of the header. We move it here, we remove this logo. Okay, great. So I noticed that this button is not correctly set because it doesn't have auto layout, but no worries because we'll fix it right now. Okay, the next thing we'll add to our design system is the corner radius. All right, so here we have the corner radius, and usually when designing a website, we would have different corner radius values depending on the size of the element. Because let's say we apply this corner radius to a smaller element, like something like this. As we can see, all right, the corner radius is too pronounced, okay? And maybe we would add a corner radius of 2 pixels. All right, but for the sake of this, example, I will just use one value, which is 6. All right, so now let's add the last item of this design system, which are the icons. And for this example, I will only use one icon because that's enough for you to understand how it works. All right, so here we have the icon, and this is an SVG image. So when I basically resize it, we can see how it stays crisp, all right? So make sure that every time you import an icon, it's in SVG format. Okay, so now while I have this frame selected, I will activate auto layout. Then I will set the padding to 0. Now let's set the frame to hug, all right? Now let's select the arrow, which is the vector that's inside of the frame, all right? This one. And then let's click here in the properties panel to maintain the aspect ratio. And then let's set the height to 32 pixels. Now we make a copy, right, of this icon. And then we select the arrow. And this arrow will have a height of 24 pixels. Okay, so I created 2 extra icons. And this one, the largest one, has a height of 32 pixels. Then this one, a height of 24 pixels. This one, 20 pixels. And then this one, 16 pixels. So here we have the icons, right? It's basically this single icon in different sizes. All right, so I've quickly created 2 more breakpoints, all right? The tablet breakpoint and then the mobile breakpoint. And I've also added the grids for the tablet breakpoint and then the mobile breakpoint, and as well as the typography, all right? And then the logo as well, all right? And we have all the items. If you are following along, make sure to replicate all these, okay? And here, I don't know if you noticed, but here I've added the margin right here, okay? That's why this is slightly different, okay? But the value is still the same. The next step is to create the individual components. And we'll basically create a component for the icon and then a component for the logo. Before we continue, I wanted to create the dark mode version of this icon and then the light mode version as well. It doesn't really matter because at the end of the day, we'll use variables, but I wanted to have this here as a reference. We'll use variants for the different sizes, and then we'll use variables for the different colors. So one for dark mode and then another one for light mode. And you might be wondering why not use variables for both? And that's because Figma has a limitation with the aspect ratio. So basically, when we create a variable for an icon and then we want to resize it, we have to set the width and then the height individually, all right? And that's not ideal. And I think that Figma is working to overcome this limitation, but for now, the best approach is to create variants for the different sizes and then variables to switch between colors. Okay, this is what I mean. So here we have this component, all right? And then here we have a variable, which is the icon height, okay? And each of these values represent a size. Now, if I go here in the properties panel and then I apply the variable and then try to switch to a different size, it doesn't automatically maintain the aspect ratio, okay? As we can see here, all right? And then if I switch to a smaller size, we can see how this is not ideal. The ideal thing would be to be able to maintain the aspect ratio automatically as we resize the icon with variables. But as I said, Figma is always, updating their software and adding new features. So check it out, because maybe by the time you are watching this video, they've already added that feature. Okay, so let's continue by creating the components. Let's create a new page for this. All right, we call this page components. Then we go back to the design system page. Now let's select the icon. Make sure you select this frame, all right? And then let's press and maintain Alt on our keyboard, and then let's create a duplicate. Now let's do the same thing with the logo. So make sure you select this frame, and then we press Alt on our keyboard, and then we create a duplicate. Let's move it here. Let's select both, then copy them. We go to the components page, and then we place them here. Now let's select the icon, and then we create a component, and then we do the same thing with the logo. We can rename them something like this. And then this one as well. And now we'll have the components here in the Assets tab, all right? The next thing we have to do is create the variants, all right, for this icon. So let's go back to the design system page, and then we select this frame, all right? And then we copy this as a PNG. We go back to the components page, and then we paste it here. All right, let's move it. Let's resize it maybe as well. Okay. Now let's select the icon, and then let's move it up a little bit right here. And then we right click, and then we go to main component, and then we add a variant. Now let's resize this icon, and you have to make sure that the vector has these activated, all right, to maintain the aspect ratio, okay? And then the container should be set to hug, because when we resize the vector, all right, we want the, this frame to also resize automatically. So now let's select the vector, and then let's change the height to 24 pixels. Now let's rename this variant, and when we double click, we can see how it says property 1 equals variant 2, all right? So we have to change only this part for now, okay? When it says property 1, we'll change it later to size. Now, if we create an instance of this component, let's do it right now. So we press Alt, and then we click and drag, and this is the instance, right? And then here in the properties panel, we can switch between variants. Okay, as you can see, perfect. Let's remove this for now, and then now let's create all the other sizes. So let's move this up a little bit, then let's resize it. We select the main component, and then we make a duplicate. Now let's select the vector, and then we set the size to 20 pixels, all right, the height. And here we have it. Now this layer, all right, this frame has a padding right here. And to fix it, we just have to set the height to hug. Now let's change the name. We do the same thing. We select this part. That's it. Now let's create the last one. So you can basically press Alt and then drag to create a duplicate, or you can click this plus sign. Let's move it here. As we can see, this frame is already set to hug, all right? So we have to select the vector and then resize it to 16 pixels. That's it. Let's now rename this variant. So and let's rename the main component as well. Now let's align this perfectly by activating auto layout on this frame. And then let's set the spacing between items to 32 pixels. And now let's do exactly the same thing with the logo. Whoops, I just noticed that I was naming the icon logo. So let's change this. All right, so now it makes sense. Okay, and I've also noticed that this icon right here has the width set to fill, and it has to be set to hug. Okay, great. Now let's create all the variants for the logo following the same process. So let's go to the design system page, and then we select this frame. We right click, then copy as PNG. We go back to the components page, and then we paste it here. Let's move it, then resize it, something like this. Now we select the logo, then we make sure that this layer, right, the main container, has the width set to hug and then the height set to hug as well. We can already rename this to logo 32 pixels, and I'm using an M dash, but you can use a hyphen if you want, or a space, whatever you want. Now let's select this component, and then let's click this plus sign to add a variant. Let's resize this. We move the variant here. We make sure that it's set to hug, okay? And then we select the vector, and we resize the height to 24 pixels. Now let's change the name. And then let's create the last variant. We do the same thing. We select the vector, and then here we change these to 20 pixels this time, and then we change the name. Now let's select this frame. Okay. And then we activate auto layout, and we set this spacing to 32 pixels. Now let's duplicate the default variant, and then let's see if it works. Right here, we change. All right, it works perfectly. Let's remove this, and then this. And now we have our two first components. Let's go back to the design system page. We can remove this already. And now it's time to create our molecules. And the first molecule we'll create is a button, specifically this button, okay? And obviously the text will be centered. All right, I'll rearrange the atoms here, okay? And then we will place the molecules right here. And no worries, because we will basically reorganize these later on, so it looks nice and clean. All right, so let's select this button, and then let's duplicate it right here. Now let's select it, and then let's activate auto layout. Now let's select this button. And then here in the properties panel, we can see that it has a height of 64 pixels. So we'll apply that height to this button. 64. And then we'll add a padding on each side of 24 pixels. And then a padding to the top and the bottom of 16 pixels. So this button is our first molecule. Now I've added the button here in the tablet breakpoint, and it's slightly smaller, okay? And this will be a variant. Now let's turn this button into a component. And then let's add a variant. Since we want the properties of this button applied to this button, we can just select this button, right? And then we right click, and then copy paste as, and then we click on copy properties, all right? And now we select this variant, and then we right click, and then copy paste as, and then we paste properties, okay? Now we have to make sure that the text inside of this button is set to button text tablet, okay, instead of desktop. Now let's change the name of the component. So we can name it something like simple button. All right, so now let's rename the variants. And this one will be basically used for desktop, and then this one for tablet. That's why we'll call this one desktop and then this one tablet, because this works in this context. If we wanted to basically use this button in different sizes throughout the site, regardless of the device, we would call this one large and then this one small, right? And obviously I would create another one for mobile, because here in the real world, when we click on this button, we should also show this CTA, right? When the mobile menu appears. So let's create another variant for mobile. So we click here, and then we click this plus sign to add a variant, and then we select the text, all right? And then here in the properties panel, we change it to the button text mobile, okay? For this button, all right, we'll change the height to 56 pixels, all right? Now let's change the name. So this one, the default one, we'll call it simple button desktop. And then let's reorder it. We place it here. And then this one, which is the one for tablet, we move it here. Then we change the name. And then we do the same thing with the mobile one. Now let's create an instance by duplicating this button right here. And let's see if it works. So we select the button, and then here we change the property. All right, and as we can see, it works. Now we can remove this instance, and I will actually change the padding, on the sides for this button, okay? So it's a little bit more consistent with the other one. So we can change it to 16 pixels, and it looks better now. Now let's create the different states for this button. And we can create a hover state, and we can also create a click state. Let's start with the hover state. So let's resize this. Now let's select these 3 buttons, and then let's change the background color to this. All right, so now before we continue with the hover state, let's select these 3 buttons, right? And then here in the properties panel, where it says property 1, we change these to size, all right? Because this property will represent the size. And as you can see, it will also update here, all right? So instead of property 1, it says size. Now let's select these 3 buttons, okay? And then here in the properties panel, we select the last variant. So this one, variant 6, and then we move it up. Now we have this organize, and then we know that variant 4 is this one. So it's basically the desktop button. So here we can copy this name. Actually, we can copy everything and then paste it here. We add a comma, and then state equals hover. And now for this button, we have the size, and then we have the state. Now let's select this button, all right, the desktop button, and then here in the properties panel, we have to basically add this to the name. State equals default, because this is the default button, right? And then we copy this, and then here we do the same thing, and then here we do the same thing. And now if we select these 3 buttons, we can see how we have the size property and then the state property. Now if we duplicate this and create an instance, all right, we can see here how we can change the size, all right, and then we can change the state. Okay. We could also create an active state and also a click state. It's basically the same process, all right? For this example, we will only use these 2 states. So let's see this in action. Let's select this button, and then let's paste it here. Then we remove this one. Now we select this button again. Then here in the properties panel, we click on prototype right here. Then we go back to the button, and then we'll see this little circle right here, all right? We click on it, then hold, and then drag to connect it to this variant. And now we change the trigger to while hovering, okay? And we have some more options, but we'll keep it like this for now. We close it. Now let's preview this page by selecting it, and then here we click on this play button. And now when we hover over this button, we can see how it's working perfectly. Now we can close this. Now let's copy this component, or we can cut it by pressing Ctrl or Command X, and then we go to the components page, and let's paste it here. Now let's select this component, and then let's change the name of the property to size. The same thing here. Okay, this is already set. Now let's go back to the design system page. Now let's create the first organism, the header. So let's select the header, and then we press Alt on our keyboard, then we drag to place it here. Now we can cut it by pressing Ctrl X, and then we go to the components page, and then we paste it here. Now let's convert it into a component. All right. Now let's add an instance of this logo here, okay? Because this logo right here is not an instance. So let's go to assets right here, and then we click here, and then we click and drag this logo right here. And now we can remove this one. So basically every change we make to this logo right here will reflect here as well. Let's change the color of this logo back to black. All right, so now let's create a variant. And this will be for the tablet. So let's change the name here. Header tablet. And then this one will be for the desktop. Now let's reorder this by moving this up. And then let's select the tablet header. And then let's change the width to 810 pixels, which is basically the default width of our tablet breakpoint. Now we can make all the necessary edits. So let's select the logo. And then we change the size to 24 pixels, which is the one we are using for our tablet breakpoint. Now we can select this menu item and then remove it. And then change this one to menu. And then select this button. And change the size to tablet. Now we create another variant. And this will be the mobile variant. So we basically change the size, the width, right, of this header to 390 pixels, which is basically the size we are using for the mobile breakpoint. Now we select the button and then we remove it because we have no button here. Now we select the menu text and then in the properties panel, we change the text style to the tablet version, right? This one. And then we select the logo and then we change the size to 20 pixels. Now let's select the mobile variant and then let's change the name here. Header mobile. Let's move the tablet one up. Now let's select the component and then let's change the property name to size. Now let's make a copy of this variant, all right, the desktop variant. And while it's selected here in the properties panel, we change the size to see if everything works correctly. Perfect. Now we can remove this instance. Now let's go back to the design system page. And this will be basically the design page, okay? So we will change the name later. But for now, since we have this right here, okay, we can keep this name for now. But this will be in a separate page. All right, let's place the header right here. So let's go to the assets library right here. And then we see the header. And then we drag it right here, okay? And now we can remove this header. So we have the component now. Now we go back to the assets library right here, and then we drag the header again. And this time we place it inside of the tablet breakpoint. The next thing we have to do is go here in the properties panel where it says size and then change this to header tablet, right? Now here we have it. And then while we have it selected, we go to the properties panel and then we set the width to fill container. Now I can see here an oversight. And I don't know if you noticed, but this text is larger than this one, all right? And it should be the same. So let's right click and then click on go to main component. Let's now select the text and then let's set the correct text style. Now let's return to the instance by clicking here. This is very nice. And then let's remove this header and keep the component. And now let's do the same thing in the mobile breakpoint. We drag it here and then we change the size. We set it to fill container and then we remove this one. All right, so I did the same thing with the footer, okay? So we have this component. Let's go to the component so I can show you. All right, so it's basically the same process. So if you are following along, make sure to create it, okay? Now let's create our second organism, which is basically this card, all right? But first, I want to style this button differently. So let's select it. And then I will change the padding on the sides to 16 pixels. And then set an automatic space between items. And now this button looks much better. Now let's select this card. Then we press Alt on our keyboard. And then we drag this here. And then we create a component. Then we cut it by pressing Ctrl or Command X. And then we go to the components page and we paste it right here. Now I will add some default text in here. So right here I will add these. And then I will change this to title and then these to something like this. And now let's create a variant. Select it, and then here I will resize this. And this will be our tablet variant. Now we have to make sure that this text is set to desktop. Right now it's set to tablet, so let's change it. And then let's verify this. This one is set to desktop, so it's good. And then this one is also set to desktop. Now let's select this text to confirm that it's set to tablet. Perfect. Now let's select the title and then let's change it to tablet. Same thing with this button text. Now let's create a new variant, and this will be for the mobile breakpoint. Let's go back to this page, and then let's select this card. We right click, and then we copy the properties. Then we go back to the components page, and now we paste the properties. Now we can change the size of the text. We change it to the mobile breakpoint and then the title as well. And the button as well. So this button right here is a molecule, right? And then this card is an organism. What we'll do now is basically create a variant of this component, and it will be styled like this button. And then we'll place that molecule here. Let's resize this. All right, now let's move this here. And then let's resize this as well. And now let's create a variant. Let's change the background color to white. Let's add a stroke, set to black. We set the stroke to 2 pixels. And then we select the text that's inside. And then we change it to black. Now let's choose one of these arrows. So let's select this one, for example, and then we press and maintain Alt on our keyboard. Then we drag this right here. And as we can see, this is too large. So let's select a different size. So we select the arrow, and then here in the properties panel, we can choose a different size, like 24 pixels, for example. It's still too large. So let's choose 20 pixels. This looks fine. Now let's select the button, and then here in the properties panel, we double click here to set the space between to automatic. All right, so now let's change the name of this variant. So instead of simple button, we'll call it alternative. Now let's move this up, and then let's create another variant. We select the text, and then we change these to button text tablet. And then we do the same thing again. And this time we change the text to mobile. And then for the mobile variant, we'll also change the arrow size, okay? So basically we change it to 16 pixels. Now let's change the names. So this one will be tablet. And then this one will be mobile. All right, so this setup works, but it's not ideal. And I will show you why right now. Let's create an instance. And then here in the properties panel, we can see that we can change the size, but then we have this mixed up, right? Because we have the size and then we have the type. So basically we have to create an extra property that says type, and then we can choose between a basic button and then an alternative button. So let's do it. Let's remove this instance. And then let's change the name of these three variants. So let's select them. And then here in the properties panel, we know that we have to change the name of these three. Okay, so let's click. And then this, we change it back to simple. Then we can copy this. And then here as well. And then here as well. Now let's select all these instances, right? The basic ones, okay? And then while we have them selected here in the properties panel, we right click and then we click on rename. You can also press Ctrl or Command R on your keyboard, and then here we'll see this window pop up. We click on current name because we want to keep the current name. And then we add a comma and then type equals basic. And then we click on rename. And now we have this new property created. And now we select these three variants and then we press Ctrl or Command R on our keyboard and we'll see this window again. Then we click on current name, then we add a comma and then type equals, and this time we will write alternative, right? And then we click on rename. And now if we create an instance of this button, right? And then here we can see in the properties panel that we can switch between the size, okay? And then between basic and alternative now. All right, and then we can change the size as well. Amazing. Now we just have to create a hover state for these variants. You might be thinking, okay, so why this arrow right here is so close to the text, and here is more separated, and then here is more separated. And this doesn't really matter because at the end of the day, these buttons will be set to fill container in the design, right? So the width doesn't really matter. If you want, you can do this, right? If you prefer, it doesn't matter. And also the space between items is set to auto. All right, so let's proceed to create the hover state. So let's resize this, and then let's select these three variants, and then we duplicate them. Now let's select these three variants, and then let's change the background color to this color. Now while we have these three variants selected, we change the state to hover. And then let's see what happens if we change the state of this instance. Excellent. And this is the magic of variants. We can basically change the size of the button, the state of the button, all right? And then the type of the button from the properties panel. And I know that for some beginners, this might seem a little bit complex, but if you get it right, you will save a lot of time and your design will be cleaner. And whenever you have a question or feel stuck, make sure you ask in the community. I am very active there, and there are other very advanced designers in there as well. So don't be shy and ask questions. All right, so let's continue. Let's remove this instance, and then let's scroll down until we see the cards. Now let's go to the assets library, and then let's click on this button, and then the size should be desktop, then the state default, and then the type alternative. And then we click on insert instance. Now we have the instance here. Now, while we have it selected, we press Ctrl or Command X on our keyboard, and then we select this nested frame, and then we paste it here. Now we have the instance here, and we can remove this button. Now we select the instance, and then here in the Properties panel, we set the width to fill container. Now, while we have this button selected, we press Ctrl or Command C, and then we select this nested frame here in the tablet breakpoint, and then we paste it here. Now here we have the instance, and we have to remove this button right here. Now we select the instance, right? And then in the Properties panel, we set the width to fill container. And now this time when we have this instance selected, we change the size to tablet, right? And then we do the same thing. We copy this instance, and then we select this nested frame, and then we paste it here. We remove this button, and then we select the instance, and we make sure it's set to fill container. Now we change the size to mobile, and that's it. All right, so now let's change the names of these variables. So this one is the desktop one. We can already change the property here as well. And instead of size, we can call it device. So device equals card desktop. And then we copy this. And this one, the second one, is the tablet one. So we paste this and then tablet. And finally, this one is the mobile one. Now let's go back to this page. And then let's place the instances of the card component here. Here in the assets library, we click on this component, and then we insert this instance. Now, while we have this instance selected, we press Ctrl or Command X on our keyboard to cut it. And then we select this nested frame, all right, the one containing the 3 cards, and then we paste it here. Now with our keyboard, let's move it to the left, all right here. And then let's select this card, and then let's move it out. Let's make sure that this text is set to desktop. Now we copy it, and then we paste it here. Then we select this title, we copy it, and then we paste it here. Now, following the same process, let's add the other 2 instances. All right, so now we have the instances here, and we can remove these cards. Now let's do the same thing with the other 2 breakpoints. All right, so now we have all the instances placed. Now here, as you can see, I've added the, I've created these components, okay? And then I've placed these instances here. We can see here, if we go to the components page, so here is the article card and then the page title. And now what I want to do is basically hide this icon right here in this button. And we can do this in multiple ways. We could create a new button variant, but there is a much cleaner and organized way to do it. And that's by applying a Boolean variable. So let's do that. Let's go to the components page. And then let's scroll until we see the buttons. Now we click on the canvas. And then here, where it says local variables, we click. Now we'll see this window pop up. We click on create variable, and then we create a Boolean variable. Now we can rename this collection to buttons. And then we change the name of the variable to icon visibility. Now we create a new mode by clicking on this plus sign, all right? And we will rename this mode show, and then this one hide. Now we click here, and then we close this window. Now we have to link this icon to the variable. So let's select this icon. And then here in the properties panel right next to appearance, we'll see this icon right here. Then we click, and then we click on icon visibility. Now let's select the icon in this variant, all right? And then we press and maintain Shift Alt on our keyboard. Then we select this one, and then this one, and then this one, and this one. And we do the same thing. Here in the properties panel, we click here and then icon visibility. All right, so there is an issue that I noticed. And if we go to this page and then we select this frame, all right, this one, and then we click on this play button. When we hover over this button, we can see how it's not working as it's supposed to. And this is very easy to fix. So let's close this and then let's go back to the components page. And now when we select this button, and then here in the properties panel, we click on prototype, we can see how this button is still linked to this variant, okay? To remove this connection, we just have to click on this arrow, all right? And then we press delete on our keyboard. And now we hover over this button and then we click on this plus sign and then we maintain the mouse button pressed and then we drag. And now we can release the mouse button and then we change the trigger to while hovering. Now we can close this and let's see if it's working. Let's go to this page. And then while we have this frame selected, we click on this play button again. And we can see how it's not working. And that's because we have to basically remove this connection. And now it's going to work. Perfect. As you can see, instead of basically removing or editing mistakes, I fix them as I advance because this is how it works in the real world. As I always say, oversights are very normal, all right? Because there are so many moving pieces and mistakes are bound to happen. But what's important is your awareness and the problem solving skills. All right, so let's continue. Now we can close this. All right, so now let's select this variant and then we press and maintain shift. We select this one and then this one and then this one. And then we go here in the properties panel and then we click on the prototype tab. And now we press and maintain shift and then we select this connection and then this one and this one and this one. And then we press the delete key on our keyboard. And since in this design, this button and then this button will be used in tablet and mobile, we don't need a hover state because it doesn't make sense. So no need to connect them, all right? So you might be wondering why we created then the hover states for these buttons, right? If we are not going to activate the hover state since they are for, tablet and mobile. And that's because we are basically thinking about the future, right? Because maybe we create a page and we want a button that's smaller than this, and we can basically repurpose these buttons and then use them for desktop as well. In that case, what we would do, we would name them small, medium, and large, all right? Okay, so now let's select this variable. And then in the properties panel, we click on this icon right here and then buttons and show. Okay, we click on show. And now we'll see this little drop down menu and we can hide and show the icon. All right. Now we select this one and then we press and maintain shift. We select this one and then here in the properties panel, we do the same thing. We click here and then show. This little drop down menu will appear. And now we can basically do the same thing. Hide and show. Now let's scroll down and then we select this button and now here in the properties panel we hide the icon. And now we can see this update applied here. Now let's organize our file a little bit. So let's select all these frames, all right? And then we press Ctrl or Command X on our keyboard. And then we create a new page. And then we'll call this page design. And now let's paste it here. Now let's go back to this page. And then here, I will basically organize this so it looks beautiful and clean. All right, so now we have this organized and clean. And this is the logo. And then here we have the icons, the spacing, the grids, the typography. All right, and then the colors and the corner radius. So these are the items. Here we have the design, very simple. And then here we have the components. All right, everything very organized and clean. And then now it's time to work on the variables. Let's start with the colors, but first I will change the names because this is more accurate if we call these ones neutrals and this one's main colors. And this will be our primitives. All right, let's create the color variables. So we click here and then we create a new collection and then we name these collection colors. Now let's create a color variable and then we call this color white. Then we create another color variable and then this one will be black. Now we click here and then we click on the color picker and then we choose this one. Now let's select these two colors and then let's create a group. And now we name this group neutrals. Now let's click right here on all variables and then let's follow the same process to add all these colors. All right, so now we have all the colors. Then we select all of them and then we create a new group and then we call this group main colors. Now we will link the color styles to the variables, all right? For example, this color black, we click here and then libraries, and then we link it to the black color variable. And now we can see here how it's now linked. Next, we follow the same process with the other colors. While linking the styles, I noticed that we are missing one color variable, all right, this one. So let's create it. Let's first quickly create the color card. So we select this and then we make a duplicate and then we call this one cinnamon and then we change the fill here in the properties panel and then we check the code, copy it and then we paste it here. Now let's create the color variable. We change the name to cinnamon and then we select the color with the color picker. And that's it. Now let's link the style to the variable. I will move this color card here. Okay, so we have our primitives here and then we have the color styles linked to the primitive colors. All right, now it's time to create the aliases. Let's close this and then we go to the components page. And now we'll create some pretty detailed aliases. Okay, so let's create a variable collection. And then we name this collection semantics. And now we create a variable, a color variable, and then we name this variable logo. Now let's create an alias. So we right click here and then we click on create alias. And then remember that these are our primitive colors, all right? And then we click on black, right? And this will be the default color for our logo. And then we'll have the logo in dark mode and also in light mode. Now let's assign this variable to the logo. So let's go to the components page. We can close this now. Now we press and maintain control and then we click on the logo. And then while we have control pressed, we press shift and then we click on this one and then this one as well. Make sure you are selecting the
the vectors, all right? Now here in the properties panel where it says fill, we click on this black color, and then instead of being linked to the color style, it has to be linked to the semantic color, all right? So this one. Now we click, and that's it. Let me explain again how this works so you better understand it if you have any doubts. So here we have the primitive colors, all right? And we can even change the name of this collection to primitive so it's more clear. Primitives, all right? So these are the primitives. These are the main colors we are using. And we could be using different shades for each color, all right? So multiple shades, for example, like a lighter clementine, all right? A darker cinnamon, all right? Many shades. And then here in the, semantics, we have variables that are more descriptive. So we have the logo, we'll also create the primary button and then the alternative buttons and so on, right? And then let's say that later on in the future, we want to change the shade of the logo or the button or whatever, instead of creating a specific color style, right? Because if not, like imagine we have multiple items and then each item has the same color and then we create a color style for each. We would have like a ton of color styles sharing the same color, and then that would make the design system very messy. So for example, for the logo, if we wanted to change the shade, right, or even the color, we only have to click here, right, and then change it right here, and that's it. And it would update throughout the entire design. Let me make a little demonstration. So here we have the logo, right? And let's say we want to change this logo to Clementine, all right? We can just go here and then change the color, right? And now we can see the change applied throughout the entire site. Okay. Let's change this back to black. If you are still confused about how this works, don't worry because I will give you another example. So keep watching. All right, now let's go back to the components page. And then now we'll create the semantic colors for the buttons. All right, so here we have all the variables for the buttons. So if you are following along, make sure to create them, all right? And now we'll select all of them. So we press and maintain Shift, and then we click this one to select all of these, and then we group them, right? And then we name this new group buttons. We can also create a group for the logo, even if it's just one variable, for better organization. All right. Okay, so now let's apply the variables. So here we select this button, right? And then we press and maintain Control Shift, and then we select this one and then this one. And then here in the properties panel where it says fill, we change it to this one, primary background default, right? And then now here in the properties panel, we can already see that this is the text, okay? So let's also apply the variable, which is this one, okay? Perfect. Now let's do the same thing with the hover state. So we select them all right? And then in the properties panel, we do the same thing. This one, and then for the text, this one. And now we repeat the same process with these. Okay, so we select them. All right, and then here in the properties panel, we set it to this one. And then the text will be this. And then here we have a stroke, right? So we have to basically create a new variable, right? New color variable. And then we name it stroke, and then default, right? And then now we create an alias. And then we link it to the primitive black, right? Now let's duplicate it. And then this will be for the hover. And even though it's the same color, I will create it just in case we want to change it in the future. Now we select both and then we drag them here. And then now here in the properties panel, we change these to the default one, right? Now let's select these three variants.
And then let's follow the same process. And now this for the text. Now it's time to create a variable for the icon, okay? All right, I've created the variables. Here they are. Now we press and maintain control. We click on the icon and then we press while we have control pressed, right? Or command if you are on a Mac. We press shift, we maintain shift, and then we click on this icon and then we click on this icon. Make sure you have the vector selected, right? And then now here in the properties panel, we apply the variable, which is this one. And now we do the same thing with the icon that's in the hover state. We select them and then we apply the variable, this one. All right, so now let's create a variable for this icon, okay? Which is basically the main component. All right, so let's create the variable. We can call it right arrow, and then we map this to the primitive black, okay? And now we create a group, and then we call this group icons. Now let's double click here inside of the component, and then here we apply the variable, this one. All right, so the beauty of these is that let's say we want to change the color of these icons. Let's say we have these icons placed in different places throughout the entire design, and we want to change the colors of all the instances, right? We can basically just change it here. Okay, and then the ones that we have in the buttons remain intact because they have their own alias, right? And then let's say we want to change this color. We can do so here. All right. Even though this is too light, this color is obviously not ideal for this, but I just wanted to show you an example. And now this one remains intact. Let's change this back to black. All right, here is a little exercise. Create and set the variables for all these components and their variants. And as always, if you feel stuck, make sure you ask any questions you have in the community, all right? Go to webdesignerscollective.com. Here is a shortcut. So let's say we want to create a group for these cards, all right? In this case, this one and then this one, right? We would create a new variable. And then here we write the name of the group first. So in this case, cards, and then slash, and then the name of a subgroup, for example, info cards, right? And then we press enter. And then now we have the group right here. And now we create a subgroup. So we right click and then we click here, new group with selection. And then we change the name of the subgroup to info cards, all right? And then here we can add something like background, for example, and then we press enter. Now let's link this variable to the primitive color through an alias. And something that I forgot to mention is that you can create an alias by right clicking like I did in the beginning, or you can just do this, right? It's basically the same thing. Here, I don't know why Figma is adding this extra space here between info and card, because I didn't add the extra space, right? So, but it doesn't really matter, right? It appears correctly here. Here, I also noticed that after giving you the example, I didn't change the, the color of the icon that's inside of the button back to black. But no problem, because I will do it right now. Right here. Perfect. Okay, so let's continue with the cards. Here we can create another variable, and then we'll call this one article
cards. And then we can place it here. And then this one will be the background. And then now we connect it to the primitive, which is this one. Now let's select these two variables, and then we create a new group. And then this group will be called article cards. And then now let's move this group here. And now we have these two subgroups inside of the cards group. Okay, so here we have all the aliases, all right? And they are linked to the elements that form the components. And since you have access to this Figma file, make sure to create them if you are following along. All right, now let's create the corner radius variable. Here we have the corner radius and we know it's 6. So let's go here and then we click on local variables. And the corner radius variable will live inside of the primitives collection. So let's create the variable, and this time we choose the number variable. And then we call it corner radius. This will be the name of the group, and then a slash, corner radius, default. And then we press enter. The value should be 6. And for the corner radius variable, we don't need a an alias, because we are using this single variable throughout the entire design. Okay. Now let's apply the corner radius variable to the buttons. All right, the header, the footer, the info cards, and then the article cards. This is how you apply the variable. Let's select the component, all right, and then we press enter. Now we have all the buttons selected, and then here in the properties panel where it says appearance right here, okay, we click on this icon, and then we click on the variable. Now you will see the value of the corner radius inside of this white square, and that means that now the corner radius is applied through a variable. Now follow the same process to apply the corner radius to all these different components. You can basically select them all since they all share the same corner radius. So you press Ctrl and then you hold and then you press Shift and then you click to select this one and then you select all these different components. All right. And then now in the properties panel, we apply the variable. Now it's time to create the spacing variables. So let's go back to the design system page. Now we have to create a new group inside of the primitives. Okay. And then this group will be called spacing. Okay, so let's create the group and then let's add the extra small space, which is basically 8 pixels. Let's click on create variable and then number. Now we add here the name of the group, which is spacing, then slash, and the name of the size. We press enter, and then here we add the value, which is 8 pixels. And now let's create variables for all these spaces. All right, so I just created all the sizes, okay? And the next thing we have to do is apply them in the design. Let's go to the design page. All right, so to set the spacing variables, we select the frame, all right, this frame in this case. And then as we can see, this one has a space of 120 pixels, right? If we go here in the properties panel, we'll see the space right here. Then we click on this arrow and then we click on apply variable. And then here we'll see the variable, right? And we don't have the 120, and that's on purpose because I wanted to change it to 80. Because in this case, I felt like 120 pixels was too large of a space for this particular area. All right, so now this space is basically linked to this variable. And then if we change the value of this variable, so let's write here on 300, for example, we can see how it's applied automatically, right? Let's change it back to 80.
Pay attention because this is very important and very easy to overlook. Whenever you see an instance of a component like this, for example, and we want to apply the spacing between these, the title and then the button, we have to set it at a component level, okay? So basically you go to the component, and then you set the space here, okay, the variable. Okay, now let's apply the different sizes throughout the entire design. And since you have access, you can just check the Figma file whenever you are stuck. All right, so I've applied the spacing variables throughout the design. Now I want to show you something so you can really understand why we set aliases. All right, so check this out. When I select this instance, right, and I select this space here between the title and the button, we can see how it's set through a variable to 32 pixels, right? And then the menu items have a space between items of 32 pixels, also set through the spacing variable, right? Now let's say we want to change the space between the title and this button to 72 pixels, right? So we change it here. And what happens is that this space changes, right? But then this space also changes, and we don't want that, right? We only want to change this space. And what we have to do, create a unique alias for this space. Let's change this back to 32, and then let's create the alias. We go to semantics, remember that. And then here inside of info cards, all right, inside of this subgroup, then let's create a number variable. And then we can call it something like title plus button spacing. Now let's create the alias. And then we select the desired space size, which is this one. Now let's go to the component of this instance. Now we select this, and then we press Ctrl and Shift on our keyboard, and then we maintain it. We select this, and then this as well. And then now here, we click on this arrow, and then apply variable. And now we apply this variable. All right, so this will be our default setting, okay? So basically, we will have this spacing right here connected to this variable, okay, through an alias. And if we want to modify, increase or decrease or whatever, all spacing that is currently 32 pixels, we leave this as it is right now, connected to this variable through an alias, okay? And then if we want to modify this spacing specifically, we add a number value here instead of an alias, okay? Let me show you. So this spacing right here is 32 pixels, right? And then this right here, all right, between menu items is also 32 pixels, as we can see here. And the space between these menu items and then the CTA is also 32 pixels. And if we scroll down, here we have a spacing of 32 pixels as well. So let's say now we want to update the spacing for all these elements to, let's say, to 40 pixels, right? We would go to the primitives right here, and we would probably change this one, right, to 48 pixels, and then this one to 40 pixels. And now all elements that have this spacing between them, like this, for example, will be set to 40 pixels, as we can see. And then here as well, 40 pixels. And then here as well, 40 pixels. Now let's set this back to 32 pixels and 40 pixels. Now this spacing is set to 32 pixels again.
And let's say we want to change it to 72 pixels, for example. And we only want that change to be applied to this spacing. We would go to the semantics, and then we would unlink this alias, right here. And then we would modify these to 72 pixels. And that's it. As you can see, this is now 72 pixels. And then this is 32 pixels. And this is the magic of using aliases. Okay, so now for padding, okay, we can use the same values we are using for the spacing. Okay, so we use the same variables. All right, let's go to the primitives, and then we can use these values, because it doesn't make sense to create a new collection since these overlap, right? So we can use the same primitives. And this is for this specific case. Maybe in a different scenario, we would create the padding collection separately. But in this case, we will organize it this way. Maybe we should change the name of the collection to spacing and padding, right? Okay, so you know how to apply this. We have this frame selected, and then we can see how we have 40 pixel, a 40 pixel padding on all sides. So we press and maintain control, and then we click here, and now we click on this icon, and then we set the desired padding, which is 40 pixels, okay? And that's it. And we should also apply the padding variables to our components. So we go to our components, and here we apply the padding variables to all our components and variants. For example, here in this variant, we have 32 pixels on both sides, and then 40 pixels at the top, and then 40 pixels at the bottom. So here in the properties panel, we click here, and then we set the variable, which is 32 pixels, and then this 40 pixels. All right, so if you are following along, make sure to apply the padding to all these variants. And also here on these frames, okay? All right, so I've applied all the paddings, all right, through variables. And I've also added a new primitive variable, which is this one. Let me show you. This one, all right? So every time you need a new variable, you can just add it here, okay? And this is the beauty of using variables. It keeps everything very organized, and it's still very flexible. All right, so now it's time to create a dark mode for this design. And we'll use variables for that, and variable modes, of course. Okay, let's open the local variables. And then here inside of the semantics collection, we basically create a new mode by clicking here, okay? And then we call this mode light, and then this one dark. Now let's create a color variable, and then we will name the group pages, and then the variable background. Here we have it. Now for the light mode, we'll set this to the white primitive. And then for the dark mode, we'll set it to the black primitive. Now let's test it. So let's close this for a moment. And then we select this frame. And then here in the properties panel, we detach this variable by clicking this icon, all right? And then we click here, and then we click on libraries. And now we search for pages, and then we click here. Now here right next to appearance, we click on this icon, and then semantics, and then dark. It works, all right? This little drop-down menu will appear, and then here we can switch between dark and light, all right? Let's open the local variables again. And then basically now all we have to do is translate these colors. So for example, if the primary background of this button is black in the light mode, it's going to be white in the dark mode. So we change it here. This remains the same for now, and this will be black as well. All right, so here we have all the colors for the dark mode. So if you are following along, make sure to add them as well, okay? I've also created a new variable for the display text. All right, and then I applied that variable to this text and then this text as well, as we can see in the properties panel. Okay, so let's test it. If we select this frame, and then we go back to the properties panel right here, and then we click this icon, and then semantics, and then we choose dark. Boom. Perfect. Here is a very cool thing we can do. So let's select this frame, and then let's switch this back to auto. All right. Now let's click anywhere on the canvas. And then here in the properties panel, we'll see this icon right here. Then we click, and then we choose the dark mode. Brilliant. Now I will show you something very interesting. You can also use variables to translate your content. For example, you can basically use variables to translate this website from English to Arabic or any other language. And then you can quickly switch between languages. And I will show you how to do it right now. So let's say I'm making a design for a company that's in the United Arab Emirates, and they want to see the content of this design in Arabic. I would first copy this page as a PNG, all right? And now here in ChatGPT, I would paste the image of the page right here, and then I would write this prompt. Can you please translate the content of this page section by section to perfect? And here we have the translation. And now let's go back to Figma. And then let's open the local variables. And now we create a collection. And then we name this collection language. Now let's create a string variable. And now the first text we'll translate is research. So we call this string variable research. Now we create a mode by clicking here. And then we'll call this mode English. And then this one Arabic. Now we write here the word in English, which is research. And then here in Arabic. So let's go back to ChatGPT. Now let's copy this word in Arabic. And then let's paste it here. Now let's select this instance. And then let's go to the main component. Now let's select this menu item. All right. And then here in the properties panel, we click on this icon right here. And then we search for research. And then we apply this variable. Now here in the properties panel, we click on this icon right next to appearance, then language, then English. Now this little drop-down menu will appear, and then here we can switch between English and Arabic, all right? Now let's switch back this text to auto, right here. And then let's go back to the design page. Now we select this frame, and then here in the properties panel, we click on this icon right here, and then language, and then Arabic. Brilliant. I will switch this back to auto. Now let's create the rest of the variables to translate all this content. And we'll do that by following the same process. All right, I'm here in the components page, and as you can see, I've added some of the translations, okay? And then here in the, in the info cards, okay, I'm here in the components page, all right? In the info cards, I've made some structural changes. And what I did was basically to separate this text, all right, and this title. So now they are in separate text fields. And I did this because when I added the translation right here, all right, I couldn't add this line break, okay, this space. So I solved the issue by changing the structure. And the other thing I wanted to mention is that in this case, all right, for these cards, you don't have to apply the variable here, okay, in the components page. You have to apply the variable in the instance. Here is where you apply the variables, all right? These are the instances. So after adding the variable here, okay, and then the translation, you select the text, in this case, this title. And then here in the properties panel, you apply the variable by clicking here, and then you can write Adam. And then this is the one we want right now, the title. So we click, and now it's applied, okay? We can see it here. Now, if I select this instance, and then here in the properties panel, I apply the variable, I change the language to Arabic, we can see it's working. And if you are wondering why we didn't apply the variables here, all right, in this instance, and it's because the header is the same on all pages, right? So we basically are using the same information we have here, okay? So this doesn't change. It doesn't matter if this is in the home page or the about page, the header and the items inside of the header will be the same. Okay, let's go back to the design page. And then if you are following along, feel free to continue applying the variables. All right, so here we have all the variables, and let's see if it's working. Let's select these 3 frames, and then here in the properties panel, we change the language to Arabic. Amazing. And then we can apply dark mode too. Sensational. We can change it back to English, and then back to light mode. Now let me show you something very nice. So let's create a frame right here. Something like this, right? And then I will change the language of this page to Arabic. Now I will select this instance, and then I will move it here. Look what happens. Automatically. And this happens because the default language is English, right? If we select this frame, and then we apply the language, the Arabic language, it changes. Now let's see what happens if I create a frame, right? And then I set the page background color variable. So this one. And then I activate the dark mode. Let's see what happens if I start dropping elements inside. So this one, whoa. And then this one. This is amazing. And this happens because the components of these instances have the color modes set to auto. Okay, let me show you. Let's go to this component. And then here in the properties panel, we can see how the mode is set to auto, right? If we set it to light, for example, and then we go back to the instance, we can see how it doesn't matter what background color this frame has, this instance will show the light mode. Let me switch the component back to auto. Okay, so here we have this frame, right? And this frame is set to dark, okay? And then we have this frame, which is set to light, right? And then we have these 2 instances, right? And then the components of these instances have the variable mode set to auto, okay? As we just saw.
So when we move these instances to this other frame, right, they inherit the mode of the parent, right, which in this case is this frame, okay, because it's set to light. So basically the frame acts as the parent, and then the instances that we place here act as the child. All right. And then if we change the mode of this frame, all right, we can see how the instances change as well. And then if we change the mode of the frame back to light, we can see how the instances inherit the mode we applied to the frame. Okay, now I will show you how to switch between modes on a page level, right? So instead of having to select the, these three frames and then switching it here, we can basically switch them on a page level all at once. Because here we only have three frames, right? The desktop breakpoint, and then we have the tablet breakpoint, and then the mobile breakpoint. But imagine we have like hundreds of pages, right? And each page has 3 breakpoints. We could select them all, right? But there is a more efficient way to do it. Let me show you here. When we click on the canvas and we deselect all these, frames, we can go to the properties panel right here, and then right next to page, we click on this icon, right? And then language, and then we change this to Arabic. And as you can see, it changes everywhere. And now if we want to change the mode to dark mode, it won't work. And I will show you why. So let's go here, and then we change this to dark mode, and it doesn't work, right? And that's because these frames are set to light, right? If we set them to auto, we can see how it changes, and now we can change it from here, okay? And once you have the mode here, right, and you want to basically switch the mode on one of these frames, you can do it by selecting the selecting the frame, and then here you can basically apply the mode, and it will work. Why? Because the frame will have priority over the page. All right, now I will show you how to set responsive typography variables. All right, so in the beginning of this module, I've shown you how to create different, text styles for different breakpoints, right? But this is not ideal. This is what most beginners do, right? And I wanted you to understand how to do it as well, because sometimes you will encounter it, right? But there is a better way to do it, and that's through variables and modes. So let's create a new variable collection, and then we'll name this collection typography. Now let's go to the design system page, and then here we have the typography right here. Okay, next we will basically delete all the text styles for mobile and then for tablet, all right? We only will leave the ones for desktop for now. So here we identify the last one for mobile, which is this one, and then we press and maintain shift, we click, and then now we go up, and then we identify the first one for tablet, which is this one, and then we press and maintain shift, and then we click, and now we have all these text styles selected. Now we right click, and then we click on delete. Now let's remove the desktop part of the name on all of these text styles, all right? On all of these. The names should look like this now. And now here inside of the typography collection, we create a new number variable. Now let's add a name to the variable. So we'll first add the name of the group, which is font, and then slash, and then the subgroup, which is font size, and then the first font size, which is display. Now we press enter, and then we have the structure. Now we create a new mode, and then another one, all right? And then we name this first mode desktop, and then this one tablet, and then this one mobile. The size for desktop is 160, and then for tablet is 88, and then for mobile is 44. Now we create the next one, which is H1, and then we do the same thing. Here it is, and now it's time to do the same thing with the rest of the sizes. Okay, so here we have all the font sizes, all right? And the next thing we have to do is create a new variable, and this time it should be a string variable. And then this one will be for the font family. So we create the subgroup, and then we write enter, and then we press enter. Here we have it. Sorry, here we shouldn't add the font family name, right? Here we should add title, and then here we should add the name of the font family, which is enter. And here as well, because in this case, we are using the same font family across all devices. All right, so we'll use this one for the title, and then we'll duplicate it, and then this one will be for the body text. And for this design, we are using the same font family for, for the title and then for the body text. Okay, I've added the rest of the variables, and as you can see here, under font family, I've added the font families for the display text, right? Because let's say in the future, we want to change the font family for the large display text. We can do it right here. And we have the, the font weight here as well. And you might be wondering why you didn't add the line height. And I didn't add the line height because at this moment in time, Figma doesn't allow us to add percentages here as values for the variables. They will probably make this possible in the future, but for now, we'll keep the line height percentage value in the text styles. Now let's make the text styles hold the variables. So let's close this. And then let's click here to open the settings of this text style right here. And then here where it says enter, we click, and then we click on this icon. And then here we write font family. And then we click on display. Now we click on regular, and then we click here where it says apply variable. And then here we write font weight. And then we click on display. And then now we click here. And then we click on this icon, and then here we write font size, and then we click on display. Now we can close this. Now we click on this one, right? And then we do the same thing. We click here, and then we search for font family, and then this time we click on title, okay? Because this is a title. And then we click here, and then apply variable, and then we search for font weight, and then we click on H1. And then we click here, and then this icon again, and then we write font size, and then we click on H1. Now we close this, and then do the same thing in the rest of the text styles. Okay, so now these text styles are holding the typography variables, okay? What we have to do now is go to the components page. Now let's select the desktop variants. So we press and maintain Control, and then we press and maintain Shift. We click on this one, and then on this one, and then on this one. And then now in the properties panel, right next to appearance, we click on this icon, and then we hover over typography, and then we click on desktop. Now we do the same thing with the tablet one. So we select them, and then here in the properties panel, we do the same thing. And then this time we click on tablet. And now we do the same thing, but with the mobile one. And now the buttons. So these ones, we set them to desktop. And then these ones,
tablet, and then these ones, mobile. All right, I've just noticed a little oversight, and it's that I'm using the same font size in the buttons for tablet and then for mobile. And I've noticed because obviously the font size in the mobile buttons should be a little bit smaller, right? But no worries, because fixing this is very easy. Let's do it right now. Let's go to the design system page. And then here we can see how the font size for the buttons in the tablet breakpoint should be 20 pixels. And then in the mobile breakpoint should be 18 pixels. Let's go back to the components page. And then let's open the variables. And then let's update the value in the button text font size for the mobile breakpoint. 18 pixels. And now this makes sense. Now let me show you something extremely nice. So we have these two frames, right? This one is the desktop breakpoint, and then this one is the mobile breakpoint, okay? And then we have a text with the display text style. If I select this text and then I move it here, nothing happens, right? But then let's see what happens if I select this frame and then I click here, this icon, and then I hover over typography, and then I click on mobile. Then I select this text, and then I move it here. Did you see that? And then if I move it back to the mobile breakpoint, it changes automatically. Amazing. And the same thing happens with instances. If we take this instance and then we move it here in the mobile breakpoint, we can see how the text size changes, right? It becomes smaller. If we move it back to the desktop breakpoint, we can see how the text size increases. In this lesson, you've learned what a design system is, what the atomic design system is and how to use it, and how to create a design system from scratch. Let's move to the next lesson. Components are the building blocks of any design system, ensuring consistency and scalability across projects. In this lesson, you will learn how to effectively document components in Figma, making them intuitive and easy to use for designers and developers. Documentation in design is the process of creating a structured guide that explains how a design system, its elements, and its processes work. It includes details about design decisions, components, guidelines, and the best practices to ensure consistency, clarity, and effective collaboration across teams. Documentation can be a broad topic, right? But in this lesson, we'll specifically focus on component documentation. So basically how to document the technical aspects of individual components to make them clear, usable, and accessible for everyone. Component documentation can be very tedious, right? And if we have a large collection of components, it can take a long time for us to really document everything, right? To make sure that every technical aspect is clear. So I want to show you this plugin that helps us tremendously in terms of efficiency and speed when documenting the specs of our components. To install the plugin, simply click on this icon right here, and then click on plugins and widgets, and then search for specs, and then install this one. So click on this one, and then click on run. Now with the plugin open, click on any component. So we select this component, and then we click on run. And now here we have all the technical specs of the component, and everything is very detailed, right? We have all the information. If we had to document all these one by one, it would take a lot of time, right? So this plugin helps us a lot in terms of efficiency. This plugin is amazing. Like, as I said, it saves us a lot of time. Make sure to install it and play with it so you can see how it works. In this lesson, you've learned what documentation is and how to document components automatically in Figma. Alright, congratulations on finishing Module 11. In the next module, I will give you advice on how to have successful meetings with potential and existing clients. Thanks for your attention, and I will see you soon. Hey, what's up? Do you want to discover a key strategy for landing more web design projects? It's all about how you handle meetings. The truth is, these conversations can make or break your chances of securing projects. In this module, I'm sharing my framework for nailing online meetings, from prep work to follow-ups. At the time of this recording, the last 2 deals I've closed is one deal worth $10,000 and then a second deal worth over $40,000. While I will give you all my best tips and strategies, real growth comes from practice. That's why if you are not a member yet, I invite you to join our private community. It's a space where you can participate in live practice calls with fellow designers, hone your skills, and gain confidence before connecting with real prospects. Go to webdesignerscollective.com and apply to join. It takes less than 1 minute and it's completely free. Here is the content of this module: preparing for meetings, conducting the meeting, engagement and the communication, post-meeting strategies, and tools to use for online meetings. In this lesson, we'll go over everything you need to do before the meeting begins. You will learn how to research your prospects, set clear objectives, and create a well-structured agenda. Finally, we'll highlight common preparation mistakes and how to avoid them. Let's get started. So the first thing you have to do is to do some research. Try to learn as much as you can about your prospect, right? Go to their website, go through their social media profiles, and even try to talk with some people that work for that company, even if they are not, decision makers, right? You are just trying to gather as much information as possible. Try to understand their business by identifying their target audience, their current products or services, any challenges they may have, their main competitors, their brand positioning, their company size or stage. Are they a startup, a small company, a medium company, or a big enterprise? And also try to identify their market conditions. The next thing you have to do is to set clear objectives. Many people schedule meetings without knowing exactly what they have to talk about, right? And that's a mistake because you will waste a lot of time, right? Your time and your prospect's time. So make sure you write down everything you want to discuss in the meeting beforehand. For example, if the scheduled meeting is for the first strategy session, one of the objectives would be to understand the prospect's vision and also to gather as many details about the project as possible. The next step is to create an agenda, and an agenda is very important because it helps you stay on track and cover everything that's important. So here is a strategy session agenda, okay? I put together this template so you can check it out. I will leave a link in the description. The first thing we have here is introduction, right? And here is when you introduce yourself, and then you let the other people in the meeting to introduce themselves as well. And then after the introduction, you proceed with the purpose of the meeting. So for example, today we'll ensure we fully understand your goals and create a roadmap for success. And try to keep the introduction short, right? Like 5 minutes. If it's 7 minutes or 10 minutes or whatever, it's fine. But make sure it doesn't take too much time, okay? The next step is business discovery. And this is when you ask general questions about the business. Your goal here is to basically get a general overview of their business offerings. And also a very interesting question to ask is what success looks like for their company in the next 6 to 12 months. And also it's important to have a conversation to understand their customers, right? You want to know who their customers are and also, what's their ideal customer avatar and all that stuff, because you will basically use that to create the persona profiles for the website. Another important question to ask is what do they admire about their competitors and what they want to differentiate from in their online presence. And then here we have the success metrics, like how we measure success. Do they want leads or sales or, more user engagement? And this is important because we have to know exactly what they want so we can make a better offer. For example, if they say that the most important metric is leads, we would work on optimizing the entire website for, to increase the leads, right? And then if they say that the most important metric is sales, we would optimize the conversion rate of the website to increase the sales. And then if they say that what's important for them is a better user engagement, we would work heavily on the UX. And these metrics are related because If you want sales, you need leads. And if you want sales, you need user engagement, right? But the thing is, like, some businesses might have a lot of leads because they nail down the advertising part of the business. But then when users land on the website, the user experience is poor, and therefore the sales are low. So it's our job to identify the problems and then fix them. And here we have the next phases of the meeting. We have the project scope, and then we have the budget discussion, and then we have the process overview, and then we have the next steps. So since you have access to this document, feel free to click the link in the description and check it out. And if you have any questions, let me know in the comments. So what you have to do once you access this document is to go here where it says file, and then you click on make a copy. And here you change the name, all right? And then you click on make a copy. And then every time you have a call schedule, you send these to your prospects, okay, before the meeting. And try to send it like 1 day or 2 days before the meeting if possible. Don't send it like 10 minutes before the meeting because your prospects have to go through it. Okay, the next thing is to make sure that everything is ready. Whatever tools you are using, if you are using Figma or Zoom, Google Meet or Blue Jeans, whatever you are using, make sure you prepare the software beforehand and you have all the settings and everything is clear. Check your audio, the video, everything, like your camera, because if not, you will run into technical issues sometimes, right? And that's very annoying. Like, let's say you have a meeting and then 5 minutes before the software doesn't work or your camera doesn't work, and that's not ideal. And if you have a presentation you want to share during the call, make sure the font size is right. Make sure the images are crisp. Make sure that everything looks good, because the worst thing is to present something that doesn't look good. So make sure you take your time before the meeting to check everything. Now let's discuss the common mistakes to avoid. The first one is not setting a clear agenda. And we already talked about this, right? Going into a meeting without a clear purpose or structure. Number 2, failing to confirm the meeting time, assuming the client remembers the time or converts the time zones correctly. When you set a meeting inside of your Google Calendar and then you share it with your prospects, they will see the time in their time zone. However, before you set the meeting, you have to make sure you got the time zone right. To get the time zone right, I always use this website called worldtimebody.com. And as we can see here, we have different cities and we can add extra cities, for example, London. And we click here, we have London here. And then here we can change the format. And now we can see how 7 p.m. in Barcelona is 1 p.m. in New York, 10 a.m. in Los Angeles, 3 a.m. in Tokyo, and 6 p.m. in London. Now let's say I have a client based in New York. I would remove this, and then this, and this. And if I'm in Barcelona, I would check the time. And then I would know that 1 p.m. in New York is 7 p.m. in Barcelona. After I confirm the time, I would go to my Google Calendar, and then I would set the meeting at the right time. And then after you check the time in the different time zones, you send an email to your prospect with, containing this message. So something like, hey, I hope you are doing well. And then you follow up with this message. The third mistake to avoid is scheduling without a clear goal. So basically not having a specific outcome in mind for the meeting. Before you jump into a call, you have to define the goal. What's the goal? So if you are scheduling for a strategy call, you want to close the deal in that call, right? You don't want to have multiple calls to close the deal and all that stuff. Obviously, it depends on the magnitude of the project, but most of the times you want to close the deal with one call. In this lesson, you will learn how to lead meetings confidently, stay focused on your goals, and create a positive impression that strengthens your professional relationships. We'll cover everything from building rapport with clients to staying on track, listening actively, and using tools like AI to make note-taking simple and effective. You will also learn how to avoid common mistakes that can derail a meeting. The first thing you have to do after the meeting starts is build rapport. And it's very easy. You just have to start with a little small talk to break the ice, like where are you calling from, how was your weekend, just some little talk to get the conversation started. And if you did some research, as you should, You can also compliment them, saying something like, I saw your latest product and it's amazing. I really like the design and the whole execution of the project. This demonstrates that you've done your homework and that you are aware of what they are doing. It's a powerful way to start a conversation. Meetings can easily get off topic, so it's very important to gently guide them back to the agenda. For example, if the conversation drifts, you may say something like, that's a great point. To make sure we cover everything today, let's put that on our list to revisit later. And then you can follow with, for now, let's tackle the project scope, for example. When your prospect speaks, make sure you listen carefully and show you are paying attention by nodding, making eye contact, and saying things like, that's a great point. And then sometimes summarize what they say to confirm you understand. So if somehow they say that they want a cleaner homepage, you can say something like, okay, so you'd like the homepage to have a cleaner layout. Is that correct? This not only builds trust, but also avoids misunderstandings. So in a nutshell, be a good listener. It's very important. Taking notes during the call is super important. And back in the days, we used to take notes with pen and paper by ourselves, or we used to have an assistant or somebody to take notes for us. And with AI, everything is different now. So we have tools like Otter or Fireflies that can automatically transcribe your Zoom calls or your Google Meet sessions. They can summarize discussions, highlight key action points. Nowadays, you can use artificial intelligence as your personal virtual assistant, basically. By leveraging these AI tools, you can ensure nothing is missed. And you can also create shareable meeting summaries for your team or for your clients. These tools allow you to search transcripts by keyword, making it easy to revisit specific parts of the conversation. I advise you to integrate an AI note taker to enhance your workflow and keep your meetings efficient and actionable. Here are some common mistakes to avoid during the meeting. You have to always give your prospects and your clients the space to express their needs, ideas, and concerns. Always remember that good communication is a two-way street. Number 2 is mismanaging strong personalities. Be ready to deal with strong or outspoken people who might take the meeting off track. Always stay calm and guide the conversation back to the main topic. Basically, make sure that everyone that's in the meeting gets a chance to share their ideas. The third one is not taking notes. Failing to document key points, decisions, or action items can lead to misunderstandings later, and you don't want that. So, as I said before, use AI tools or even traditional methods if you don't want to use AI to capture essential details in real time. Communicating clearly and keeping your prospect or client engaged during meetings is a skill that can set you apart as a professional. In this lesson, we'll explore how to maintain a professional tone, explain technical concepts in a way that anyone can understand, and handle challenging questions with confidence. You will also learn how to manage time effectively so meetings stay productive and on schedule while avoiding common communication mistakes that can lead to confusion and frustration. Always communicate in a way that is polite, clear, and respectful. Build trust by being approachable and responsive to your prospects or clients' needs. And pay attention to their communication style, whether they prefer brief, direct updates or detailed explanations. And then adapt accordingly to maintain a good relationship. Sometimes you need to explain complicated ideas, but keep it simple. Use examples or comparisons that the client can relate to. For example, instead of saying, I will optimize the SEO for better ranking, you could say, I will make some changes to help your site appear higher in the search results so more people can find it. This approach ensures your prospects and clients understand and appreciate your work because it's simple language. If a prospect or client asks something challenging, stay calm and think before answering. Take your time. And if you don't know the answer, be honest and promise a follow-up. For example, you can say something like, that's a good question. I need to look into it to give you the best answer. Can I get back to you tomorrow? Clients will respect your honesty and willingness to find solutions. It's way better than making up stuff. You have to always respect the prospect's or client's time by sticking to the meeting duration. If you are running out of time, summarize the remaining points and suggest a follow-up. For example, you can say something like, we are almost out of time, but I will send you an email with details on the last 2 points. Time management shows you are professional and value efficiency. Here are some communication mistakes you should avoid. Number 1 is using technical words under pressure. It's easy to slip into technical language when feeling nervous or challenged, but this can confuse prospects and clients. Try to stick to simple, clear terms, especially in tough moments. Of course, this depends on the context. Speaking with an agency owner is different from talking to a business owner who might not understand technical details. So tailor your language to match their level of understanding. Number 2 is getting defensive about feedback. Reacting defensively to feedback can harm trust. So instead, treat feedback as an opportunity to improve and to show that you value their input. Don't let your ego get the best of you. Number 3 is ignoring nonverbal cues. Overlooking signs of confusion like a client's puzzled expression can lead to misunderstandings. So pay attention and check in by saying something like, "Would it help if I explained that differently?" Obviously, understanding body language through a video call is a skill, and you will get better at it with time. But always try to pay attention. In this lesson, we'll cover how to write effective meeting summaries, follow up with clients to keep communication open, and reflect on the meeting to find ways to improve. You will also learn about common post-meeting mistakes and how to avoid them. After the strategy call, send a clear and concise summary to your prospect via email. Include the key points discussed, decisions made, and the next steps in the process. For example, you can send a message like this via email, something short and concise, containing a very brief summary, and then the next steps. Stay in touch with the client regularly, even between meetings. A quick update email shows that you are proactive and keeps them informed. You can send something simple like this. Make sure you take a few minutes after each meeting to reflect on what went well and what could improve. Like, did you stick to the agenda? Were there any communication gaps? Learning from each meeting helps you improve your skills and deliver a better experience for prospects and clients in the future. Now, here are some common mistakes to avoid during post-meeting strategies. Number 1, delaying meeting summaries. Waiting too long to send meeting summaries can lead to forgotten details and misunderstandings. So send them promptly to make sure everyone stays aligned. Number 2, writing vague action items. Action items without clear owners or deadlines can cause confusion and delays. So be very specific. And finally, number 3, ignoring unresolved questions. Leaving questions or concerns unaddressed can create uncertainty. So even if you don't have immediate answers, acknowledge them and commit to follow up promptly. Alright, so here's my technology stack for meetings. I use Calendly to schedule calls, and then I connect Calendly to my Google Calendar to have everything connected and synchronized. And then I use Zoom or Google Meet for video calls, and then Figma slides for presentations. I was going to add a lesson inside of this module showing you how to design effective presentations using Figma slides. But I decided to record a separate video for that and upload it to my YouTube channel, because I really want to dedicate time to create a very comprehensive video about Figma slides. And at the same time, I don't want that video to delay the release of the entire course. So stay tuned and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, because I will be uploading amazing design content very often. Okay, so I use Gmail for my email communication, and then Fireflies as an AI note taker. Here are some bonus tips. The first one is keep your workspace clean. A clean and organized workspace promotes focus and minimizes distractions during the meeting. It also helps you project a professional image when your environment is visible on camera. And if the background that's visible on camera for whatever reason is not organized or whatever, make sure you use the blur background option during the call. The second one is to drink matcha tea 30 minutes or so before the meeting. Matcha tea provides a steady energy boost and enhances focus, making it a great choice before meetings. Limit to 2 to 3 cups per day to avoid excessive caffeine intake. And also avoid to drink it close to bedtime. Leave a 3 to 4 hour gap to ensure it doesn't disrupt your sleep. And if you have a high caffeine sensitivity, try a regular tea or something. I personally prefer matcha because it gives me an energy boost. The effect it has on my energy is amazing. The next one is to do some light cardio or go for a walk before the meeting. Physical activity releases endorphins, clears your mind, and reduces stress. A short walk or light exercise can improve your mood and confidence, helping you approach the meeting with energy and focus. And the next one is to always turn on your camera. Using your camera builds trust and engagement. It shows professionalism and fosters a stronger connection with others. And as I said before, ensure your background is tidy, your lighting is good, and also make sure you dress appropriately for the meeting. Be prepared to deal with mean people who might disrespect your time and effort. Unfortunately, not everyone will respect your time or contributions, but try to stay calm and professional in such situations. If this happens in a live call, politely redirect the conversation and set clear boundaries for future interactions. And you have to know that frustration is very normal. You will get frustrated sometimes. The important thing is not to let your emotions dictate your behavior. And the last bonus advice is aim to sleep at least 7 to 9 hours per day. Proper sleep is essential for mental clarity, emotional regulation, and decision making. So to finish this module, I want to recommend you 3 books. The first one, the one on the left-hand side, is Never Split the Difference. And this book will help you learn how to negotiate, even complicated deals. So it's extremely valuable. The next one, the one in the middle, How to Win Friends and Influence People, is a very nice book that will help you deal with different personalities and many other factors about human interaction. So check it out. And lastly, on the right-hand side, you see a book called Spark. And I already recommended this book in Module 1, but I wanted to mention it again because it's such a great book. It talks about the importance of exercise and how it can help the brain work better, and also how it can improve overall mental performance. Hey, congratulations on finishing Module 12. You've now completed all the main modules of this course. If you are ready for more, don't forget to check out the 3 bonus modules. Simply log into the community, go to the classroom section, and you will find them waiting for you. If you don't see the modules available yet, don't worry, because I will upload them soon, and I will also make a post in the community announcing them. Thank you very much for your attention throughout this course. Remember, this is just the beginning. Enjoy the journey.